In the quiet town of Aspen, Colorado, a chilling mystery unfolded on a cold winter's day in 2014. A heinous crime committed in secret shocked and stunned the community. An individual known and loved by many died tragically and unexpectedly, forever altering the tranquility of this picturesque mountain town. Nancy Pfister's life story begins in Orofino, Idaho, in July 1956, with her birth. She grew up in the picturesque suburb of Basalt, Colorado, and attended Bayside High School. Nancy's family had a unique connection to the development of the Buttermilk Ski Resort. Her father, Art Pfister, transformed the family cattle ranch into this well-known ski resort in 1958, making a large fortune in the process. Nancy's mother, Betty, has a remarkable background as well. She was a member of the Women's Air Force Service Pilots during World War IE. She began her college career at Brooklyn's Pratt Institute before dropping out and returning to her roots in Colorado at the age of 20. Back home, she continued to play an important role in managing her family's business, which was well known in the local tourism industry at the age of 29. Despite never being married, Nancy welcomed her daughter Juliana into the world. At the age of 39, she gave birth to a son. Nancy Pfister's life was defined by her dedication as a single mother, raising her 2 children in the log home her father lovingly built for her in 1991. On the fateful day of February 26, a visit to Nancy and her friend Kathy Carpenter's home took an unexpected and terrifying turn. It had been 3 days since they had last seen or spoken, and Kathy's concern had grown too strong to ignore. Kathy walked into Nancy's house and called out for her friend, desperate for a response. However, the eerie silence that greeted her sent chills down her spine. Her heart sank as she noticed a chilling detail: a small smear of blood on Nancy's headboard. The room itself was disorganized, with the covers thrown aside as if there had been a fight, but the most disturbing discovery was yet to come. Nancy's bedroom featured a large walk-in closet, and Kathy's concern grew when she discovered the door was locked. Desperate to learn the truth, she retrieved a spare key from the closet and cautiously opened the door. What she sensed was beyond her worst nightmares: a nauseating, unbearable stench. Inside the closet was a lifeless body. Kathy called 911 at 6:15 p.m., her voice trembling as she described the grisly discovery. She believed that the lifeless figure in the closet was Nancy herself. The arrival of the cops only confirmed Kathy's suspicions. Nancy's lifeless body was indeed hidden in the closet, shrouded in a heavy-duty trash bag from the neck down, with additional kitchen trash bags covering her head. The scene was a horrific display of violence. Nancy had been brutally beaten to death, her head showing signs of multiple blunt force traumas. An electrical extension cord had been cruelly wrapped around her neck, adding a chilling element to the crime. Despite the brutality of Nancy's attack, there was very little blood at the scene, with the exception of a small smear on the headboard. But when the investigators turned the mattress over, they discovered a large pool of blood soaked into the fabric. It soon became clear that whoever had attacked Nancy had taken the chilling step of flipping the mattress to conceal the gruesome aftermath before fleeing. The question that haunted both Kathy and the police was who could commit such a heinous and brutal act against Nancy. It was a question that sent shockwaves through their peaceful community, leaving them to deal with the unsettling realization that a heartless killer lived among them. Kathy Carpenter's revelation added another layer of complexity to an already perplexing case. She informed the police about recent tensions between Nancy and her tenants, William Trey Styler and his wife, Nancy Styler. This information immediately cast doubt on the Stylers and sparked speculation about their possible involvement in Nancy's brutal murder. The day after Nancy's lifeless body was found, an autopsy was performed by Dr. Steve Ayers, the Pitkin County coroner. His findings shed light on the severity of the crime. Dr. Ayers determined that Nancy died from 3 or 4 vicious blows to the head delivered with a hard object with a slightly curved edge. Although he couldn't identify the exact weapon used, he could tell that the business end of the instrument was small, about an inch or 2. The exact timeline of Nancy's death remained unclear. Dr. Ayers estimated that the fatal assault occurred between the evening of February 24th and the morning of February 25th. Nancy's injuries were concentrated between her right forehead and right temporal bone, indicating 3 or 4 severe blows. In addition, several bruises covered her left upper arm, right neck, and right jaw, painting a bleak picture of the brutal violence she endured. Dr. Ayers concluded that Nancy Foster's death was the result of a homicide. The investigation took a significant step forward, escalating the search for truth and justice. The focus was now squarely on uncovering the truth about the Stylers' involvement, as well as any other potential suspects who could hold the key to solving this chilling and deeply unsettling murder mystery. The police investigation took a critical turn when they looked into the complex relationships between Nancy Foster, the victim, and the Stylers. Her tenants made it clear that there was more to the story than what first appeared. Nancy Foster's decision to rent out her luxurious mountain home during her annual warm weather vacations became an important piece of the puzzle. Her ad, on in the Aspen Times, was straightforward, offering a 3-bedroom home with 3.5 bathrooms, strategically located on the mountainside. The only rule was no cats. This advertisement piqued the interest of Trey and Nancy Styler, who were considering a fresh start in Aspen, away from their troubles in Denver. At first glance, the stylists seemed to be ideal tenants. Nancy Styler, a world-renowned expert, and Lily Paget, a retired anesthesiologist who was forced to leave his position due to a debilitating neurological disease, appeared to be responsible people who would take good care of the property. However, their seemingly peaceful lives had been upended by a series of setbacks. Lawsuits had depleted their savings, leaving them in financial distress. Trey's illness forced him to resign from his position as chief of staff at a Denver hospital, causing additional hardship. In a desperate attempt to reinvent themselves, they decided to relocate to Aspen, a wealthy and promising destination. Nancy Styler's medical background had led her to consider new possibilities. She had taken Botox and laser treatment courses in the hopes of opening her own spa in Aspen. The presence of wealthy residents, celebrities, and tourists in the area made it an appealing prospect. When they came across Nancy Foster's advertisement, it appeared to be the ideal opportunity for them to establish themselves and make connections in their new community. So the stylists became Nancy Foster's tenants. The once promising landlord-tenant relationship had mysteriously deteriorated to the point where Nancy Foster died brutally in her own home. The police were now faced with the daunting task of unraveling the events that had led to this tragic outcome, attempting to determine the motives and circumstances surrounding Nancy Foster's disturbing murder. The police's conversation with Trey and Nancy Styler provided a vivid picture of their deteriorating relationship with Nancy Foster. It was clear that their initial enthusiasm for the tendency had faded, resulting in a deep animosity. Nancy Styler described their initial interactions with Nancy Foster as positive. They had quickly responded to her ad in October and were warmly welcomed into her home. Nancy Foster even expressed an interest in investing in their new business venture. However, the situation worsened after they moved in. The stylists claimed that Nancy Foster's behavior changed dramatically, becoming demanding and, in their words, akin to being treated like a slave. As a result, when Nancy Foster left for Australia in November 2013, the stylists were relieved of her absence. During Nancy Foster's absence, she had asked her friend Kathy to collect rent and care for her labradoodle. However, by January 2014, tensions had risen. Nancy Foster began posting complaints on Facebook, alleging that the stylists had stopped paying their rent and owed her money for utilities. Nancy Styler acknowledged receiving several messages and emails from Nancy Foster during this time. In an unexpected turn of events, Nancy Foster informed the Stylers in February 2014 that she was returning 3 months earlier than planned and demanded that they vacate her home before she arrived. When Nancy Foster returned home, she discovered that some of the stylists' belongings, including spa equipment for their business, were still stored in her garage. When Nancy Foster returned, she wasted no time in addressing the situation. She entrusted Kathy with delivering a note to Trey outlining her claims that they owed her $14,000 for utilities and property damage and demanding payment. Nancy Foster allegedly threatened to seek a restraining order to keep the Stylers off her property. Although the Stylers questioned the legality of such an action, Nancy Styler's version of events indicates that they went to the house to retrieve their belongings after receiving Nancy Foster's note. Nancy Foster was not present at the time, so they entered the house to collect their belongings, staying until 4 p.m. The next morning, they returned to complete the task, but they still did not encounter Nancy Foster. However, during their visit, they noticed Nancy's dog was left alone in the house. Nancy Styler claimed to be unaware of what had happened to Nancy Pfister, as they had not seen her during their visits to the property. The Nancy Foster case, which involved her complicated relationship with the Stylers and her disappearance, added intrigue to an already enigmatic story. Investigators were intent on determining what happened when Nancy confronted the Stylers about the alleged deaths. The police's initial release of Trey and Nancy Styler following a 12-hour interview raised concerns about their involvement in Nancy Foster's murder. Aside from Kathy's report of a dispute, there was no concrete evidence linking them to the crime. However, the discovery of crucial evidence soon after their release would cast new light on the case. The breakthrough came when a man collecting trash just 100 yards from the motel where the stylists were staying stumbled upon Nancy Foster's belongings. I learned about her murder from the news. He recognized the significance of the discovery and immediately notified the police. After investigating, law enforcement discovered the bag mentioned by the informant, which contained some of Nancy Foster's personal belongings. Intriguingly, the Stylers' Jaguar vehicle registration was found in the same bag, raising questions about why it was in Nancy's possession. But the discoveries did not end there. The police on Earth have an old hammer that they believe is the murder weapon. Testing revealed that the hammer contained traces of Nancy Pfister's blood. Even more damning, Trey Styler DNA was discovered on the plastic bag containing the hammer. Furthermore, a key to Nancy's closet was discovered just a few yards from the Stylers' motel room. With this new evidence, the police rearrested Trey and Nancy Styler, charging them with first-degree murder. It appeared that the pieces of the puzzle were finally coming together, pointing to their role in Nancy Pfister's brutal death. However, a cloud of uncertainty hung over the case, and the police were open to the possibility of other people being involved or the Stylers being framed. Some of the evidence appeared to be strategically placed, raising suspicions of a hidden hand manipulating the situation. Furthermore, Trey's fragile physical condition, as a result of his neurological ailment, raised concerns about his ability to commit such heinous crimes alone. As the investigation progressed, the search for the full truth expanded to include the possibility that other players were involved in this chilling murder mystery. The arrest of Kathy Carpenter, a friend of Nancy Foster, and a local bank teller, shocked the Aspen community. The investigation took an unexpected turn. As the police investigation progressed, they discovered a number of facts that raised questions about Kathy's involvement in the case, despite her friendship with Nancy Pfister. There were underlying tensions because Kathy felt Nancy treated her more like a personal assistant, even though she had never been compensated for that role. The police suspected Kathy had made a connection with Nancy Styler, sharing stories about their common grievances against Nancy Foster. One particularly disturbing discovery was that Kathy went to Nancy's Alpine Bank safety deposit box and removed $6,000 of Nancy's money, as well as 2 family rings, just one day after discovering her lifeless body. When questioned about this, Kathy stated that Nancy had granted her legal access to the safe deposit box and that she had taken these items with the intent of delivering them to Nancy's daughter, Juliana. Despite the complexities of their relationship, Kathy remained devoted to Nancy and considered her a close friend. She admitted that Nancy could be demanding and frequently gave orders, but she also emphasized the enjoyable times they had together, which fueled the police's suspicions. According to records, Nancy Styler called Kathy 3 or 4 times on February 26th, shortly before Nancy Foster's lifeless body was discovered. This communication pattern fueled the investigators' belief that the 3 individuals were somehow connected to Nancy Foster's murder. The twists and turns of Nancy Pfister's tragic death continued with a shocking revelation. Just weeks before the trial was scheduled to begin, Trey, a key figure in the investigation, made an unexpected decision. He approached the judge and expressed his willingness to confess to the crime. Trey's confession resulted in a shocking plea deal in which he pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and accepted a 20-year prison sentence. Trey offered to reveal the horrific details of what had happened to Nancy Pfister. However, a critical and fateful aspect of this plea agreement was that Nancy Styler, Trey's wife, would be granted unconditional freedom from all charges relating to Nancy Foster's death. Before the judge, Trey said the words that sealed his fate. "Your Honor, I am guilty." He went on to give a chilling account of what happened that fateful night. Trey confessed that he initially went to Nancy Pfister's house to reason with her. When he left his motel room, his wife was sleeping, unaware of the approaching tragedy. As he entered Nancy Pfeiffer's unlocked home, he discovered her sleeping peacefully in her bedroom. The sight of Nancy sleeping peacefully became unbearable to Trey's already troubled mind. His life was unraveling, plagued by financial ruin, and Nancy Pfeiffer's relentless demands for money, combined with her retention of his spa equipment, left Nancy seemingly unaffected by the chaos, sleeping soundly in her bed. It was a tipping point for Trey, causing him to lose his grip on reality. In a shocking turn of events, Trey described going to the garage and retrieving a trash bag and a hammer. He returned to Nancy's bedroom and brutally bludgeoned her with the hammer, striking her repeatedly until she died, to reduce the evidence of the heinous crime. After Nancy died, he placed the bag over her head and carefully moved her body to a sheet on the floor. She dragged Nancy Pfeiffer's lifeless body into the closet, concealing it from the outside world, tying it with an extension cord tray. Trey's 20-year sentence, as stipulated in his plea agreement, marked the start of a dark chapter for him inside the prison walls. Simultaneously, Nancy Styler, now known as Nancy Massey, made a dramatic escape from the shadows of her past. She changed her identity, moved to a different state, and filed for divorce from Trey. However, the narrative took another tragic turn. On August 6, 2015, Trey was discovered dead inside his prison cell, and the cause of death was determined to be suicide. Following her death, Nancy Masson was able to collect a significant sum of $1 million from a life insurance policy. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. On the fateful night of February 24, 2006, Imetse St-Guyen, a 24-year-old criminal justice student at John Jay College in Manhattan, went out to celebrate with a friend. They had no idea that this night would end in tragedy and shake the very foundation of New York City. Imetse St-Guyen's life was defined by a unique blend of cultural backgrounds and an unwavering desire to make a difference in the world. Simundo Guillain and Maureen St. Hilaire gave birth in Boston, Massachusetts, on March 1, 1981. She inherited a unique surname that combines her parents' last names. Her mother was of French-Canadian descent, which added to the diversity of her family tree, and her father, Simundo Guillain, was a Venezuelan immigrant. Imetse tragically lost her father when she was 9 years old, leaving a lasting impact on her childhood. Her mother, widowed by this loss, eventually remarried, causing additional changes in their family dynamic, and her educational journey was nothing short of remarkable. After graduating from Boston Latin School in 1999, she decided to attend George Washington University in Washington, D.C. Following in her father's footsteps, she earned a degree in criminal justice, demonstrating her dedication to understanding and addressing legal issues. In 2003, she proudly graduated magna cum laude, signaling the start of an ambitious quest for knowledge. Her academic journey did not end there. Imetse St-Guyen continued her education at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, where she pursued a master's degree. Initially, she intended to study forensic psychology, but she made a critical decision to shift her focus to criminal justice. Her dedication was evident, as she consistently ranked in the top 5 of her class and was set to graduate in May 2006. With an exciting future ahead, unfortunately, a man's life was cut short in a horrific and chilling manner. She is in the process of celebrating her upcoming birthday with her mother and sister in Florida. She returned to New York on a fateful day in February of 2006. The events that night would send shockwaves through her family and the entire country. On February 24, 2006, Imetse St-Guyen met with her best friend, Claire Higgins, to continue celebrating her upcoming birthday. Their night out took them to a nightclub until the early hours of the morning, when a disagreement led to Higgins leaving via phone call at 3:50 a.m. During the meeting, Higgins was assured that she would be returning home soon. Unfortunately, this would be Claire's last contact with her friend. Imetse St-Guyen was last seen at 4 a.m. at the Falls Bar. 17 agonizing hours later, police in Brooklyn received an anonymous call that led them to a grisly discovery. A lifeless body, identified as St. Julian's, was discovered on Fountain Avenue at Spring Creek Park. The horrific details surrounding her murder painted a bleak picture. She was discovered naked, wrapped in a comforter. her broken fingernails a testament to her desperate struggle against her attacker. Her fingers and toes were bound. A sock had been stuffed down her throat, and her head was encased in packing tape. Even her hair had been brutally cut. An autopsy revealed a horrific sequence of events, with men suffering a brutal beating, sexual assault, and disfigurement at the hands of her attacker. The investigation into Imete Sanquilen's murder quickly became a harrowing and high-profile case that drew the attention of not only New York City, but the entire country, and was handled with utmost seriousness and determination. The Special Victims Squad and the Brooklyn North Homicide Squad of the New York City Police Department worked together to investigate the chilling circumstances surrounding her death. The investigation into Imete Sanquilen's tragic death took a complicated turn as police dug deeper into the events of that fateful night at the bar. The accounts provided by the employees and the bar manager, Daniel Dorian, added layers of mystery to the unfolding plot. The bouncer's testimony revealed that she was visibly intoxicated, and there were discussions about removing her from the premises. Daniel Dorian, the bar manager with a notable family history in the New York nightlife scene, had explicitly stated that he could be kicked out of the bar by 4 a.m. when it closes. When questioned, Daniel initially claimed to not know Imete. However, he later admitted to ordering his two bouncers, Tim and Daryl, as well as Little John, to accompany her out at the designated time. What raised eyebrows in this scenario was Daniel Dorian's failure to thoroughly vet his employees. It was discovered that Tim and Daryl were on probation and parole, and thus should not have been allowed to work at the bar, especially after curfew. The police then focused their attention on the two bouncers, beginning with Tim. He explained that he left the bar at 4:15 a.m. to catch the ferry to Staten Island, leaving Daryl and Ma in conversation. Daryl, on the other hand, told the police that he had a disagreement with Imete about racism and crimes against black men. He falsely claimed to be a U.S. Marshal. During their confrontation, Daryl claimed that he had escorted him out of the bar around 4 a.m., but he had no idea how she had gotten home. As the investigation progressed, police began tracking Daryl's movements between 4 a.m. and 8:26 p.m., when Imete's body was discovered. His alibi, which involved visiting his mother in a nursing home, was questioned as yet another possible falsehood. This prompted the police to obtain a warrant for Daryl Eves' DNA, as well as permission to search his home and car in order to discover the truth about that night's tragic events. The investigation took a significant step forward when law enforcement discovered that Daryl Littlejohn's DNA was on file from a previous bank robbery conviction. A chilling breakthrough occurred when the blood found on the plastic ties used to bind Imete was discovered to be a match to Daryl's DNA. This crucial piece of evidence connected him directly to the crime scene, raising suspicions about his involvement in the heinous murder. With this damning evidence in hand, Daryl Littlejohn was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. The case against him was about to begin in court, with justice being sought for Imete Sanquilen's tragic and untimely death. The prosecution's case against Daryl Littlejohn painted a chilling picture of a man with a troubling history of impersonating law enforcement officers and engaging in predatory behavior. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence presented to the court was Shania Woodard's abduction in 2005. Shania Woodard was walking home when she came across Daryl, who was dressed in a law enforcement uniform, complete with dark blue police pants, a jacket, a cap belt, handcuffs, and a gun. His shirt even appeared to include a police logo and the words "fugitive agent." This guy was convincing enough to deter Shania, who was then subjected to a harrowing ordeal. Daryl requested her identification, handcuffed her hands behind her back, and forced her into a blue van. Shania Woodard's instincts told her that something was very wrong, and she bravely freed herself from the moving vehicle before seeking assistance. Daryl was later arrested in connection with Imete's case, and Sean recognized him, prompting a search of his van. Surprisingly, DNA evidence from both Shania and Daryl was discovered in the van, as well as on the handcuffs recovered during a search warrant. Another alarming incident occurred in the same month as the Shania's attack. A 22-year-old woman had a terrifying encounter with Daryl as she exited the Queens subway station. She assumed Daryl was a police officer based on his clothing, replicating his previous impersonation. Daryl demanded identification again, handcuffed her hands behind her back, and forced her into a vehicle that drove her to Jamaica on Queens Boulevard. The woman's ordeal continued as Daryl wrapped a jacket around her head, taped a black knit cap to her face, and slept. She was sexually assaulted, which was a horrifying and deeply traumatic event. The grim reality was that, like the Shania abduction, this crime went unsolved until Imette St. Gwilyn's murder. Only after the investigation into the Imette case revealed these horrifying details did a pattern of escalating predatory behavior become clear. The prosecution argued that each of these attacks had a common thread: Daryl Littlejohn's abduction of women walking alone, often under the guise of a law enforcement officer. What distinguished Imette's case was the tragic outcome, as the prosecution contended that she was murdered because she had the potential to identify her abductor and embed his knowledge of where Daryl worked, and her ability to identify him represented a dangerous liability for Daryl, leading to the heinous act that ultimately took her life. This disturbing pattern of behavior painted a bleak picture of Daryl Littlejohn as a serial abductor and sexual predator, leaving the jury to grapple with the horrific details of these crimes while seeking justice for St. Gwilyn and the other victims. The prosecution's case against Daryl Littlejohn painted a bleak and disturbing picture of what happened after he was tasked with accompanying Imette St. Gwilyn from the bar. According to the prosecution, Daryl kidnapped her during a storm and took her to his basement home in Queens, where she suffered a horrific and traumatic ordeal. It was claimed that he sexually assaulted her, bound her wrists and ankles, and used tape to tightly cover her face and head during the terrifying attack while she fought for her life, resulting in broken fingers and bloodied hands. The prosecution believed that the blood found on the ties used to bind Imette's wrists was caused by a nosebleed Daryl experienced during the struggle. Additionally, scratches on Daryl's neck during his police questioning were viewed as potential evidence of a violent confrontation. The prosecution also presented compelling cell phone evidence against Daryl, who left his phone near the scene where Imette's lifeless body was discovered. The tracking of his cell phone revealed a brief movement from his Queens home to the vicinity of Imette's body. Mamadou, a security guard en route to his construction site on Fountain Avenue, made an important observation. He saw a light-colored Ford van with tinted windows on Saturday evening. Just after 7 p.m., the van had no license plates, and its headlights were off. Chi claimed he couldn't see anyone inside the van because of the dark tinted windows, but he did notice what appeared to be the glow of a cell phone held to a person's ear. This description fit Daryl Van, adding to the mounting evidence against him. An anonymous 911 call was placed at 8:43 p.m. That night, suspicions grew more intense. Fiber analysis presented in court revealed that the bedspread and tape used to wrap Imette's body, as well as the van, contained fibers similar to carpet fibers, rabbit hair, and mink fur found in Daryl's home. The defense vehemently maintained Daryl's innocence, claiming that he was set up. Attorney Joyce David claimed that Daryl was chosen because of his extensive criminal history. The defense argued that the true perpetrator was Daniel Dorian, the manager of the false bar. They argued that Daniel, a member of a wealthy and influential family, may have had his powerful family cover up the crime. In a pivotal moment during the trial, Daniel Dorian took the stand and admitted that he had initially been less than forthcoming with investigators about kicking Imette out of the bar due to concerns about the negative publicity it would generate. He vehemently denied any involvement with a mass murderer and claimed innocence. The trial produced two opposing narratives. One from the prosecution painting Daryl Littlejohn as a violent sexual predator responsible for Imette's tragic death, and another from the defense, pointing fingers at Daniel Dorian as a potential suspect. Ultimately, it was up to the jury to weigh the evidence and consider the arguments presented by both sides. After less than 7 hours of deliberation, the jury returned their verdict, finding Daryl Littlejohn guilty of the charges against him. This marks the conclusion of a lengthy and emotionally charged trial. Daryl was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole, ensuring that he would never again be a threat to society. In addition, he received a 25-year-to-life sentence for kidnapping Shania Woodard. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On an ordinary November day in 2003, a chilling mystery began to play out in the peaceful town of Grand Forks, North Dakota. Drew Stoden, a vibrant young woman known for her compassion and community service, went missing after leaving Victoria's Secret. What followed was a harrowing journey through cryptic phone calls, shocking revelations, and a never-ending pursuit of truth and justice. Drew, a vibrant and ambitious 22-year-old, had deep roots in the town. She worked part-time at Victoria's Secret while attending the University of North Dakota and majoring in visual arts. Drew, however, was much more than her academics and work. She was a unique combination of creativity and compassion. Her passion for art knew no bounds, and she expressed herself in a variety of ways, from sketching to painting to capturing the world's beauty with her lens. However, it was her unwavering commitment to assisting others that truly distinguished her. Drew, affectionately known as Doodles in her younger years, had a heart as big as her dreams. She was an athlete who enjoyed volleyball and golf, but her volunteer work exemplified her exceptional spirit. She devoted her time to underprivileged children, organizing bowling parties and teaching them the joys of reading. She also focused her efforts on fundraising for organizations such as the American Diabetes Association, leaving an indelible impression on her community. On Saturday, November 22, Drew finished her shift at Victoria's Secret at 4 p.m. Her vibrant spirit has not diminished. Little did she know that her workplace, a stepping stone to her dreams, would soon become the setting for an unfolding mystery. Drew had her sights set on an upcoming adventure, a trip to Australia in the spring of 2000, and each paycheck brought her closer to achieving her goal. As the clock struck 5 p.m., Drew exited the mall, carrying a purse she'd found, and began walking towards her car. It appeared to be a normal end to the day, but fate had other plans. Unbeknownst to her, the next few moments would be shrouded in mystery, triggering a chain of events that would captivate an entire community. As Drew approached her car, she had no idea that her life was about to take a terrifying turn into the unknown. She was scheduled to work that evening, but when she didn't show up, her friends and colleagues became concerned. It was unusual for Drew to miss work without notice, and her absence raised concerns. Drew's boyfriend, Chris Lange, was one of the first to notice that something was wrong. He stated to the police that he had not seen her that afternoon, but he did receive a phone call from her shortly after she left the mall at 5 p.m. The conversation ended abruptly, leaving him with a strange feeling. In the background, he heard Drew say the words, "Okay, I understand." Then the call was abruptly disconnected. At the time, he dismissed it as a dropped call. But as the evening turned into night, and there was still no sign of Drew, worry turned to fear at 7:42 p.m. The same night, Chris received another call from her phone. This time, he only heard static and the sound of someone fumbling with the phone's buttons. It was far from reassuring. The alarms rang louder, and the police took action. They started searching the parking lot where Drew's car was still parked outside the mall. What they discovered sent chills down their spines. A knife sheath was discovered beside her car. The ominous prospect of an abduction loomed large. Desperation grew, and the police contacted Drew's phone service provider in the hopes of getting a lead. The information they received was both perplexing and disturbing. Drew's phone had pinged off a cell tower near Crookston, Minnesota, indicating she had been transported across state lines. Drew's normal day had turned into a perplexing and ominous mystery. The search for Drew, led by volunteers and law enforcement, demonstrated the community's unwavering determination. The fields and forests were scoured. Every lead was diligently pursued. However, the young woman remained elusive. 3 days after her disappearance, a chilling discovery shook the investigation to its core. One of Drew's shoes was discovered along a bypass road near Crookston, Minnesota. The fact that she was so close to where her phone had last pinged added to her sense of unease. It was a cruel reminder that Drew had been in this area, and the circumstances surrounding her disappearance became increasingly mysterious. The atmosphere in Grand Forks became heavier with each passing day. Hope was still present, but it was fragile, like a flickering candle in the growing darkness. Drew's family, friends, and the entire community held on to the hope that she would be found safe and sound. However, it was during this period that the investigation took a dark and disturbing turn. The police received a tip from a concerned citizen who directed them to a man named Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., who lived in the area and was in Grand Forks on the day Drew went missing. Alfonso Rodriguez Jr.'s background sent shockwaves throughout law enforcement. He had been released from prison only 6 months before and was living with his mother in Crookston. Even more concerning was his classification as a level 3 sex offender, the most dangerous category, with a chilling history of 23 years in prison for multiple rapes and an attempted rape. The police immediately contacted Alfonso. He admitted to being in Grand Forks on November 22nd and even claimed to have visited the same mall where Drew worked. However, when pressed, his story began to unravel. When questioned about the movie Once Upon a Time in Mexico, which he claimed to have seen in the mall theater, the theater records and local listings contradicted his account. There had been no screenings of the film in Grand Forks that day. Suspicion grew, but the evidence discovered in his possession sent shockwaves through the investigation. When the police searched his 2002 Mercury Sable, they discovered a knife concealed in the trunk. Even more incriminating, they discovered blood traces on the car's rear window, and DNA testing proved conclusive. It was a match to Drew's DNA. The evidence against Alfonso was overwhelming, but the most haunting truth remained: the location of Drew Jourdan. Despite the chilling evidence against Alfonso Rodriguez, Jr., Nigma Alfonso was arrested and continued to deny responsibility for Drew's disappearance. Several months later, on April 17, 2004, a tragic event occurred when Drew's lifeless body was discovered in a drainage ditch near Crookston. The bleak scene revealed Drew partially naked from the waist down, her hands cruelly bound behind her back, and her lifeless body lying face down. The area where her body was discovered had previously been searched, but it remained hidden under the snow until the thaw revealed the horrific truth. Disturbingly, there were signs of brutality or rope, as well as remnants of a plastic grocery bag around her neck. The autopsy performed on Drew's body sought to determine the exact cause of her death. The findings suggested that she died as a result of asphyxiation or suffocation caused by the slash wound to her neck or exposure to the harsh elements. The fact that Alfonso was accused of transporting Drew across state lines prior to her tragic death added to the gravity of the crime. As a result, he faced federal charges, allowing the prosecution to consider seeking the death penalty, which they made abundantly clear. Throughout the trial, the prosecution maintained that there was no room for doubt. Drew was kidnapped outside the mall, transported across state lines, and eventually murdered. They also expressed their belief that she had been violated. The jury was presented with compelling evidence, including a knife found in Alfonso's car and a knife sheath discovered near Drew's vehicle. DNA analysis linked Alfonso to the crime, as did the recovery of hair and fiber samples from Drew's body and belongings. Dr. Michael McGee, the medical examiner, was an important figure in the courtroom drama. He testified about Drew's injuries and the circumstances of her death. He identified significant cuts on her neck as the likely cause of her death, though he couldn't rule out suffocation or exposure. Dr. McGee's expert opinion, based on his extensive experience and thousands of autopsies, suggested that Drew died violently during the assault. The condition of her clothing, particularly a torn pink sweater and displaced peacoat, indicated a struggle. The defense's perspective differed significantly from the prosecution's. Alfonso had offered to plead guilty in order to avoid the death penalty, but this was declined. The main point of contention was whether Drew was raped, as well as the critical question of where she died. The latter would decide whether to impose the death penalty. The defense claimed that there was insufficient evidence to support a rape allegation and that Drew died from suffocation mere minutes after being abducted. Alfonso was eventually found guilty in federal court of kidnapping, which resulted in Drew's death. After considering both sides' arguments, the jury unanimously recommended the death penalty, marking a historic decision for North Dakota, which had not seen a death sentence in nearly a century. Because the death penalty is illegal in the state, it is only considered in federal cases. The sentencing was a difficult moment for Judge Ralph R. Erickson, who acknowledged the gravity of the situation, saying it was the worst day of his life. Alfonso and his attorneys immediately requested a new trial, which was denied. They appealed and asked for a stay of execution until the appeal was heard. In 2021, Ralph R. Erickson, the same judge who sentenced Rodriguez to death, overturned his sentence and ordered a new sentencing phase due to misleading testimony from a medical examiner and limitations on mental health evidence. Michael McGee, the Ramsey County medical examiner, testified in court in an untrustworthy, misleading, and inaccurate manner, and Rodriguez's attorneys did him a disservice by limiting Rodriguez's mental health evaluation, which could have resulted in their client using the insanity defense. On March 14, 2023, prosecutors announced that they would no longer seek the death penalty for Rodriguez, who had been sentenced to life without parole on May 18, 2023. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Michelle Despain was at work on Wednesday, August 24, 2011. However, she informed her colleagues that she would be leaving in the afternoon to attend to some bills at home. Michelle lived in Jonesboro, Arkansas, USA, with her 34-year-old husband, Mark Despain. They were married for 15 years and had 2 young sons. Michelle also had a teenage daughter from a previous relationship whom Mark loved and helped raise despite their current affluent lifestyle. Their beginnings were humble. When they first met at the ages of 18 and 19, Mark's parents, Tiana and Jack Despain, helped them by providing a trailer to live in, while Mark worked for the family real estate company. After a few years, Mark started his own business as a property investor and real estate appraiser, which led to significant success and wealth. This success enabled them to upgrade from their original trailer to a luxurious home complete with a swimming pool. Mark and Michelle worked hard to give their children everything they wanted, including annual vacations to Jamaica and Cancun. Michelle handled the bookkeeping for Mark's company and also worked at a local bank. On August 24th, after finishing her work at the bank around 3 p.m., Michelle returned home to find the rear door unlocked. To her dismay, the entire house had been thoroughly ransacked. Drawers were left open, belongings were strewn across the floor, and broken glass was everywhere. The chaos had spread to the bathtub, where clothes had been thrown haphazardly, and the bedroom, where a jewelry box had been opened. As Michelle moved through the chaos, she made a heartbreaking discovery. Mark's lifeless body lay on the kitchen floor, the result of a fatal gunshot. Michelle rushed outside, overcome with fear, and immediately called 911, expressing her concern for her own safety. When the police arrived, they assumed they were dealing with a failed burglary. However, a more thorough investigation raised concerns about the circumstances surrounding the incident. After inspecting the items left behind, the police began to doubt the traditional burglary narrative, noting that many valuable possessions remained unharmed in the home. The peculiar circumstances surrounding Mark's death heightened their suspicions. His fatal injuries included a gunshot wound to the left side of his chest and another to his head, both of which were delivered from close range. The police believed the incident was a premeditated attack. According to their theory, Mark returned home that day, entered the kitchen, placed an ice cream container on the counter, and was shot twice by someone approaching from behind. This led investigators to believe that the assailant had already entered the home when Mark arrived. The general belief was that the intruder's intention was not theft, but rather a targeted assassination of Mark. The perplexing question remained: why would anyone want to kill him? During their investigation, the police interviewed all of the neighbors on the street and discovered that an unknown African-American man had been seen in the area on the day of the incident. There were also reports of a blue Mercedes car circling the neighborhood. As part of their investigation, the police sought to learn whether Mark had any known adversaries. Some described him as a driven and ambitious man known for his ruthlessness. When the police retraced Mark's movements, they came across a significant puzzle. Mark was not expected to be home at that time on that day. This raised a critical question. How could someone with malicious intent have predicted that Mark would be at home precisely at that time? The discrepancy between Mark's unexpected presence at home and the apparent premeditation of the attack complicated the investigation. On that fateful day, Michelle informed the police that she had lunch with Mark at a nearby restaurant near her workplace. She returned to the office at 1:30 p.m., left again after 2:30 p.m. to retrieve the bills, and then discovered the disturbing scene at home. When she arrived, she noticed the lack of lights, and while walking through the house, she discovered a mark in a pool of blood. In a fit of terror, she shook his leg, called his name, and dashed out of the house to call 911. Fearing the presence of an intruder and unable to get help from a neighbor, she contacted her mother, Kathy. When Kathy arrived, Michelle was waiting outside her own home. During the police investigation into potential motives, Michelle identified Mark's own father, Jack, as someone who may harbor ill will toward him. Mark had previously worked with his parents, Jack and Tanner, but a disagreement prompted him to launch his own business. The schism began when Mark requested a larger share of the profits, which Jack opposed. Michelle told the police that Jack had a cold-hearted demeanor and that there had been a previous incident between Jack and her 13-year-old daughter. Michelle's father, Carl Kelly, who worked as a rent collector for Mark's company, also expressed suspicion, claiming to have received threats from Jack in the past. When the police questioned Jack and Tina, they admitted to their estrangement but claimed that the money dispute was caused by Michelle's desire for more. Jack suggested that the police investigate Michelle's activities on the day his son died, implying her possible involvement. According to Jack, Mark returned home that day to retrieve a hunting bow, and Michelle would have been the only one aware of his presence. Jack gave the police information about the incident Michelle mentioned involving her daughter, as well as explicit photos from his phone. Initially accused of taking the photographs, Jack's relationship with Tina became strained, resulting in a brief separation. However, further investigation yielded a different story. Jack told the cops that Michelle's daughter had engaged in adult chat with her boyfriend, and he discovered the compromising photos on his phone. In order to avoid facing consequences from her parents, she falsely claimed that Jack had taken the photos, which led to accusations of child abuse against him. Although no charges were filed, the false accusations caused significant distress for Jack Tanner, who reconciled with Jack after learning the full circumstances of the case. After checking Jack's alibi, the police cleared him of murdering his son. Jack is no longer under suspicion. Despite Michelle and Mark's apparent contentment, the investigation expanded. The question lingered. If Michelle was involved, as Jack suggested, what was her motivation for wanting him dead? The police quickly discovered that Michelle was far from the grieving widow they had assumed. Michelle had an affair with a much younger colleague, a 24-year-old man whom she financially supported, paying for his rent, groceries, and other expenses before Mark died. When questioned by the police, Michelle claimed that Mark was unaware of the affair, and when asked if Mark had ever requested a divorce, she denied any discussions. Michelle did, however, confirm that Mark had expressed concerns about their relationship's future after the children had left. Another revelation emerged as the police investigated the couple's financial situation. Mark and Michelle had a significant amount of debt, and there were allegations that Michelle was siphoning funds from the business account. Furthermore, Michelle was entitled to $1 million from 2 life insurance policies in the event of Mark's death. Despite their suspicions, the police had no concrete evidence against Michelle or any other possible suspects. Michelle's alibi was confirmed by surveillance footage from the bank where she worked, which showed her with her father, Carl, at the time Mark was murdered. The investigation took a turn when the police received an anonymous tip. The informant revealed that Terrence Barker had boasted about murdering Mark. This new lead represented a significant development in the case, prompting police to investigate Terrence Barker's possible involvement in Mark's death. Terrence Barker initially denied any involvement in Mark's death while being questioned by police at the station. However, the evidence against him was convincing. According to eyewitness reports and cell tower records, he was near Mark's house and was seen driving a blue Mercedes shortly before the fatal shooting. When confronted with this evidence, Terrence eventually confessed to being the perpetrator, revealing that he had agreed to shoot Mark for a promised payment of $7,000 to $10,000. Although he had not yet received any money, further investigation led the police to Johnny Hubbard, the driver of the blue Mercedes. Now the question arose, why would anyone want Mark dead? The intricate details of the investigation began to emerge as Johnny Hubbard, who was known to have Mark as a tenant, informed the police that Michelle's father, Carl Kelly, had approached him about orchestrating Mark's murder. Terrence Barker's involvement came about when Johnny suggested a way to make some money, prompting them to meet Carl in a church parking lot to discuss the idea. Terrence agreed to carry out the shooting, claiming no prior knowledge of Mark and having never seen him before. Terrence claims Carl gave him the firearm used in the murder, showed him his home, and told him where to lie in wait. However, Terrence claimed that Michelle was also involved in the plot. He informed the police that Michelle was giving her father instructions via text messages. One message sent on the day of the murder at 20 a.m. "Must be today. I can't go on like this every morning," Carl responded. Okay, can you get him to eat lunch? With this information, the police were able to begin to piece together the puzzle. They hypothesized that Michelle arranged the lunch meeting with Mark, giving Carl the opportunity to bring Terrence inside the house. Michelle's text messages indicated that she was aware of the plan and that the murder had to happen that day. The police believe Michelle pretended to be shocked when she discovered Mark's body, despite knowing what awaited her at home. She made no attempt to assist Mark when she discovered him fatally injured in the kitchen. She was aware of his death before returning home. Phone records showed that Michelle and Carl exchanged numerous text messages on the day of the murder, the majority of which were quickly deleted. Furthermore, the records show that Mark initially declined Michelle's invitation to lunch, but she persisted, and she insisted on going for ice cream afterwards. Michelle texted her father constantly throughout their ice cream outing. Michelle initially denied any involvement but later changed her story to claim she only learned of her father's involvement after Mark died. Terrence Barker pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and received a 35-year sentence. Similarly, Carl Kelly pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and received a 35-year sentence. Johnny Hubbard pleaded guilty to hindering apprehension and revocation of probation for a prior prohibited substances charge, receiving an 18-year prison sentence plus an additional 20 years for violating probation on a previous prohibited substances conviction. Michelle Despain pleaded guilty to a reduced charge of hindering apprehension and received a 30-year prison sentence with the possibility of parole after 5 years. In a negotiated plea, she pleaded guilty to 3 counts of obstructing the investigation and prosecution of capital murder, avoiding a capital murder charge. As part of the plea agreement, she waived her right to appeal, fearing a not guilty verdict. If Michelle went to trial for Mark's murder, Mark's parents would accept the deal to ensure she served some time in prison. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The West family case involves the mysterious death of a glamorous housewife. Have you ever wondered what lies beneath the surface of an apparently perfect family? According to psychologists, the more people try to portray an ideal, happy, and prosperous family life, the more serious the underlying relationship issues become. Typically, such people are preoccupied with societal perceptions, constantly seeking approval and validation. Resentments can build up over time within these perfect family units, often erupting in unexpected and drastic ways. The West family appeared to be a strong, happy, and prosperous family, and they most likely were, until they weren't. The couple had been married for 14.5 years, had a daughter together, and had never given anyone reason to suspect any problems in their marriage. That was until the early morning of January 13, 2018, when Mrs. West, 42, was discovered dead near her home. This convoluted story generated more questions than answers. The incident appeared to be both a bizarre accident and a deliberate homicide. Despite the fact that the case has been closed and the convicted are serving their sentences, many people have supported the alleged perpetrator over the deceased victim. To understand why, we must delve into the West family's history from the beginning and dispel the long-running rumors about the late housewife's double life, who was Kathleen West. Kathleen Dawn West, aka Martin, was born on February 15, 1975, in the small town of Davie, Florida. Nancy and Jonathan Martin's only child grew up in a humble and modest family environment. As a child, she wished for a younger sibling, but her mother's health issues prevented her from realizing her dream. Perhaps this is why Kathleen was so attached to dolls, treating them as if they were living beings, singing to and cradling them at school. Kathleen was well known for her beauty and sociability, and she was an avid sports and dance fan. However, during her adolescence, she began to exhibit symptoms of bipolar affective disorder, which included depression and anxiety, as well as periods of hyperthermia, persistently elevated mood, and motor agitation. Unfortunately, her parents did not notice her condition until later. Kathleen had already turned to alcohol to cope with her emotions. In her 20s, the root cause of her problems was only discovered while she was receiving alcoholism treatment. Kathleen was able to overcome her alcoholism However, managing her bipolar disorder proved more difficult, necessitating several potent medications with complex drug interactions and side effects. Finally, the disorder was brought under control. Although she had to continue taking medication until her untimely death, Kathleen wished for a family, marriage, and children, but her personal life was fraught with difficulties, possibly due to her psychological disorder and alcoholism. Nonetheless, the attractive blonde had many admirers, as she was the life of the party and enjoyed being in the spotlight. Kathleen wanted to be a model when she was younger, so she went to castings and experimented with different looks. Marilyn Monroe, the iconic 50s movie star and style icon, piqued her interest especially. She watched Monroe's films several times, collected posters, and emulated her style and image. It's worth noting that Kathleen bore a striking resemblance to her idol, which she proudly exploited and treasured, even though Kathleen's dream of becoming a famous model never came true. Her photographs were frequently published in local magazines, earning her some recognition, a fan base, and the odd mention on the streets of her hometown. At 28, she finally met William West, the man with whom she planned to start a family. William Jeffrey West, better known by his middle name, was born in 1970 in Alabama to a typical family. He aspired to work in the military or law enforcement from a young age, was a hard worker in school, and was an avid sports fan. He was strong, fit, and very focused. William joined the U.S. military in the early 1990s, starting as a military police officer. His dedication led him to work as a military recruiter, enlisting people in the Army and Navy. Eventually, he became the head of the recruitment division. William dedicated 2 decades of his life to military service. William chose to further his education while continuing his military career. He holds a bachelor's degree in public relations from the University of South Carolina. He pursued further studies in criminal justice and disaster and emergency management, eventually obtaining a master's degree. William was intelligent, composed, and goal-oriented, albeit modest and introverted. He preferred quiet gatherings to loud parties and generally avoided the spotlight. He married young and was the father of 2 children. He was regarded as a dedicated family man and a responsible parent. Following his military retirement, William worked as a corporal in a university town's police department. He was tasked with ensuring the safety of the campus community and approached his duties with seriousness and responsibility. Despite receiving a service firearm, he never had to use it during his career. Kathleen and Jeffrey, an odd but happy couple, had their paths crossed in the mid-2000s. Jeffrey was still in the military at the time, and he was married to his first wife. It appeared unlikely that the stern, quiet military man had anything in common with the flamboyant, bold, attention-seeking blonde, but they felt an instant mutual attraction. Their 5-year age difference, Jeffrey's existing marriage, and Kathleen's periodic struggles with alcohol, which he constantly battled, did not deter their relationship. Jeffrey quickly filed for divorce with his new love. They unexpectedly married in a Las Vegas chapel after meeting for less than 5 months. In 2005, the couple welcomed their only child, a daughter named Lola. They moved to Calera, Alabama, Jeffrey's home state, and settled into a cozy custom-built home. Kathleen personally designed their bedroom. Neighbors praised the West's home, which was decorated with portraits of her idol Marilyn Monroe, and described them as a happy couple. Despite being diametrically opposed, Kathleen always strives to look stunning and attractive. Wearing bold makeup, stylish hairdos, and Barbie-like outfits, she enjoyed catching people's attention and receiving compliments, always appearing cheerful and smiling. Jeffrey, on the other hand, seemed overshadowed by her presence, appearing reserved, serious, and highly disciplined, a reflection of his long military career and the double life of a blonde as homemaker and kitty cat. Despite her best efforts and striking appearance, Kathleen was unable to establish a successful modeling career. After marriage and the birth of her daughter, she concentrated on making a comfortable home and raising her child. However, the mundane life of a homemaker was insufficient. She desired attention and recognition. With the rise of social media in the late 2000s, she started actively posting pictures online. Initially, these were innocent Barbie or Marilyn Monroe-themed photographs. However, they gradually became more provocative and daring. According to close friends, her husband not only supported her new hobby but also frequently served as her personal photographer. It appeared harmless at first, but it eventually turned into a profitable venture for Kathleen thanks to paid subscribers. They purchased a variety of ready-made seafood dishes from a popular local restaurant, a bottle of fine brandy, and absinthe from the supermarket. Kathleen had chosen aromatic candles from a nearby store to set a romantic mood, and they appeared happy and carefree, smiling and joking, with no hint of the impending tragedy as captured on surveillance cameras at each location. After returning home with their purchases, the couple ate dinner and drank alcohol. Kathleen, who had previously struggled with alcoholism, was transformed by it into her online alter ego, a kitty cat. She asked Jeff to do a hot photo session, first in lingerie and then without any clothes. Jeff, who was not opposed, took several revealing photos, which were posted on Kathleen's private profile, only for fans by around 10 p.m. However, the romantic evening that was supposed to end in a passionate night quickly turned into nightmares, resulting in a tragic outcome. The body was found on the road early on January 13. Around 5 a.m., a young neighbor of the West was on her way to work. The sun had not yet risen, but it was bright enough outside. As she passed the west side of his house, she noticed something slowing down, but it took her a moment to figure out what it was. She quickly noticed an almost completely naked woman lying motionless on the road. She also thought she saw someone standing on the house's doorstep, who quickly vanished into the shadows when she approached during questioning. She couldn't tell whether this person entered the house or fled down the street, startled and unsure of what to do. The young woman hesitated before approaching the body. She returned home, informed her parents, and they all called emergency services to report the horrific discovery. While waiting for assistance, they reluctantly approached the woman on the ground, whom they recognized as Mrs. West, and checked for a pulse. Unfortunately, there was none. Her body was cold and exhibiting signs of rigor mortis. Kathleen was found face down, mostly on the sidewalk, wearing only a bright pink bra top. A pool of blood had formed under her head, and there was an absinthe bottle nearby. Some of its contents spilled on the road, leaving bloodstains on the bottles. Her smashed smartphone lay nearby. Because it was a quiet residential area, there were no other witnesses that night. Thus, the time interval between the last sighting of the West's car around 8:30 p.m. Kathleen's lifeless body was discovered by a neighbor at 5 a.m., and it remains a mystery, likely witnessed only by her husband. What is Mr. West hiding? Detective Michael Melhoff, one of the first to arrive on the scene, proceeded to the house where the woman's body was discovered. A man answered the door, appearing anxious but claiming ignorance of the circumstances. When asked about his wife's whereabouts, he explained that he had just awoken and did not find her in bed. The detective then asked him to step outside, telling him that a woman's body, identified by neighbors as Kathleen West, had been discovered near the house. The man wearing a jacket pursued the officer and confirmed that the deceased was indeed his wife. However, Jeff's reaction was unusually calm. He didn't rush to the body, crying or screaming. When questioned about his whereabouts and activities that night, Mr. West stated that he had slept soundly because they had been drinking the night before, and was asked what he thought had happened. He simply shrugged, implying that it could have been an unfortunate accident. Mr. West also revealed that his wife had bipolar affective disorder, needed medication, and struggled with alcohol, behaving erratically while intoxicated. He mentioned that she used to jump on their backyard trampoline, occasionally missing it and injuring herself. A search of the house yielded no evidence of a struggle or violence. 2 glasses and a half-empty brandy bottle sat on the kitchen table, alongside plates of leftover food. Her high heels, captured in her last photos, lay beneath the table, and underwear matching the bra she was wearing when discovered was on the floor. However, several blood-stained napkins in the trash and an open bottle of cleaner raised concerns. That day, Jeffrey was arrested as the primary and sole suspect in the case. Jeffrey noted, in the chronology of events describing his last evening with his wife, that she drank heavily, which he disliked. After the revealing photo shoot, he hoped they would move to the bedroom for a more intimate setting. He stepped away to shower for a few minutes and returned to find his wife still sitting at the table, drinking absinthe straight from the bottle and texting on her phone. Kathleen ignored Jeff's requests to put the gadget away. He attempted to snatch the phone from her hands, resulting in a minor scuffle in which he accidentally elbowed his wife's face, causing a few drops of blood to flow from her nose. According to him, this is the blood found on the discarded napkins by the police. Mr. West eventually took the phone from his wife and, after opening the door, threw it into the darkness. He stated that after this, he turned around and went to bed. He was confident that his spouse would eventually calm down and join him. He was allegedly unaware of how events progressed until the police knocked on his door and inquired about Kathleen. He speculated that his wife had gone outside to find her phone, which she rarely left behind, and had taken the absinthe bottle with her to finish. He also suggested that she could have fallen, hit her head on the bottle, lost consciousness, and frozen to death, or that she had been attacked. Mr. West couldn't explain why Mrs. West was missing the bottom half of her enticing pink lingerie set, or why she went to look for her phone and bra without putting on any outerwear hanging near the entrance. He explained such behavior in terms of alcohol intoxication and the main theory. The suspect's story appeared suspicious and inconsistent. He claimed to be too intoxicated to recall specific details, leaving the investigation to piece together the timeline of events. The evidence was limited, and there were no witnesses. The autopsy determined that the 42-year-old woman died as a result of blunt force trauma to the head, most likely caused by the absinthe bottle discovered nearby, compounded by hypothermia. At the time of the incident, her blood alcohol level was above 2.5, indicating severe intoxication with impaired coordination and a high risk of losing consciousness. At first glance, everything seemed to be in order. Kathleen, heavily intoxicated, ventured outside to look for her phone, bringing along an unfinished bottle of absinthe. She had most likely lost her balance while reaching for her gadget, fallen, hit her head on the bottle, lost consciousness, and died as a result of the injury and exposure. The bottle containing blood traces lay near her head, and the smartphone, which was the reason she left the house, was discovered nearby. However, the investigation found this scenario to be overly simplistic and staged, and experts confirmed that the head injury was caused by the bottle beside the body. However, forensic analysis suggested that if she had fallen by herself, the bottle would have rolled away rather than remaining parallel to her head. Both Kathleen and her husband's fingerprints were discovered on the bottle. There were some smudged prints that could not be identified. Investigators arrived at a different conclusion after discovering blood-stained napkins and an open bottle of household cleaner in the house. Their theory, later presented as the primary and only plausible one in court, suggested that the couple fought over Kathleen's obsession with her subscribers. In a fit of rage, Jeff struck her with the bottle, resulting in her death. Panicking, he attempted to stage an accidental fall, cleaning up the blood in the house but failing to properly dispose of the evidence. This theory was partially supported by Jeff's phone's fitness app, which tracked his steps. According to the app, he was active around the house until midnight, and then again early in the morning before the police arrived, contradicting his claim of being asleep. The police suspected he was attempting to conceal evidence during these times, possibly with the help of a third party. During questioning, the neighbor who discovered the body stated that she saw a male silhouette on the house's doorstep who quickly left in an unknown direction. She couldn't be certain whether it was Mr. West or someone else. In the dim early morning light, she also couldn't tell if this person had entered the house or not. This information piqued the investigators' interest, given the deceased's popularity online. She had a lot of male fans who paid to see the revealing photos of the kitty cat. As a result, a theory emerged positing the existence of an obsessed follower among her subscribers. Perhaps someone wanted to meet Kathleen in person and tracked her down in the hopes of making a more personal connection. The middle-aged homemaker received messages from a variety of men, some with inappropriate proposals, but she kept her distance. No explicit threats or harassment were discovered in the communications. There are a few devoted fans. Living in other states with credible alibis, was quickly eliminated as a suspect. Nonetheless, footprints found on the doorstep did not belong to the homeowners. These prints vanished on the lawn, leaving their origin a mystery. Could Mr. West have hurt his wife? His neighbors, friends, and family described the couple as happy and thriving. Jeffrey was aware of his wife's unusual online activities, but regarded them as harmless entertainment. Meanwhile, Kathleen's social circle was unaware of her alter ego, the kitty cat, and the majority of her followers were unaware of her true identity. When asked if he had ever been violent towards his wife, Jeffrey vehemently denied it, saying he loved her too much to ever harm her. However, arguments had become a regular occurrence in their home. A particularly telling text exchange from January 12 was discovered on their phones, in which the couple argued heatedly. Kathleen chastised Jeffrey for not matching her vivacity and temperament, even suggesting that they were incompatible. Jeffrey remained the primary suspect with forensic evidence and gathered information only hinting at his guilt. Notably, following his arrest, not only his parents, but also his daughter and in-laws came to his defense, firmly convinced of his innocence and claiming he could never harm his wife. Trial and verdict. After being arrested, Jeffrey West was unable to afford the $500,000 bail set, forcing him to remain in custody until his trial. This wait lasted nearly 3 years. He was offered a plea bargain, admitting guilt in his wife's death in exchange for a shorter sentence. However, Jeffrey steadfastly refused, insisting on his innocence. The trial, which began in November 2020, received a lot of media attention, thanks in part to Kathleen's online reputation. This publicity put significant strain on the judges and jurors. By this point, third-party involvement in the events of that fateful night had been ruled out. The prosecution maintained that all evidence pointed to Mr. West. They believed he was jealous and struck his wife with a bottle while under the influence of alcohol, resulting in fatal injuries. In a panic, they suggested that he staged the scene to look like an accident and remove evidence from inside the house. Jeffrey's defense team contended that Kathleen's death was unintentional, citing her extremely high blood alcohol levels as a factor influencing her balance and coordination. Kathleen's mother gave a heartfelt testimony in support of her son-in-law. She described her daughter as eccentric, but insisted that Jeffrey loved her unconditionally and would never hurt her. She also asked the court to consider their granddaughter Lola, who had lost her mother and was about to lose her father. On January 11, 2021, the jury returned a guilty verdict for involuntary manslaughter. Jeffrey received a maximum sentence of 13 years, taking into account time already served. Notably, if he had accepted the initial plea deal, he could have been released sooner. Jeffrey and his lawyers' appeals have all been unsuccessful thus far. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The case of Jennifer Sabina. Why would a loving husband mutilate his wife? Many of us have heard about the severe psychological condition known as post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, but few have considered what lies behind those 3 words. The term refers to mental disorders that develop as a result of a single or repeated exposure to a severe traumatic event, violence, accidents, disasters, wars, and so on. This type of disorder is frequently found in military personnel who have been involved in combat and witnessed the deaths of others over an extended period of time. Even after returning home, they have difficulty adjusting to civilian life. According to a World Health Organization report, 1/3 of soldiers returning from conflict zones experience some level of PTSD. Tragically, their loved ones suffer as well, desperately attempting to assist them in overcoming the crisis and resuming their normal lives. The family of Benjamin Sabina, an Iraq War veteran, struggled with this issue for many years. Unfortunately, the disease proved insurmountable, and Jennifer Simon's case shook the peaceful town of Wauwatosa, Wisconsin with its brutality. Furthermore, this was the first time a police officer was killed in the line of duty in the town's history. Behind it all was a tragic story that lasted nearly a decade and resulted in the death of a young woman. Let's start at the beginning to make sense of the situation and see if there was any way to avoid such a dramatic denemia. Jennifer and Benjamin Sabina, before they met Jennifer Louise Sabina. Nate Miller was born in 1982 in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin. She was the oldest of 2 children in her family and grew up with her younger brother Jacob, with whom she maintained a close relationship. When Jennifer started school, her parents decided to split up and file for divorce, after which her father moved to another state and stopped being involved in his children's lives. Her mother worked hard to provide for the children, but Jennifer was always her primary helper and supporter. She kept the house in order, cooked meals, and looked after her younger brother, while their mother worked tirelessly. Jennifer excelled in school and aspired to a career in law enforcement. Benjamin J. Sabina, also a Milwaukee native, was Jennifer's age and went to the same school. Despite the coincidence, they did not know each other personally. After graduating from high school, Benjamin joined the United States Marine Corps and served 2 tours in Iraq. He was honorably discharged in 2005 after suffering a severe concussion and numerous injuries to his body and limbs, which is how the couple met. While serving in Iraq, Benjamin signed up for Facebook, a new and rapidly growing social networking site. He searched for his hometown and came across the profile of Jennifer, a charming, smiling girl. After looking up her information, he discovered that they had attended the same high school, but he could not remember her. After some thought, Sabina decided to approach the attractive girl. He greeted her, informed her that he was currently serving in Iraq with the Marine Corps, and asked how she was doing. Jennifer did not respond immediately, but did write briefly that she was doing well. It was clear that she was not eager to communicate with a stranger, but the young man was not perplexed. Benjamin began writing to her every day, even when she did not respond. Gradually, he drew the beauty's attention, and they began to talk casually about various topics, remembering the school where they wanted to study together and trying to figure out why they hadn't met before. A mutual liking developed between them, and they even began planning a reunion when Benjamin could return home. Jennifer had graduated from the police academy, had received specialized training, and had successfully passed all of her exams before becoming a police officer in her hometown of Wauwatosa, Milwaukee County, Wisconsin. It had been her dream job since high school, and she was extremely proud of it. Jennifer expressed her joy to a pen pal who sincerely congratulated her on her accomplishment, severe injury, and return home. Benjamin was expected to return home in November 2005. However, in February of that year, he and several of his comrades were targeted by mortar fire. Almost all of Benjamin's comrades were killed that day, and he miraculously survived, albeit severely wounded. His kneecap was almost shattered. His left arm was nearly severed by shrapnel and held together by a few tendons and a piece of skin, and he sustained shrapnel wounds to his chest and head, as well as a severe concussion. The Marine was transported to a military hospital, where he was carefully picked up piece by piece, and, once his condition stabilized, he was transferred to Germany for treatment and rehabilitation. His arm was saved. Although it had lost sensation and function, his knee was in far worse shape. Doctors were skeptical that Benjamin would be able to regain his footing. During this time, Jennifer, with whom he communicated on a daily basis, was extremely supportive and encouraging. She stated that she was constantly praying for his recovery, expecting a miracle and hoping for the best. The miracle occurred and Sabina gradually began to recover, eventually learning to walk. A few months later, the demobilized Marine was transferred to California, where his military unit was stationed. After completing the necessary paperwork, he returned to his hometown of Wauwatosa as a combat veteran, and among the disabled veterans were his parents and Jennifer, with whom he had grown close through correspondence. We were waiting for him. By then, Benjamin had resumed his rehabilitation program, which was producing positive results. The muscles in his damaged limbs recovered and strengthened, and he began to exercise, eventually being able to use his left arm normally and, contrary to the doctor's predictions, beginning to walk and run. When they first met Jennifer, they realized they didn't want to park for a day. The couple spent all of their time together discussing everything in the world, and it appeared that they had known each other their entire lives. A passionate romance blossomed between the two young people. Jennifer saw her lover as a hero, surrounded him with care, and supported him in everything. Benjamin was extremely grateful to her for this. And at the end of 2005, he offered to make her his lawful wife, which she gladly accepted. They registered their marriage right away and married on New Year's Eve of 2006. Severe post-traumatic stress disorder. The young man's time spent in war zones left him with not only scars, but also deep psychological trauma. Benjamin suffered from complex post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, which included all of the typical symptoms such as nightmares, increased anxiety, psychotic experiences known as flashbacks, depression, and suicidal ideation. For the former Marine, any loud noises, popping fireworks, or even the sound of a passing airplane could trigger memories of his horrific experiences. He regularly underwent therapy and worked with specialists, and there were times when the disorder receded so much that his loved ones assumed he had returned to normal life. But this was a false impression. According to Benjamin's own account, during the war, he witnessed the deaths of at least 50 of his comrades, many of whom were close to him, and their loss caused him personal grief. Jennifer and Ben went to church together, and the man sought help for his psychological problems. A variety of therapeutic approaches, both medical and spiritual, proved effective. Recovery seemed imminent, but some symptoms appeared to have become chronic. Jennifer and Benjamin were still young, full of optimism and plans. They decided to postpone having children until his condition had stabilized. The couple believed they had their entire lives ahead of them, and that there was still time for everything. However, 7 years after the wedding, Benjamin's condition had not improved. He continued to suffer from nightmares, panic attacks, and suicidal ideation. Furthermore, due to his injuries and disorders, the former Marine was not only forced to end his military career, but he was also unable to obtain another prestigious and promising position. Warning signs emerged in 2012, 7 years into rehab, when Benjamin's progress began to deteriorate rapidly. Jennifer told her best friend Linda in October that her husband had acquired a gun, which he rarely let go of and even slept with under his pillow. He would frequently wake up at night with nightmares, screaming, grabbing the gun, unable to recognize his surroundings, and feeling as if he was still at war, surrounded by enemies. At times like this, his wife would do her best to calm him down and return him to reality. These nightmares became regular, and the doctor's sedatives did little to help. Furthermore, Benjamin began to have thoughts about voluntarily ending his life, which he discussed with his wife. In an effort to reassure him, she told him that he couldn't live without him, and that she would accompany him in his care. By then, both spouses were in their 30s. Jennifer had a promising job, was well regarded at work, had many friends, and was adored by those around her. Benjamin received only a government-appointed disability pension. He only socialized with close relatives and parishioners, as the couple went to church on a regular basis. He had almost no friends because people avoided and feared him due to his strange behavior and occasional bouts of aggression. Benjamin was most likely dealing with PTSD and depression, as well as an impending midlife crisis. Everyone around him seemed to be moving forward, striving for and achieving something, except himself. Even his wife's care and support began to appear as a mockery to him, and he was plagued by feelings of guilt and shame for his own inferiority. Jennifer was transferred to the night shift in early December 2012, and she now patrols Wauwatosa's streets from dusk to dawn, keeping order. She was very concerned because her husband would be alone at night, and if he had another nightmare or memory, there would be no one to help him, as the 7th wedding anniversary approached. Jennifer was considering taking a vacation, possibly to the ocean for a change of scenery and relaxation. On December 17, she shared her plans with a colleague, but they were not meant to be realized. Because a week later, there was a terrible tragedy that claimed the life of a young woman in a peaceful town. On the evening of December 23, 2012, Jennifer began working the night shift shortly before Christmas. Throughout her shift, she texted her husband, concerned about his condition. Jennifer's messages stopped around dawn, though her husband continued to text her, asking if everything was okay. At 5 a.m., the dispatcher attempted to contact Jennifer several times. However, when the patrolman did not respond, he decided to locate Jennifer's squad car, which was discovered at the city's fire station, only 5 minutes away from the police department. Patrol officers frequently stopped by here to eat or write a report at the end of their shifts. However, the officer remained unresponsive, which raised serious concerns because it had never happened before. Another officer was dispatched from the station to the fire station, where he made a horrifying discovery. Jennifer's squad car was parked at the back door of the building, just a few feet away, right near the exit. Jennifer lay dead on the snow-covered pavement in a pool of blood. She had multiple gunshot wounds to the head from close range, and her face was almost unrecognizable. The officer immediately reported the incident to the station, which dispatched an investigation team and a medical team to the scene. Thus, on the night before Christmas, Officer Jennifer Sabina became the first police officer in the quiet town's history to be killed in the line of duty. Around 6:30 a.m., a suspicious widower named Benjamin called the police station to inquire about his wife's well-being and why her phone was not answering. He was told that there had been an incident with Jennifer, but was not given any details, and he was instructed to report to the station immediately. He showed up less than half an hour later, looking anxious. Strangely, no questions were asked. Benjamin did not attempt to find out what had happened to his wife, whether she was hurt or still alive. He answered a few standard questions, including what happened the night before and where he went while his wife was on duty. According to Benjamin, after his wife left, he went to the store briefly before spending the remainder of the evening and night at home playing video games and texting Jennifer until she stopped responding. In the morning, he called the station and was told to come in. He was not charged at the time, but he did question standard procedure. However, the police discovered fresh abrasions and dried blood on his hands. In response, Benjamin stated that he suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder and that pain frequently helps him regain consciousness. When the former Marine learned that his wife had been fatally wounded, he had a serious breakdown. He jumped up and yelled that it couldn't be true. He knocked over a table and began pounding his fists against the wall. It took several strong officers to subdue and calm the emotionally charged widower case investigation. At the crime scene, in the fresh snowfall, there was only one set of footprints going from the tire tracks to the fire station's back door and back. This indicated that the perpetrator was alone, based on the size of the footprints. The adult male ballistics analysis produced even more intriguing results. 5 bullets were fired by the officer from 2 different weapons: a 9mm handgun and Jennifer's service weapon, which the perpetrator had taken with him. All of the bullets were pointed at the head, 2 in the back and 3 in the face, implying personal animosity, deep hostility, or a desire for vengeance. However, the young woman did not have any enemies. Everyone who knew her personally adored and respected her, speaking of her only positively. On the same day, video from all of the street surveillance cameras leading to the fire station was requested. It turned out that there were almost no cars on the small town's roads in the early morning. However, around 4 a.m., a black Toyota Prius with tinted windows and black rims approached the fire station. The car vanished from camera view at some point, but a short time later, it was seen driving in the opposite direction, heading directly home. It is worth noting that Benjamin arrived at the police station that morning in the same car for questioning, removing all doubt that he was immediately pursued, arrested as the prime suspect, and his home was thoroughly searched. The first thing that investigators noticed were the holes in the living room wall. The drywall had been punctured, apparently by fifth, and bloodstains were visible around the edges. It was clear that this was where Benjamin had acquired the abrasions on his hands, and it had occurred no later than the night before. The couple left messages for each other on the refrigerator door using colorful sticky notes. Jennifer's notes exuded love and care, whereas her husband's were either dry in one word or so insincere that they read like quotes from romance novels. A shell casing from a 9mm pistol was discovered in one of the dresser drawers, and the weapon was soon discovered in the bedroom, on the side of her husband's bed. The police spent a long time looking for Jennifer's stolen service weapon, but it was eventually discovered in a ventilation duct under the ceiling. Forensics confirmed that it was the same weapon used to shoot Jennifer Benjamin's version. After his arrest, Benjamin initially stuck to his original statement, claiming that he had not left the house and denying any involvement in his wife's death, insisting that he loved her and could not have hurt her. However, when confronted with irrefutable evidence of his guilt, he began to sob and testify. He revealed that he had suffered from various forms of post-traumatic stress disorder for years after returning from the war zone. He was unable to be helped by his wife's love and care, his church, or experienced doctors. He recently began to consider voluntarily ending his life, which he shared with his wife. She continued to discourage him, claiming that she couldn't live without him and would follow him. It is claimed that Ben chose to dispose of his lover out of mercy. He reasoned that they were both religious individuals, and if Jennifer committed suicide, it would be a serious sin, condemning her soul to eternal punishment. So he decided to spare his beloved from eternal agony and bear the entire burden by ending her life and then his own. Benjamin knew that his wife, like her co-workers, came to the firehouse at the end of her shift to write a report. He watched her for days to make sure he knew exactly when and where she parked her car. That fateful evening, he arrived on time, about 15 minutes before his wife emerged. He waited for her at the door, then fired 2 shots to the head with a pistol he had brought from home. He then claimed that she turned around with her service weapon, which he had taken from her, and fired 3 more shots to the head. However, experts believe that the first 2 shots to the head were fatal, and she was unable to turn around or reach for the gun. Furthermore, the entry wounds revealed that the last 3 shots were fired into her body while she lay on the ground. Furthermore, It was unclear why Ben shot her 5 times in the head, severely disfiguring her face and necessitating a closed casket funeral, trial and sentencing. In the end, Benjamin pleaded guilty but blamed his actions on a severe mental disorder, claiming that he was unaware of his actions. As a result, a psychiatric evaluation was ordered, which revealed that despite having severe complex post-traumatic stress disorder, the man was fully aware of his actions. Furthermore, Sabina planned the crime in advance, attempted to cover his tracks and hide evidence, and continued to send messages to his now deceased wife's cell phone to avoid suspicion. Witnesses, including friends and co-workers of the deceased, testified that the husband was jealous of his wife's professional success and frequently took it out on her. In addition, Benjamin was insanely jealous of Jennifer's male co-workers. He believed that his wife could leave him at any time because she is surrounded by young, healthy men who do not suffer from the same physical and psychological problems as he did. His jealousy and suspicion, combined with his anxiety, drove her to despair. Sabina appeared in court in a wheelchair, his hands and feet bound due to his repeated attempts to harm himself. He entered a full guilty plea. Pride apologized to his mother-in-law and promised that if he could go back in time, he would never hurt the woman who loved him, and he loved him, and he loved.
Benjamin was convicted of first-degree premeditated murder in June 2013. Despite having serious mental health issues, he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 35 years. Jennifer's mother stated in court that she had forgiven her son-in-law and left his fate in God's hands. The defendant's mother testified that her son returned from military service a completely different person, deeply distressed, physically and mentally broken. And finally, she and her daughter-in-law attempted desperately to assist him, but the darkness in his soul was overwhelming. In addition, Officer Jennifer Seven's death sparked a heated debate about whether her name should be included on a Washington memorial honoring law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty. Initially, the decision was made to exclude her name due to the circumstances surrounding her death. However, following widespread protests and collective petitions from Wisconsin residents, her name was eventually added to the memorial wall.
Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Today's story takes place in the small town of Sarasota, Florida, a resort town on the warm Gulf of Mexico where people felt safe until one day. It all begins with Carly's 11-year-old life, which, like any other child's, is full of events. The girl's parents divorced years ago, but she still loved both of them. Every weekend, she flew to New York to see her father. But Carly lived with her mother and stepfather. She was one of the most delightful children, kind and optimistic, and she always tried to convey her eternal optimism to those around her. She was this way because of her father. Carly had blonde hair, blue eyes, and an upturned nose. Friends, relatives, and others recognized her beauty and character. Everyone predicted that she would one day become a well-known model or actress. However, Carly's relatives and she were unaware that this would not occur. January 31, 2004, was an ordinary day. On her weekend, Carly decided to spend the night at a friend's house. When the girls spent the night at each other's house, they did everything that any girlfriend would. They painted one another's nails, listened to music, and gossiped about their classmates. The girls were so engrossed in their visits that they didn't realize it was already evening. As is customary in all families on Sunday nights, the entire family gathered to watch the Super Bowl game. Carly desperately wanted to get home by then, so she informed her friend's mother that her parents were waiting for her at home and that she could go home alone. The friend's mother was concerned, but Carly insisted on going home at 6 p.m. for 13 minutes. That is how long it took to get to the street with the Bruches. It was just 750 meters. After Carly left, the friend's mother contacted the parents because she was concerned and informed them that Carly had left alone. Susan, Carly's mother, was very concerned about her daughter, who had gone alone, despite the fact that the distance was only 2 blocks. So a concerned Susan asked Stephen, her husband's stepfather, to come out and meet her. Stephen immediately goes outside to meet Carly. They were to meet halfway, and enter the store. Stephen was always spoiling his stepdaughter, and the night before the match, he promised to buy her a bunch of sweets. Stephen walked the entire route several times but could not locate Carly. She vanished. Carly and her parents' lives are plunged into horror from that point forward. The feelings of concern and excitement were not futile, because in the future, they anticipated events that would shock the entire city. Stephen searched for Carly for more than an hour. He drove past the route a few more times, hoping that he and Carly had simply diverged. However, it was clear that something had happened to her. After all, the distance between the houses was manageable, and everyone was familiar with the route. Susan and Stephen set out again to find Carly. They walked the streets and drove through neighborhoods, shouting and searching for the girl by name. They looked through all the suspicious areas, including a wooded landing, and then noticed something strange. A red tow truck was driving slowly past them, so they decided to follow. Susan and Stephen continued to follow the tow truck and discovered that it was headed to Carly's friend's house, which surprised them. The same red tow truck that they had seen earlier was parked outside her friend's house, where Carly had exited a few hours before and vanished. It was parked outside Carly's friend's home. The red tow truck struck the parents as unusual. Susan calls 911 after realizing Carly is nowhere to be found. When an adult goes missing, police typically wait 24 hours before conducting a search. Searching for children always necessitates immediate action. As a result, the officers immediately divided into teams and began interviewing Carly's friend's family and Carly's own parents. Steve and Susan. Detectives investigate the route in the immediate area. However, she could not be found. Stephen and Susan are desperate and have no idea what to do. During the search, friends of Carly's family can find flyers with a photo and the inscription "Missing Carly" on all of the city's walls and poles. When people began to doubt Stephen Carly's stepfather while he was handing out flyers at a local company, he asked one of the employees if he could buy illegal substances for him. The employees were suspicious because his stepdaughter had only gone missing for a few days. Employees reported the incident to authorities. The detectives also kept an eye on Stephen, believing he was suspicious. The police decided to bring Stephen in for questioning. During the interrogation, Stephen stated that he had been with Susan at home the entire time, which she confirmed. Furthermore, while walking down the street to meet her from a friend, he was on the phone with Susan the entire time, as phone records show. Stephen reported that he did not find Carly despite walking her route for more than an hour. Stephen remained a suspect even after his alibi had been thoroughly investigated. However, Stephen remembered a suspicious red tow truck that he and Susan had seen the day it went missing. Its owner was Ron Shokit. Ron had been dating his friend Carly's mother for months. Stephen told police that he saw the truck driving slowly near a wooded area shortly after Carly's disappearance, and then stopping near Carly's friend's home. Investigators began testing that theory as well. They called Ron in for questioning. Ron stated that he had left for work before Carly did and had noticed nothing unusual. The police also tracked Ron's movements that day, checked his alibi, and ruled him out as a suspect because he was at work when Carly went missing, as confirmed by his employer and surveillance cameras. The day after Carly's disappearance, the police decided to contact Susan again. She claimed to the police officers that her daughter had never run away before, and she had no reason to believe Carly would have run away. However, the information provided by Carly's friends differed significantly from Susan's version. Carly's friend reported to the police that she had been extremely depressed and upset the day before. In her conversations, she expressed reluctance to return home, claiming that she had too many responsibilities. This new information prompted law enforcement officials to consider the possibility that Carly had left voluntarily. However, given her young age, investigators cannot completely rule out the abduction theory. In order to provide complete clarity, investigators have asked Susan to contact Carly's dentist and obtain dental records, which could be useful if identification is required. The next morning, police officers used police dogs to search for Carly. Susan and Stephen allowed the dog's canine handlers into their daughter's bedroom. The dogs sniffed the bedroom linens and the girl's clothes before picking up the trail. They followed Carly's planned route from her friend's house to her own. Carly's tracks led police to a car wash, where she apparently attempted to take a shortcut. The dogs lost track of Carly near the car wash's back entrance. Fortunately, the area was equipped with 2 cameras, one capturing cars closer to the entrance and the other capturing cars farther away. Unfortunately for the cops, there were some blind spots that remained hidden. Police recognized that if Carly was taken away by a criminal, it is unlikely that he did so under camera surveillance, but they sat down to examine the footage. The camera at the entrance did not record anything. Officers reviewed all footage from 6 p.m. There was no footage from 9 p.m. onward. However, a second camera in the far corner caught some interesting moments. At 6:20, 1:10, it captivated Carly. She walked with a calm stride toward the house. Carly wore the same red t-shirt and blue jeans, with her hair styled in a small bundle. Suddenly, a man appeared in the frame, white-skinned, stocky, of medium height, with dark hair and a unique tattoo on his forearm. The stranger wore dark blue work overalls with a name tag, as if he worked at a gas station or car service. The alleged perpetrator approached Carly and said something, grabbing her wrists and dragging her toward the camera's blind spot. This was likely the last person to see Carly alive, criminal or not. He should have been found as soon as possible and learned what happened in that parking lot on February 1 at 6:21 p.m. The poor quality of the security camera footage made it impossible to see the man's face, let alone his name tag. The only hope was to involve the public in the search. The CCTV footage had been widely publicized for 24 hours and had been published in newspapers. They needed to spread the word as widely as possible. Maybe someone could recognize a person based on their shape and construct in or gait. The police set up a special call center in the hopes of learning more about what happened to Carly, or at least some information from potential eyewitnesses. Within 24 hours, they had received over 700 calls. Operators recorded every statement, but they were all unsuccessful until late in the evening, when they received a lead that led them to the perpetrator. On Tuesday, February 3, police received a call from a man who claimed to know the man on the videotape. The caller introduced himself as one of his business associates. He stated that the man's name is Joseph Smith, and he is easily identified by his peculiar uniform and awkward gait. Police officers immediately grabbed a long-awaited lead. Operators continued to answer the phone. Detectives checked Joseph Smith's information. The man moved to Sarasota County from Brooklyn, New York, in 2003. He was an auto mechanic by trade and had been married, but divorced twice. His 3 adult daughters were college graduates. The newest suspect was 37 years old. He had a long criminal record dating back to 1993. There were several charges, including solicitation of minors. Joseph Smith, who had back problems for most of his life, was severely addicted to illegal drugs. He'd been arrested several times, including 3 for assaulting women. Carly's disappearance occurred while he was on probation. One of Smith's coworkers reported that he had been acting strangely since Carly's disappearance, and the day before, he had not shown up for work at all. He also stated that Smith had used illegal substances. This coworker confirmed that the man on the videotape closely resembled Smith in appearance, demeanor, and clothing. Another coworker confirmed that the man in the videotape closely resembled Joseph Smith and stated that the day after Carly was kidnapped, Smith arrived at work under the influence of illegal substances. Smith's coworkers claimed Joseph was having problems at work due to illegal drugs and debt. The police decided to re-examine all of the car wash videos from shortly before Carly's abduction in an attempt to connect the kidnapper to one of the cars passing or stopping near the car wash. Joseph's coworkers said he drove a brown Lincoln. However, at the time of the abduction, it was being repaired. Police investigated a light-colored Buick station wagon that pulled into the car wash parking lot about 3 minutes before Carly was abducted. The car briefly stopped in the parking lot before driving away. The quality of the video footage prevented the police from determining the license plate number or identifying the driver. The police decided to go to Joseph Smith's home. Officers arrived at Joseph's friend's home, where he was renting a room after his wife kicked him out. Joseph opened the door, surprised and shocked that he had been mistaken for the kidnapper. The police officers continued to question Joseph, focusing on the specifics of his alibi. Joseph insisted that he was at home watching the Super Bowl when Carly went missing, and that his friends confirmed his presence at the time. However, when shown a video camera image of a man who closely resembled him, Joseph abruptly admitted that the man looked like him. However, he insisted that he was at home that evening and couldn't have been near the car wash. The detectives decided to conduct additional checks by having Joseph show his hands and roll up his sleeves. During this check, it was discovered that Joseph had tattoos on his forearm that matched those seen in the surveillance footage. Additionally, investigators discovered several fresh scratches on his face and hands. During subsequent interviews with investigators, Joseph admitted that he did borrow a light-colored station wagon from his friends that day. However, he claimed that he only drove it to a nearby marina to enjoy the water view before returning home. The investigation continued. The police were certain that Joseph was involved in Carly's disappearance. However, the owner of the apartment from which he rented Mimi confirmed his alibi, which perplexed investigators slightly. The police searched Joseph's Lincoln thoroughly and discovered several syringes inside. Joseph was arrested for using illegal substances and spoons, as well as violating his probation terms. A few hours following Joseph's arrest, Jeff Pincus, Joseph's friend and Mimi's husband, contacted police and informed them that Mimi had mixed up the dates in her statement. They stated that they had indeed lent him their car, but that he had not returned in the evening as promised and had not arrived until shortly before dawn. They also testified that before Joseph left, they checked the odometer, and when Joseph returned, they discovered that it had traveled more than 300 miles, and the car inside appeared shabby. The back seat was down. The officers then asked Joseph's friends if they remembered what Joseph was wearing when he left the home. Jeff replied that he was wearing a mechanic's uniform. The police officers knew it, but they needed to find indisputable evidence of Joseph's involvement in the case. The police obtained permission from Joseph's friends to search their home, or Joseph rented a room. However, they found no evidence linking Joseph to Carly's disappearance. In addition, the police were still unable to locate Carly. Police searched the wooded areas near where Carly was last seen on videotape. However, the search produced no results. While the police were searching for Carly, one of Joseph's longtime acquaintances visited the police station. He confirmed that the man on the videotape looked a lot like Joseph and provided some critical information. The man stated that Joseph had recently spoken about his growing desire to assault women. Following this conversation, police officers took Joseph from the jail to the station for questioning. Joseph entered the interrogation room. He wanted to talk to his mother or brother. The detective persuaded Joseph to contact the public defender's office and have an attorney come to him. During the interrogation, the officers were unable to extract any information from Joseph, so he was returned to jail. He was finally able to speak to his brother John. What he told his brother confirmed all of their worst fears. 5 days after Carly disappeared, Joseph's brother John decided to contact the police and reveal a terrible secret. He showed the police where Carly's body was. He led them to the church on Proctor Road in the woods. John revealed that his brother had confessed to kidnapping and brutally attacking Carly. John claimed that Joseph had killed Carly, beaten her, and strangled her with a shoelace. He admitted that he wanted to use sharp instruments but was afraid he'd be unable to wash the car afterwards. The confession was so cruel and disgusting that the brothers were unable to express their feelings and were deeply shocked by such a terrible secret. Here's his brother's secret. John suspected that he had used forbidden substances or committed theft, but he never imagined that he would get to this point. Then Joseph's mother informed the police that her son had contacted her and confessed to his actions. The police discovered Carly's remains precisely where John had pointed. Carly was clearly struggling and fighting for survival. The investigation determined that the death was caused by strangulation. Detectives also confirmed that Joseph assaulted Carly's body. A forensic examination revealed traces of Joseph's DNA on Carly's body, as well as fibers from Joseph's clothes and hair. That is, the perpetrator's guilt was fully proven in the car that Joseph borrowed from friends that day, as were Carly's hair and several fibers of clothing that matched the one she was wearing at the time. Joseph was charged with murder. The defense attorney attempted to argue that the police officers framed his client, but Joseph's bodily fluids and hair were discovered on Carly's body. According to the prosecution's version, Joseph Smith took a large dose of psychotropic drugs that day. The public was then outraged that a man with such a criminal past and criminal tendencies had been released so quietly from prison, where he had been imprisoned 13 times in the previous 10 years. Also, about a month before Carly's kidnapping, local authorities asked a Florida judge to issue a warrant for Joseph Smith's arrest for a probation violation. The judge, however, denied issuing the warrant, citing the police's failure to complete the required paperwork. And so it was argued that if this man had been shielded from society from the start, this terrible case might not have occurred. Little Carly would be alive, and her mother would not have to go through all of these traumatic events. The day everything was decided was October 24, 2005. Joseph Smith was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to death via lethal injection. He remained in prison, waiting for his death sentence. Smith was also suspected in the 2000 murder of Tara Riley, 25, who was discovered dead and naked in a pond behind a Walmart store. But the case was never solved, although John, who opposed his brother in court, claimed that Joseph was the one who killed Tara. He is a coward and refuses to admit it. John was certain that his brother was also guilty of this. John stated, "My brother is the ultimate coward. He has spent his entire life insulting and humiliating those who are weaker than him. He will never admit what he has done, and if he is released, who knows how many innocent lives he will take. He's always been like this, which is why his wife left him." But his parents believed until the end that he was a good man. On July 18, 2017, Joseph's death sentence was overturned and a new legislation was signed. It stated that the jury would vote 10 out of 10 in favor of the death penalty. Joseph was scheduled to have a new sentencing hearing. However, it was postponed. Susan, Carly's mother, began using illegal substances immediately after learning of her daughter's death. She was devastated by the death of her only daughter. Susan tried to pull herself together, assisting the Children's Defense Fund and other parents in their search for the missing. With all of her might, she tried to help others avoid such traumatic events. After all, Susan knew what it was like to go through such an experience. But after learning that Joseph would be pardoned and possibly released, Susan lost the meaning of life, couldn't take it anymore, and died by taking a lethal dose of forbidden substances. Smith was awaiting a sentencing review hearing scheduled for 2019, which could have saved his life. Joseph Smith managed to avoid the death penalty. However, in March 2021, the Attorney General's office confirmed that he should face a new sentencing hearing. Smith died in prison on July 26, 2021, aged 55. His cause of death could not be determined. At the end of the story, we'd like to state that the perpetrator killed little Carly and ruined the lives of Susan, Carly's family, and friends. He also committed other heinous crimes that can never be justified. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Kelly Clayton had everything going for her. First and foremost, she was very intelligent and bright. Since high school, she has been a role model for other students who are active in school, excel at tests, and pass exams. At the same time, she never appeared to be a girl who spent days and nights sitting over textbooks, cramming lessons and writing down something from extra reading. No, her appearance was considered model-like, and if her grades had been subpar, she could have pursued a modeling career. She could have, but she did not. After high school, she attended teacher training university to become a chemistry teacher. Her parents' insane pride lasted only for the first few years of university. It is unknown what triggered her decision, but one day Kelly took her documents from the institution and called her parents, telling them that she no longer wanted to study and that she was too young to spend the rest of her life checking notebooks and raising ungrateful children. If she wants to, she will undoubtedly return to her educational pursuits. In the meantime, she wants to travel and live her life to the fullest. Her parents were so upset that they did not communicate with their daughter for 6 months. But if it hadn't been for this desperate act, Kelly might never have met Tom Clayton. They met at a party for mutual friends, and the young man adored the girl. First, he began courting Kelly and showing signs of interest within minutes of meeting her. Second, Tom had a stunning appearance and athletic build, thanks to his status as a hockey star. He played for the semi-professional team Jackals for 4 seasons in a row, and he was regarded as a strong man, a player capable of breaking the opponent's ribs only if he did not approach the gate. But only a sports career, particularly one built on strength and aggression, will eventually fail, and Tom was forced to put the stick in the far corner and enjoy hockey only from the stands or the couch. Watching his favorite team on television, the couple had to move on with their lives, first returning to New York to marry, then to North Carolina, and finally to the tiny town of Cato, which has a population of only a few thousand people. Tom franchised a company that rebuilt houses after fires or disasters, while also working in a related field for a French company. Kelly, after dropping out of university, worked as a waitress, only changing jobs, and now has 2 children. However, Tom was earning enough money, and Kelly could leave her job at any time to care for her lovely daughters, but she was still convinced that extra money would never be unnecessary. Furthermore, she could use it to buy toys for her children and spoil them in every way. On September 28, 2015, Tom went to play poker with his friends the Millers, as he always did. He never accompanied his wife to such events. Playing for money required specific skills and experience in the game. Furthermore, someone had to stay at home with the children, and a family trip would have turned such gatherings into raucous buffoonery, removing any enjoyment from gambling that evening. Tom was unlucky in the game, but he did not get up from the table, instead attempting to win back and offering anyone who wanted to stay to play until morning. But no one supported him, so he went home. At home, however, a dreadful picture appeared before him. His beloved wife was lying in her own pool of blood, badly beaten, and appeared to be dead. Tom panicked and ran through the rooms looking for his children, who were thankfully unharmed but very scared. He grabbed his daughters and went to his neighbor Derek's house, trying not to let them see their mother's mutilated body, and he dialed the police number right away. The officer who arrived on the scene discovered Tom sitting on his knees in front of his wife's body, attempting to give her artificial respiration. Only the MTs were able to extract the man, who revealed the terrible and unpleasant information. Kelly had been dead for some time, and neither they nor he could do anything to help her. All 2 floors of the house were soaked in blood. There was a huge mess in the bedroom. Despite the fact that there were children in the house at the time, Kelly and the perpetrator who committed the atrocity appeared to have fought. Kelly was pushed down the stairs, as evidenced by the knockdown banister, and then beaten on the head with a blunt object until she was dead. There was no evidence of knife or gunshot wounds. The police officer who filmed the crime scene noted that Tom appeared stunned and disoriented. He walked from one corner of the room to another, entered for a split second, and immediately exited, and he was unable to direct the police officer to the children's room or the emergency exit from the house. When asked where Tom was at the time of the murder, he calmly replied that he had spent the evening at a friend's house playing poker. The policeman then went to the neighbors to ask the children some questions, as he had not received any clear information from Tom. Tom's eldest daughter, Charlie, described the perpetrator as a robber. According to the eldest daughter, she and her sister were almost asleep when they heard their mother screaming loudly from the next room, "Charlie, run. Run away from here." And then the entire place shook like an earthquake. After listening to their mother, the girls cautiously exited their room, only to see the criminal leaning over their mother and beating her with what appeared to be a hammer. The girls dashed back into the nursery, closing the door with a small nightstand and hiding beneath the bed. It was a good thing the criminal wasn't looking for them because, as the police officer pointed out, that nightstand was so small that it couldn't have caught a burglar. So what did this burglar look like? He was a huge one, like a bear. That's big. Wow, what did he wear? Blue denim and a black shirt. He was also wearing a mask, similar to the one Daddy wears when he hunts ducks with Mr. Bourne. So your father wears a mask like that too. Will you show me? I'd have to ask him where it is. I'm not sure. What else did you notice when you spotted the robber? He had eyes like my father's, and I can't remember anything else. I saw him briefly. We got scared and ran back inside. Police officers who investigated the house were unable to confirm the girl's claim that the perpetrator was a burglar. There were no signs of forced entry at either the front or back doors, but the garage gate was open, allowing the perpetrator to enter the house through it. Another thing the police discovered was that nothing was stolen from the house. Jewelry was left untouched in a jewelry box, and Tom's safe, which held the cash, was not even opened. All of the cabinet doors in the house were closed. Usually burglars check every cabinet and shelf. But here, the entire mess was the result of a fight. Experienced officers, it appears, understood everything at once. Tom pretends to be a heartbroken husband, and he murdered his beloved wife and the mother of his children in order to continue receiving insurance payments. If Kelly's life was insured, and husbands' murderers always make sure their wives' lives are protected, he could receive up to $1 million in the event she died. All that is required is to gather evidence, and the case will be resolved. Especially since her own daughter said the robber's mask and eyes resembled her father's. However, when the police discovered Tom's whereabouts that night, they did not find the hunting mask in the house. The police questioned the other poker players, Is Tom the murderer? Do you truly suspect him? One of his friends inquired. That poor man had his wife murdered, for crying out loud. And instead of looking for the bastard, you want to blame everything on him? How could you have thought of something like that? No, Tom could not have done it. Another less emotional friend responded. I've known him a long time. He worked 2 jobs around the clock because he adored Kelly and his children. That simply cannot happen. Plus, he stayed with us all night. We played poker, and even when everyone was exhausted, he insisted on continuing to play. During a game break, Tom's friend Laura mentioned that he was very suspicious that evening. He led me into the next room and asked me to give him my phone so he could call his wife. He claimed he forgot his phone in the car and did not want to go get it. I was surprised to find the car 10 meters from the house. Go get the phone, but still give him a call. He took a step back and made the call from outside. I didn't hear who or what he was talking to, but when I checked the outgoing calls, there were no numbers in the call history, implying he simply deleted the call. Would you agree? That is odd. I told my husband about it, and he was just as surprised as I was. My husband was sitting at the table next to Tom when he noticed that Tom was not paying attention to the process of dealing cards or the people around him, which is critical in poker, but was sitting with his head bowed over the surface of the table where the cards were hiding the screen of his phone. He was carrying his phone. Why did he trick me? So where was he calling? Who couldn't he call with his phone? Who couldn't he call with his phone? Following Laura's testimony, the police questioned Charlie, Tom's daughter, and she repeated what she had previously told the officer. The robber resembled her father. The murder victim's niece provided the next testimony. Already after Tom was imprisoned, I did not tell Aunt Kelly. I didn't want to upset her. She was very fond of Tom. She genuinely loved him. Besides, she has 2 children with him. They're my sisters. Who needs my truth? Tom was not who he appeared to be at first glance. Yes, he occasionally showered my aunt with attention and flowers. He could easily babysit, something other fathers rarely do, but that was only at home and work. He was an entirely different person. Aunt Kelly decided to help me one day by arranging for Tom to drive me to work for him. She was too young to be on her own, so she knew me better than anyone and wanted the best for me. Last summer, I worked for Tom on correspondence, registration, and document management. I didn't know him very well prior to that, so our relationship was strictly professional at first. Then he got drunk somewhere and came to the office in that state. There was only me and him, and for some reason, he began telling me that his family was fictitious. He adores his daughters, but he doesn't care about his wife, and he hasn't had feelings for her in a long time. Throughout their marriage, he has had a few extramarital affairs and has considered leaving Aunt Kelly. But he didn't, because he was afraid of losing his home and money as a result of the divorce. Looking ahead, it is important to note that some of the interviewed female poker players confirmed Kelly's niece's claim that Tom was not a faithful husband and had a sexual relationship with 2 other women who were playing poker that night. In addition to information about Tom's promiscuous life, Kelly's 16-year-old niece mentioned another employee of Tom's firm, Michael Beard. Michael was doing a good job repairing houses after the fires. But there was one time when Bird worked in those houses and kept missing things, and Tom didn't believe his customers the first few times, referring to the possibility that the owners would lose something during the fire. Then, when the theft accusations were repeated for the 3rd and 4th time, it was clear that Michael Bird not only restores the floor and walls, but also steals. In addition to stealing, there were complaints that Michael allowed himself to arrive at work drunk. I was in the office when Michael's theft was discovered. Tom could yell at his employee and kick him out onto the street. He was upset by his subordinate's behavior. He kept asking him, "How could you, or haven't you considered your family? Where are you planning to work now?" Following the incident, Tom fired Bird but continued to call companies he knew and offered to hire his former employee. Tom recommended Michael, and when all other options were exhausted, Tom hired Bird to help with the household chores, such as cutting the grass, watering the plants, and performing minor repairs around the house. The detective then summoned Michael Beard for questioning. He claimed he only stole because he and his family needed money. Tom was very nice to me and defended me until the end, but I knew it was my fault. He has an excellent wife. She fed me while I worked for them, even though she shouldn't have. She also gave my children clothes her daughters had outgrown. I am extremely grateful for everything they have done for me. I feel so sorry for Kelly. When I found out about her death, I couldn't believe my ears. I really felt bad. I even went to church and prayed that she would go to the best of all worlds. Unusual in Michael's story and released him, but the interrogation of his wife, Mrs. Bird, made them doubt his words. According to his wife, Holly, Tom promised Michael $10,000 for unspecified work. That was interesting. Michael was summoned back to the station and had a lie detector attached to him. All of the questions failed. Bird lied and thus failed the test. Realizing he couldn't get away with it, he started testifying. Indeed, Tom promised Bird $10,000 if Michael sneaked into his house on the day Tom was supposed to play poker, killed his wife, and set fire to it. The plan was to strangle Kelly before making it appear that she died in an accidental fire. Furthermore, the family home was insured for a significant sum of money. The police confirmed that it was true. Kelly's home and life were insured at the highest level. 2 cans of gasoline awaited Michael in the garage, through which he would enter the house. Everything was fine here. Bird entered the house while everyone was already asleep. He began quietly climbing the stairs to the bedroom where Kelly was supposed to be sleeping, but the young woman was either awake or awakened by the sound of the open door, and when she saw a strange man in the doorway, she screamed in terror. Michael was just as terrified and pounced on Kelly, attempting to wrap his massive hands around her neck. But it wasn't so simple. Kelly started to fight back. Michael is surprised that Kelly, who appears to be fragile, has such strength. A fierce fight broke out, spilling over from the second-floor bedroom to the first-floor kitchen. Michael, in shock and panic, was unable to concentrate on the fight, and instead waved his arms in all directions or grabbed Kelly's clothes, while Kelly, defending her life, aimed very accurately at Michael's face. And if the cops had arrived earlier, they would have noticed the bruises from the beatings on Bird. But everything ended up as it did. After a long struggle, Michael smashed Kelly's head into the wall with all his might. She fell and struggled to get back up for a while. Michael took out a hammer and started hitting the young woman's head with it until she stopped moving. Michael, enraged by what had happened, simply ran out of the house, forgetting that Tom had asked him not only to kill Kelly, but also to set the house on fire to conceal the crime. Michael had an accomplice, Mark Blanford, who served only as a driver the day before the incident. Michael called me. I had worked with him on a construction site for a long time and spent a few weeks with him last year, so I was familiar with him. I knew Michael was into petty theft, so I wasn't surprised when he called and asked me to drive while he broke into someone's home. I wanted to decline, but he offered me $500. At first I hesitated, but he persuaded me to go ahead. He said he just wanted to rob a businessman and needed assistance getting out of there before the cops arrived. He offered to help with the car. I gave in to his requests, but only on the condition that I park far away from the house. He agreed. That evening, I waited for him in that car in a dark alley, and he returned quickly enough, breathing heavily, and instructing me to move as quickly as possible. He wasn't carrying a bag or sack, so it didn't look like a robbery. I didn't ask him any questions along the way because I didn't want to learn anything. I just wanted my $500, which I didn't receive. On my way out, he asked me to stop at a bridge over a creek a few blocks south of here. I paused there, and he quickly stripped off his outer garments and threw them off the bridge. If you need to see the place, I'll show you. Police officers who arrived on the scene at Mark's request discovered pieces of Michael's outer clothing near the creek, as well as the hammer used to kill Kelly. Michael, who was already in custody on suspicion of first-degree murder, began to change his testimony. According to him, he was hired by Tom for $10,000 to commit arson at the house and nothing else. There was no question of murder when he entered the house, but Kelly had already died. And who killed her? The detective inquired. I believe it was Tom. He initially offered me money for murder and arson, but I declined. I am not willing to kill a man for money, he stated. I had nothing to fear, but he could never persuade me. You may not believe me, but I nearly passed out when I saw Kelly's body. I knew right away that he was setting me up, so I ran out of the house. Michael insisted he's the killer. Michael spent a long time assuring the police of his innocence, all because he was unaware that Mark had shown the location where Beard had thrown out his belongings, and that his clothes, as well as the murder weapon, had already been examined by experts who discovered Kelly Clayton's blood on both his clothes and the hammer, and that was the most direct proof that he, not someone else, had killed Kelly. In turn, Tom refused to admit that he ordered the murder of his wife from a former problem employee at his company. According to him, Michael knew he had money. He knew he wasn't poor, and he decided to rob Beard's house because he had lost his job and was resentful of the dismissal. But Kelly was at home that night, and he paid with his life. It would have been more difficult to prove Tom's guilt in conspiracy with Michael if Laura, the woman who had been playing poker that night, had not told the cops that Tom had called from her cell phone. The detective requested a transcript of her calls, and her expectations were met. Then, on the night of September 28, Tom Clayton called Michael Beard. Michael was the first to go on trial. He continued to claim that he had been hired to set fire to the house in order to collect the insurance money. He did not kill Kelly, and the blood on his clothes was simply from touching a dead and mutilated body. That is why he became dirty. He had thrown away his belongings so that no one would suspect he had been at Clayton's house that night. His speech seemed convincing. The jury had deliberated for 7 hours. In the end, they concluded that Michael Beard was guilty of all charges. He faced life in prison. Tom's lawyers were able to obtain records of conversations and correspondence between him and Michael, and none of them specifically discussed their devious plan. The prosecutor. Questions. Requests for billing transcripts of his movements produced no concrete results either. All evidence was circumstantial. If it weren't for one detail, the car in which Mark had given Michael a ride was registered to Tom's company, and Tom, arriving at the office in his personal Toyota, left it in the parking lot, where it was moved to the company pickup truck, which later drove to Michael's house and left there, before being taken back the day after the tragedy. In fact, he gave Michael the car in which he and Mark drove to the crime. The jury testified to this fact during the trial. The trial lasted 6 days, and the jury ultimately determined that Tom had hired Michael to commit this heinous crime. Michael, in turn, made an appeal. In his defense, he quoted little Charlie, who stated that the eyes and slit of the mask belonged to her father. However, the court denied the appeal because the description of the clothes matched the one discovered beneath the bridge. As a result, Tom Clayton and Michael Beard were given life sentences. Mark was charged with manslaughter and received 4 years in prison. Kim, Kelly's sister, received custody of Tom and Kelly's children. Charlie has finally moved on from the tragedy. She occasionally remembers her mother, but she refuses to talk about her father, whom she will never see again. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. The date was Tuesday, May 29, 2012. Michelle Mockbee awoke at 5 a.m. to get to work on time. Michelle, a 16-year employee of Thermo Fisher Scientific, worked in an industrial park near Florence, Kentucky, USA. She was well-liked and provided a positive presence in the workplace. Michelle met her husband, Dan Mockbee, at Thermo Fisher Scientific. He also worked there. Michelle and Dan had 2 young daughters, Madeline and Carly. They enjoy spending time with them, as well as their families and friends. Michelle arrived at work at 5:53 a.m. on May 29th while Dan was off for the day. Michelle worked as a logistics representative and handled payroll. Michelle would process payroll every 2 weeks. On Mondays, she would start work at 6 a.m. every Monday, so she could arrive at the home office in Pittsburgh by 8 a.m. On days when she did not receive a paycheck, she would begin working around 7 a.m. That day, May 29, was a Tuesday, and Michelle usually starts at 7 a.m. on Tuesdays, but the day before Monday, May 28, was Memorial Day, so she went to work early on Tuesday to get her paycheck on time. About an hour after Michelle arrived at work, the operations manager went to the floor where her office was located. Michelle was still gone. He was surprised because she was supposed to be filling out paperwork, but he chalked it up to tardiness. He decided to return in 20 minutes and went to prepare coffee. But no sooner had he arrived than the janitor, David Dooley, called out to him. He appeared startled and stated that he saw red stains on the carpet outside Michelle's office. David was terrified and said he had no idea where the stains were coming from because he had been cleaning that morning. The operations manager attempted to open the door, but the office was locked. He decided to find Michelle and see if she needed help. The search wasn't long. He found Michelle lying face down in the corner of her office. She'd been severely beaten, her hands tied behind her back and gagged. She wore a plastic bag over her head. There were numerous blood spatters and a blood trail connecting her office to the location where her body was discovered. Her body was discovered 40 feet from her office, and judging by the blood trail, it appeared that she had been dragged the entire way. Michelle had been brutally murdered. The operations manager immediately dialed 911. Michelle is not believed to have entered the office that morning, according to police. She was killed before she could retrieve her keys. The killer attempted to break into the office. The lock showed signs of forced entry. The autopsy revealed that she had at least 4 blows to the head with a heavy object, a fractured arm, and numerous bruises. The forensic pathologist who performed the autopsy stated that Michelle did not die immediately. She suffered a fractured skull, brain damage, and extensive cuts on her arms and legs. He testified that the pattern of wounds on her head corresponds to the tape dispenser. Michelle, according to the doctor, was struck in the back and collapsed after the first blow. She hit the corner of the wall and sustained a severe liver contusion. Michelle most likely lost consciousness at that point. The killer then grabbed her right arm and attempted to drag her to a less crowded area. And that's when the limb fractured. However, there were still questions. Why did no one hear her scream? Why were her fingers and toes tied? And why wasn't she wearing shoes? The police arrived at Mark B's house and took Dan to the station. As a spouse, he was the primary suspect. He had a questionable alibi, claiming to be asleep at the alleged time of the murder. However, no one could corroborate his words to rid himself of suspicion. Investigators suggested that Dan take a polygraph test. The test revealed that Dan was probably not involved in the incident. The investigation revealed that there were 13 employees present at the time of the crime. According to the company's manager, the office and warehouse were heavily guarded, with only those with a specific pass able to enter. However, because the CCTV footage inside the building was missing, the circle of suspects was reduced, and only employees on that floor, supervisors and cleaners, had access to the accounting department. They now had to search the suspects' offices, warehouses, and vehicles. The point is that the perpetrator either changed clothes and hid them somewhere in the car or building, or they fled immediately following the murder and destroyed the evidence. Detectives examined surveillance footage from the parking lot. Only one truck left the lot that morning, around 6:31 a.m., but it returned at 7 a.m., rather suspiciously. The truck belonged to David Dooley. He worked as a janitor for Thermo Fisher. His wife also worked as a janitor. The couple were questioned separately. David was very persuasive. According to his version, he slept through his alarm because he had spent the night caring for his wife, who had been poisoned by something, and they had spent the majority of the night awake. He had intended to take the night off to care for his wife, but she persuaded him to work the shift and promised to notify him if she felt ill. David arrived at work around 6 a.m. I only had time to clean the warehouse and empty the trash cans in the offices. He then called his wife Janet to see how she was feeling, but she did not pick up. He was afraid she'd passed out. David immediately got into his car and drove home. He returned to work and found the same red stains on the carpet. Detective Bruce McVeigh of the Boone County Sheriff's Office, who was working the case, listened to David's story and was taken aback by the suspect's spotless sneakers. All janitors wore special shoes with detergent stains and scuffed soles. David was dressed neatly that day, with clean sneakers. David Dooley and his co-workers also expressed concerns about his appearance. In addition, he claimed to have emptied the office trash cans. Even so, they were full that morning. Joe Siegert, a warehouse employee, said he saw the suspect not far from Michelle's office and saw David leave work around 1:30 a.m. He appeared scared or depressed. He claimed that the suspect's criminal record for burglary and possession of a firearm in 1996 made the situation even worse. The testimony of Janet, David's spouse, was less detailed. According to her, David left for work that morning and did not return until after lunch. She then recalled her husband arriving home around 6:40 a.m. He had ripped his pants at work, quickly changed his clothes, and returned inside. David was called back in for questioning, but he held his ground. There were no ripped pants. Maybe the spouse was confused about something. She was imagining things due to her condition. David's testimony made Janet doubt her memory. She claimed she had severe hearing problems and hadn't heard David arrive home. She had a high fever that day. However, when she awoke, she discovered dirty, torn pants hanging from the chair. That's why she assumed her husband had arrived to change clothes. Janet's testimony was not the most reliable. She had been inconsistent in the morning due to dehydration and fever. It was suspicious that the couple's testimony did not match. but they had no reason. Michelle was the head of human resources, so she knew many employees' secrets. However, other accounting department employees reported that Janet and Michelle got along well. However, detectives determined that there was still a motive. According to their version, Michelle was supposed to do payroll and paperwork in the morning. David attempted to break into her office early in the morning, knowing Michelle typically arrives by 7 a.m. On Tuesday, however, things did not go as planned. Michelle arrived for work at 5, and saw David attempting to pick the lock on her office. He couldn't let her go, so he committed the murder. Michelle was arrogant and had a quick temper, which could have exacerbated the situation. David discovered the very red stains, and he was the only one to leave work that morning. The murder weapon was never found, but he was able to dispose of the evidence. David and his wife Janet worked different shifts, but he forged signatures on timesheets and put in fictitious hours for her, resulting in twice the pay they should have received. The detective assumed Michelle had just caught him forging documents. He intended to place them on her desk, but the plan failed. Investigators knew he was guilty, but there was only circumstantial evidence. David was accused of murder, kidnapping, and tampering with evidence. During the trial, the jury discovered that no murder weapon, bloody clothes, or fingerprints were found. They only had the defendant's strange behavior and appearance. He was required to wear special steel-toed boots while on duty. That morning, however, he returned home wearing new white sneakers and clean clothes. Furthermore, he was the one who discovered the bloodstains and changed his story several times. The jury convicted David Dooley, 45, of murder and tampering with physical evidence. The jury deliberated for over 6 hours before convicting David of murder and tampering with evidence. He was sentenced to life in prison plus 5 years for tampering with evidence. At the sentencing hearing, David stated that he had been railroaded. "It is completely unfair how I have been treated. I wasn't given enough time to defend myself properly. I feel cheated as well. I only know that I did not kill Michelle Mockbee. I stand by it and will continue to fight." The guilty verdict was short-lived. A new trial has been ordered. In 2016, just 2 years after David's trial, a law clerk in Boone County Commonwealth's attorney Linda Talley Smith's office downloaded 12 gigabytes of information from the Commonwealth's attorney's office servers onto a thumb drive. Linda was the lead prosecutor in David's case, and the thumb drive was delivered to the Kentucky Attorney General's office. That thumb drive led to the discovery of surveillance footage that had not previously been shared with the defense. Only 10 hours before Michelle was murdered, an unidentified person attempted to enter the building where she worked. Furthermore, the thumb drive revealed additional information. There were allegations that the lead detective in the case, Bruce McVeigh of the Boone County Sheriff's Office, may have lied during David's trial. He retired, and the internal investigation into the allegations was completed. It was revealed that Bruce and Linda were having an affair, but they claimed it started after the trial ended. A judge ruled that the surveillance video was crucial evidence that had been withheld from the defense. Thus, a new trial was ordered. The prosecution relied on the same evidence as in the first trial. The defense followed a slightly different strategy. At David's second trial, they emphasized that the case against him was purely circumstantial, and that anyone else could have murdered Michelle. They told the jury that they should investigate the possibility that Dan was involved. He was motivated by money. The defense claimed that Dan hired someone to kill Michelle. After Michelle died, Dan received over $700,000 in life insurance and took out $400,000 in cash. The defense questioned him about one specific payment. Dan gave Chris Black a $10,000 check. Chris was Dan's friend. He also worked for Thermo Fisher Scientific. The check was given to him a few months after Michelle died. The defense asked Dan why. He gave Chris a $10,000 check and said he couldn't remember. Dan McBee's lawyer argued that he spent all of the money on the kids in the check. He was too devastated to recall some of the details. Warehouse worker Joe Siegert also testified during David Dooley's retrial. Siegert had been with Thermo Fisher Scientific for more than 30 years and knew every employee. According to him, he arrived at work at 4:50 a.m., and there was a lot of business in the warehouse due to the day off. Also, it was the end of the month. Joe Siegert had the warehouse keys and was the one who arrived early every morning to unlock the doors. For a while, he kept to himself and assisted with the unloading of trucks, and at 5:30 a.m., he took the paperwork into the office. Michelle wasn't present yet. He didn't see David Dooley, which was unusual, given that David was usually cleaning the warehouse or offices at the time. Joe saw Michelle around 5:53 a.m. She had just arrived for work, grabbed the timesheets from the counter, and entered the office. He was the last person who saw her alive. Joe ran into David Dooley just before 7 a.m. He sat in the back of the warehouse, crying and shaking. Then, around 7 a.m., David excused himself and went home to change his clothes. Joe, the main witness, gave an inaccurate testimony with some timing flaws. Nevertheless, it was admissible. According to Joe, Michael may have been a pleasant woman in real life after the murder, as it was several years later. However, at work, she and her spouse frequently failed to show employees respect. Joe admitted that many employees disliked the couple. DNA experts from an independent crime lab compared male DNA found on crime scene items to David's DNA. An expert testified that Dan's DNA profile could not be excluded from Michelle's shirt as a significant contributor. David's DNA profile could not be ignored as a minor contributor. He testified that 1 in every 7 Caucasian American men could not be excluded because of their similar characteristics. The defense also told the jury that there was a lot of blood in the office, but none was found in David's truck. The defense argued that there were plenty of other people who had the opportunity and motivation to kill Michelle. They claimed the problem was that they were not thoroughly investigated. Dan Mockbee was also in attendance. He was being interviewed as a suspect. Dan was the department manager. He could have given anyone access to the warehouse. Suspicious hatchets were discovered in his car, which he had allegedly purchased at a sale, but he could never explain why he spent all of the money he received from the insurance company. However, for some reason, he was still unable to pay for Michelle's memorial and remained in debt for funeral services. In addition, prior to the incident, the couple owed $70,000. Dan assured me that he knew nothing about it and that his wife handled the finances. 2 weeks before the murder, he purchased a computer and installed a program for deleting and encrypting files. At around 8-9 a.m., investigators discovered Dan running the program. He received a call from Thermo Fisher's scientific employees. His alibi could not be confirmed because the children were spending the night at their parents' house, and it was unknown who attempted to break into the building 10 hours prior to the incident. Finally, defense attorney Deanna Dennison emphasizes to the jury that the standard for judgment is not whether David might have committed the crime, most likely did, or could have done so through a process of elimination. Instead, she emphasized that the key criterion is reasonable doubt, which she believes the prosecution failed to demonstrate. Dennis argued that the presented evidence did not establish a link between David and Michelle's deaths, and thus he should be found not guilty. The prosecution, led by Assistant Attorney General John Heck, countered during the closing arguments. Heck argued that, despite the circumstantial nature of the case, the accumulation of various pieces of evidence forms a compelling case, and he urged the jury to consider all of the evidence when rendering their verdict. Despite the defense's arguments, David was found guilty a second time and sentenced to 38 years in prison. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In downtown Melbourne, Australia, on an ordinary Wednesday evening in January 2019, to a sinister turn. What began as a casual outing with friends for a young international student quickly escalated into a terrifying ordeal that stunned the entire country and the world. Kaya Mayasarwe was born in 1997 in Baqa al-Gharbia. At the age of 21, I moved to Israel with my Palestinian Muslim family. Aya Mayasarwe, a Palestinian citizen of Israel, embarked on a journey that was meant to be transformative. She had come to Australia for a 1-year exchange program at La Trobe University in Bundoora, Melbourne. Her thirst for knowledge and love of languages drove her decision to study abroad. However, the January night proved fatal for her. Aya Mayasarwe's night of January 16, 2019 began just like any other. After attending a less talkative English social event, she went to a comedy show in North Melbourne with her friends. For Aya, these gatherings were more than just social occasions. They provided opportunities for her to improve her English and connect with people from various backgrounds. Aya's time in Australia was part of an on-campus exchange program with La Trobe University in Bundoora, Melbourne. She was a dedicated student who studied Chinese and English at a Shanghai university. Her time in Australia was intended to help her improve her English language skills, which are an important part of her academic journey. Australia had quickly become a place she adored, a place where she could discover new places, try new experiences, and form meaningful bonds. Her enthusiasm for life was contagious, and she possessed an innate ability to see the beauty in every moment. But Aya was more than just an adventurous spirit. She was a conscientious student who took her studies seriously. Her language skills were impressive, as she was fluent in Arabic, Hebrew, and Mandarin. Her commitment to learning and personal development was demonstrated by her decision to spend a year in Australia, pushing her limits and broadening her horizons. Throughout her time in Australia, Aya maintained regular contact with her family back home. She spoke with her parents and sisters almost every day. Her family was preparing to visit her in Australia, a prospect filled with excitement and anticipation. The prospect of reuniting with her loved ones on the other side of the world sparked great excitement. On that fateful Wednesday night, after attending a comedy show with friends, Aya returned to her student housing at La Trobe University. The night appeared ordinary, with Aya taking the tram to her destination. She disembarked at her usual stop on 23 at 12:05 a.m. He was concerned for her safety, as he often was when walking alone at night. Aya made a phone call to her sister Ruba. This precautionary measure was Aya's way of feeling more secure during late-night walks. Ruba was at home in Israel and answered the phone, not expecting her sister to answer at that time. What happened during that phone call sent terror through Ruba's heart and soul. The sound of her sister's screams and shouts pierced the telephone line. In a matter of moments, Ruba went from hearing her sister's voice to witnessing a terrifying and unexpected silence. Ruba remained on the line, heart racing as she listened to the eerie silence. She could hear the distant hum of a passing car, but her sister never returned her call. It was a moment of terror, helplessness, and dread. You were panicked and worried because you had no idea what had happened on the other end of the line. Ruba immediately contacted her other sisters who were in China at the time. They tried to contact Aya by phone and text message. However, there was no response. Their anxiety increased with each unanswered attempt to reach Aya. Dawn approached, but Aya had still not returned their calls. Ruba and her sister took a fateful decision. They reported the disappearance to the Australian police. It was approximately 6 a.m. When they took the step, they had no idea a horrifying truth that would soon be revealed. Around the same time, a passerby on his way to work discovered the lifeless body of a young woman behind a hedge, changing his life forever. That young woman was Aya's. The discovery of Aya Mayasarwe's lifeless body behind a hedge on the fateful morning of January 16, 2009, marked the start of a perilous journey into the heart of a heinous crime. Her body was discovered just 100 meters from the tram stop, where she had disembarked in less than a mile from her student housing at La Trobe University, and word of Aya's brutal murder spread. The Australian authorities responded quickly, and when police arrived at the crime scene, they were met with a killing tableau of violence and brutality. Aya had sustained serious head injuries as a result of a relentless and brutal assault. Her body was covered in burn marks, adding to the horror she had experienced. The discovery of a hat and a shirt thought to have been left behind by the person responsible for Aya's murder was one of the first clues that proved critical to the investigation. These items would be sent for forensic testing, providing crucial evidence in the pursuit of justice. From the start, the authorities assumed they were dealing with a random attack. The community, still reeling from the shock of Aya's murder, was gripped by fear and anxiety as they tried to comprehend how such a heinous act could have occurred. Seemingly at random, the police, determined to bring Aya's killer to justice, launched a thorough investigation. They meticulously reviewed CCTV footage from the area, piecing together the events leading up to the murder. They interviewed people who had been in the area at the time of the crime, hoping to learn anything that could lead them to the perpetrator. In their unwavering pursuit of justice, the authorities also focused on a known offender, investigating their whereabouts in the hopes of determining a connection to Aya's murder. The investigator felt compelled to solve this case because he recognized the profound impact it had on the community and the international community as a whole. Only 2 days after Aya's lifeless body was discovered, a breakthrough occurred. Australian police arrested Cody Herman, 21, and charged him with rape and murder in connection with Aya's death. For those following the case, the arrest brought both relief and shocks. The swift apprehending of a suspect demonstrated law enforcement's dedication to finding answers. Cody's arrest sent shockwaves through the community and around the world as the horrific details surrounding Aya's death emerged. Surveillance footage and forensic evidence were crucial in his identification. What was most astonishing in this case was Cody's decision to plead guilty to rape and murder charges before the trial began. This plea spared Aya's family and the court from a long and painful trial. However, the key questions about the crime's motivations and circumstances remain unanswered. The guilty plea was a significant development in the case because it indicated that there would be no traditional trial. Instead, the court would hold a sentencing hearing in which the prosecutor would explain the details of the attack. This would provide a glimpse into the horrifying chain of events that resulted in tragic and premature deaths. The court proceedings revealed a chilling account of what occurred on that fateful night. While Aya had never met Cody prior to the attack, disturbing details about his previous interactions and intentions emerged in the month before the murder. Cody had made attempts to enter her apartment complex, raising suspicions of premeditation. In December 2018, just 4 months after arriving in Australia, Aya attempted to gain entry into the apartment building by falsely claiming to have misplaced his key. However, he did not live there and was at the time without a permanent address and abode. Cody returned a few days later, and residents noticed him standing outside the building, evoking an unsettling connection to Aya. Cody's online activities increased the case's intrigue. Under the rap name Makodes, he posted disturbing lyrics on Facebook, including references to suicide and demons in my head. Despite the alarming online posts and attempts to gain access to Aya's apartment complex, police initially suspected that these incidents were linked to Aya's murder. The motivation for the attack remained a perplexing mystery. The court proceedings also shed light on the events leading up to Aya's murder. While Aya was at the comedy show with her friends, Cody was hanging out at the Palazzo shopping center. At 12:07 a.m., he left the shopping center, cutting through the parking lot and arriving at Main Drive. Cody spotted Aya walking down the street that night, and without warning or provocation, he launched a vicious attack. He struck her 4 times in the head with a metal pipe, causing her to drop her phone and fall to the ground, unconscious. The speed and ferocity of the assault rendered Aya defenseless, with no way to protect herself or flee. Cody's actions after the initial attack were equally horrific. He dragged the unconscious Aya behind a low hedge between the footpath and the car park, where he brutally assaulted her. The brutality didn't stop there. He continued to strike her head with a metal pipe 9 times. The details of the injuries were equally distressing. The force of the blows had fractured her skull multiple times, and while lacerations on her brain would be fatal, the nature of a neck injury is unknown, leaving investigators puzzled as to whether it occurred during strangulation or while she was being dragged into the bushes. Following the assaults, Cody attempted to eliminate any evidence linking him to Aya's body. He fled the scene, carrying Aya's belongings with him. Surveillance footage shows his escape as he climbs over the fence of a nearby nature reserve, leaving behind a black cap that was caught. He also discarded his shirt, the murder weapon, and the can of WD-40 fluid used to burn the bodies. One critical question went unanswered throughout the proceedings: whether the attack was premeditated. Did Cody roam the shopping center looking for a potential victim? Was he waiting specifically for Aya? The evidence indicated that he had the metal pipe in his possession prior to the attack, indicating a deliberate action. Cody claimed he couldn't recall anything from the 2 hours preceding the attack, leaving investigators in the court to grapple with the motivations for the senseless act of violence. During the sentencing hearing, the prosecutor meticulously recounted the terrifying sequence of events that occurred that fateful night. The details were chilling, emphasizing the brutality of the crime. Cody had relentlessly assaulted Aya, a young woman he had never met before. Cody began the attack by striking Aya 4 times over the head with a metal pipe without provocation, knocking her unconscious in her vulnerable state. He dragged her behind a low hedge and assaulted her in a horrific manner. This was followed by 9 additional strikes to her head with the metal pipe, resulting in a catastrophic brain injury. Aya suffered horrific injuries, with multiple skull fractures, brain lacerations, and an unexplained neck injury, Investigators were unsure whether she was strangled or dragged into the buses. The gruesome details were revealed in court, leaving the audience in shock and disbelief. The victim's humanity, the brutality of the crime, and the attack's apparent motivelessness left everyone in attendance feeling deeply saddened and outraged. Throughout the preceding period, opposing viewpoints emerged regarding Cody Herman's sentencing. The defense claimed that Cody had a troubled upbringing characterized by instability and substance abuse. His attorney acknowledged the gravity of the crime, claiming that there was no justification for the attack. He portrayed Cody as someone who, despite committing a heinous act, was not inherently a monster. Instead, he contended that Cody's life had been plagued by extraordinary disadvantages, resulting in a distorted view of the world. A forensic psychiatrist provided insight into Cody's psychological profile, describing him as having a severe personality disorder. A forensic psychiatrist described the attack as the result of male rage directed at a female. He suggested that Cody's actions were motivated by a combination of humiliating experiences, including a broken relationship, substance abuse, a worsening mood state, and unresolved anger. In a handwritten letter to the court, Cody apologized for his actions. Recognizing that there was no excuse for what he had done, he expressed deep regret and promised to spend the rest of his life trying to make amends. On the other side of the courtroom, the prosecution argued for a harsh sentence, claiming that Cody should not receive leniency. They highlight the attack's sheer violence and depravity, emphasizing the importance of justice being served. Throughout the preceding period, Aya's family provided victim impact statements, which provided a moving glimpse into the profound loss they had suffered and would continue to suffer. Ruba, Aya's sister, described Aya as someone who looked up to those who knew how to deal with difficult situations. Her mother, Kidam Aya, described her daughter as a beautiful girl and expressed his deep sadness when speaking of her. She described their daily conversations and her longing for her mother's embrace, while another sister remembered Aya as always cheerful and energetic. Justice Elizabeth Hollingworth presided over the sentencing hearing, and she addressed Cody directly. He emphasized the importance of women's freedom to walk the streets without fear of being violently attacked by strangers, as well as the gravity of his actions. According to Justice Hollingworth, Cody struck Aya with the clear intention of killing her, and his savage attack left her physically small, unprepared, and alone with no way to defend herself. Justice Hollingworth also addressed the issue of premeditation, stating that there was no evidence to suggest that the attack occurred while Cody was intoxicated or in a drug-induced psychosis. Instead, he noted that Cody's actions were influenced by a number of factors, including previous violent experiences, relationship breakdown, substance abuse, worsening mood states, and unresolved anger. Finally, Cody Herman sentenced Justice Holly to 36 years in prison with a 30-year non-parole period. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. How often do you worry about your children's safety? Do you know where and who your children are now? Nowadays, every parent strives to maintain a unique connection with their child. Even if your child is an adult, your heart and mind remain with them. The story I want to tell you today is about the genuine bond between a parent and a child. Unfortunately, there are people on Earth who violate that bond. But more about that. The story is set in a small town called Pembroke in southwest Wales. It took place in the year 2021. That is, not much time has elapsed. On December 17, at around 4 a.m., the emergency services received a call from a terrified local resident. The woman discovered a woman's body and a mill pond, a 2-mile-long freshwater reservoir, near the town. After arriving on the scene, paramedics began resuscitation efforts. All signs pointed to the fact that the girl had recently been in. Still a chance to save her. However, none of the attempts were successful. The doctors pronounced her dead. She was stripped to the waist and lying face down in the water. The possibility of an accident was almost immediately dismissed. Medical experts discovered strangulation marks on her neck, as well as scratches and bruises on her face and hands. That is, the girl reportedly resisted and tried her hardest to save herself. However, experts confirmed that the girl was strangled before being called and violently pushed into the pond. She had no personal items with her. The police discovered a dry lace top on the shore, indicating that it had been removed before the girl entered the water. The rest of the items were discovered with the assistance of a service dog, which tracked the trail and led the police to an alley 120 meters from where the body was discovered, where they discovered a jacket and a cell phone. The girl's identity had been established. She turned out to be 18-year-old Lily Sullivan, an innocent child for her mother. But, in the eyes of men, a young, blossom and beautiful young girl was about to begin her independent life. Lily was the only and most welcome child for her mother, Sullivan, who had previously miscarried 14 times. Giving birth to a healthy baby was a miraculous event. They shared a unique bond, a trusting relationship. The mother admitted that she had already accepted the fact that she would never have children, and when Lily was born, she was overjoyed. Her daughter taught her about the true purpose and meaning of life. Lily and her family lived in Pembroke suburbs. Friends and acquaintances described her as a cheerful, sweet girl, a true friend who would always come to the rescue with words and actions. She always saw the good in people, but only in herself, and she was harshly criticized. Lily was a great artist. She was a creative person who was critical of her own work. She also drew tattoo sketches, enjoyed bright makeup, and volunteered for a variety of charities. She was always eager to help others. Lily grew up to be an excellent person. At 17, she began her first year of college, and despite her creative work, Lily began working part-time in the evenings at a supermarket, despite being the only and favorite child. She turned 18 in early December. In the eyes of society, she was a beautiful, self-sufficient young girl who had reached the age of independence, the time when relationships with guys who enjoy going out to party usually begins. After reaching the age of majority, Lily began attending parties at clubs and pubs with her friends. On the evening of December 16, 2021, Lily's mother, Anna Sullivan, drove her daughter and her friends to the castle, a pub hosting a Christmas party. The evening at the pub was going very well. So, after the pub, the girls decided to continue their wonderful evening by dancing in a nightclub. Lily was approached to meet 31-year-old Lewis Haynes, who was spending the night with friends. Lewis was a cricketer who was well known in this part of town, particularly at the nightclub where he'd been partying all night. Lily and Lewis were seen kissing in the club around 11 p.m., which drew the attention of one of Haynes's friends, who took Lewis aside and reminded him that he had a girlfriend and a young child waiting for him back home. But his friend's words did not deter Lewis, and he continued to socialize with her Lily, a young girl who had just reached adulthood, and a 31-year-old man who, despite his wife and small child, decided to exploit the young girl. Lily called her mother around midnight and asked her to pick her up in a few hours. They agreed to meet in a parking lot near the clubhouse. Lily left the club at 1:55 a.m., and Lewis followed under the pretense of seeing her off. Lewis's friend was waiting outside the club. He called out after her, "I want to remind you that you have a girlfriend and a young daughter waiting for you at home, and she is only 18. Of course, after hearing these words, Lily made her own decision. But Lewis didn't react and continued to follow the girl. Then Lewis and Lily went to an unlit alley near Pembroke Castle, which overlooked Mill Pond. Lewis tried kissing girl again. But Lily foiled his attempt when she overheard her friend's remark about the girl and the baby. She immediately decided to drive to the parking lot where her mother was waiting for her in the car. Anna Sullivan called her daughter at 2:15 a.m. to inform her that she was waiting at the designated location. Lily said she was a few minutes away and would be there soon. She was still on the phone with her mother when the connection was abruptly cut off. Lily's mother waited for her daughter in the car, but her maternal instincts warned her that something was wrong. At that point, Lewis realized that the night was not going to go as planned, and he was not going to get what he wanted in the right way. Kissing her at the club wasn't enough. He desired more. Lewis was unwilling to let her go. He grabbed the girl's arms and attempted to forcefully remove her lace top. Then Lily pushed the intruder away, threatening to accuse him of rape if he didn't stop, and saying his daughter would be ashamed of such a father. These words infuriated the drunken Lewis because he was in the process of gathering documents for the court to establish custody of his daughter, and police attention to his person would jeopardize all plans. He punched Lily several times in the face. He was a grown man with incredible physical strength in comparison to the fragile girl. Lewis had no trouble bringing Lily down. He began choking her aggressively, and when she stopped resisting, He pushed her into the pond. Around this time, a neighbor reported hearing a woman scream, who then stopped and attempted to call her daughter 30 times without success. She did not pick up the phone again. In addition, police searched for evidence. They saw on one of the alleyway CCTV footage how Lily's phone display lit up repeatedly as her mother attempted to contact her. Later, while reviewing CCTV footage, investigators noticed Lewis and Lily walking together down the alley, and 3 hours and 8 minutes later, another camera captured Lewis appearing on the bridge alone. The video clearly shows him first walking and then starting to run. Another camera at the gas station where Anna Sullivan was waiting for her daughter caught the killer just a few minutes later, at 3 hours and 10 minutes. Anna had been attempting to contact Lily for quite some time. She became very anxious and searched for her with her eyes. That's how she encountered the murderer of her beloved daughter. "I am passing Anna's car." Lewis Haynes looked her in the eyes and then began behaving inappropriately. He overheard Lily and her mother discussing the location and timing of the meeting, and realized he was most likely looking into the eyes of his victim's mother. He started waving his arms and shaking his head at Anna. The stranger's behavior seemed strange. The mother couldn't believe that just a few minutes earlier, this nocturnal stranger had taken the life of her only daughter. Lewis arrived home at around 3:40 a.m. in wet clothes. His arms were deeply scratched. He became hysterical, woke his girlfriend, and begged to be taken to his parents' house. Lewis was so persistent that the girl couldn't help but comply with his request, so he tried to get away as soon as he realized what he had done. The girl wasn't aware of what was happening. On the way, he said, "I believe she is dead," which raised more questions. At 6 a.m., December 17, Lewis was arrested by police at his parents' home. Lewis' father contacted the police. He asked himself hysterically as they let him out, "What in the hell did I do?" Lewis Haynes faced murder charges on December 20, 2021, because of the overwhelming evidence. He admitted to the murder of Lily Sullivan but denied that he committed the sexually motivated crime. He claimed he killed Lily Sullivan because she threatened to report him to the police for rape if he kept harassing her. Lewis claimed that he had an outburst of aggression. He strangled Lily before pushing her into a pond. When he calmed down and realized what he'd done, he went into the pond to help her. But when he realized Lily wasn't breathing, he fled. The court and state prosecutors didn't believe him. The judge stated that if Lewis entered the water, it was only to ensure her death, not to save her. He had his phone with him, but no emergency calls were placed that night. The cameras also showed that he did not seek assistance from passersby, instead heading straight home. Before the sentencing, Anna, whose meaning of life was last, claimed she made a terrible mistake that night. She should have exited the car and gone to meet Lily after the connection was lost, because then she would have had a chance to save her daughter. She was horrified to learn she could have saved her child. 1 month before Lily was murdered, Anna Sullivan experienced a heart attack, and her daughter saved her life. She recognized the dangerous situation and administered first aid before paramedics arrived. She also stated that after her daughter died, she began to experience panic attacks and stopped fearing death because it was the only way she would be able to see her child again in the afterlife. She described Lewis Haynes as pure evil, who, due to his base instincts, destroyed several destinies in a single moment. It's also terrible that Lewis is the father of a daughter. However, because he wanted to satisfy his sexual desire and couldn't control his aggression, he killed an innocent girl. On August 21, 2022, a court sentenced Lewis Haynes to life in prison with the option of parole after 23 years and 4 months. So in 2044, the murderer could be free again. Unfortunately, this story confirms our fears. We live in the 21st century where we already have phones for fast communication, the internet, and other technologies and applications designed to keep users safe. But even that did not help Lily save herself. Such crimes occur on a daily basis in our world, and they almost always end tragically. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On August 11, 2008, on Monday, Sarah Widmer, a 24-year-old dental hygienist, and her 27-year-old husband, Ryan Widmer, a sports planner, were at their home in Fort Thomas, Kentucky. Sarah had just finished her shift at a dental office, and Ryan had finished his day as well. The couple, who met through mutual friends and quickly became inseparable, spent a quiet evening together. Their relationship had progressed from a blind date at a pub to purchasing a home, marrying, and being in the midst of newlywed bliss after only 4 months of marriage, as they looked forward to their future, which included plans for a Costa Rica honeymoon and a Cancun vacation. The most exciting anticipation revolved around the prospect of getting a new puppy, which they were actively pursuing together. On August 11, Ryan and Sarah Weidmer watched TV while eating leftover hamburgers, corn on the cob, and cheesy potatoes. According to Ryan, they began with some of Sarah's favorite shows before moving on to a football game. Sarah then decided to take a bath in the master bedroom bathroom. Ryan recalled that she asked him to check the doors before accompanying her upstairs. He remembered her walking upstairs after they had both said "I love you." She walks on her tiptoes, as she frequently did, at 10:49 p.m. That night, Ryan dialed 911. The call lasted 7 minutes. He told the 911 dispatcher that his wife had fallen asleep in the bathtub at their home in Morrow, Ohio. Ryan informed the dispatcher that my wife had fallen asleep in the bathtub. I believe I was downstairs. I just came up here and she was face down in the bathtub. Ryan told the dispatcher that he had been watching TV downstairs and went upstairs to find Sarah lying face down in the bathtub. He mentioned that she frequently fell asleep in the bathtub. Ryan followed the dispatcher's instructions and removed Sarah from the bathtub before being guided through CPR. During this time, he temporarily put the phone down to empty the tub and lift Sarah, which took approximately 29 seconds. Within 6 minutes of receiving the 911 call, police found Sarah naked on the bedroom floor. Her body felt warm and dry, but her hair was wet. While performing CPR, the police noticed a pinkish-white, frothy discharge coming from Sarah's mouth and nose, indicating drowning. When paramedics arrived, they made 2 unsuccessful attempts to intubate Sarah in her bedroom. 2 more attempts were made in the ambulance during the 10-minute ride to the hospital. Despite a 5th unsuccessful intubation attempt, the hospital's emergency room physician made a 6th attempt and was successful. Unfortunately, it was too late. Sarah was pronounced dead the same night. When questioned at the hospital, Ryan told police that he and Sarah were alone at home that night. He mentioned watching a football game on the downstairs TV while Sarah was taking a bath around 10 p.m., and he expressed concern to the police that he was afraid she would fall asleep in the bathtub. When asked if Sarah had fallen asleep in the bathtub, Ryan said no, but she did have a habit of falling asleep in unusual places. Despite Ryan's claim to the police that he found Sarah in the bathtub and assumed she had fallen asleep, authorities became suspicious. When they arrived at the house, they noticed Sarah's skin was dry, but her hair was wet. Detectives noticed inconsistencies in Ryan's account, particularly during the 911 call, when he described finding Sarah lying face down in the tub. There were concerns about a potential contradiction because they believed Ryan told the nurse at the hospital that he found her lying face up. During the search of the large mirror residence, law enforcement discovered several discrepancies that raised further concerns. The bathroom floor, bathroom mat, and towel on the floor were all dry. The bathtub was mostly dry, with only a few droplets visible near the drain. Notably, no wet towels were found in the home. Police discovered additional inconsistencies in Ryan's narrative. Ryan had initially told them that he was watching a Cincinnati Bengals football game on the television downstairs while Sarah took a bath. However, upon inspection, the downstairs TV was not tuned to that channel. Instead, the bedroom television was set to the specified channel. Police also discovered bloodstains on the bedroom carpet, where Sarah had been found lying on the floor when they arrived. These findings raised suspicions and added to the growing list of inconsistencies in Ryan's account of what happened that night. Dr. Russell Updegrove, the Warren County coroner, performed the autopsy on Sarah, and his findings revealed that her cause of death was drowning. Notably, several physical injuries were documented during the examination, including faint bruising on the right side of her forehead, a specific hemorrhage on the inner surface of her eyelid, bruising on the left side of her neck, a contusion on the back of her neck, and an abrasion on her left armpit, and bruising and lacerations on her upper lip. Sarah had deep muscle hemorrhaging in the front of her neck, as well as scalp contusions. Dr. Updegrove determined that Sarah's death was the result of a homicide. He stated that Sarah's injury occurred prior to her death and was not consistent with injuries commonly associated with PPR. Toxicology reports confirmed the absence of prohibited substances and alcohol in the system. Ryan was arrested for aggravated murder on August 13, 2008, just 2 days after Sarah died. It was the prosecution's case that Sarah died as a result of drowning. Their argument was that the cause of Sarah's death was less important than how she died. How did she drown? The prosecution claimed that the 911 call, the crime scene, and Sarah's injuries all pointed to Ryan as the perpetrator of her death. Their argument revolved around the claim that he had forcibly held her underwater, causing her to drown in the bathtub. During the investigation, the police dusted the bathtub for fingerprints and discovered streak marks believed to be caused by human hands, primarily in the center of the tub. They used a superglue fuming process and reflected ultraviolet imaging to detect finger and smear marks. A forearm impression was also discovered on the bathtub, which was determined to be made by an adult male using hair follicle testing. However, the exact timing of the impression could not be determined. The prosecution also claimed that the lack of wetness inside the bathroom was incompatible with the scenario Ryan described. If Sarah had drowned and Ryan had pulled her out of the bathtub, the floor and other bathroom items would have been soaked. They emphasized to the jury that Sarah's body was dry when police arrived minutes after Ryan called 911. The prosecution cited details from the 911 call, claiming that Ryan had revealed too much information and was orchestrating the call, implying premeditation. The prosecution told the jury that a violent confrontation took place in the Widmer home that fateful night. Although the reasons for it were unknown, they brought in an expert witness who testified that it was extremely unlikely to fall asleep and drown in a bathtub without the use of prohibited substances or alcohol. According to this testimony, the sensation of water on the face or the activation of the gag reflex would usually wake up an individual, and if that didn't work, a drop in oxygen levels would do the trick. The prosecution called on Coroner Updegrove, who performed Sarah's autopsy, to provide his expert opinion on the events of that night. He testified that a plausible explanation for Sarah's dry body and wet hair would be that her head was pushed over the edge of a bathtub, toilet, or sink. This act could have occurred either forwards or backwards in running water, or submerged in full water. The prosecution's central claim was that Ryan purposefully held Sarah's head underwater until she drowned, and they argued that he should be found guilty of her murder. In response, the defense argued that there was insufficient evidence to back up Ryan's claim of killing Sarah. They emphasized the couple's apparent love and argued that Ryan had no discernible motive to harm Sarah. According to the defense, those who knew Ryan had never seen him angry or raising his voice. Friends of the couple attested to their happiness and shared the belief that they were planning a bright future together. To bolster their case, the defense performed their own autopsy, presumably to challenge or provide an alternative viewpoint to the findings presented by the prosecution's witnesses, particularly Coroner Updegrove. Dr. Werner Spitz, who had been retained by the defense, conducted a second autopsy on August 15, 2008, 2 days after the first. Although he agreed with the conclusion that Sarah's cause of death was drowning, Dr. Spitz expressed a different opinion on the manner of death, saying he would have ruled it undetermined. He saw several injuries on her neck, arms near the crease of her elbow, upper lip, nape of her neck, scalp, a tear in her liver, and neck hemorrhaging. Dr. Spitz was unable to definitively determine whether these injuries were the result of CPR. As a result, he stated that he would not consider her death a homicide. The defense contended that if there had been a violent altercation, as the prosecution claimed, there would have been evidence of it. Notably, Ryan and Sarah's nails were found to be unbroken or chipped without any injuries. The defense also brought attention to the presence of female DNA found under Sarah's fingernails, with no match identified. They contended that Sarah's injuries were most likely the result of the extended CPR and multiple intubation attempts performed that night, both inside the house and in the ambulance parked outside the house during transportation to the hospital. And in the hospital itself, the defense posited the theory that something medical, such as a seizure or cardiac ailment, could have been the underlying cause of Sarah's death. They also explained the seemingly contradictory evidence of Sarah's dry body and wet hair, claiming that skin dries more quickly than hair. In the first trial, the jury found Ryan not guilty of aggravated murder, but convicted him of murder. A few months later, however, A new trial was ordered in response to the defense's concerns. It was discovered that some jurors had conducted their own tests on how long it took them to dry after taking a bath, potentially influencing their interpretation of the evidence. Ryan's second trial was in May 2010. However, the jury was unable to reach a decision, prompting the declaration of a mistrial. Ryan's third trial began in January 2011, with additional evidence being introduced into the legal proceedings. The defense sought to establish a case that Sarah had an undisclosed cardiovascular or neurological condition that caused her to lose consciousness and drown in the bathtub. To back up this claim, they presented testimony from several medical experts who suggested the possibility of such an underlying medical issue. However, the state countered these claims by bringing in their own medical experts to challenge and refute the defense's assertions. Sarah's co-workers' testimony revealed more about her health and daily routine. They described Sarah sleeping in her car before starting work in the mornings and going out to rest during her lunch breaks. Colleagues also revealed that she suffered from allergies and had headaches and stomach pains. On at least one occasion, her headaches were severe enough to cause blurred vision, forcing her to retreat to a dark room until the symptoms passed. Dr. Benjamin Mesmer, a dentist at Sarah's practice, took the stand and testified that he was present when she died. He recalled her complaining of a headache and stomachache that day. Sarah's friend's testimony painted a picture of her tendency to fall asleep in unexpected places, such as during a game or in the middle of group discussions. One of her friends suspected she had narcolepsy, a sleep disorder characterized by excessive sleepiness, sleep paralysis, hallucinations, and in some cases cataplexy. In contrast, Sarah's mother, Ruth, and Stuart testified for the prosecution. She stated that she had never noticed anything unusual about her daughter's sleeping habits. Sarah, however, did experience headaches. Ruth believed they were the result of sinus problems. According to Ruth's testimony, she spoke with Sarah on the day she died as she was leaving work, and Sarah made no mention of having a headache. Ruth stated that there was no family history of seizures, heart disease, or cardiac problems. Sarah had a heart murmur and a cleft palate as a baby, but a physical examination report from June 2008 made no mention of the heart murmur's continued presence. Furthermore, there was no mention of a cardiac condition, neurological defect, or disease in the report. Jennifer Cruz's testimony provided an important and potentially damaging account. According to her statements, she contacted Ryan while he was in prison after seeing a Dateline episode about his case. She claimed that on October 26, 2009, at 11:06, Ryan called her and confessed to Sarah's murder. Jennifer testified that Ryan stated, "I did it. I did it. I did it. I killed Sarah. I did it." Jennifer testified that Ryan had a heated argument with Sarah in their living room about his alleged infidelity, drinking, smoking, and pornography. The argument allegedly escalated upstairs, where Sarah informed Ryan that their marriage had ended. According to Jennifer, the confrontation became physical, with Ryan allegedly saying, "Nobody ever leaves me, and I mean nobody." Jennifer's testimony took a darker turn as she described Ryan's alleged admission to violence. Ryan admitted to punching Sarah in the chest during their confrontation, which caused her to fall backward and hit her head. Ryan claimed to have blacked out, and when he awoke, he discovered Sarah on the floor, unresponsive and not breathing, with wet hair. Furthermore, Jennifer claimed that during the 911 call, Ryan only pretended to perform CPR because he knew Sarah was already dead, rendering resuscitation futile. Despite this shocking revelation, Jennifer continued to communicate with Ryan following their initial discussion. Ryan did not report the incriminating conversation to the police until after her second trial was declared a mistrial. In response to Jennifer's testimony, the defense attempted to undermine her credibility. They presented evidence of her previous prescription drug addiction and misdemeanor theft convictions, attempting to cast doubt on the veracity of her statements and motivations. The defense presented a challenging scenario, claiming that they could not definitively explain what caused Sarah to drown that night. The defense urged the jury to consider all of the facts in the case, emphasizing that Ryan had no apparent motive to harm Sarah. Despite these arguments, Ryan was ultimately convicted of murder and sentenced to 15 to life in prison. Interestingly, one of the jurors in the third trial cited Ryan's behavior in court as a major factor in their guilty verdict. The juror observed that Ryan made no reaction when autopsy photos were shown in court, implying that his lack of emotional response influenced the perception of his guilt. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Saturday, June 28, 2014, Erin Corwin, 19, informed her husband Jonathan John Corwin that she planned to hike some trails in Joshua Tree National Park. Her mother, Laura Evelyn, was due to visit the following week, and Erin expressed a desire to go on some walks together. Erin and John had been married for over a year and had known each other since 5th grade when they met in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. When Erin turned 16, John asked her parents and Bill for permission to date her, and they agreed. John appeared to be a good match for their daughter, with gentlemanly characteristics. The couple married in November 2012 and moved to California in September 2013. John lives at the 29 Palms Marine Base, where he served as a Marine. Two other young couples, Connor and Isley Malachi, live next door to John and Erin, sharing a downstairs apartment with their son Brian. While Chris and Nicole Lee lived next door with their daughter Liberty, Erin and John had a difficult start to 2014 as Erin miscarried. Seeking solace, she volunteered at the White Rock Horse Rescue Ranch, where she cared for horses and made friends. Erin discovered she was pregnant again in April 2014, which excited John on the morning of June 28. When Erin left early, John expected her to return later in the day. However, as the day went on without her, he contacted her best friend to inquire about her whereabouts, but she had no idea. Concerned, John reported Erin missing to the police on the morning of June 29, claiming she had left around 6 or 7 a.m. on June 28 to explore some trails. He mentioned that she had expressed love before leaving, and he returned to sleep after seeing her off. Erin has not communicated since then. When John informed Erin's parents about her disappearance, their first concern was that she might be lost in the vast desert. Without provisions, you will face harsh conditions. Military troops joined the search, conducting a massive operation across 300 rugged acres of desert. The San Bernardino Sheriff Search and Rescue Team worked with Nancy's agents to navigate the treacherous terrain, which included over 1,000 abandoned mines. Questions arose about John's decision to wait 24 hours before reporting Erin missing. He then underwent a polygraph test, which he passed, allowing the police to rule him out as a suspect. Erin's car was discovered 20 to 30 miles east of the military base, parked quite far from the Joshua Tree National Park entrance. Authorities were perplexed as to why Erin did not park closer if she intended to explore the nearby trails. Notably, shoe prints were discovered leading from the driver's side of Erin's vehicle to a location where investigators suspected another car had been parked. The question arose, had Erin gotten into another vehicle? According to John's information, Erin intended to go alone that day and had not mentioned meeting anyone else. Laura, Erin's mother, contacted one of her best friends, Jessica, who revealed that Erin had planned a special date at Joshua Tree National Park on June 28th. Erin was secretly having an extramarital affair, which shocked her. It seemed at odds with Erin's apparent devotion to John, as she had written him love letters and poems. Jessica informed the authorities that Erin intended to meet Chris Lee, a Marine living next to John, and that Erin lived with his wife Nicole and their 6-year-old daughter. When police approached Chris and asked about Erin's whereabouts, he initially claimed he didn't know her well and that they had only exchanged brief greetings. Chris claims that on the day Erin went missing, he was coyote hunting near Gold Crown Road and had no contact with her. The police then brought Chris to the station for further questioning. Following a series of questions, Chris admitted to having a close relationship with Erin, acknowledging that they were romantically involved. However, he claimed that their physical interactions were limited to kissing and no sexual intercourse occurred. Despite his familiarity with Erin, Chris insisted that he was unaware of her current location. Chris was released from police custody without being charged. The search for Erin persisted. But, given the large number of mines in Joshua Tree National Park and its surroundings, hope faded. Erin's remains were discovered on August 16th, nearly 2 months after she disappeared. A caver alerted by a strong gasoline odor investigated one of the mines and discovered Erin's body within. A tire, a homemade torch, and a bottle of Sprite sat beside her. The autopsy determined that Erin's death was a homicide, with strangulation as the cause. She was choked to death with a homemade garrote, and her body was dropped 250 feet down the rows of the Peruman shaft while the garrote remained around her neck. Police discovered a propane tank inside the mine, indicating an attempt to burn her body. Because of Erin's advanced state of decomposition, it was impossible to say for certain whether she was pregnant. The garrote found around Erin's neck was made from 2 rebar handles and paracord. The autopsy revealed several skull fractures, one of which happened shortly before or during her death. In addition, fractures to her left collarbone and left rib were discovered shortly before or during her death. The remaining skull fractures were caused post-mortem, most likely during the process of dragging or throwing her into the mine. DNA testing on the items discovered alongside Erin's body in the shaft produced significant results. Chris's DNA was discovered on the shirt tied around the torch, and the Sprite bottle, which still had the lid on, contained both Chris's and Erin's DNA. Chris was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. With the added circumstance of lying in wait, Chris pleaded not guilty to the charges following his arrest. The prosecution claimed that Erin and Chris were having an affair, and when Erin discovered she was pregnant, she confided in Chris. According to police, Chris, unwilling to jeopardize his relationship with his wife, considered a drastic solution to the problem: murder Erin. The prosecution claimed that Chris meticulously planned the murder over several weeks, researching effective methods for disposing of a body. He had a plan in place. He allegedly enticed Erin to the desert and killed her with a garrote he had brought with him. They claimed that the murder was premeditated. During Chris's arrest, officers discovered 2 spools of paracord and a blue climbing rope in his car. The paracord matched the cord around Erin's neck. Erin had told her friend Jessica that Chris was the baby's father and that she loved him more than John. She even expressed a desire to move to Alaska, Chris' hometown, to be with him. The court heard that their affair became public in April 2014 when their neighbor Islington saw them kissing. Nicole informed John, who confronted Chris, explicitly stating that he did not want to see him near Erin again. During the trial, Islington testified for the prosecution, stating that Chris frequently discussed murder, mentioning it more than I can count. She remembered him talking about hiding a body in the desert corner. Ling's husband also testified that Chris had discussed murder with him. Just a few weeks before Erin disappeared, Chris allegedly told Connor that if you put a body in a fire with tires, it will disintegrate, and that they would be unable to find anything. Another Marine, Andrew Johnson, testified about his conversation with Chris in June 2014. Chris reportedly inquired about nearby chloride plants, specifically how a body could be destroyed using chemicals found there. Chris also inquired about the presence of security cameras in those locations. Andrew stated that he did not find the conversation unusual at the time because his experiences in Afghanistan had desensitized him, and he knew Chris felt the same way. The court learned that a propane tank and a tire were discovered inside the mine shaft, next to Erin's body. The prosecution informed the court that Chris borrowed a propane tank from a horse ranch, and a fellow Marine discovered one in Chris's car on the morning of June 28. When questioned, Chris allegedly told the Marine he planned to blow up a mine shaft. The jury was presented with compelling evidence about the DNA found on the shirt and Sprite bottle, as well as incriminating Google searches like how to dispose of a body. The prosecution urges the jury to consider these elements and convict Chris, claiming that the evidence strongly points to him as the sole person responsible for Erin's death. They urge the jury to investigate Chris's actions, including previous conversations, research, and the weapons he brought, to determine whether the murder was premeditated. In a significant turn, Chris may have recognized the weight of the evidence against him and initially pleaded not guilty. He later recanted during the trial and admitted to Erin's murder. However, he claimed that the action was impulsive rather than planned. This admission complicated the trial, forcing the jury to consider the degree of premeditation in Chris's actions leading up to Erin's tragic death. The defense presented its case by admitting Chris was responsible for Erin's death. In contrast to his previous denials, Chris now admits to having a sexual relationship with Erin. The defense told the jury that Chris, wanting to save his marriage, but unwilling to let go of Erin, planned to meet her on June 28th to discuss their situation. According to Chris, The original plan was for Aaron and others to go hunting, but when the others were unable to attend, the meeting became an opportunity for a private conversation. Chris claimed that on that day, he planned to blow up a mine shaft with tires. In preparation, he brought gasoline and diesel fuel to the desert, as well as a propane tank. He described how he threw these materials into his mind, realizing he had used up all of the gasoline for God to apply to the torch. When he realized he couldn't carry out the plant explosion, he also discarded the torch in his mind. This, according to Chris, these items were discovered inside the mine shaft. The defense called only one witness, Chris, who claimed that Aaron occasionally babysat his daughter. According to Chris, during their time in the desert together, Aaron discussed their future as a family and expressed a desire to care for his daughter. Chris described an incident in which his wife Nicole expressed concern for their daughter's well-being, implying that Aaron may be engaging in inappropriate behavior. In response to these concerns, Chris claimed that he confronted and asked her directly, "Have you ever touched Liberty? Have you molested my daughter?" According to Chris's testimony, Aaron's admission to touching his daughter elicited a strong emotional response. He described feeling an overwhelming surge of hatred and rage, as if someone had rammed a red-hot knife into his heart. During this intense emotional turmoil, Chris claimed to have picked up a Garrett from his car. "I felt so much hatred and rage. I grabbed it, stood up, and noticed she had turned around at some point. I couldn't think clearly. I just felt a lot of hatred, and I came up behind her, put it around her neck, and my training kicked in. Then I turned around and began pulling, but I couldn't pull hard enough because I was so angry." Chris went on to explain, "I just continued choking her. I'm not sure how long it was. It could have been 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It seemed like forever, and I just kept choking her." After Aaron stopped moving, Chris admitted to using the Garrett to drag her body to the mine shaft's edge and push her inside. The defense asks the jury to find him not guilty of first-degree murder based on his claim that he did not intend to kill Aaron and only killed her in the heat of the moment. The prosecution strongly contested Chris's defense, claiming that it was a fabrication. The emphasis emphasizes that no one had previously expressed concern about Aaron's behavior. The alleged abuse was not reported to police, and Chris and his wife did not seek medical attention for their daughter as a result of the alleged abuse. The prosecution claimed that Chris made up this story during the trial in order to get a lesser charge of involuntary manslaughter, with the expectation of a shorter prison sentence due to the overwhelming evidence against him. The prosecutor pointed out that Chris only admitted his involvement in front of the jury, implying a calculated move for attention. The prosecutor addressed Chris directly, saying, "You chose to do it in front of the jury. It's about you. You sought attention." Ultimately, the jury did not believe Chris's defense. They quickly returned a guilty verdict for first-degree murder with a special circumstance. Chris was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole after a 15-minute trial. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In the tranquil coastal town of St. Augustine, Florida, July 8th, 2010, was a day that those who knew her would never forget. A solitary beach house served as the backdrop for a perplexing mystery. Friends and family struggled to understand the mysterious disappearance of a 45-year-old woman who had been a fixture in their lives. Her presence, last seen at a neighborhood gathering on July 6th, appeared to have faded into the shadows, leaving a trail of unsettling questions. Brittany Tavar, 45, a resident of St. Augustine, Florida, had a heart as big as the ocean and a smile that could brighten even the darkest day. Brittany had a large family with many siblings, but they all lived far away on the other side of the country. They loved her despite the distance, but life's twists and turns had separated them. People who knew Brittany spoke of her fondly. She was known for her kindness, generous spirit, and unwavering respect for everyone she met. Brittany had a talent for assisting others, which defined her in an intriguing twist of fate. Brittany had once set her sights on Hollywood, hoping to discover her dreams amidst the city's glitz and glamour. After her Hollywood venture failed, Brittany returned to St. Augustine, her hometown. She forged a new path here, eventually becoming a photographer and real estate agent. Her camera lens captured the beauty of the town, and her friendly demeanor helped others. Brittany's love of making friends was what truly set her apart. She had a knack for turning strangers into friends, and her network in St. Augustine quickly expanded. People from all walks of life were drawn to her infectious personality. However, life is unpredictable, and Brittany had no idea what was going to happen next. Brittany's last appearance in the community was on the evening of July 6th, just 2 days before her mysterious disappearance. She was upbeat as she mingled with neighbors and friends at the lively party. Later that evening, around 9 p.m., she made a routine stop at a nearby gas station to fuel her Toyota RAV4. However, after this seemingly routine pit stop, Brittany became an elusive mystery when friends worried about her disappearance went to her house. It appeared normal from the outside. There appeared to be no activity inside the house. Her car was noticeably absent, prompting a few of them to speculate that she had temporarily left her home for a few days. Her family was concerned, however, because they knew it was unusual for her to leave without informing anyone. Police did not launch an investigation right away because nothing seemed out of place, and there was no evidence of foul play or that Brittany had suffered any harm. Friends and her partner, Tim Martin, gained entry to her home through a locksmith, and upon closer inspection, a strange scene unfolded before their eyes. The house had an almost unnatural cleanliness, as if it had been thoroughly scrubbed, leaving a distinct odor of cleaning products, particularly bleach. Brittany's 2 small white Bichon Frise dogs, Colbert and Huey, were also missing, but her cats remained inside the house. The hum of the air conditioning system in the background added to the mystery, which was unusual for Brittany, who was normally concerned about power consumption and would not leave it on even if she was only going away for a few days. Brittany's friends told the police that she had expressed concern and fear to them. She had spoken with some of them about her concerns. This unease stemmed from a contentious dispute she had with her neighbor, and what had once been a cordial relationship had devolved into a cauldron of hostility, marked by physical skirmishes, legal skirmishes, and Brittany's fervent attempts to obtain a permanent restraining order against Anna. The timing of Brittany's disappearance was especially puzzling because it coincided with a critical court hearing in this long-running dispute. Brittany meticulously gathered evidence and prepared for her upcoming trial, making her sudden disappearance even more perplexing to those who knew her well. She was looking forward to her appearance in court and did not want to miss it. Brittany and Anne had previously been close friends, bonding over shared memories and camaraderie. However, Anne's idyllic friendship began to unravel when her boyfriend crossed the Atlantic from Ireland, prompting her to seek accommodations for her roommate in order to make room for her view. Brittany, ever accommodating, agreed to house Anne's roommate, but later changed her mind. This abrupt reversal heightened tensions between Brittany and Anne, laying the groundwork for a contentious dispute. The conflict escalated to alarming proportions, culminating in a shocking physical altercation that resulted in Brittany's arrest on battery charges. Her once welcoming demeanor had changed to one of resolute determination to seek legal protection against Anne's perceived threats. Brittany carried a video camera with her at all times, documenting every interaction with Anne in order to gather irrefutable evidence for the impending court battle. Among these clashes, the day Brittany disappeared emerged as a watershed moment. She had long anticipated the day she would appear in court for the civil suit seeking a permanent restraining order against Anne. She had worked hard to gather evidence and prepare to present her case to her friends and family. The idea of Brittany willingly missing this critical hearing seemed implausible. While Anne naturally became a person of interest in the eyes of investigators, initial inquiries indicated she had a credible alibi. A few days after Brittany's last sighting, her 2 beloved dogs, Colbert and Huey, were discovered wandering separately in Hopkins, South Carolina, adding an unexpected twist to the case. In the midst of this neighborly feud, another aspect of Brittany's personality emerged. A compassionate spirit who had opened her home to at least 8 different homeless people over the years. Brittany welcomed them warmly, offering shelter in exchange for their assistance with various household tasks. Among them was Joseph Dean Roberts, a 26-year-old who had recently lived with Brittany. Brittany had only met Joseph a few weeks before her mysterious disappearance at a local Barnes & Noble bookstore. Despite their brief interactions, Joseph had shared his harrowing story with her. He had become homeless after losing his job at the Kangaroo gas station on St. Augustine Beach. Brittany, known for her boundless kindness, extended her hand, and offered him a place to stay. Joseph's first impressions painted him as an unassuming average young man, which was confirmed by his friends. They saw no reason for concern, believing him to be a typical houseguest. However, Joseph had a tragic backstory, telling Brittany's friends that he had lost his parents and that his living situation had become hostile, prompting him to seek refuge under her roof. Brittany went above and beyond when she moved in by purchasing a computer. They shared ambitions to start a web design business together, which reflected Brittany's adventurous spirit. The police, who were always eager to try new things, became increasingly interested in Joseph as they learned more about his relationship with Brittany and the events surrounding her disappearance. He was pulled over for speeding in Brittany's car in Evanston, Wyoming, the day after her disappearance. Strangely, he was released without being questioned about her location. However, as the investigation progressed, a more sinister pattern emerged, implicating Joseph in the disturbing chain of events as investigators dug deeper into Brittany Genevieve Tavares' mysterious disappearance. Joseph Dean Roberts emerged as a key figure in the unfolding mystery. His actions and connections to Brittany sparked suspicion, leaving a trail of questions that demanded answers. Joseph had become a person of interest for a variety of reasons. First and foremost, he was the last known person to be with Brittany on the evening of July 6th, just before her disappearance. Second, he had been in possession of Brittany's car shortly after she went missing, which was a disturbing fact that could not be ignored. The circumstances surrounding his encounter with law enforcement in Evanston, Wyoming, were quite perplexing. On July 11th, he was pulled over for speeding while driving Brittany's car. Despite being alone and in possession of her vehicle, the police officer who stopped him made no connection to Brittany's disappearance and released him with a warning. Joseph's actions did not end at the traffic stop. Later that day, he was seen at a Walmart in Ontario, buying items that raised eyebrows. He acquired a tent, a black t-shirt, and tan cargo shorts. These unusual purchases fueled the growing suspicion of Joseph's involvement in Brittany's disappearance. The investigation took an alarming turn when it was discovered that Brittany's credit card was still being used, despite the fact that she had vanished without a trace. Authorities closely examined the credit card transactions and discovered a troubling pattern. Brittany's card had been used in multiple states, including North Carolina, Idaho, and Oregon. This financial trail painted a picture of someone taking advantage of Brittany's possessions, fueling fears that she was in serious danger. With mounting evidence and growing concerns about Joseph's potential involvement, authorities took a proactive approach and issued a public alert. The message was clear. Joseph Dean Roberts was a person of interest in Brittany's disappearance, and he should not be underestimated. Law enforcement warned that he could be armed and dangerous, prompting a nationwide search. The hope of finding Brittany alive persisted, but the details revealed a chilling and ominous picture. The search for Joseph Dean Roberts intensified, motivated by a desire for answers and justice in this haunting mystery. In the never-ending search for answers in Brittany, Genevieve Tavares' disappearance reached a watershed moment on October 12th, when Joseph Dean Roberts was arrested in Seattle for shoplifting. This seemingly unrelated incident would cast an ominous shadow over the ongoing investigation, eventually revealing the grim truth about Brittany's fate while Joseph was in custody. Florida authorities rushed to Seattle to question him about Brittany's disappearance. Their hope remained steadfast that Brittany was still alive and awaiting rescue. They had no idea that the chilling revelation that was about to unfold would put an end to that glimmer of hope. During questioning, Joseph Dean Roberts, the man who had shared Brittany's life and home in the weeks preceding her disappearance, began to reveal the chilling details of what happened that fateful night. According to Joseph's confession, a heated argument broke out between him and Brittany on the night of July 6, 2010. The tension rose, reaching a terrifying climax as anger turned to violence. In a moment of brutality, Joseph had resorted to using a hammer to strike Brittany in the head several times, but she had not died immediately. Joseph recounted with chilling detachment that Brittany was still alive, albeit briefly, in a gruesome twist. Joseph described taking a knife from the kitchen, intending to silence the woman who had once provided him with shelter and kindness. Joseph used a sharp object to deliver the fatal blow to the neck. The aftermath of this heinous crime was a scene of unspeakable horror. There was blood everywhere. Joseph needed to act quickly to cover his tracks, so he used bleach and a slew of towels to remove the heinous evidence of his crime. The amount of blood was so large that it required 6 trash bags to contain the aftermath. In a chilling twist of fate, Joseph's original plan was to hide Brittany's lifeless body in the attic. However, he quickly realized that her remains were too heavy to carry up the stairs. Instead, he resorted to wrapping her lifeless body in sheets and garbage bags, leaving her tragically unrecognizable. Brittany's body was then placed in her own car. However, the question remained: why had Joseph chosen to accompany Brittany's beloved dogs on his sinister journey to conceal his heinous crime? Joseph's twisted logic came to light. He understood that leaving the dogs at Brittany's house would raise suspicions. He needed to buy time, diverting attention away from the atrocities he had committed. Brittany's life was ended. Joseph set out on a grim journey with her body hidden in her own car and her once loved pets by his side. He drove Brittany's car, carrying her remains, and abandoned her body in a desolate wooded area near Interstate 95. Joseph attempted to bury her, but the difficult terrain made the effort futile. Instead, her body was exposed. In a disturbingly casual revelation, Joseph admitted that after completing this macabre task, he returned home when asked if he had gone to sleep. His response was chillingly straightforward: "Yes, I did." Following this eerie interlude, Joseph embarked on a cross-country journey, crossing state lines. While leaving Brittany's car in a Seattle library parking lot, a stark reminder of the disturbing nature of his actions. The release of these gruesome details sent shockwaves through the investigation and the community, which had hoped for Brittany's safe return. Her body, which was severely decomposed, had to be identified using dental records. She died as a result of apparent blunt force trauma. It was a horrifying reminder of the brutality she'd experienced. Joseph Dean Roberts, the man who had shared her home and her trust, had thrown Brittany into a nightmare from which she would never recover. Following Joseph Dean Roberts' chilling confession, the mystery surrounding Brittany and Genevieve Taver's disappearance begins to unravel. The police discovered that everything Joseph had told Brittany was a lie. He had spent several months living in the woods near the bookstore where they had met. Law enforcement believed Joseph had a habit of wandering along Florida's beaches, attempting to persuade women to give him a place to stay. The strategy had been successful on numerous occasions. Brittany was not the first woman to offer him shelter, and those who had welcomed him into their homes at first thought he was harmless and, in some cases, pitied his situation. However, a troubling shift in his behavior usually occurred soon after moving in. For example, a woman Joseph worked with at the Kangaroo gas station offered him a room to rent in her home. From August 2008 until January 2009, he appeared pleasant and honest at first, despite his inability to afford a motel. He even discussed his mental health issues, such as depression and angry outburst. However, within a few weeks, his behavior deteriorated. He became disinterested, neglected personal hygiene, and began using illegal substances in the home. When she discovered this, she immediately asked him to leave, and he left the same day. A month later, another gas station employee named Cheryl Davenport offered Joseph a place to stay after he was fired for theft. Cheryl thought of him as a friend, and she was aware that his mental health issues had caused strained relationships with his family. In exchange for housing, she asked him to care for her 3 young children. Unfortunately, the destructive pattern repeated itself. Joseph stopped bathing and resumed his prohibited substance use, prompting Cheryl to ask him to leave. During this time, Joseph moved in with Brittany in tragic circumstances. Before she had the chance to request his departure, he committed a heinous act of violence, brutally killing her. Brittany was unaware of Joseph's history of severe anger issues, which led to this horrific tragedy. Joseph's account of Brittany's brutal murder prompted his immediate arrest. The gravity of the crime he had committed was obvious, and the legal system moved quickly to hold him accountable for his heinous actions. Joseph initially pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder, setting the stage for a trial to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. However, as the case progressed, legal discussions and arguments became more prominent. Questions about Joseph's state of mind, the circumstances surrounding the crime, and the pursuit of justice led to a watershed moment in the case. Ultimately, the prosecution and defense reached a significant agreement and accepted a guilty plea to a lesser charge. Joseph Dean Roberts, the man who killed Brittany in an unspeakable act of violence, has pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. This plea represented a significant turning point in the case. The court accepted the plea and sentenced him to a 30-year term in a Florida state correctional facility. While this outcome may not have provided the full measure of justice that Brittany's loved ones had hoped for, it did ensure that Joseph was held accountable for his heinous crime. He would spend decades in prison, paying for the life he had taken and the anguish he had caused Brittany's family, friends, and the community that had rallied in her memory. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Toni Jill Bertolet Henthorn, the daughter of Bob and Yvonne Bertolet, was born on January 10, 1962 in Jackson, Mississippi. After graduating from Trinity High School in 1980, she earned honors and magna cum laude status at the University of Mississippi Medical School in 1988. Toni's professional journey led her to work as a surgical and cosmetic ophthalmologist at Associates in Eye Care in Denver, where her excellence earned her recognition as one of America's top ophthalmologists by the Consumer Research Council in 2006. Toni was an active member of her community outside of medicine, attending and teaching Sunday school at Cherry Hills Community Church. Toni was not only an accomplished pianist, but also had a lovely voice and sang in several church choirs. Her dedication to her faith was evident in her insightful contributions to God Questions.org, where she shared her Christian perspectives on a regular basis. Harold and Toni Henthorn met online in 1999 and married after just 9 months. Despite her successful career as an eye surgeon, Toni's main goal was to have a happy marriage and family. This ambition appeared to come true when she met Harold, who presented himself as a wealthy entrepreneur involved in fundraising for educational institutions and churches. Harold persuaded Toni to move to Colorado from Jackson, Mississippi during their meeting. Despite the difficulties of leaving her family and friends in Mississippi, Toni is excited about starting a new life with her husband. Their family culminated in 2005 with the birth of their daughter Haley on September 29, 2012. Toni Henthorn and her husband Harold Henthorn went hiking in Colorado's Rocky Mountain National Park on Saturday to celebrate their 12th wedding anniversary. Just before 3:30 p.m., they deviated from the trail and ate lunch atop a picturesque cliff. By 4:45 p.m., they discovered a cliff beneath their lunch spot after deviating from the designated trail. Toni tragically fell 130 feet from the same steep cliff in less than half an hour at 5:54 p.m. Harold called 911, almost 45 minutes later, to report the incident. He told the authorities that it took him 15 minutes to reach Toni and another 30 minutes to assess and relocate her. During the 911 call, Harold mentioned their location near the mountain summit, expressed concern about Toni's weekend breathing and head injury, and asked for a helicopter. He later told another operator that he had started a fire in a rock enclosure and noticed a decrease in Toni's breathing, eventually confirming its cessation. Harold, guided by the operator, attempted chest compressions. Harold called 911 again and inquired about the arrival of assistance. The operator informed Harold that the ranger was calling for him, but Harold claimed he had not heard any calls. The MT ranger arrived around 8 p.m. and conducted an examination, which unfortunately revealed Toni's death. Authorities questioned Harold about the circumstances surrounding Toni's death. Despite claiming that he did not witness Toni's fall because he was reading text messages and only saw a blur, Harold gave conflicting accounts to others. In one instance, he claimed that Toni had gotten too close to the edge while speaking with someone else. He claimed Toni was attempting to take photographs and slipped upon hearing the tragic news of Toni's death. Her parents, Bob and Yvonne Bertolet, had a strong reaction. Bob immediately claimed that he pushed her, which was initially interpreted as an accidental death. Toni's parents had clearly been concerned about her well-being for quite some time. Toni was a successful and confident woman when she first met Harold. However, her confidence dwindled after moving to Colorado with Harold, who gradually took control of her life. Harold will listen in on her parents' phone calls and put them on speakerphone. Toni's parents became concerned, suspecting that Harold might not be as prosperous. As a businessman, he claimed to be reliant on Toni's income. However, they were concerned about more than just his financial situation. They believed he isolated Tony from her family and friends. A feeling of unease persisted, prompting Yvonne to seek conversations with Tony. However, every attempt to discuss Harold's job, the couple's financial situation, or his pervasive control over Tony's life elicited the same response from Tony. Raising these issues would have consequences for her. One particular incident heightened their concerns to the point where they hoped Tony would cut ties with him. During their visits to Harold's cabin in West Denver, an alarming incident occurred. While Haley slept, Harold asked Tony for help clearing debris. During this task, something struck the back of Tony's neck with such force that she had to be hospitalized. Harold later claimed that a large piece of lumber had fallen from the porch and struck her. This incident heightened Tony's parents' concerns about her safety, prompting them to implore her not to be alone with him. When the police investigated Tony's death, they discovered disturbing details that sparked suspicion. There were numerous inconsistencies in Harold's accounts of the hike in the area and the events of that fateful day. Harold informed the arranger that he and Tony had originally planned to hike the Bear Lake Trail, which was a half-mile of paved walking with no elevation gain, a good choice for Tony, who had 3 knee surgeries and could no longer ski. However, Harold later informed the ranger that they chose the Deer Mountain Trail to avoid crowds. This trail was 3 miles long, ascending 1,200 feet from the trailhead to the 10,200-foot summit. Harold told the ranger that he was unfamiliar with the area and had only been there once. However, after reviewing his phone records, police discovered that he had visited the location 8 or 9 times in the 6 weeks preceding that day. In addition, he demonstrated knowledge of the specific location, including the steep cliff where Tony fell. Tony mentioned seeing a white sheet on the cliff, but the Park Service had removed it a week before she fell. The police discovered a park map inside his car with a pink X, indicating where Tony fell. The police found Harold's 911 call concerning. Despite claiming to have a low phone battery which limited his ability to speak, he made 22 calls and sent or received 98 texts. Notably, one text message instructed a friend to pick him up from Estes Park and provided detailed directions on the route to take. The police discovered a disturbing pattern when they discovered Harold had taken out multiple life insurance policies on Tony's life. Notably, he had recently designated himself as the beneficiary of a life insurance annuity originally intended for his daughter Haley. This, however, was not an isolated event. The investigation revealed that Harold had a history of benefiting from life insurance policies, as he had also been named as the beneficiary of his first wife's policy. In May 1995, Harold married Sandra Lynn Henthorne. On the 6th of May 1995, the couple was driving down a remote highway near Sedalia, Colorado, on a cold and dark night. During the nighttime drive, a Jeep Cherokee developed a tire problem, forcing them to stop and change it. Lynn, Harold's first wife, went underneath the Jeep, which was supported by 2 jacks, to change the tire. Lynn was tragically crushed when the Jeep fell on top of her. Harold flagged down passing motorists for help, but Lynn did not survive. Initially, the death was ruled accidental. The cause was identified as traumatic asphyxiation from being crushed under the car, which resulted in fatal internal injuries. Following Tony's death, a re-examination of Lynn's case revealed errors made during the initial investigation, leaving several issues unresolved. Harold, as the sole witness to Lynn's tragic incident, gave the police statements that were inconsistent. Discrepancies included contradictory claims about the direction they were driving that night, with Harold claiming they were going both east and west. Furthermore, he provided contradictory information about a restaurant stop prior to Lynn's death, implying that they had already dined there and claiming that they were on their way to the restaurant. Notably, authorities failed to verify Harold's accounts with the restaurant before confirming their presence that night. Further inconsistencies arose, including conflicting statements about the tire's condition. Harold alternately described it as flat and spongy. Notably, a partial print was found on the wheel above the missing tire, where Lynn was changing it. However, this print was never compared to Harold's shoes to see if they were a match. The print's position suggested that it was the result of someone kicking the car, which could have caused the Jeep to fall and crush Lynn. Unfortunately, this lead was not pursued in the initial investigation. Prior to Lynn's tragic death, Harold purchased a substantial life insurance policy for her and informed the police that he would receive $300,000. An independent verification would have revealed that he was actually slated to receive twice that amount. This increase was the result of a change Harold made to the policy shortly before Lynn's death, allowing for double compensation in the event of her death as a result of an accident. Furthermore, the investigative file detailed an encounter with a mechanic who drove by Harold and Lynn around 9:30 p.m. and offered assistance. Harold declined the offer. The file also mentioned Patricia Montoya. Patricia contacted the police a day after Lynn's death, asking, "Have you arrested the husband yet?" Patricia told the police that she and her family were driving home around 10 p.m. when Harold flagged them down for assistance. Despite their efforts to locate a phone to call 911, they were unable to find one, so they proceeded to pull Lynn from under the car. Harold vehemently objected to their intervention, warning them not to touch her. Even when they tried CPR, Harold resisted and refused to give Lynn his coat to keep warm. Lynn was eventually airlifted to a nearby hospital, but died from internal injuries during surgery. Curiously, no charges were brought against Harold in connection with Lynn's death. However, in Tony's case, Harold was charged with first-degree murder. The prosecution claimed that he deliberately and purposefully pushed Tony over the cliff to her death. To support their case, the prosecution presented a map with a marked X indicating the location where Tony fell. The jury also heard about phone records showing Harold visiting the park several times in the weeks leading up to Tony's death. Given Tony's remote location with poor cellular service and no nearby aid stations, the court looked into the 911 call in greater detail. Despite the fact that the call was placed around 6 p.m., help did not arrive until 8 p.m. The prosecution claimed that Harold did nothing meaningful to assist his wife during this critical period. To back up this claim, the prosecution called Julie Sullivan, the emergency services dispatcher, to testify that she followed a standardized protocol when guiding people through CPR over the phone, and that she had handled approximately 240 similar calls before speaking with Harold. Julie explained that her conversation with Harold was unusual. "In my experience, when I perform CPR with someone guiding me through it, even experienced people, nurses, or other people on the scene are extremely out of breath. I thought it was strange that he wasn't letting me know when he finished an instruction I'd given him. As many of you are aware, on every other call I have taken, the person wants to know what to do next right away. Okay, I completed my 30. What do I do next? What shall I do next? What shall I do next?" That was highly unusual, and it didn't feel like he was performing CPR. Most people do it due to the physical exertion of performing CPR compressions and breathing. It's extremely exhausting. I need to know when you're finished with it so we can move on to the next step. And he wasn't letting me know when he finished every instruction I gave him, so I asked him to let me know. Also, we had an open line. I can hear them doing compressions on the patient on all of the other CPR calls I've done in my career because there is so much breathing. The breathing is labored. It's extremely exhausting, and it's difficult to even get out and speak back. They have difficulty talking to me because they're out of breath from the exertion. The emergency services dispatcher, Julie Sullivan, testified in court that, based on her experience, she did not believe Harold was performing CPR during the 911 call. The medical examiner's findings further undermined Harold's claims. There were no signs of CPR-related abrasions, contusions, or anterior rib fractures. In fact, there was no evidence of any PR attempts. Tony's fall had been partially broken by a tree at the base of the cliff, causing her scalp and tissue to tear away from her skull. Tony's extensive injuries were detailed by the medical examiner, who discovered severe brain hemorrhaging, a fractured neck, blunt force trauma to the chest, abdomen and pelvis, broken ribs to form a chest, lacerations and bleeding in the liver and lungs, and pale skin, indicating significant blood loss. The prosecution presented the case to the jury, drawing parallels between Tony's death and the unusual circumstances surrounding Harold's first wife, Lynn. The court allowed the prosecution to present Lynn's case because of the striking similarities. Following the same principle, the prosecution revealed the incident Tony described to her mother at Harold's cabin. The jury was shown another disturbing incident involving Tony that occurred in May 2011. Tony sustained a neck injury when she was struck in the back of the neck and upper back with a large wooden beam, similar to previous incidents. This occurred in a remote and secluded location around 10 p.m. That night, Harold was cleaning the deck of their cabin and asked Tony to help him, which resulted in the unfortunate incident with the beam. Harold gave various people different accounts of what happened. He initially told paramedics he threw the beam, but later admitted to a doctor that it had fallen off the deck. Another version was shared with a friend in which Harold claimed he dropped the beam on Toni after slipping from the ladder she was holding, adding to the complexity of the situation. A nurse's note in Toni's files indicated that she was beneath the deck when the beam fell. The prosecution based its case on a clear motive for financial gain from life insurance policies. Harold had three $1.05 million life insurance policies on Toni, as well as a $205,000 annuity, making him the beneficiary of more than $4.07 million when Toni died. Toni died a month earlier, in April 2011. Harold designated himself as the beneficiary of a $205,000 life insurance annuity purchased by Toni's parents for their granddaughter Haley. The defense made a strategic decision not to call any witnesses to provide evidence, believing that the prosecution had failed to establish its case. However, this gamble did not pay off. After 10.5 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted Harold of murder and sentenced him to life in prison. A disturbing pattern emerged when it was revealed that Harold had Toni and Lynn's bodies cremated immediately after their deaths, scattering their ashes in the same location. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On November 16, 2012, the dispatch center in Lake County, Ohio, received a distressing 911 call. The caller, a highly agitated adolescent girl, struggled to communicate due to her distress. It soon became clear that she was reporting that her older sister was attacking their mother. Law enforcement officers quickly arrived at the residence, where they encountered the frantic caller. She explained that her older sister, Sabrina Zunic, 18, had stabbed their mother. When they arrived, Sabrina emerged from the house, clutching a bloodied knife. The police demanded that she drop the weapon, and she complied. They were met with a gruesome scene inside the house. Lisa Marie McIntosh was born on May 20, 1971. Lisa, the daughter of William and Rita McIntosh, was a single mother who had a daughter from a previous relationship. She married Kevin Noefel in 2006, and he has a son from a previous relationship. The couple had their daughter in 2009. Lisa, a social worker with the Department of Children and Family Services who specialized in child abuse cases, had a strong desire to help others. Demonstrating their dedication to assisting children, Kevin and Lisa have decided to become foster parents. Lisa's friend commented that when she had foster children, she treated them as if they were her own. She made a point of going above and beyond as a parent. Sabrina Zunic, 16, moved into their home in the summer of 2011. Sabrina Zunic was born on October 27, 1994, somewhere near Cleveland, Ohio. Her upbringing was difficult, as both of her parents struggled with alcohol and substance abuse, resulting in a highly unstable home environment. Sabrina's early experiences were marred by her parents' criminal troubles, and even as a baby she was exposed to substances like vodka in her bottle to induce sleep. These circumstances aided Sabrina's development of behavioral and mental health issues such as ADHD, oppositional defiance disorder, bipolar disorder, anxiety, and depression. Sabrina went to live with her grandmother after being removed from her parents' custody. Unfortunately, her grandmother's declining health coincided with Sabrina's adolescence, and her rebellious behavior became difficult for her grandmother to deal with. Sabrina entered the foster care system at the age of 14, living in a variety of homes and group settings before being placed with Lisa and Kevin Noefel. Sabrina made significant progress in changing her life in 2011, thanks to Kevin and Lisa's care. She began attending school on a regular basis, excelled academically, and aspired to be a massage therapist. Sabrina has seamlessly integrated into the family, making positive connections with the two girls and actively participating in school. Sabrina chose to stay with Lisa and Kevin to complete her education after turning 18 and becoming eligible to leave foster care, expressing her happiness in their home. Nonetheless, a tragic question arises. What drove Sabrina to stab her foster mother to death in front of Lisa's two young daughters? Lisa was at home with the children on November 16, 2012, while Kevin was working as a truck driver. During the night, the teenage and 3-year-old daughters heard their mother's screams and discovered Sabrina stabbing Lisa multiple times. In the midst of the terrifying scene, The younger child sought refuge in a closet, while Lisa's teenage daughter pleaded with Sabrina to stop the assault and immediately dialed 911. The situation was described as completely chaotic, with the distraught caller informing police that her sister had fatally stabbed their mother. Lisa Nofel was pronounced dead on the scene. Sabrina was arrested, and the murder weapon, a 15-inch knife with a 9-inch convex and serrated blade without a hilt, was found in the house. Notably, Sabrina accepted responsibility for the act, admitting that she was the one who stabbed Lisa to death. Despite the disturbing nature of the murder, police were concerned about the brutality of the attack on Lisa Nofel, who had opened her home to care for a teenager. The assault resulted in almost 200 stab wounds, indicating a vicious and violent act. The police informed Lisa's husband, 42-year-old Kevin Nofel, who worked as a truck driver and was away in Michigan at the time, about her death. Kevin called 911 to inquire about the girls' well-being and was advised to pick them up from the police station. Kevin got them at 5 a.m. that morning. Over the next 10 months, law enforcement worked hard to piece together the puzzle surrounding the crime. The investigation's findings indicated a shift in the Nofel household dynamics around December of 2011. Sabrina Zunick, who was initially content in the home, began to have conflicts with Lisa. Jealousy emerged as a significant factor, with Sabrina expressing resentment toward Lisa and accusing her of favoring Haley and Megan, the family's two younger girls. The inquiry loomed. Could these tensions have pushed Sabrina to commit the heinous act of murdering Lisa? Several months after her arrest, Sabrina offered to cooperate with police in exchange for a 30-year parole possibility rather than a life sentence without parole. Sabrina made a shocking disclosure in her statements. She claimed to have had sex with her foster father, Kevin. Sabrina stated that this relationship began in the spring of 2012. Following Sabrina's arrest, she claimed that it was Kevin's idea to plan and carry out Lisa's murder. Kevin Nofel was facing charges for the murder of his wife, Lisa. He was charged with conspiracy to commit aggravated murder, complicity in aggravated murder, and 6 counts of sexual battery. During the trial, Kevin entered a not guilty plea, and the focus was solely on his charges. Sabrina, who had previously pleaded guilty, agreed to testify for the prosecution against Kevin. The prosecution argued that, while Sabrina was the one who physically stabbed Lisa to death, Kevin was aware of and involved in the murder. The prosecution claimed that Kevin wanted to end his relationship with Lisa, as evidenced by statements to friends about a possible divorce. They also claimed that Kevin stood to benefit financially from Lisa's death because of the existence of multiple insurance policies. During the trial, the prosecution presented evidence indicating a change in Lisa Nofel's behavior preceding her tragic death. Lisa's co-worker testified that in the months leading up to her murder, Lisa appeared distracted and made an effort to focus. She also mentioned delivering food to Kevin the day after Lisa died, noting that his demeanor seemed normal and seeing a picture of Sabrina on the refrigerator. Kevin's apparent lack of emotional response was accentuated when she saw him at Lisa's funeral and described him as emotionless. Another co-worker stated that Lisa underwent a significant change in 2012. Lisa began taking private phone calls away from her desk, which appeared to upset her. When she spoke with Kevin the day after Lisa's murder, he mentioned that recouping Lisa's $50,000 salary would be difficult. The prosecution called witnesses to testify about Kevin's behavior after learning of Lisa's death. Kevin was described as calm by the police officers involved in the case. Patrolman who met Kevin in the police station lobby a few hours after Lisa's death reported that he appeared relatively calm during the encounter. Detective Brian Jackson of the Willoughby Hills Police Department testified during the trial, recounting an interaction with Kevin the day after Lisa's murder. Kevin expressed a desire to enter the house, but Detective Jackson advised against it, explaining that the scene had not been cleaned. Despite the gruesome circumstances, Kevin showed no emotion and insisted on seeing the scene for himself, claiming that he had been in similar situations before. The prosecution presented evidence about the insurance money, revealing that Kevin had collected insurance funds following Lisa's death. Testimonies focused on Kevin Swift's actions on the morning of Lisa's murder. Kevin called Lisa's workplace to inquire about the paperwork required to file a claim on Lisa's life insurance policy with the union. Jill Reynolds, a benefits specialist at Gordon Food Services where Kevin worked as a transit driver, testified that on the day Lisa was killed, Kevin contacted her to report Lisa's death and stated that he planned to file an insurance claim. This information was critical in establishing a timeline of Kevin's actions and decisions in the immediate aftermath of the tragedy, which helped to shape the prosecution's narrative about the financial implications of Lisa's death. The prosecution informed the court that Kevin filed several insurance claims on November 16, including a $250,000 life policy for Lisa No. This policy, which was issued on May 16, 2012, provided coverage for her life. According to Christopher Eddy, a team leader at Guardian Life Insurance Company, which provides insurance for Cuyahoga children and family services, Kevin received a $250,000 check as payment for the claim. Farmers Insurance paid Kevin $150,000 for his term life insurance policy purchased in 2009. This is for Lisa. After Lisa died, Kevin changed the property's insurance policy from renters to homeowners and added a swimming pool. Kevin also purchased auto insurance for a 2013 Cruze, a 2011 Malibu, and 2 campers, using the funds not only to pay off his mortgage, but also to buy new cars and a home in Florida, as well as funding flying lessons. Lisa owned nearly $800,000. The prosecution called Sabrina as a witness in life insurance policies, which Kevin collected throughout the trial, and she testified that her relationship with her foster father Kevin began in the spring of 2012. Sabrina testified in court that Kevin typically drove her to Willoughby South High School, and that they engaged in sexual activities during these rides. She claimed that Kevin explained that he couldn't divorce Lisa because of concerns about sharing custody of Haley. According to Sabrina, the idea of killing Lisa started as a small thought. Kevin would occasionally text her, expressing his dislike for Lisa and suggesting that once Lisa was gone, they could buy their own home and live together, and Sabrina could attend college while acting as the children's mother. Sabrina told the court that she approached her friend Autumn Pavlik in early October to find someone to kill her foster mother. Autumn testified, asking me if I could get her a hitman. She declared that they were getting a divorce and that she was worth more dead than alive. However, Sabrina eventually decided to handle the situation herself. She testified that on November 15, 2012, Kevin drove her to school but started crying after parking. Sabrina claimed that Kevin revealed that they had a heated argument with Lisa the night before, and that he would consider suicide if Lisa wasn't dead. Sabrina told the court that I was scared for him because I had fallen in love with him. Sabrina responded by assuring Kevin that she would take responsibility for killing Lisa, and Lisa died less than 24 hours later. The prosecution called Dr. Joseph Andrew Philo, a forensic pathologist at the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office, to testify about Lisa's severe injuries. Lisa's autopsy was overseen by Dr. Philo. According to Dr. Philo's testimony, Lisa died as a result of a mandible jaw injury that penetrated deeply enough to sever the carotid artery connecting the brain. Another lethal wound was discovered in her breast, which penetrated and collapsed the underlying lung. Dr. Philo described several cuts on Lisa's body as intricate and complex, implying that either the knife was twisted upon entry or the body was in a twisting motion. One of Lisa's fingers and one thumb were almost severed. Lisa's body also showed signs of defensive wounds. Dr. Philo concluded that the death was caused by at least 178 stab and incised wounds to the head, neck, torso, and extremities, along with musculoskeletal, vascular, and visceral injuries. The brutality of the assault was highlighted by the fact that the knife used had bent as a result of the extreme violence inflicted during the attack. The defense argued that Kevin was not guilty and that Sabrina bore sole responsibility for Lisa's death. They emphasized the lack of physical evidence supporting Kevin and Sabrina's sexual relationship, as well as the prosecution's reliance on Sabrina's testimony, which they argued was untrustworthy given her agreement to a plea deal in exchange for a reduced sentence. The defense claimed Sabrina's motive for killing Lisa stemmed from a conversation 2 weeks before the tragedy. According to their case, Lisa informed Sabrina that she had to vacate by January 1, 2013. Kevin decided not to testify at the trial. The court was informed that, despite the inability to recover text messages or phone call records between Sabrina and Kevin, official records revealed a significant amount of communication. 1491 texts or calls exchanged between their cell phones from November 1 to November 16, 2012. Notably, there were 78 recorded calls or texts beginning at 7:12 p.m. From November 15 to 12:48, a.m. on November 16, half an hour before Lisa's tragic death. After nearly 10 hours of deliberation, the jury found Kevin guilty of all 11 counts. The charges included 6 counts of sexual battery, 3 counts of complicity in aggravated murder, and 2 counts of conspiracy in aggravated murder. Kevin was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Sabrina, who pleaded guilty to aggravated murder, was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 30 years. The legal proceedings concluded with both individuals facing substantial penalties for their roles in the tragic events. As a result, Kevin's currently incarcerated at the Lake Erie Correctional Institution in Conneaut, Ohio, with a parole date of 2043. Sabrina is currently incarcerated at the Dayton Correctional Institution in Dayton, Ohio, with a parole date of 2042. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On May 28, 2008, a seemingly ordinary Wednesday, Moira Jones' life took an unexpected and tragic turn. Moira, a vibrant 40-year-old woman, went out on the town that evening with her boyfriend of 4 years, Paul Thompson. Moira chose Glasgow, Scotland, and the United Kingdom as her home. Her flat overlooks a lovely park in Glasgow South. In 2003, she left her previous life in London to work as an executive at Britvic. Glasgow quickly captured her heart, and she formed strong bonds with the city and its residents. Moira's fondness for Glasgow stemmed from the residents' warmth and friendliness, as well as their infectious sense of humor. The city, with its abundance of outdoor opportunities, proved to be an ideal place for someone who cherished the open air, trails, hills, glens, and beaches of Moira, providing her with numerous opportunities to explore and enjoy her love of the outdoors. Moira had intended to stay at Paul's house that fateful evening. She arrived with an overnight bag ready for a shared night. However, their argument changed her mind. Determined to sleep in her own flat, she set out for home, not realizing it would be a journey she would never complete. On the morning of May 29, 2008, a grim discovery was made in Glasgow's Queen's Park. A park ranger discovered a lifeless woman's body concealed behind a privet hedge. The tragic scene was nothing short of terrifying. The woman lay face down in the bushes, her lower body exposed, wearing only a pair of socks. Her jacket and bra had been torn, and her trousers were discarded between her legs. Moira's name and personal information were discovered nearby, leading the police to her apartment. To their dismay, there was no sign of Moira at home. They were concerned that the lifeless body they discovered could be hers. The authorities took immediate action and contacted Moira's parents, Beatrice, and Hubert Hugh Jones, who lived in Weston, Staffordshire. The agonizing message they delivered was that they believed Moira's body had been discovered, but they couldn't be certain. They needed the bereaved parents to identify their daughter with heavy hearts and unfathomable grief. Beatrice, and Hubert Hugh Jones made the somber trip to Glasgow. Their worst fears were confirmed when they saw the lifeless body. It was Moira, their beloved daughter. The unimaginable had become a harsh and cruel reality. Moira not only died tragically, but she also suffered the most horrifying fate. She was raped and beaten to death. Moira's younger brother, Grant, who lives all the way in Perth, Australia, received heartbreaking news of his sister's tragic death. He boarded the next available flight back to the United Kingdom, driven by a desire to be with his family during this extremely difficult time. As the investigation into Moira Jones's murder continued, the police faced a perplexing challenge. They had positively identified Moira, but her assailant remained unknown, elusive and unidentified. DNA evidence found on the lawyer's body had definitively ruled out her boyfriend, Paul, as a suspect. Nonetheless, the DNA profile obtained from the crime scene did not match anyone in the United Kingdom's extensive database. In their search for answers, the police cast a wide net, investigating the activities of 22 registered sex offenders living in the area and conducting interviews. They also spoke with people who had committed crimes near the park and underage drinkers who were known to frequent the area. Unfortunately, none of these conversations resulted in significant progress in the case. However, the investigators were able to piece together a timeline of events and obtain crucial CCTV footage showing a man in Moira's company. This unidentified man became the focus of the investigation, and police were eager to find and question him. The investigation's turning point occurred during door-to-door inquiries. When the police spoke with a woman named Lucy Pechlova, her information would prove to be the key to unraveling the mystery surrounding Moira Jones' tragic death. Lucy's account to the police revealed the presence of a man named Marek Harkar, a 6'3" old former Slovakian soldier. Lucy and Marek previously worked together in Liverpool in 2007. Marek arrived in Glasgow on May 18, 2008. When he needed a place to stay, Lucy offered him her bed on Queen's Drive. Marek's visit to Lucy's house, however, was not productive. Although he was supposed to be job hunting, he instead drank heavily and watched explicit videos. Marek left the bedside around 10 p.m. On May 28, allegedly drunk, and informed Lucy that he was going out to find a lady of easy virtue. Marek returned to the bedside around 3:15 a.m. According to Lucy, he looked different the next morning and appeared to be afraid of something. Surprisingly, Marek left the bedside on June 1, abandoning all of his belongings without warning. Later investigations revealed that Marek flew to the Czech Republic and then traveled by bus to Slovakia. Lucy handed over Marek's possessions to the police, who conducted DNA testing and discovered a crucial link to the crime, marking a significant breakthrough in the case. Marek's black leather jacket was discovered to contain traces of Morris blood, providing compelling evidence with significant implications for the ongoing investigation. Marek Harkar's arrest and extradition to the United Kingdom marks a significant development in the Moira Jones case. He faced a number of serious charges, including murder, rape, and robbery, and his trial began on March 12, 2009, in Glasgow. Throughout the proceedings, Marek maintained a not guilty plea to all charges. The court heard that Marek arrived in the United Kingdom in 2007. Morris had been in Glasgow for only 10 days when he was tragically murdered. The prosecution's case centered on Marek as the perpetrator. They presented a compelling story, alleging that on the night of May 28, Moira was on her way home from her boyfriend's house. But Marek had completely different plans. He had been drinking heavily, including beer and vodka, and was overheard saying he was going out to find a woman. Moira returned to her flat, where she had originally planned to spend the night, carrying a large black overnight bag and parking her car about 60 yards away near Queen's Park, according to the prosecution. It was approximately 11:30 p.m. The prosecution claimed that at this point, Marek approached Moira and forced her to walk along a path with him. CCTV footage obtained from a passing first bus captured two people crossing Langside Road and walking along the perimeter of Queen's Park, providing crucial evidence. The jury noticed a stark difference in height and stature between the two figures in the footage. Moira, who stood only 5 feet, 4 inches tall and weighed less than 9 stone, appeared much smaller than the man accompanying her. The prosecution claimed that the towering figure was Marek, who, at 6 feet 3 inches and a kickboxing enthusiast, had a significant physical advantage over Moira. The prosecution also outlined the written Marek allegedly forced Moirato to accompany a witness who reported seeing a man and a woman near a holly bush near the tennis courts, where 6 buttons from the wire top and a cigarette buttock bearing Marek's DNA were found. Furthermore, CCTV footage captured a man exiting the park near Queen's Park Baptist Church on Ballvicker Drive at 2:15 a.m. The prosecution claimed that this individual was Marek, who had been alone at the time. The prosecution's case painted a bleak and distressing picture of the events at Queen's Park. According to their account, Marek Harkar forced Moira into the park, assaulted her violently and sexually, and stole some of her belongings. The autopsy findings revealed the horrific extent of Moira's injuries and shed light on the harrowing attack she had to endure. Moira's autopsy results indicated that she did not die from her injuries before 2 a.m., implying that she may have survived her ordeal for about 2.5 hours. Moira had sustained 65 distinct blunt force trauma injuries as a result of punches, kicks, and stomps, according to the examination. These injuries were the result of severe and sustained blunt force trauma. A forensic pathologist identified 65 external injuries, including a broken nose and 2 black eyes. Moira suffered brain damage, fractures to her right cheekbone and larynx, and bruised ribs. She had extensive bruising on her head and face, and one of her front teeth had been knocked out. Bruising spread to her chest, back, legs, and buttocks. Dr. Black's compelling testimony, which revealed the tragic details surrounding Moira Jones' death, captivated the courtroom. Dr. Black, an expert witness, revealed that Moira's head and neck injuries were the primary factors contributing to her tragic death. In a chilling revelation, she suggested that small hemorrhages in Moira's eyes indicated a possible asphyxiation factor in her death. The presence of bruises on the backs of her hands and arms raised additional concerns, which Dr. Black described as common defensive injuries. Dr. Black's expert testimony also highlighted the distressing aspect of the case. There was no evidence of a weapon being used in the attack. Instead, she believed the injuries were caused by physical blows to the fists or feet. Moira speculated that the extensive bruising on her neck was caused by an arm, leg, or knee compressing more of his neck while she was on the ground. As Dr. Black described additional distressing findings, the courtroom atmosphere became increasingly somber. Moira's brain was bleeding between layers, and there was a moderate amount of blood in her windpipe, indicating the gruesome ordeal she had been through. It was later discovered that she had swallowed some of the blood during the attack. Dr. Black also revealed that Moira had consumed other items during the assault, including bark fragments, grassy fragments, plant cuticle fragments, and leaf skeleton fragments. The implications were chilling, implying that Moira had been forced to consume these items while alive. The final damning piece of evidence was the DNA discovery. A vaginal swab yielded a semen sample from the boy's body, and DNA found on more of his clothes and body matched Merrick's DNA, with the jury being told that there was a 1,000,000 to 1 chance that it belonged to someone other than Merrick. The courtroom was packed with witnesses, each contributing their own piece to the chilling puzzle of Moira Jones' murder. Several residents near Queen's Park reported hearing disturbing noises on the night of May 28. One woman who lives in a flat overlooking the park recalled a chilling incident in which a loud scream pierced the night, only to be abruptly silenced. Other couples strolling through the park reported hearing Moira's obvious distress. Even a cab driver turned to his partner and said, "If there was a murder, we just heard about it." It was a shocking revelation that, despite the busy street and the large number of people who heard a woman screaming and in distress, no one intervened or called the police, allowing the tragic events to unfold in silence. In addition, a neighbor who lived near the bedside where Merrick stayed provided compelling testimony. He described how Mara approached him on the night of May 28th, frantically saying, "I'm looking for a woman." In her closing statements, the prosecutor urged the jury to convict her based on the evidence presented. The prosecutor painted a chilling picture of the heinous murder witnessed by Moira Jones, pleading with the jury to base their decision on evidence, rather than the overwhelming emotional horror of the event. On the other side of the courtroom, the defense vehemently claimed that the police had charged the wrong man. They claimed that 3 other men were involved in the murder, despite Merrick's innocence, and that one of these men, Jason Mulrin, a convicted sex offender, was at Lucy's bedside during the crime. They pointed out similarities between his previous criminal acts and Moira's attack, emphasizing his lack of an alibi on the night Moira was killed. The defense also claimed that Jason confessed to the murder to his ex-girlfriend, who became so concerned that she reported it to the police. However, when Jason testified in court, he categorically denied any involvement in Moira's rape or death, contradicting the defense's allegations. The defense urged the jury to find Marek not guilty and to consider the possibility that another man was responsible for the murder. They also emphasized the importance of skepticism when evaluating the prosecution's DNA evidence, reminding the jury that scientists can only provide probabilities and that DNA should be viewed as one piece of evidence among many. Marek Harkar's fate now lay in the hands of the jury, which had the difficult task of determining the truth in this complex and chilling case. The trial lasted 20 days and kept the courtroom in suspense. However, the jury delivered its verdict quickly, finding Marek guilty of all charges in less than 2 hours. The judge imposed a harsh sentence, sentencing Marek to life in prison with a minimum of 25 years. In the aftermath of Moira's tragic murder, her family turned their grief into a noble cause. They founded the Moira Fund, a charity that helps families in the United Kingdom who have been bereaved by murder. The charity provides grants to cover a variety of expenses, including funeral costs and transportation to court, assisting those in need during their darkest hours. Moira's memory continues to provide comfort and support to others who have experienced similar tragedies. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Greed, envy, and the desire to accumulate wealth with little effort frequently drive people to commit the most heinous and cynical crimes. It's difficult to imagine how cruel a person can be in the pursuit of quick riches. As an example, consider the murder of a close relative. The story of Elizabeth Vasquez is truly shocking and terrifying. This kind and hardworking woman dedicated her entire life to the betterment of her family, striving to provide her beloved daughter with the best possible education. But the greedy heiress and her boyfriend did the unthinkable. For several years, this complex case sparked controversy and shocked the public with its inhumanity, demonstrating how a young woman can easily decide to murder her own mother. Let us try to understand how a prosperous and well-off family produced a true monster devoid of any feelings of pity, remorse, or conscience. The Vasquez family is large and happy. Elizabeth Lillian Vasquez Movia was born in Catamarca, northwestern Peru, in 1967. She was the oldest of 6 children born to Ernesto Vasquez and Maria Movila. Her parents were hardworking, simple people who worked hard to provide for their large family, including an education and a chance at a better life. The Vasquez family was friendly and happy. Elizabeth began helping her mother care for her younger siblings at a young age. She was an excellent student who graduated with honors, allowing her to easily gain admission to the prestigious university's Faculty of Law and Economics. While attending university, she met a young man named Alejandro Espino, who was also studying law and was regarded as one of the best students in his class. The two developed a romantic relationship that grew quickly, and they were officially married in 1987. Elizabeth's parents supported her decision from the start and happily welcomed her son-in-law into the family. Alejandro was a serious, intelligent, ambitious, and purposeful man who could properly care for their eldest daughter. Initially, the newlyweds lived in the Vasquez family home. However, after 6 months, Elizabeth became pregnant, and they decided to move into their separate home with only their daughter about a year after their marriage in 1988. The couple welcomed their only joint heir, whom they named Elizabeth Vasquez Espino, affectionately known as Elita in the family. The girl became the focus of all her numerous relatives' attention, as well as her parents' greatest joy. Several years after the birth of their daughter, the couple, whose careers were steadily improving, decided to relocate to Peru's capital, Lima. Alejandro was then vying for a prosecutor position in an anti-corruption department, while Elizabeth had started her own legal consulting firm. Both worked tirelessly for the benefit of their family, but were unable to devote enough time to their young daughter. Confronted with an unsatisfactory experience hiring a nanny who did not perform her duties diligently, the young mother decided to send her daughter to her parents' entire market so that they could care for the heiress. Maria and Ernesto readily agreed and were overjoyed to have their granddaughter stay with them for a while. Notably, their youngest daughter, Giovanna, is elite. His aunt was only a few years older than Elita, so they got along well and interacted like sisters. Because of their complete dedication to work, the parents rarely saw their daughter and compensated by showering her with gifts during visits. Elita's stay at her grandparents' home lasted several years, and when her parents decided to bring her back to Lima, she had already begun school. It's worth noting that the abrupt change in environments did not help the girl, and she took some time to adjust to life in the bustling, noisy capital after the quiet, almost provincial Catamarca and the difficult parent-daughter relationship. As a child, Elita was quiet and well-behaved. She strived for academic excellence by studying music and foreign languages. She had a close and trusting relationship with her parents, who tried to make up for the years of forced separation. Elizabeth aspires to be more than just his mother. She wants to be his best friend, someone with whom she can share her most intimate thoughts. This remained true until Elita turned 15, when her elitist personality deteriorated rapidly. Tantra transformed her into a rude person. I stopped listening to her parents. She abandoned her studies, became involved in bad company, and worst of all, began stealing money from her parents' wallet. Elizabeth tried a variety of methods to connect with her daughter, hoping it was just a phase that Elita would outgrow. However, the girl frequently instigated heated arguments with her mother, resulting in hysterics and tears. During these times, Alejandro usually remained neutral, but if Elita sought his help, he frequently took her side. Elita was deeply hurt and offended by being constantly compared to her smart, beautiful, successful, and hard-working mother. Next to Elizabeth, Elita appeared to be the ugly duckling, completely opposite of her mother in every way. She lacked striking features, was overweight, lazy, and temperamental, frequently lied, and did not hesitate to steal. Elita had numerous complexes about her appearance, and when she expressed a desire for plastic surgery, Elizabeth, eager to please her daughter and mend their relationship, did not stop her. Elizabeth paid for her daughter's first rhinoplasty, followed by several more surgeries. When Alejandro and Elizabeth decided to divorce in 2007, their 18-year-old daughter reacted with a hysterical outburst, screaming, insulting, and blaming her mother for driving her father away. At the time, the family was in the United States, and the divorce caused some complications for citizens of other countries. Nonetheless, they returned home as divorced people and started living separately. By mutual agreement, the now adult but still dependent daughter remained at her mother's house. They continued to have heated arguments, and Elita would call her father crying and begging him to take her in. However, Alejandro, who had moved on with a new love, was reluctant to do so. He always persuaded the leader to reconcile with her mother and wait a little longer until she completed university and began her independent life. Despite her poor academic performance, bad character, and provocative behavior, elitist parents enrolled her in the law faculty of one of Peru's most prestigious universities. Our father and mother decided not to skimp on their only child's education, despite the cost. Elite has an untrustworthy boyfriend, and Elita has had her fair share of teen romances. But at 19, she felt truly in love for the first time. It all began on a Sunday morning at church, where she met a charming young man named Fernando Gonzalez. He couldn't take his gaze away from her during the service, and afterward, he approached her to introduce himself to Elita. Fernando appeared like a prince, handsome, attentive, and pleasant in voice. He invited her for coffee and conversation. As it turned out, he had a habit of scouting churches for young, well-dressed girls who arrived in luxury cars, then striking up a conversation, charming them, and playing on their emotions. He'd tell stories about his difficult childhood in a large family abandoned by their father, and how he was now supporting his mother, brothers, and sisters while working multiple jobs. Wealthy and naive girls would sympathize and offer him money. He occasionally managed to keep a wealthy girlfriend for a few months, but they usually left him once the truth was revealed. He was just an unemployed slacker who enjoyed the high life. Elita fell easily into Fernando's trap because she had complexes and always considered herself unattractive. She couldn't believe such a handsome man had noticed her and was willing to give him everything she had, or rather, everything her mother possessed. She told her mother everything, resulting in their first candid conversation in years. Elizabeth believed she had a chance to mend their relationship, especially since the leader had met the boy in church, which appeared promising, and assumed he was a good person. Fernando made a good first impression on Elizabeth. He told her his dramatic life story, and she believed him, concluding that such a good boy deserved help. She rented him a cozy apartment near Central Lima and agreed to pay 70s of the monthly rent. She also paid for his business school tuition, promising him a job with her company later. Fernando appeared to appreciate her generosity and was eager to begin studying. He was not interested in attending boring lectures or working. He only wanted to have fun and spend someone else's money. He gladly moved into the rented apartment but never paid anything for it, claiming to be broke and promising to repay later. It soon became clear that Fernando had only attended a few business school classes before quitting. Following a serious conversation with Elizabeth, he appeared to be sorry. She decided to give him a second chance and hired him as a courier for her company. On his first day, he not only failed to complete a simple task but also betrayed other employees who had trusted him with sensitive documents. Elizabeth finally realized that this young man had charmed her daughter only to exploit her for his own gain. He had no intention of studying or working. She then forbade Elita from seeing him, causing her daughter to become angry and resentful. The leader screamed and cried, accusing her mother of attempting to destroy her life and steal her happiness. She refused to listen to reason and insisted on continuing to see Fernando despite the couple's failed separation attempt. Elizabeth decided to send her daughter to her parents' house for a while, naively believing that if Alida didn't see her boyfriend for a few months, her feelings would subside and Fernando would find another wealthy fool to exploit. But Elizabeth was gravely mistaken. Alida continued to communicate with her boyfriend via phone and social media, and her resentment of her mother only grew. Fernando had to leave the rental apartment because Elizabeth refused to pay for it. However, he found a smaller place rented for him by his young lover using her mother's money. As a spoiled child, Alida had some financial freedom and was able to use some of her mother's accounts. When summer vacation ended and university resumed, Alida rushed to see her boyfriend, who once again asked for money. She withdrew a significant amount from her mother's account and gave it to him, resulting in a heated argument with her mother later that evening. When Elizabeth noticed the missing funds, she decided to block access to her accounts, leaving her with only a small weekly allowance for personal expenses. This decision strained an already tense relationship. They barely spoke, mostly arguing, and Elizabeth's attempts to contact her daughter were unsuccessful. The monstrous plan. Fernando became enraged during one of their romantic dates when Alida failed to deliver the money he demanded. He cursed Elizabeth, screaming that she had a lot of money but wouldn't give it to her only daughter, and added that if Elizabeth died, adult Alida would inherit all of her wealth and they could live lavishly. This terrible idea took root in the minds of the elitists and grew stronger with each day. She was constantly complaining about how much she despised her mother, blaming her for all of her misfortunes, and fantasizing about how wonderful it would be if she disappeared. The young lovers began to devise a monstrous and cynical plan to eliminate Vasquez, including who they could recruit as accomplices. At the time, Elizabeth had nearly $3 million in her accounts, a successful business that could be sold, a large house in an affluent area of the capital, several cars, and significant life insurance coverage. If she dies, her only child will inherit everything. Alida Elizabeth seemed to sense danger, and she realized she couldn't keep her daughter away from the mercenary and deceitful young man who had a negative influence on her. The situation was escalating and could end in the most unexpected way. Elizabeth, an experienced lawyer, drafted a will stating that in the event of her sudden disappearance or untimely death, all money and property should be transferred to Ernesto Vasquez, her father. She even managed to visit her parents and inform them of her decision. Meanwhile, Alida intends to stage her mother's kidnapping and murder by suspected criminals who will never be found. She and Fernando decided to enlist the help of a tough guy, or, at the very least, a courtenay holder, with the promise of generous payment for his services. He accepted the offer without hesitation, a crime against his own mother. On January 24, 2010, 21-year-old Alida met with her 23-year-old boyfriend to finalize the plan for the crime that would occur the following day. She remained calm and collected, already planning how she would spend the millions she had inherited. The next morning, January 25, Alida chose to stay at home rather than attend university due to illness. When her mother left to work, Fernando and Jorg were already lurking outside the house, waiting for Alida to distract the guard and let them in. Alida approached the guard on duty and asked him to get pain relievers from the nearest pharmacy, which was only a 5-minute walk away. This brief absence allowed the young men to enter the house and hide in the master bedroom. When Elizabeth returned, the leader loudly dropped the glass in the kitchen, signaling her attackers to assemble. When Elizabeth entered her room, Fernando knocked her to the ground and began choking her, while George held her down. Elizabeth miraculously managed to break free and run into the hallway, where her own daughter kicked her in the head. They restrained Elizabeth while she was conscious. However, their plans were thwarted by Maria Celine, a young servant girl who Alida tricked into another room and locked inside. When Elizabeth regained consciousness, her daughter, boyfriend, and accomplice brutally tortured her in an attempt to obtain the safe code and bank account passwords. Terrified, Elizabeth knew her daughter was in trouble, but she had always blamed it on Gonzalez as a negative influence. She now saw her only daughter's monstrous nature. Elizabeth was able to loosen the restraints and fight back against her daughter, scratching and punching her until Fernando knocked her to the ground. Alida became enraged and kicked her mother, eventually smothering her with a pillow until she stopped breathing. The trio then bound Elizabeth's lifeless body, duct-taped her mouth shut, and placed her in the trunk of her own car. Staging a kidnapping, Alida then dispatched another guard to get medication, allowing her accomplices to drive off the property. She released her to terrified Maria, falsely claiming that she and her mother had quarreled but reconciled and that her mother had gone to bed. A strange story about a kidnapping during the search for a missing woman. As was customary in the morning, the maid prepared breakfast. But Alida entered the kitchen and informed her that her mother had gone to work early due to an important meeting. Alida then left the house to visit her mother's workplace. She walked into the office of Jessica Hippo, her mother's best friend and accountant, and broke down in tears, reporting that her mother was missing and that she was receiving strange, threatening, and ransom calls. The accountant immediately began blocking the accounts to prevent the intruders from accessing them, reported the incident to the police, and then left the office for a while. When she returned, Alida had left, and the office was in disarray, as if someone was searching for something. Later, it was discovered that Elizabeth's will had gone missing, which Alida had learned the day before by overhearing a phone conversation with a key she had stolen from her mother. Alida had also taken a copy of the will and cash from the safe while her mother was studying. Police arrived and inspected the house, interviewing both the missing woman's daughter and the office staff, but found no useful information. Everyone claimed that Vasquez had no enemies and that no one had threatened her, so no one was initially named as a suspect. The primary hypothesis was that it was a kidnapping for ransom. All that remained was to wait for a call from the criminals to receive additional instructions and demands. A terrifying discovery and the initial suspect. Elizabeth's disappearance was discovered the following day. It was reported that her car had been abandoned in a vacant lot outside of town. The inside was empty, but when law enforcement officers opened the trunk, they were astounded by what they discovered. Inside was the lifeless body of a missing woman, with signs of beatings. Forensic experts found dozens of bruises, severe head trauma, and rope marks on the victim's body, indicating that she was tied up and attempted to free herself. It was also determined that Vasquez died as a result of asphyxiation. Particles of blood and epithelium were discovered under her fingernails, indicating that she had resisted. It was now necessary to identify who the blood belonged to. Alida appeared in the lineup as a grieving daughter, crying, wailing, and appearing almost unconscious. However, during the interrogation, she behaves very differently. She was calm, even cold-blooded, and she was visibly annoyed by the investigators' questions. Furthermore, she contradicted herself repeatedly during her testimony when the police decided to check the information about the kidnappers' calls and sent a request to the cell phone company. It turned out that Alida had not received any calls. It also turned out that in the days preceding and following her mother's disappearance, Alicia had been in frequent contact with Juan Fernando Gonzalez, whom they also decided to question. However, the young man either insisted on his innocence or remained silent, resulting in irrefutable evidence and an arrest. Elizabeth's maternal grandparents were in charge of her funeral, while Elizabeth herself was unconcerned, focusing solely on how to get out of the situation, remain free, and save money. She called her father, who was already aware of the incident and crying, and told him she was innocent and asked for help. Her father advised her not to say too much and promised to get her out of the situation, despite knowing full well who had committed the crime. However, he did not want his daughter to go to prison because it would have brought shame to Alejandro, who was a powerful and respected man at the time, serving as Justice of the Peace and President of the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, forensic analysis revealed that the blood and skin particles under the deceased's fingernails belonged to her daughter. Alida attempted to claim that she had a serious disagreement with her mother, and that they had briefly quarreled before reconciling, but no one believed her. Further inspection of Elizabeth's room with special equipment revealed numerous white traces of blood throughout the house, including in the elitist room, despite her attempts to wipe away the evidence. At the very least, a story that she had an argument with her mother in the evening, but then made up, and that her mother left early for work the next morning and was never seen again, quickly fell apart. She contradicted herself, first claiming that she had not entered her mother's room, and then recalling that the ransom calls were entirely her creation. The testimony of the maid, Maria Solen, was crucial in the case. She described how, on the night of the crime, she was locked in a room where she could hear Elizabeth's screams and sounds of struggle, but could not intervene. After that night, she never saw her employer again, and Alida insisted that everything was fine with her mother, who had simply left for work early. All of this culminated in the arrest of Alida and her boyfriend, the criminal trio, and the battle for the inheritance. Elita was arrested at her mother's home. Her boyfriend was apprehended a few hours later at an entertainment venue. The next morning, George was arrested after Fernando betrayed him by attempting to blame him for the crime. It is worth noting that Gonzalez was the first to testify, in the hopes that cooperating with the investigation would benefit him and help to mitigate his sentence. Meanwhile, Alejandro hires the best lawyers for his daughter, but realizes she will not be able to avoid punishment. At the same time, he began dealing with Vasquez's inheritance, intending to claim it for himself, since the will had vanished and the heiress faced a lengthy prison sentence. He claimed that he and Elizabeth never divorced, but instead lived apart while remaining legally married. Meanwhile, Ernesto Vasquez, an elitist grandfather, decided to pay a visit to his favorite granddaughter in prison to look her in the eyes, and he couldn't believe that the girl he had known and raised since infancy could commit such a heinous crime. However, Elita acted arrogantly, shouting, insulting the older man, and stating that she did not want to see him again. This encounter deeply upset him, resulting in a heart attack from which he was unable to recover and died 6 months later. The Vasquez family was unable to prove the existence of the will left in their Nestos name because the document vanished from Elizabeth's office and the notary's database, seemingly taken care by Alejandro. All documents and references to the couple's divorce have mysteriously vanished, leaving Alejandro with the right to claim the deceased's inheritance, as well as the trial and verdict. Despite Elita Fernando and George's attempts to shift blame to one another, the investigation successfully reconstructed the events of that fateful evening, determining each participant's role in the crime. It was also established that the trio engaged in a deliberate conspiracy, which aggravated their guilt. Maria, the maid, testified that Alejandro threatened her and demanded that she give a different version of events, but she refused. In May 2012, the court convicted all 3 defendants. Initially, the prosecutor requested that each murderer be sentenced to 30 years in prison. While the men pleaded guilty, Elita repeatedly played the victim. Fernando and George were eventually sentenced to 28 years each, but the elitist trial was postponed. Elita claimed that the perpetrators were hired by relatives on her mother's side, who fabricated the inheritance story to seize Elizabeth's property and money. Her father had the same version of events. Attempts to declare Elita mentally ill and vulnerable to manipulation by criminals were also unsuccessful. Alejandro proposed sending her to a psychiatric hospital rather than prison, declaring her insane and incapable of fully inheriting his wife's estate. Finally, in December 2012, the court issued its final decision, sentencing Elita to a maximum of 30 years in prison. She and her accomplices are still serving their sentences in prison. The disputed inheritance remains unresolved. In the spring of 2021, Ala 100 died without becoming the sole heir. The Vasquez family, through the court, seeks to exclude Elita from the list of claimants to Elizabeth's property, citing her incarceration for murder. Currently, the primary claimant for the Maria Muvila is Elizabeth's mother. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. The Beverly Liggett case exemplifies madness by inheritance when a favorite son becomes an executioner. Unfortunately, genetics is inextricably linked to a wide range of inheritable diseases. These include some mental illnesses. However, an existing predisposition is only a risk and probability, not a guarantee that the child will inherit this or that disease. Naturally, every parent hopes that his children will inherit only the best, and that diseases will avoid offspring. Many experts believe that there are no specific genes for the transmission of mental illness, meaning that no single gene is necessary or sufficient to cause the disease. Nonetheless, mental illness is often passed down through families. This is precisely the issue confronting our heroine today, Beverly Liggett, who sincerely believed that her children would be unaffected by such a condition. And while Beverly, his daughter, grew up to be a perfectly healthy and balanced woman, the son appears to have suffered a double blow, which he blamed solely on his mother. It should be noted that this man's intelligence was unaffected by his mental disorder. On the contrary, Beverly Liggett was very clever and calculating, which makes his atrocities even more sickeningly creepy. Beverly Liggett was born on October 1, 1956, in Colorado's capital, the picturesque city of Denver. She was raised with her older brother Stephen and sister Martha, in a typical family of Barbara and Edwin Liggett, who spent their entire lives in their hometown, rarely leaving its borders. Beverly attended a local college after graduating from high school, but was unable to attend university for a variety of reasons, including her health and drug use. The girl worked as a salesperson but married at the age of 26 and had 2 children. She devoted herself to her family for many years and was solely focused on raising heirs and building a home in 1988. Beverly gave birth to her long-awaited firstborn son Ra, followed by a daughter named Libby a few years later. The young woman genuinely didn't care about her heirs and lived for them. However, her marriage ended in the latter half of the 1990s. The husband abandoned the family and relocated to another state, no longer caring about his ex-wife's fate or participating in the lives of his children. Beverly was forced to work 2 jobs at once. However, thanks to her diligence and determination, the family of 3 did not require anything. She and her children relocated to the suburbs of Denver, a small and relatively new town founded in 2001 for the town's centennial, where they rented a cozy, spacious home. In the mid-2000s, Beverly met a man named Seth Miffy on one of the dating sites and began corresponding with him, which eventually led to a romantic relationship. He inspired her lover to finally pursue her dream of higher education. Liggett chose medical school because he'd had always wanted to help people and felt that helping others was her calling in life. At the time, she was over 50 years old, and she was twice the age of her classmates. However, she quickly found common ground with them and is remembered as a sociable, attentive, and responsible miniature brunette nicknamed Caring Angel. Beverly's incest romance lasted approximately 5 years before the couple decided to officially legalize their relationship. For the 2 of them, the step was serious, but they were prepared. Beverly was overjoyed because she finally had a college degree, a higher-paying job, and was about to marry the man she loved. Her children had reached the age where they could live independently. However, her son's area was a source of genuine concern and apprehension, and there were several good reasons for this. A hereditary disease. The Liggett family had a sensitive issue that they tried to keep hidden from others and never discussed with outsiders. Beverly and her sister Martha were diagnosed with bipolar affective disorder at a young age, which is characterized by frequent mood swings from manic to depressive states. The disorder occasionally worsened. However, Martha experienced minor discomfort associated with this disorder, and the prescribed medication quickly produced positive results. Beverly occasionally required hospitalization because she was on the verge of committing suicide. This was the reason she was unable to attend university at the time, and it was also the reason her marriage with her children's father ended. It's also worth noting that her mother, Barbara, suffered from long-term depression, but she had this problem in her 40s. After that, no one provided qualified assistance to the woman at the time. As a result, she spent almost her entire life fighting her illness alone. Beverly was certain that the mental disorder in their family was passed down exclusively through the female line, because the disease manifested itself in her mother, herself, and her sister, while her brother, Stephen, remained completely normal. In this regard, Beverly feared for the health of her daughter, Libby, but just the daughter of the disease bypassed, hitting with redoubled force on Ra, the special child from early childhood area with a rather strange withdrawn boy prone to tantrums at the age of 5. He was diagnosed with autism, and later a whole host of other mental disorders and abnormalities were added. He could withdraw into himself and completely abstract from what was going on around him. But he was particularly fond of chemistry and physics. The boy solved complex problems quickly, performing the majority of his calculations mentally. His intelligence was above average, but his social and communication skills were virtually non-existent. Flatmates avoided or mocked the strange and unsociable Pierre. Ari had no friends, was uninterested in learning about the world around him, and was aggressive and violent, resulting in animal cruelty and attacks on other children. The boy was repeatedly hospitalized and given medication to treat his condition. However, at home, he frequently stopped taking the prescribed medication and quickly returned to his previous state. His parents attempted to persuade him to take the necessary medications, but as he grew older, it became more difficult for him to ask or speak calmly, and he always got his way with tantrums. The boy could isolate himself and not speak to anyone for weeks, but he could talk for hours to himself or to an imaginary interlocutor. When things get bad, he became dangerous to others, and his relatives occasionally insisted on his mandatory hospitalization as a dangerous teenager. As a teenager, I learned that his mother and grandmother also had mental health issues, and his mother had to be hospitalized on occasion. During that time, Barry despised his mother and blamed her for all of his problems. He believed she had given him a disease that was ruining his life. The young man grew increasingly uncontrollable. He threatened his loved ones with violence and was constantly perplexed as to why his own sister's family curse had been ignored. Being with him under the same roof became dangerous, and the first couldn't stand the head of the family. He filed for divorce and literally fled. Despite his diagnosis, Ra was able to enter university with a high passing score. However, he was expelled in his first year after bringing a homemade firearm to campus and threatening a fellow student with death. At the time, he was arrested for the first time, but was only sentenced to an educational talk, the confiscation of the weapon, and expulsion from the university. Beverly contacted the police about a year later and requested that they come to their home right away to apprehend her son, who was threatening to kill her and her daughter, and appeared to be very serious. However, the police handed over the violent young man to psychiatrists, who, after a brief hospitalization, released him home and prescribed medication. Ari, of course, did not accept the hateful stepfather. Ari was 18 years old when Beverly met and started dating Seth. The couple quickly decided to live together, but Ari immediately took his mother's new chosen one in the bayonet. He tried everything he could to get him out of the house, including threats, scandals, and even fights. The appearance of another man in the house, which his mother perceived as a personal insult and betrayal, prompted him to do his best to support his beloved. He looked for a specialist who could assist the young man in paying for his clinic treatments, but the more he tried, the longer he despised him. The thought of this man becoming his stepfather and a member of their family, combined with his fear and depression, makes him aggressive and dangerous. That Missy repeatedly told his wife that her son was old enough to live independently. He could study or work normally if he took his medication correctly. Beverly Leggett was well aware of this, but she loved her son and could not abandon or take him out, so she continued to endanger her own life through her obsession with guns. The young man's hobbies evolved over time, becoming increasingly bizarre, sophisticated, and dangerous. He had a weakness for weapons, and more specifically, he was obsessed with them. In the basement of his own home, he gathered homemade firearms, literally from improvised materials, on his knees, demonstrating once more that the man was very smart, clever, and enterprising. However, Ari was not limited to a single weapon and came up with the idea of creating an explosive device. He found all of the information he needed on the internet and purchased or ordered the components he required, as well as the substances he couldn't find. He made the decision to synthesize at home himself. Using his extensive knowledge of chemistry, Beverly was suspicious when she found her son in the backyard of the house, and because he refused to answer questions and behaved strangely, she immediately called the police. As it turned out, she did it just in time, because the police discovered an almost ready bomb in the house during their search. In addition, they discovered and seized a modified rifle, several pistols assembled from various model parts, a silencer, and a large number of spare weapon parts. Our computer search history from the previous few months was reviewed and studied. The FBI became seriously interested in the young man because they suspected he was planning a large-scale crime. In Ari's room, there were also numerous jars of poisonous substances on the shelves, such as arsenic and potassium cyanide. He could not explain why he bought them. The young man was arrested the same day, but he was only charged with misdemeanor possession of weapons and careless handling of dangerous chemicals that could result in death or serious injury. However, he pleaded guilty, cooperated with the investigation, and received only a 1-year suspended sentence, after which he returned to his home and resumed terrorizing his mother and sister, citing the threat of reprisal and the medical profession's indifference. Ari became enraged and hateful following his arrest and suspended sentence. Not a day went by without him threatening to kill his family in their sleep or burning down their home after locking everyone inside. He was then hospitalized again, this time for 3 months, in a psychiatric hospital. In addition to previous diagnoses, doctors found signs of schizophrenia and acute psychosis in the young man. Following another course of treatment, the young man became quiet for a while before returning to himself. He didn't talk to anyone, spent most of his time in his room on his computer, and appeared to take his prescribed medication faithfully. However, Only a month later, he had another breakdown, triggered by the news of his mother and Seth's impending wedding. Ari also overheard his mother and stepfather discussing their plans to buy a house in another state, relocate, and restart their lives. Libby's sister had already moved out with her boyfriend, leaving Ari on his own. The 25-year-old man was upset about it. The young man went completely crazy. He threw a tantrum at his mother, screamed her, waved a knife in front of her, threatened to kill her, and ensured that the body was never discovered. Beverly immediately called the psychiatric hospital, told them everything, and asked for her son to be forcibly hospitalized again. But the attending physician dismissed her request, believing that there was no reason to do so and that the previous course of treatment had yielded positive results. So he did not believe that Ari posed a threat to others. Beverly had one last conversation with Seth that evening, who was working in another city and couldn't get to her right away. Beverly Hill's mystery disappearance occurred on October 14, 2012, less than 2 weeks after the woman celebrated her 56th birthday. She failed to report for hospital duty that day, which had never happened before. Colleagues were the first to sound the alarm after failing to call his lover and receiving no response to his numerous messages. Sat dialed Libby's number to find out when she last spoke with her mother. As it turned out, Libby had been attempting to call her unsuccessfully since the morning. He called the house phone and was horrified by what he heard. Ari picked up the phone and unsuccessfully attempted to imitate his mother's voice, pretending to be her and claiming that she was fine. Seth immediately called the cops and asked them to send a unit to their house as soon as possible. When the police arrived, they discovered that no one was home and that there was no reason to break in at that time. Therefore, the only attempts made that day were to trace Beverly's phone signal and check her bank card activity. Beverly's car had also gone missing, prompting a statewide manhunt, and it was the vehicle that led to a lead just 2 days later when a patrol officer saw it in a Denver suburb and decided to check the paperwork to see if it was the right car. A creepy discovery in the boot. Even before checking the license plate number to ensure it belonged to the missing woman, the police officer noticed something strange about the car. When the last outs were gone, the police officer approached the driver and requested identification. The driver was a young man whose long hair partially obscured his face. He was visibly nervous, and when asked to show his documents again, he simply pushed the gas pedal to the floor, accelerated, and sped down the road at full speed. The police officer began pursuing the fugitive and radioed for assistance. But only a few minutes later, while attempting to make a sharp turn at high speed, the car skidded, veered off the road, and struck a tree. The driver was wearing a seatbelt, and the airbags deployed, leaving him unharmed as he attempted to flee, but was thrown to the ground by police officers as soon as he exited the car. Upon inspecting the vehicle, the police discovered several large sealed plastic containers in the vehicle's boot, which they opened with shock and horror. Inside were fragments of a dismembered female body covered in a strange-smelling murky liquid, the interrogation and the carrogation, and the killer's attempts to avoid responsibility. When Ari was brought to the station for questioning, he revealed that he had schizophrenia, autism, psychosis, and bipolar affective disorder, which his psychiatrist confirmed. He also stated that due to his diagnosis, he was unable to distinguish between right and wrong, and thus had no idea what he was doing. He then inquired about whether he would be tried if his diagnoses were confirmed, and what punishment he would face if he refused to plead guilty. During interrogations, he would refer to himself as a god or claim to be possessed by demons and needed an extra fist. At times, his speech became incoherent, as if he was talking to an invisible interlocutor while completely ignoring the police. The psychiatric examination confirmed that the accused suffers from a variety of mental disorders. However, it has been demonstrated that he is capable of providing an account of his actions. During the interrogations, the psychiatrist who observed the man's behavior concluded that even when he was talking to himself, he listened carefully to what was said to him and what questions were asked. This was evident in his reactions, clarifications, and abrupt mood swings. Ari's main motivation for displaying his insanity in such a vivid and demonstrative manner was to avoid severe punishment and minimize his responsibility before the law. He was clever and intelligent enough to attempt to confuse the investigation and persuade others of his insanity, the investigation, and the unexpected results of the search. Despite the fact that everyone knew he had committed a terrible crime from the start, his guilt had to be proven. This required hard evidence. It was decided to begin with a search of their family home, where, as expected, the murder occurred. The police discovered washed-up traces of blood on the kitchen floor, corridor, and bathroom. A bloody hacksaw was found in the dishwasher, which the young man had apparently used to cut up his mother's body. The bathtub, with its jagged edges, served as the setting for this heinous act. Beverly was poisoned with potassium cyanide, according to the expert examination, and her body was dismembered with a hacksaw before being packed into a container. Vials containing the aforementioned poisonous substance were discovered in the kitchen of Aries' room, as well as in the basement of the house, where the man had a sort of chemical laboratory. In addition, under the bed in his bedroom was the corpse of Beverly's favorite cat, which had also been poisoned. This implied that the perpetrator had practiced on the animal before killing the mother. Remember the strange liquid in which the dismembered body's fragments were placed. As it turned out, it had a special chemical composition that can accelerate the process of tissue decomposition. The killers had already found the recipe on the internet and decided to literally dissolve the corpse and hide the bones in the mountains so that they would never be discovered. Based on all of the evidence found, the following picture of the massacre emerged. On the eve of the tragedy, Ari had a heated conversation with his mother, threatening to kill her again. He was so convincing, but Beverly, terrified for her life, called her son, the psychiatrist, with a request to immediately hospitalize him. However, the specialist ignored the request, believing that his patient posed no threat to others. In the evening, after testing the poison on a cat, the young man poisoned his mother, took her body to the bathroom, and began cutting it up with a hacksaw. It's still unclear how he got his mother to take potassium cyanide. It probably took me all night to finish the gruesome job because when Sass called the house phone in the morning, the perpetrator was still in the house. Aries and carelessly cleaned up the blood stuffed into the saw into the dishwasher and packed the body into several chemical-filled containers. He placed the containers in the boot of his mother's car, which he used to leave the house. The following events are already known to you. When this version was presented to the defendant, backed up by hard evidence, he began to justify himself and change his testimony. He claimed that his mother committed suicide by voluntarily ingesting the poison and that he only discovered her lifeless body. According to the guy, he was terrified of being left without a source of income because he did not work and lived at her expense. He then decided to dispose of the body so that she could be considered missing. According to his plan, he would continue to live in the house and use the deceased's bank cards and accounts. The young man's story sounded crazy, and no one doubted that he was mentally ill, but it was also clear that he had meticulously planned the crime in advance. It was not a temporary insanity, a state of affect, or an outburst of rage. He had carefully planned each step and carried it out. Arias's possession of chemicals that accelerated the decomposition of the body, which he had purchased in advance, was one of the most compelling evidence that the crime was premeditated. Furthermore, according to his search history, he thoroughly researched them months before the crime, trial, and sentence. As I previously stated, the psychiatric examination confirmed our diagnoses. However, experts concluded unequivocally that he was aware of his actions and had carefully planned the massacre of his mother. He continued to insist on his insanity, despite realizing that it was pointless to pretend to be insane. The trial was held in November of that year, a month and a half after the crime that shocked the entire state. Lawyers worked tirelessly to demonstrate that the defendant cannot be held criminally responsible due to his illness and requires treatment. Ari claimed that his mother hated him and therefore passed on the hereditary disease to him, whereas his sister was completely normal. He also described himself as a victim of crazy Beverly and blamed all of his problems on his parents. Seth testified in court, saying that his late lover and he were both afraid of Ari because they didn't know what to expect from him. He was extremely cruel to others, exhibited sadistic tendencies, and refused to take prescribed medication to control outbursts of aggression. He also stated that Beverly's fear for her son had evolved into her fear of her own son. The court convicted every Liggett of first-degree premeditated murder and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The jury unanimously concluded that his actions were cold-blooded and calculated. The 26-year-old defendant listened to his verdict in silence, his head down and seemingly unconcerned. Following the trial, Libby Liggett admitted that she believed her brother was completely guilty of what he had done. However, she noted that the tragedy could have been avoided if the specialist to whom the family repeatedly turned for assistance had performed their duties and responded to the alarming messages in a timely manner. Beverly, as of today, Ari Leggett is serving his life sentence in a Colorado state prison. All of his attempts to appeal and challenge the court's decision have been unsuccessful. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On the evening of August 29, 2014, a Friday, Christina Morris, a 23-year-old, planned to spend the night in Plano, Texas, USA. Despite growing up in Plano and maintaining friendships there, she had moved to Fort Worth, Texas, with her boyfriend, Hunter Foster. Following up on his job opportunity, Christina had settled into her new life in Fort Worth and was working at a dating service over Labor Day weekend. On Friday night, Christina Morris returned to Plano to reunite with her high school friend, Paulina Petrosky. The two had met at Allen High School. Paulina lived in the shops at Legacy, and Plano hosted Christina and a few Allen High School friends at her apartment. The group, mostly Allen High School acquaintances, gathered at Paulina's apartment at 9 p.m. After some drinks, around 11 p.m., a portion of the group went to Harry's Tavern for 30 minutes before reconvening at Scruffy Duffy's. As the night progressed, the bar closed at 2 a.m., causing some of the group to leave. However, Christina, Sabrina, Enrique, and Steven decided to return to Paulina's apartment. On their way back, Sabrina, Enrique, and Paulina stopped at Whataburger to eat through the drive-through. Back in Pauline's apartment, the group enjoyed the food from the drive-through. However, Paulina and Steven noticed that Christina appeared distressed. She revealed that she had been texting her boyfriend Hunter all night, hoping he would join the party, but then discovering he had gone out with friends. Despite her request that he pick her up, Hunter stopped responding to her text messages. It was now 12 a.m., and Christina sent Hunter numerous messages for the next 90 minutes without receiving a single response. Christina's texts began by asking the Hunter to come get her, followed by questions about what was going on. She pleaded with him via multiple messages, informing him of her work obligations the following day, and even informing him that she had misplaced her car keys. By 3:01 a.m., frustration set in as Hunter remained unresponsive. Christina texted him, expressing her disappointment, wishing him good night, and conveying the sentiment that you had lost the best thing that could have happened to you. Christina then sent Hunter additional text messages informing him that she was taking a taxi home and saying, "See you one day between 3:20 a.m. and 3:48 a.m. and 3:48 a.m. She kept sending messages, letting Hunter know she wasn't angry. Her phone had died and she had found her car keys, so she decided to drive home. Christina's final text to Hunter was sent at 3:48 a.m. Christina's emotional state worsened as she messaged Hunter, Steven, and Paulina, who all tried to console her. Initially, he considered spending the night in Pauline's apartment. Christina eventually changed her mind and expressed a desire to return to Fort Worth. Despite Steven's offer to drive her home the next morning, Christina insisted on going home that night. Given that she had not consumed much alcohol and had done so earlier in the evening, the others did not consider her intoxicated enough to drive. At the same time, Christina decided to leave. Enrique also decided to go home, expressing his intention to walk Christina to her car while en route to see his girlfriend. As they left Pauline's apartment, Steven called Christina to see how she was doing, as she had been crying just before leaving. She assured him she was fine and was almost to her car. However, when the 30th of August arrived, Christina did not show up for work, causing concern among her colleagues. Despite multiple attempts to contact her via text messages, phone calls, and social media, Christina remained unresponsive. This behavior was unusual for her, given her responsible work ethic. Her colleagues saw a Facebook post from a friend urging Christina to call them, expressing deep concern. Fearing that something may be wrong, Christina's colleagues contacted her friend, who then contacted Christina's family, only to find out that they had no idea where she was. Christina's parents and stepmother contacted her friends to find out where she was, and they discovered that the last known location was when Pauline was in his apartment. When they contacted Enrique, He informed them that he had left with Christina, but they went their separate ways down the sidewalk. Enrique mentioned that Christina was on the phone when he parted ways with her, but he had no idea who she was talking to. Christina's parents reported her missing due to concerns for her well-being. During the investigation, the police interviewed Hunter. Hunter was initially uncooperative with the police, but eventually agreed to hand over his cell phone. He did so reluctantly. After deleting several text messages, Hunter informed the police that he was not home on the specified Friday night. Instead, he claimed to have been at Concrete Cowboy in Dallas, admitting that he had received multiple text messages from Christina that evening. He claimed that he hadn't read them and wasn't actively checking his phone. Hunter stated that he only returned home on Saturday morning around 10 a.m., or 11 a.m., or 11 a.m. to discover Christina absent, assuming she was upset and staying with friends. He did not express any concern. On Saturday night, still without hearing from Christina, he went out with friends again. Hunter stated that he only became concerned when Christina's father contacted him on Sunday to inquire about her whereabouts. Despite Hunter's claims, some of Christina's friends and her father suggested to the police that Hunter was involved in illegal substance use or distribution. Hunter admitted to the police that on the night of August 29, he was selling and using prohibited substances, as well as drinking alcohol. When the bar closed at 2 a.m., Hunter explained that he had gone to the W Hotel with friends. When asked if he followed the plan that night, Hunter denied it, but admitted that the events were somewhat hazy. Despite the suspicions surrounding the Hunter's account of the Friday night, the police had to carefully verify and corroborate the information provided. Despite suspicions about the Hunter and a possible connection to Christina's disappearance, there was no concrete evidence that he had harmed her or was involved. As part of the investigation, the police went to the parking garage where Christina had left her car on that Friday night. Christina and the group from Pauline's apartment had all parked in the Harry's Tavern parking garage. There, they discovered Christina's Toyota Celica was still securely locked. There were no signs of a struggle or evidence of foul play discovered in the parking garage. In order to piece together the events, police obtained surveillance footage from the area. Christina and Enrique entered the parking garage together at 3:55 a.m., according to security camera footage. On August 30, however, only 2 minutes later, Enrique's car was seen backing out of its parking space, leaving the garage at 3:58 a.m. Unfortunately, the footage did not show Christina or her car leaving the parking garage. During their conversation with Enrique, he told the police that he left Pauline's apartment with Christina and that they parted ways at the end of the apartment complex because their cars were parked in different parking garages. Renee told the cops that the last time he saw Christina, she was on the phone with someone. However, Enrique claimed that he had no further information because he had called his girlfriend at the time. When the police asked to see his phone log to confirm the timeline, Enrique stated that he was texting his girlfriend rather than speaking to her on the phone. When the police asked to review these text messages, Enrique explained that it was not possible because his phone was set to automatically delete older messages. The police discovered that Enrique sent a text message to his girlfriend on the night of August 29 at 8:02 p.m., followed by a brief exchange at 10:38 p.m., followed by a brief exchange at 10:38 p.m. When his girlfriend requested a call, Enrique responded at 10:41 p.m., stating that he was sleepy. Despite his girlfriend's belief that he was at home in bed, Enrique was actually at Pauline's apartment at the time. Enrique's next text to his girlfriend came the next morning at 10:52 a.m. During further questioning, he claimed he didn't know where Christina had parked her car. However, surveillance footage contradicted his statement, revealing that he entered the parking garage at the start of the night, with his car one space across and one space over Christina's. When asked if Christina had been in his car, Enrique claimed she had never been there. He claimed he left the shops and drove home on Highway 75, which contradicted toll road and cell phone records, indicating he took the Dallas North Tollway to Highway 121, passing through the Highway 121 toll garage at 4:08 a.m. When confronted with video footage of him entering the same parking garage as Christina, Ricky claimed his intoxication was so severe that he couldn't remember where he had parked his car that night. In the absence of information about Christina's whereabouts, the police concluded their investigation and believed they had enough evidence to charge Enrique with aggravated kidnapping. Christina remained missing throughout his arrest and trial, and Enrique pleaded not guilty. The prosecution based their case on 5 key elements. First, Enrique was the last person to see Christina that night. Second, Enrique's car was damaged in the front, and it had been thoroughly cleaned. Third, in any case, injuries. Fourth, cell phone data. Their sales phones communicated with the same cell towers. Fifth, Christina's DNA was discovered on mat in the trunk of Enrique's car. The jury was told that Enrique and Christina walked to the parking garage together after leaving Pauline's apartment around 3:55 a.m. Their cars were parked next to each other, and the prosecution speculated that the kidnapping happened inside the garage or at a later time. The prosecution suggested that Enrique may have intentionally or unintentionally injured Christina in the garage, possibly by placing her in the trunk. They suggested that Enrique drive out of the parking garage with Christina in the trunk, or that she accept a ride, but later decides against it. Later, surveillance footage from the parking garage was presented as evidence, contradicting Ricky's initial statement to the police that they had parted ways. The recorded footage showed that a single car left the parking garage a few minutes later, and no other people were seen leaving for the next 20 or 30 minutes. During the trial, it was revealed that Enrique was set to start work at 8 a.m. On that Saturday morning, however, he only arrived at 10:51 a.m. According to a colleague, he appeared to be hungover from the night before and disheveled. The co-worker described Enrique as having bruises and scratches on his arm, as well as a noticeable limp. Furthermore, the co-worker noticed what he thought was a bite mark on the inner part of Enrique's forearm. Enrique claimed to have been involved in a fight at Legacy Shops, claiming that the person he was fighting with bit him while in a chokehold. However, Enrique later changed his story, telling his co-worker later that week that a tire rim had fallen on his hand while attempting to rotate his car's tires, resulting in the marks. Enrique's girlfriend testified, saying she saw him on Saturday evening and noticed an injury on his right hand, as well as cuts on his hand and knuckles. During the court proceedings, Sabrina Boss testified that she believed Enrique was removed that night. He appeared upset when she chose to lie down on a bed rather than sit beside him on the couch. In response, he said, "Fine, I'll just go home," and she took his tone at that point as angry. Enrique left, and as Christina was leaving, he offered to walk her to her car. Stephen Nickerson testified that he called Christina after she left the apartment. She told him she was almost to her car and sounded fine. She promised to text him once she arrived at her car, but she did not follow through. He texted her a few minutes later to see if she had made it to her car, but received no response. Despite calling her several times, all calls went to voicemail. The following day, it was called again, but went unanswered. The prosecution used security camera footage from the Kroger gas station as evidence. On September 3, the footage showed Enrique cleaning the passenger side of the car with a rag before cleaning the trunk and washing the car. Police found an odor remover bottle, a multi-purpose cleaner, an all-purpose cleaner, paper towels, and rags in his trash. The prosecution presented evidence about the cell phones, claiming that Christina's and Enrique's devices were connected to the same cell towers when Enrique left the parking garage. Christina's phone pinged off the Spring Creek Boulevard cell tower at 3:46 a.m., according to court documents. On August 30, at 3:00 a.m., Enrique's phone pinged from the same tower. Both phones also received signals from the 5,800 Granite Parkway cell tower within a few minutes of each other. Later, they pinged off a tower on East Bethany Drive near Enrique's home on Harvard Lane in Allen. Details about the armride case car, a 2010 gray Camaro, were revealed in court. A dent was found on the front passenger side, specifically on the right front fender. When the police searched the car, they discovered that the interior, particularly the front passenger side floorboard, had recently been vacuumed and cleaned. However, what drew the most attention was the remarkably clean condition underneath the car. An accident investigator testified that the car's damage appeared to be the result of a soft impact, possibly involving the body, buttocks, and hips. Nancy provided the jury with DNA evidence, and DNA analyst Christina continued to swab areas of Enrique's car's trunk mat that reacted with blue stars until DNA profiles could be extracted. Both matching Christina's DNA profiles confirmed that the DNA discovered was more likely from a significant source, such as bodily fluid. The defense presented its case, focusing on four main arguments to counter the prosecution's perceived weakness. First, consider injuries. The defense called forensic dentist Dr. Paula to testify about the prosecution's assertion of a bite mark on Enrique's arm after Christina went missing, as well as third and fourth cell phone data. After reviewing photos of Enrique's injuries, Dr. Broom concluded that the marks and scratches did not indicate bite marks. Christy Wilson, the Plano Police Department's evidence supervisor, testified that the trunk mat was removed from Enrique's car and placed in a box. However, the box was too large for the evidence locker, so it was closed as best as possible, but left unsealed for 3 days, which was recognized as a violation of protocol. The defense attempted to cast doubt on the DNA evidence's reliability, claiming that the trunk mat's unsealed condition compromised its integrity. They also suggested that the person who examined Christina's car prior to the MRI may have transferred DNA. To back up their claim that there were alternative lines of inquiry, the defense called Lateral Rinse Dunbar to testify. He was a private security contractor who claimed to have met Christina at a nightclub in Uptown on August 22 or 23rd when she became quiet in front of Hunter Foster. Hunter Foster, who was serving a 33-month sentence for conspiring to distribute Mia, testified during the trial. It was discovered that he sold prohibited substances to an undercover federal officer on the night of August 29, 2014. His cell phone records showed a call from Enrique at 3:50 a.m. on August 30 with a message requesting an ounce of a substance known as that good rock. Detective Robin Busby suspected that the conversation was about illegal substances. However, it is unclear whether Enrique or Christina were using the phone at the time. Witnesses at Pauline's apartment confirmed that Christina's phone had a low battery when she left that night. The defense argued to the jury that, despite the lack of surveillance footage showing Christina leaving the parking garage, it was possible that she left by another means. The police acknowledged that someone could leave on foot without being recorded. Regarding cell phone data, the defense presented a cell phone forensics and cell tower data analyst. He testified that records from both Enrique's and Christina's phones showed that after 4 a.m., they were only making data connections to cell towers. He emphasized that data connections were the least reliable method for determining a cell phone's location and that it was impossible to predict the phone's likely location based on this data. Despite the defense's arguments, Enrique was convicted of aggravated kidnapping and sentenced to life in prison with parole eligibility in 2046. Almost 2 years after the Enrique case, conviction remains were discovered in a wooded area of Anna, Texas, and identified as Christina's. Excavators and construction workers working to clear the air discovered the remains. To date, no murder charges have been filed. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Taking the lives of one's children is more than just a heinous crime. A woman's altered consciousness under strong substances or a painful emotional state can push her to take such desperate measures. When the body is unable to cope with stress, the high-profile case of Veronica Youngblood serves as a vivid and horrific example of how a disturbed psyche, unhealthy relationships, and constant stress can have irreversible consequences. Veronica committed a horrible crime. However, during the trial, the young woman claimed that, despite her actions, she had always been a good mother and wished nothing but the best for her children. This story elicits both anger and sympathy. But to understand what drove Veronica to such a heinous and inhumane act, you must go back a few decades and see what she had to endure. Perhaps her own childhood traumas contributed to this, but that does not absolve her of responsibility. Veronica Youngblood, born Veronica Castro in the Santa Rosa suburbs of central Argentina in 1986, had an abusive childhood. She was the eldest of 2 daughters in the family and was raised alongside her sister Mara, who was born in 1988. The girl's childhood was impoverished and difficult, but hunger and a lack of basic necessities were the worst. Her parents did not work, abused alcohol, and vented their rage on their eldest daughter, beating her nearly every day, sometimes to the point where she could not walk. Grandfather also had no warm feelings for his own granddaughters, viewing them as extra hungry mouths that needed to be fed. Veronica grew up knowing she had nowhere to turn for protection and support. She felt superfluous in her own family, with her younger sister being the only truly close person to her. When she was 14, her parents divorced and separated. Her father had no interest in the fate of his daughters. However, her mother, who was actively trying to organize her personal life, did not require children. Veronica was forced to become an escort without an education in order to support herself and her younger sister, as she saw no other option. She became pregnant at the age of 15 and gave birth to her first child, a daughter named Sharon, when she was 16. She never revealed her eldest daughter's father's name, and she probably didn't know it either, having become pregnant by one of her many clients, a member of a strange cult. Without support or assistance as a teenager, the girl joined a strange South American religious cult known as Umbanda. It was a collection of diverse beliefs and cult positions, including the foundations of Catholicism, spiritualism, and African culture. In Umbanda, it is customary to honor spirit guides who can communicate with the souls of the deceased. The cult's followers believe in reincarnation and spiritual development through a variety of practices. Veronica, an impressionable and driven girl, was quickly instilled with the peculiarities of this belief. And based on her younger sister's memories, she began to believe she could communicate with spirits and the deceased. Veronica discussed hearing voices and seeing dreams, and she believed that after death, each person's soul is reborn for a better life. Most likely, such a religious cult was fertile ground for the development of mental illness. Given Veronica's difficult childhood and her own inherent abuse of her, the other members of the cult treated her with kindness and love, which she lacked the most, so she believed every word they said about moving to the United States and meeting Ronald Youngblood. When did Veronica decide to move to the United States of America? It is unknown, but it occurred in the late 2000s when she was slightly older than 20. Taking her young daughter, she settled in Hampton Roads, Virginia. The attractive young woman took a job with an escort service company. In late 2008, Veronica met a guy named Ronald Youngblood. He was a few years older than her and a pilot in the United States Navy. Ronald and Veronica first met when he used the services of the company where she worked. Ronald appeared to be immediately drawn to this young person, as he expressed a desire to continue communicating. Soon, he insisted that Veronica leave the escort, and they began to live together. And in 2009, the couple officially legalized their relationship in one of Las Vegas's chapels, holding a small ceremony with no guests. After the wedding, Veronica's life became stable for the first time, and she was no longer afraid to look ahead and confidently make plans. She had her own home, a caring husband with a stable job who fully provided for her, and Veronica could focus on making her home comfortable. Most importantly, Ronald adopted her daughter Sharon and cared for her with love and affection. When the couple welcomed their daughter, Brooklyn, in 2013, they were overjoyed, and the eldest heiress was overjoyed to have a baby sister, Sharon Youngblood. Following the wedding, Ronald gave Veronica and her eldest daughter his surname, despite the fact that the child was not officially adopted. Nevertheless, the girl addressed him as Daddy and reached out to him. Ronald tried not to deny her anything, paid attention, and helped raise the child. Sharon grew up to be a bright, sociable, and purposeful girl. She did well in school, had many friends, and was outgoing and friendly. She was involved in sports from a young age, including being a member of the school cheerleading team and playing tennis. But the girl achieved the most success in figure skating. So it was easy to work with Sharon because she felt at ease on the ice, as if she were in his element. Throughout her childhood and adolescence, she regularly competed in figure skating competitions, winning numerous awards. She was prophesied a successful sporting career, citing the young figure skater's tenacity and diligence. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be due to an unstable family life. After several years of living together, Ronald and Veronica's relationship began to deteriorate. Both spouses had difficult personalities. They were extremely emotional and unyielding. If they were able to reach an agreement at first, neither of them was willing to make concessions now. Furthermore, the spouses began to do many evil things to each other, resulting in frequent scandals involving violent clarification of relationships, mutual accusations, and insults. Furthermore, Ronald was extremely jealous and controlling. If, prior to the wedding, he promised to forget what his chosen one did, he reminded her of it every chance he got. He claimed that he pulled her out of the mud provided for her by her child, and now he demands that she follow his rules. Family disagreements began to escalate into physical assault, with the husband and wife taking turns initiating the fight. Both parties filed domestic violence complaints with the police. However, in most cases, these reports were quickly withdrawn, and the spouses continued to live together. To be fair, the children were not involved in their parents' arguments and were never physically harmed. However, their emotional states can only be speculated on. Ronald was sent to Central America, specifically the Republic of Honduras, for duty in 2014, and his family accompanied him. During this time, the spouses' relations deteriorated significantly. Veronica reported to the local police that her husband was raising his hand against her, restricting her finances by blocking her card and forbidding her from using the internet or driving. Ronald later claimed in his defense that he did so after discovering that his spouse was cheating on him. The husband believed that by denying his wife money, personal transportation, and the ability to communicate with her lover, he could keep her at home. As a result, Veronica filed a complaint with the U.S. Embassy, and her husband was extradited from Honduras and returned to the United States. However, this incident had no bearing on his career, and he was soon transferred to Washington, D.C., to the main department of the country's Navy. However, the couple's relations eventually soured, resulting in a breakup and ongoing conflict. In 2016, the couple relocated to Florida, where Ronald had a new job. They had virtually separated by that point, but they continued to live under the same roof, and Ron continued to provide full support for Veronica and her daughters. By the beginning of 2017, the family had relocated again, this time to the small town of Oakton, Virginia, where the spouses began the official divorce process. Ron and Veronica did not separate, however, even after their marriage ended. They lived in the same house, but they clearly couldn't stand each other anymore. Both later claimed that no matter what, they wanted to raise children together, but Veronica had no source of income and couldn't even afford to rent a room. The issue of the children's future custody became particularly acute, and Veronica realized that she would be unable to raise the children on her own because they were all completely dependent on Ronald. He was also aware of this and took every opportunity to remind his wife of it, occasionally resorting to outright blackmail, which drove the young woman insane. Driven to despair, Veronica decided to take out a bank loan so that they could have some of their own money. However, as a guarantor, she listed her still legal husband without informing him. When Ronald received a call from the bank, another scandal erupted. Naturally, he refused to act as guarantor, and his wife's actions provided him with yet another reason to humiliate her. True, a few months later, the couple was able to reach an agreement, and the scandals between them subsided for a while. According to the court decision, they can continue to live together and raise their children without being charged alimony. But the truth did not last long. Ronald sued Veronica in the fall of 2017, accusing her of aggressive and inadequate behavior. He claimed that his spouse smashed his smartphone, launching it into the wall, drowned in a basin of water with a functioning laptop, and smashed his car's windshield with a stone. Following that, Veronica was forced to relocate and was forbidden from visiting Iran. At the same time, the youngest daughter, Brooklyn, was temporarily granted full custody of her father until the next court hearing. 3 weeks later, the divorce was finalized. However, after receiving a divorce certificate, the former spouses resumed living together and the courts and custody battle appeared to be resolved. About 6 months later, the former spouses appeared in court together again, but this time, they presented a multi-page agreement outlining their custody plan for their shared daughter. Ronald was transferred to Missouri, and his former wife and children accompanied him. But first, Veronica wanted to officially settle a number of nuances regarding their daughter, Brooklyn's, custody. Ronald agreed to provide his ex-wife with housing near his home so that they could raise their daughter together. The court approved the document in April 2018, with the move scheduled for August of that year. A month later, however, Veronica abruptly reversed her decision and returned to court. The young woman sought assistance from a lawyer who was required to competently draft and amend the previously approved agreement. Veronica explained that she was doing this due to changed circumstances. By then, she had completed her nursing school training and had been offered a well-paying job in Oakton. That way, she could more or less support herself and the girls, with no need to relocate after her ex-husband. Furthermore, The new job promised to help her find and pay for her own place to live. Due to her new situation, Veronica now sought full custody of her daughter Brooklyn, as outlined in an amendment to the agreement. A new hearing was held in July 2018, 1 month before the previously scheduled departure to Missouri. However, the court refused to modify the previously approved agreement, and the former spouses were to relocate to another state to share custody of their shared daughter, as previously agreed. Veronica appeared to agree with the court's decision, as he made no further attempts to challenge it. Ronald filed a legal notice 2 weeks after the last court hearing, stating his new address where he would live after the move, which was less than a month away. He was on his way with only a few minor details to finalize. Everything seemed to be going as planned, but Sharon and Brooklyn had only a few days to live. A disturbing call, the evening of August 5, 2018. Sharon, 15, called emergency services with a disturbing message. The girl was in tears, gasping, and in pain. She begged to be saved, and he expressed his desire to live. She claimed she was severely injured. When the cameraman asked what had happened, she explained that she had just been shot with a gun by her own mother. Sharon claims she and her younger sister were asleep when their mother walked into the room and shot Brooklyn. At the sound of the gunshot, the older sister awoke, literally numb from fear. She asked her mother, "What are you doing?" Veronica responded that she was taking her daughters to God. Sharon attempted to flee, but Veronica shot her in the back. She was on the verge of collapse. She made it to the next room, where she locked herself in and called for help. The operator assured Sharon that help was on the way and asked her to wait a few minutes, but then he heard the girl scream Indian despair, followed by another gunshot. Then there was a frightening silence, and the call was disconnected. The police and paramedics arrived on the scene by 10 p.m., but a horrifying picture had already been revealed. Ronald, who was on business in another city at the time, had also called 911, requesting that someone come to his house right away because his ex-wife, he claimed, had done something terrible. Veronica had already called and told him everything, but Ron refused to believe what she said. Sharon was the first to be discovered, lying on the floor with 2 gunshot wounds, one to the chest and one to the back. Amazingly, despite the massive blood loss, she still had a faint pulse and was desperately trying to survive. Sharon was quickly transferred to the nearest hospital's intensive care unit. However, despite doctors' efforts, she died the following day. Brooklyn's lifeless body was discovered in her bedroom, on her own bed. She was killed with a single gunshot to the head. The girl's father arrived about an hour later and dashed home as quickly as he could, but Veronica's whereabouts remained unknown until the emergency services received another call from one man, Well Bellows, who reported Veronica's whereabouts, who was Manuel. Manuel was one of the lawyers the young woman consulted with in the spring of 2018 regarding custody of her youngest daughter. Veronica, as the lawyer later argued in court, immediately struck him as a rather serious, collected, and responsible young woman, fighting for custody of her beloved daughters. Furthermore, she was very attractive in appearance, divorced, and not in a relationship at the time. The two quickly hit it off, resulting in a turbulent love affair. Only a few months later, Manuel noticed some oddities in her behavior that piqued his interest, specifically Veronica's religious beliefs and her frightening statements about the upcoming meeting with God. At the end of July, Veronica called Manuel and invited him to her house, saying they needed to have a serious conversation. When he arrived, the young woman was home alone while her ex-husband and children were staying with Ronald's relatives. The lights were turned off in the house, but candles were lit everywhere, creating a romantic atmosphere, and there was a dinner for 2 on the table. She told him that she had lost the nursing position she'd been looking forward to and refused to move to another state as a result. Veronica also shocked her boyfriend when she revealed that she was pregnant by him. This information was later refuted. Manuel didn't know how to react, so Veronica tried to seduce him and entice him into intimacy. According to Manuel, nothing happened between them that night because Veronica made him feel strangely uncomfortable and threatened, as if his life was in danger. He asked her for time to consider how to proceed before hurriedly leaving her house. On the evening of August 5, Manuel heard someone ring his doorbell. He opened the door to find Veronica on the doorstep. She was frighteningly calm, with no emotion on her face at all. Veronica requested to be let into the house. But before Manuel could do so, he noticed a gun in her hands and was so terrified that he threatened to call the police if she didn't leave right away. But Veronica, with the same stony expression, responded that he could do so because she no longer cared. She then revealed that she had killed her daughters. So the police were looking for her anyway. Manuel became very scared after hearing these words, so he closed the door and rushed to the phone. While Veronica returned to her rental car, she came in and waited to be arrested. The arrest and a complete picture of the crime. When the police arrived at Manuel's house, Veronica was in the driver's seat, and next to her in the passenger seat were the loaded guns he had used to shoot her daughters hours before. The young woman did not resist. Her face remained expressionless. In addition to the gun, several full magazines were discovered in the car. Already at the station, Veronica admitted that she had purchased the gun at an exhibition 10 days prior in order to murder her daughters and then commit suicide. According to her, she decided to take this desperate step to exact revenge on her ex-husband and prevent him from taking their common daughter, Brooklyn. She also stated that her personal life did not work out and she became depressed. Apparently, the eldest daughter noticed her mother's strange behavior and suspected something was wrong, because a few days before the tragedy, she asked her directly if she intended to kill them. But what the mother said to her remains a mystery. On the afternoon of August 5, Veronica gave her daughters sweet, in which she had previously mixed sleeping pills so that the girls would not resist. When they fell asleep in their room, the mother pulled out a loaded gun and went to her daughters. She first went to Brooklyn's crib, but then raised the gun to her head and pulled the trigger. Sharon was startled awake by the gunshot, but she didn't realize what was going on until she asked her mother. Veronica replied that she would take her and her sister to God before pointing the gun at her eldest daughter. But Sharon jumped out of bed, dashed to the door, and was immediately shot in the back. She was able to run to the next room and call for help while her mother attempted to open the door. When Veronica entered the room, Sharon screamed and received a second bullet in the chest. Veronica then called her ex-husband and told him what she had done and that she was going to commit suicide as well. She blamed Ronald for everything, claiming that she hated him and that he had ruined her life. However, the young woman changed her mind about leaving her life for unknown reasons and went to her boyfriend's house, where she was arrested. Young blood fully admitted her guilt, and when asked what punishment she would impose on herself, the woman suggested the death penalty. It is worth noting that in Virginia, such a measure has not been used in a long time, and Veronica was aware of this. Trial and sentence. Initially, the defendant declined the services of a lawyer and fully admitted her guilt, but she abruptly changed her testimony and decided to hire a public defender. She later claimed that she heard voices telling her to do this to her daughters, and she obeyed. Veronica also stated that she had a difficult childhood, recalling only beatings and hunger, and that her ex-husband had finally killed her faith in the possibility of finding happiness in life. She added that she did not want her daughters to face the same fate. The trial took a long time because Veronica refused to leave her cell and attend the sessions. Furthermore, she attempted suicide several times but was saved each time and did not inflict serious injury on herself. The defense attorney attempted to persuade the court that his client suffers from a mental disorder that developed as a result of childhood traumas, the influence of a religious cult, and abuse by her former husband. The defense lawyer also claimed that Veronica was insane during the crime and was unaware of her actions. Despite the lawyer's efforts, the court saw a cold calculation in the woman's actions because she had purchased weapons in advance, promised the children sweets in exchange for sleeping pills, and then proceeded to carry out her terrible plan. Her actions were not spontaneous. They could not be dismissed as a state of affect or a severe deterioration of mental illness. The final verdict in the case was issued in March 2023. Veronica was convicted and sentenced to 78 years in prison. In fact, this will be her life sentence. Many people thought Ronald's behavior in court was strange. He did not appear to be a grieving father, and when his former wife sobbed in court, he smirked. Following the verdict, he only stated that he was pleased with the outcome. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Have you ever wondered how often people are forced to do terrible things out of love? In most cases, completely innocent people who have no idea they have become victims in such stories suffer. The story begins with the protagonist, a lovely girl named Kendra Hatcher, who, without realizing it, becomes a victim in a love triangle. How did it all start? Who is Kendra Hatcher? We'll find out today. It occurred from September to 2015. On Wednesday, Kendra Hatcher, 35, drove into the parking garage of a Gales Park 17 home. She lived in a house where everyone, including Kendra, felt completely safe because there was a 24-hour concierge on duty. And it was a lively and luxurious apartment building with a saltwater pool, a fitness studio, and a gourmet coffee bar in the uptown neighborhood of Dallas, Texas, USA. But let's go through everything in order. Kendra Hatcher, 35, a pediatric dentist from Springfield, Illinois, was born on February 3, 1980. She came from a good family that could afford many things for her, including a good education, a good university, and a job. She grew up in Pleasant Plains, Illinois, and attended dental school before moving to Dallas for work. She had recently taken a job at Smile Zone. It seemed like an ideal fit for her during her spare time. Kendra led Bible study classes, and not just any Bible study classes, and not just any Bible study. She was a devout Christian who wanted to use her dental skills to benefit others. She took part in volunteer programs such as building churches overseas and providing free dental care to children in Ecuador. Kendra's professional and personal lives were both very active. On May 24, 2015, she started dating a doctor named Ricky Paniagua. Ricky was finishing his dermatology residency at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center. Kendra and Ricky met on the dating app Tinder and had their first date on May 24. They were inseparable from the very first date. They shared similar values and desired the same things in life. Although their relationship had only lasted a few months, they were already discussing the possibility of marriage. Unfortunately, Kendra had no idea what lay ahead. Kendra drove into the parking garage to park her car after work one evening in September. She arrived at 7:42 p.m. She did this every day, but she was looking forward to the upcoming weekend because she had planned to spend Labor Day in Mexico with Ricky, but Kendra was not going to make it there. A few minutes later, she pulled into the parking lot. Two men walking nearby overheard screams and gunshots. After the shots were fired, a Jeep Cherokee pulled out of the parking garage. Hashim said, who lives in the apartment complex, overheard the screams and called 911. The police arrived and discovered Kendra's body in the garage. She'd been shot. It was initially thought to be a robbery. Kendra's expensive purse went missing. Bullet fragments and a gun magazine were discovered on the ground near her body. However, after further investigation and examination of the scene, police determined that the manner of the shooting did not indicate a robbery. Rather, it resembled a shooting. The gunshot residue discovered indicated that Kendra's hands were up and behind her head at the time of the shooting. The entry point was at the top of her head, and the bullet exited through the chin. But who could have intended to kill Kendra as a result of the shooting? Everyone was in deep despair. How could this have occurred? She had never disagreed with anyone. Everyone had no idea what could have happened. There were numerous questions, but no answers yet. The police started their investigation. Police recovered surveillance footage from Gales Park 17. The video shows a Jeep Grand Cherokee driving into the parking lot at 7:15 p.m. At 7:42 p.m., Kendra returns home and pulls into the same garage. The footage shows a man walking to Kendra Scott, R., and then returning to the Jeep. Police believe this is the man who shot Kendra. The video showed that there was another person involved. The driver of the Jeep was a woman, and she drove out of the parking lot as soon as the man returned to the Jeep, but they could not be identified. So police released images of the Jeep and its driver to the media and asked the public for assistance. The appeal worked. Police were contacted by a man named Jose Luis Ortiz, who claimed ownership of the Jeep but was not involved in the shooting or driving at the time. Jose stated that on September morning, two of his friends, Brenda Delgado and Crystal Cortez, approached him and asked to borrow his Jeep. They explained that Crystal was having car problems, so they left the car at Jose's house for him to fix, and he loaned them his Jeep. They were supposed to return the Jeep to him that evening after work. Instead, Brenda requested that he meet her at Chili's that evening, and he agreed that Crystal was not at the restaurant, nor was his Jeep. Jose told police that he was at the restaurant with Brenda when the shooting occurred. Later that evening, the Jeep was returned to Jose's residence. Jose didn't expect his Jeep to be used as a getaway vehicle. He said he became aware of it when he saw the police address and recognized his Jeep. When he asked Brenda about it, she said it wasn't his Jeep, but Crystal used it to get dangerous substances for someone, and something went wrong. Jose told the police that Brenda convinced him not to say anything because it was his Jeep, and he could get in trouble with the cops, jeopardizing his citizenship. It appeared to him that she was attempting to manipulate him. According to Jose, Brenda offered to pay to have his Jeep repainted a different color. After speaking with Brenda, Jose called the police. The police officers approached Brenda and asked if she knew who Kendra was. Brenda said she had no idea who Kendra was and had never seen her. At 7:42 p.m. on September 2, the police asked where she was, and Brenda said she was at Chili's with Jose, showing them the dinner receipts. Nonetheless, the police realized Brenda was involved in the crime. The first suspect in the case stepped forward. The cops questioned her about Jose's Jeep. Brenda said she gave Crystal the Jeep. When the police questioned Crystal, another suspect came forward. Crystal turned out to be a 23-year-old single mother. They asked if she was the woman on videotape driving the Jeep. She confirmed her identity and explained that an armed carjacker forced her to drive to the parking lot that evening. She stated that her 9-year-old son was with her, but the videotape shows that the child was not in the car. When the police informed her of this, she altered her story. She claimed there was no carjacking and that she voluntarily drove the man to the garage, but she assumed it was only for the robbery. She insisted that she knew nothing about the shooting. The police officers questioned her about why she had agreed to drive there, even though she suspected it was a robbery, and she admitted that Brenda had asked her to do so. The cops asked her what Brenda wanted from Kendra, which revealed new information. Kendra was dating Brenda's ex-boyfriend. It is about Ricky. Brenda and Ricky had dated from 2012 to early 2015. When they broke up, he began dating Kendra, which upset Brenda. However, Ricky was unaware of her unhappiness. In February 2015, he ended the relationship and began dating other women. When he met Kendra in May, he realized things were serious, and as a courtesy, he sent Brenda an email informing her that he was in a serious relationship. He didn't tell her Kendra's name, and Brenda seemed fine with it, saying she hoped to stay on good terms with Ricky as the interrogations continued and evidence piled up. Crystal sought a plea bargain and agreed to testify in exchange for a lesser sentence. She told the police that Brenda wanted to kill Kendra and that the murder was her idea. Crystal claims that within 2 weeks of meeting Brenda, they began planning to kill Kendra. Brenda was not simply upset that her relationship with Ricky had ended. According to the police, she was obsessed with him and desperately wanted him back. She pretended to Ricky that she was content with their friendship, but her life began to unravel. She was ready to hit rock bottom, so she began missing work. Brenda decided to make it her full-time job to bring Ricky back. She stalked Kendra and Ricky on social media, hacking Ricky's email and discovering their plans and travel arrangements. She started to hate Kendra even more. She believed Kendra had taken her place. In other words, she determined to get rid of Kendra Hatcher. Brenda asked Crystal if she knew of anyone who could help, and Crystal agreed to assist. They started devising a plan to kill Kendra. They met multiple times and devised various plans. Initially, they intended to inject Kendra with an illegal substance or sedative before discussing shooting her. Brenda asked Crystal if she could find someone to do it or if she knew anyone, as she was from a low-income neighborhood. They drove around the neighborhood asking people if they could help. Later, they met Christopher Love. He agreed to assist, and they started talking about different ways to kill Kendra. They decided that shooting her would be the most effective way to kill her because it was quick. Crystal told the cops that Brenda had agreed to give her $500, and she agreed to give Christopher both the money and the illegal substances. Crystal told police that they decided to kill Kendra on September 2 because they knew she and Ricky had plans for Labor Day weekend and would leave Dallas for a vacation in Mexico on September 3. Brenda felt they should have finished it sooner. Brenda was aware of all their plans and activities after learning that they intended to relocate to San Francisco upon their return. Brenda told Crystal that because she had downloaded Ricky's iPhone account to another phone and used it for snooping, she wanted the murder to appear to be a botched robbery. To determine where to commit the murder, Brenda and Crystal decided to follow Kendra to see how she got around on her typical day. They followed her to work. They sat outside the Salvation Army store and used binoculars to observe her movements while she was working. Brenda didn't realize Ricky's obsession with her head had turned her into a terrifying person, and Crystal didn't discourage her friend, instead assisting her for money. After work, they followed her and discovered the best way to get into the parking lot. They realized they could easily get in by parking in the visitor spot first and then following another car into the garage. They followed the same procedure for several days to ensure that nothing changed. They were confident that they knew exactly what Kendra would be doing from September 1 to the day before. Brenda, Crystal, and Christopher completed one last check and clocked in. They took gloves, syringes, disinfectant spray, and wipes from Kendra's workstation. The murder was planned to be committed by Crystal and Christopher alone the following day, September 2. Brenda and Crystal picked up the Jeep from Josie's early in the morning before meeting Christopher at Jack in the Box. Brenda was dropped off at the Carrollton Library, while Crystal and Christopher went to Kendra's apartment complex alone. They waited across the street for about 30 minutes before driving to Kendra's place of employment. Crystal left to get her son and nephew from school and dropped them off at her grandmother's house. She drove back to Kendra's workplace and followed her as she left. They lost her in traffic, but returned first, so they pulled into the garage and waited for her there. When Kendra arrived, Christopher got out of the car. He was wearing gloves, approached Kendra with a gun, and shot her as she exited the car. Crystal stated that she heard the shot rather than seeing it. They left and Crystal collected her son after dropping Christopher off at home. Later, she met Brenda at Josie's house, where she returned his Jeep. Under the terms of the agreement Crystal made would be the prosecution's star witness. There'd be 2 trials. Christopher and Brenda were charged with capital murder and tried independently. Crystal received a 35-year prison sentence in exchange for her testimony and guilty plea to murder charges. The police discovered a gun in the side compartment of Christopher's car. The gun had been used to shoot Kendra. Because of this, Christopher was prepared to speak. He told the police that Brenda had promised to pay him in illegal substances and money, and that she had hired him to shoot Kendra. Christopher was found guilty and sentenced to death. Brenda had been on the run for nearly 7 months before being brought to trial. She was even listed as one of the FBI's 10 most wanted people. She was arrested in April 2016. In Torreon, Coahuila, Mexico. Mexico agreed to extradite her on the condition that she not face the death penalty. When she was extradited back to the United States, she was officially charged with capital murder. Brenda's family and Ricky initially refused to believe she was involved in the crime. They recognized her as a loving woman of good character, with a good family and Christian values. Ricky told the police that they remained friends after their relationship with her ended. He even texted her the night Kendra was shot, letting her know she offered to help in any way she could. Brenda didn't plead guilty or not guilty, and her defense claimed she wasn't with Kendra at all and had an alibi and receipts proving she was at Chili's restaurant at the time of the crime. However, the prosecution claimed that Kendra was killed as part of a contract-killing scheme orchestrated by Brenda. Brenda did not have to be present during the shooting to be convicted of the crime, and she could still be found guilty because she planned and organized the entire event, and she hired Crystal and Christopher to commit the murder. Brenda's motive for wanting Kendra dead was revealed in court. She saw her as a hindrance to getting what she desired. She wanted to get back to Ricky. Brenda became increasingly obsessed with Kendra and Ricky in the months before her death, according to the court. Several people who knew Brenda testified in court about her obsession. Brenda's cousin, Moses Martinez, testified that she was depressed after ending her relationship with Ricky. He testified that she promised him a reward if he hit Kendra with a baseball bat. He refused to do so. Brenda's friend Jennifer Escobar testified that Brenda was obsessed with Ricky and was angry when he ended their relationship. She testified in court that Brenda read all of his emails and tracked his movements on her phone. She told the jury that Brenda kept a copy of his house key and had access to his bank accounts. Jennifer testified that Brenda asked her to eliminate Kendra Hatcher. She told the court that Brenda wanted her to either give her a lethal injection or hit her with a bat and leave her in a coma. Jennifer also confirmed to the court that Brenda offered her $2,000, a car, and illegal substances if she agreed to do it. Jennifer discussed the offer with her parents and then declined. The prosecution believes Brenda asked several people to assist her before finding one who agreed. They believe she used Crystal's to her advantage. Crystal was a single mother earning $11 per hour, and she admired Brenda, a woman with her own apartment and money, and aspired to be like her. The court learned that she gave Crystal $500 and police discovered an ATM withdrawal receipt in her belongings. She had also paid Christopher, who received the money, as well as $600 to $300 in illegal substances. Brenda was at Chili's restaurant the night Kendra was shot and left immediately. However, the jury was shown video footage from a surveillance camera installed at Josie's neighbor's house on the night of the murder. It also revealed that Brenda had gone to Josie's house after leaving Chili's. She was there with Crystal, and they exchanged their Jeep for a car. Cell phone data revealed that she was with Crystal and Christopher prior to the murder, and Brenda and Crystal communicated 99 times between August 22 and September. After only 30 minutes of deliberation, the jury found Brenda guilty. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Brenda was imprisoned and will not be released again. As a result, 5 people's lives were destroyed. First and foremost, Kendra, who had no idea Ricky would never get over it. Crystal, a single mother with a 9-year-old son, and Brenda's obsession have all had serious consequences. Unfortunately, a strong emotion like love can have such devastating consequences. It's times like these when you need to pause and let go. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. As you begin to investigate the Leslie Palacio case, it's impossible not to be puzzled and disappointed that justice hasn't yet been served. Despite the fact that the police have all of the evidence and know who the killer is, he remains at large. Today's story highlights the difficulty of investigating crime when suspects are outside the jurisdiction, and victims can only hope that the perpetrators are apprehended and brought to justice. The morning of the 29th brought anxiety to the home of Australia Philosophia, mother of 5 beautiful daughters. Taylor, her eldest daughter, came down to the kitchen and reported that the bed in Leslie's room remained untouched. Her belongings were gone, and it was clear she had not spent the night at home. One of the sisters joked that it must have been a good night at the club. Leslie had probably spent the night at Eric's. In fact, everyone became alarmed because Leslie had never done this before. Kyla kept looking at her phone during breakfast, expecting Leslie to text her soon. Leslie remained silent despite the passage of time. By noon, it had stopped appearing normal. By late afternoon, the reseller had decided to go to Eric's house on her own to find out where her daughter had gone. When the Palacio family arrived, they noticed Eric's mother and sister actively removing furniture and other items from the house. Obviously, taking furniture out of the house is normal, but the situation in Mrs. Ibarra's crying face gave Rosella a strange feeling. Something wasn't right here. When asked where Leslie was and why Eric's phone was unavailable, Eric's mother and sister pretended they were unaware that the couple had spent the evening together. Rosella clarified whether Leslie had slept over at their house that night, citing her daughter's messages indicating her intention to visit Eric. After receiving a negative response, Leslie's family realized how serious the situation was. Fears became reality, and the family took immediate action. The older sister, realizing that Leslie could not have vanished so easily, began calling local hospitals and searching the internet for reports of accidents in the previous 24 hours. However, both the search and attempts to contact Eric were unsuccessful. He had either turned off his phone or it had died. Kayla couldn't even hear her voicemail. With Sally, I had no choice but to contact the police. The following day, August 30, Leslie was officially reported missing. Leslie Palacio was born on May 5, 1998, and the move marked the beginning of an intense fight for justice. In Las Vegas, Nevada, USA, her short but full life was filled with love and care for her family. The girl was always open and friendly, and she brought joy to any company. She valued everyone she met in her life, and they reciprocated. Leslie wished to connect her life with medicine. After graduating from high school, she enrolled in Las Vegas Medical College at 20 West 20. She was already confidently pursuing her dream of becoming a phlebotomist and working part-time as a laboratory technician, combining theoretical knowledge and practical skills. Leslie proved herself to be a gifted student. Her academic achievements were commendable. She had a natural ability to absorb new information and was always eager to expand her knowledge. That is why the girl chose to work part-time as a laboratory assistant. Leslie unexpectedly realized she had found her calling and quickly became an integral part of the team. Colleagues thought the student was not only a responsible and professional lab technician, but also a warm-hearted person. The girl's responsibilities included conducting various analyses and tests. However, Leslie saw this work as much more than just a way to fulfill her duties. She saw her calling in making patients test, taking experiences as comfortable as possible. Her caring and patience fostered a sense of trust. Even those who were concerned about the procedure felt at ease in her presence. When the youngest of the nurses asked if Leslie was afraid of having her hands pierced all the time, she laughed and replied that she now had the superpower to poke people. Vital, a young optimist, already has evidence in her every action. Leslie, by all accounts, had the potential to become a highly sought-after and valuable specialist in the field of medical laboratory diagnostics. And she would have, if things hadn't turned out so dramatically. Leslie has always helped and cared for others since she was a child. Rosella Palacio, the second of 5 daughters, took on the role of mother when she worked as a hotel cleaner. Rosella recalled her daughter kicking her out of the kitchen when she attempted to cook dinner after cleaning more than 15 hotel rooms in one shift. Take some rest. Leslie gently encouraged her desire to alleviate her mother's burden after work. Her daughter took it upon herself to prepare dinners and, in her usual easygoing style, found cooking to be a source of inspiration. From then on, she always ensured that her family members were well fed. Even if she was away and couldn't prepare the family dinner herself, she was always calling home to ensure that everyone had eaten, because Leslie's family came first. She easily inspired her sisters with her enthusiasm and ideas. For example, even during the pandemic, Leslie continued to participate in sports by organizing workouts in her backyard. She praised her mother's various exercises, and she and her sister danced daily in front of a mirror to music. Her love of experimenting with hair color and image led to a joint business plan with her older sister to open a boutique. The sisters started designing and sewing dresses at home in their own distinctive style. When the coronavirus pandemic struck, Rosella was laid off due to downsizing. Leslie suggested that her mother start her own small cleaning business and assured her that she would gladly assist her with the cleanings in her spare time from work and school. "Mom will be fine soon, as you can see," she assured Alia. At a family council, they came up with the name Palacio Cleaning Service. Leslie went missing around that time. Her dreams were just beginning to come true when their family firm received its first contract. However, on August 29, 2020, all of the Palacio family's plans and dreams came crashing down. Leslie finished the lab assistant program at the end of August 2020, and the family firm received a large order, so she decided it was time to unwind from the stresses and worries with an evening of dancing and fun. The pandemic-related restrictions were gradually lifted, and Las Vegas began to come alive. Unfortunately, none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company. People were beginning to let go of their fears and resume their normal lives. They were still nervous and anxious about being in a closed space with so many people. Leslie didn't give up hope of convincing someone to have fun, so she posted on Instagram about her desire to spend the evening somewhere. Unexpectedly, she received a message from Eric Rangel, i.e. Bara. Leslie and Eric's parents had attended the same church for 14 years and occasionally socialized. So the children had known each other since childhood but had never had a close relationship. Leslie knew what Eric liked. The guy who texted her showed interest, but Leslie never reciprocated. She was polite to him. On any other day, Leslie would have declined Eric's request to keep her company, but not this time. She was looking forward to a fun evening to break up her usual routine. The entire day was filled with anticipation. When none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company, she accepted Eric's polite and warm invitation to reminisce about Las Vegas nightlife. A night out with Eric seemed like a better option than going nowhere at all. "We anticipate a fun adventure." Leslie had no idea what terrible things waited her, but she probably had a premonition about something and was trying to convince herself that there was no reason to be concerned. Anyway, Leslie agreed with her sister to send her regular messages informing her where she was. She also told Kyla in great detail where she was going, who she would be with, and where she might end up. After a while, the elder sister received an unusual message. "Can you believe Eric is not going to drink this evening? We're at a party, but it looks like I'll have to celebrate alone." Afterward, the sisters exchanged joking messages about the subject. To live a healthy lifestyle. The first place Eric and Leslie went was the casino at the Longhorn Hotel. Police officers later discovered surveillance footage of the couple getting out of a white Ford F-250, owned by Eric at 0:30 a.m. on Ayub 29 and entered the casino before leaving shortly after at 1:56 a.m. The couple then left the casino. Leslie kept in touch with her sister, telling her what was going on. At 4:40 a.m., Leslie sent her sister another strange message. "I need to talk to you about something unpleasant." Kyla inquired as to what had occurred, and she stated that a text box appeared, indicating that Leslie had begun to respond, but no response was received. The girl's life ended with that text message. The morning of the 29th came. Leslie still hadn't returned home. The more time passed, the more concerned the Palacio family members became. The certainty that Leslie had stayed the night at Eric's house was replaced by confusion, and the family went to a familiar house where they found a strange thing. Mrs. Diabara and her daughter were taking out furniture, pretending that they had heard for the first time that Leslie and Eric had spent the evening together. In fact, Leslie's family arrived at Eric's house just in time that they had arrived a few hours later. The investigation would have been significantly delayed. The police found traces of blood in the house, a mess in the bedroom, which suggests that Eric's mother and his sister spent the whole day, strangely enough, not to clean up the traces of the crime, but to pack things down to the pieces of furniture. The family was clearly not going on a picnic, but planning a long-term and thorough absence. Most likely, they had arranged to reunite with Eric and his father Jose in Mexico, where the two had traveled in order to escape justice. Upon seeing the Palacio family, Mrs. Ibarra probably realized that the chance to leave was gone, leaving evidence in the house that no one would take the time to clean up. Panicked mother and daughter began to simply deny knowing about Leslie and Eric's evening together. It was this behavior that led to the suspicion that something irreparable had happened. Fortunately, the Las Vegas police took immediate action and sent out a billing inquiry intending to track Leslie's movements since the previous night. But unfortunately, it takes some time to get that data, while the police can wait. The family started a campaign to spread the word about Leslie's disappearance. People responded and began actively sharing the information on social media. No one expected that there would be so many people who cared. Eric's mom especially didn't expect it. Detectives kept asking more and more questions, and on August 31, Mrs. Ibarra went to the police station and filed a missing persons report for her husband and son. Mrs. Ibarra told police that her son Eric left home late in the evening on August 28, and when he returned the next morning, he was acting strangely. She saw him walk out the door and never returned. The police noticed a strange circumstance. Not only was Leslie missing, but Eric was also missing as well as his father. Based on this, an investigation into the triple disappearance began with the Las Vegas police involved. Detectives turned to the residents of the neighborhood with the hope of finding surveillance cameras that recorded something important. Luck smiled. It was discovered that just across the street from Joe's borrower's home, there were surveillance cameras. In addition to the CTV footage, police obtained billing data that allowed them to track Leslie's movements in the early morning hours. Of the 29 detectives found that the couple went to the casino and afterward to a grill bar, which they reached around 02:15 am accidentally or not. Leslie's cell phone was left at the bar, and the records show that Leslie left the establishment around 5:50 am, which is quite early in the morning. At 06:05 am, neighborhood cameras captured Eric's car pulling up to the family home. The nature of his assistance to Leslie and getting out of the car and on the way to the house clearly indicated that the girl was heavily intoxicated. At 07:25 am, Eric and his father Jose are seen carrying Leslie's body out of the house, wrapped in a sheet and placing it in the trunk of the car. Eric then drives away while Josie hoses down the door driveway to their house. These actions clearly indicated that Eric and Josie were not missing, but were fugitives from justice. After police saw the footage, a search warrant was obtained for a borrower's home. As a result, detectives uncovered a lot of additional evidence showing that Leslie had not left the house voluntarily. The house had been cleaned with cleaning products in an unsuccessful attempt. Latex gloves and trash bags were also found. But the most important piece of evidence was the discovery in Eric's room. Traces of blood were found on the floor and on Eric's bed, an obvious sign of assault. And without DNA testing, it was clear to investigators that the blood belonged to Leslie. From that point on, Leslie Palacio was no longer missing, and investigators focused their efforts on finding her body. Eric and Jose were reported missing. As investigators searched diligently for suspects, the shaken Palacio family made efforts as well. Rosselli asked members of the church community to help search for her daughter's body as search volunteers. Flyers and posters with Leslie's photo and images of Eric and Josie appeared on social media, newspapers, and street poles. The philosophy of families asking the public to intervene and help them find these two men involved in the girl's death was the message on each flyer. The first major breakthrough in the investigation came when a license plate reader spotted Eric's car just 6 miles from his home around Tenham. I'll get to 29. He was heading back to his home just 4 hours after Leslie's alleged murder. The information uncovered made investigators realize that the location where Eric may have hidden the body was within a 4-hour drive of his home on the Nevada-Arizona border, or the Charleston Peak side, which is a huge area, so detectives were desperate for any additional information that could help them determine a more precise location. Once again, luck smiled on them when footage was recorded at a gas station 40 miles north of Las Vegas, showing Eric's car pulling off the highway toward the Valley of Fire National Park. The car backed up 20 minutes later with muddy tires. The find narrowed the search and pointed to the possible location of the body within 20 miles of the gas station. The mud on the tires suggested that Eric had driven off the road at some point. Detectives began searching the area. Police and volunteers combed through hundreds of acres of land, and on Sept at 9 during the second search, they found Leslie Palacios' body hidden near a bush. News outlets immediately spread the word. The body of 22-year-old Leslie Palacio has been found near the Valley of Fire 11 days after she disappeared. A reporter joined the report, providing additional details about the prime suspect, 25-year-old Eric Rangel Ibarra. The Valley of Fire, where the body was found, is known for its hot climate, which led to rapid decomposition of the remains, and forensic experts were unable to determine the exact cause of death. Locals reacted to Leslie's death with horror and fear. Some became afraid to go outside because of the cons down south of the unquote criminals involved in the murder. The day after the body was discovered, September 10, many friends, relatives, neighbors, and just random people in the area gathered to honor Leslie's memory. People took candles that were used for the nightly vigil and placed them in front of the girl's house. They also said they wanted the man responsible for her death to pay for what he did. The fight for justice was not even close to being over at this point. The next major breakthrough came when Eric's car flashed in Mornado Valley, California. Police eventually contacted Eric's cousin, and he reported that he had driven Jose and his son to Santa Sidra, where he believed they planned to cross the border into Mexico. The Las Vegas Police Department requested assistance from the FBI because it was not possible for them to resolve the jurisdictional issue on their own. The investigation slowed down. Then on January 19, 2021, 4 months after the discovery of the girl's remains, Eric's father, Jose, turned himself in at the border. Everyone was greatly relieved that at least one fugitive was now in custody. The man was quickly extradited back to Clark County and charged with destruction of evidence and accessory to murder during interrogations. Jose tried to minimize his involvement in the crime, explaining the story of the trip to Mexico by his son's strange behavior on the morning of August 29, however. Investigators showing surveillance video footage debunked his false claims. The footage clearly showed him helping carry Leslie's body out of the house and washing the driveway. Faced with the evidence, Josie changed his testimony. He said he was working in the garage when Eric brought Leslie's body wrapped in a sheet into the garage. According to Josie, he panicked and helped his son load the body into the truck, assuming that Leslie had died of an overdose of illegal drugs because he saw no visible injuries on the body. Court documents indicate that Josie initially told police that according to Eric, Leslie died of an overdose of illegal drugs. So they also explained that Eric immediately talked about wanting to end his life, blamed himself, and so he decided that the best thing to do for his son was to take him to Mexico. When investigators asked Josie for Eric's current whereabouts, he explained that as soon as the two of them entered Mexico and boarded the bus was searched by Mexican authorities. He and his son got scared and decided to split up, thinking that apart, it would be harder for the authorities to find them. For this reason, he would love to help the investigation, but has absolutely no idea where his son might be. On June 18, 2021, Jose formally pleaded guilty to destruction of evidence and accessory to murder. Despite the horrific characteristics of his crimes, Jose Ibarra was sentenced to only 2 years in the Clark County Detention Center, causing shock and dismay in the community. The Palacio family was shocked and outraged by Jose's lenient sentence, which they felt was unjust. During the chaos, Josie Ibarra joined the court proceedings virtually, while Leslie's family and friends were present in person. They urged the judge to impose a harsher sentence, arguing that 2 years was not enough for an accessory to murder who helped dispose of the body and hid the perpetrator. Josie Ibarra pleaded guilty and tried to apologize to Palacios' family, saying his love for his son outweighed him. He expressed regret for his actions. However, Leslie's family did not accept his apology and did not consider it sincere to date. Eric's whereabouts are unknown, and he continues to live freely in Mexico. Jose was released to Ophelia Marketing on April 28, 2020. An attorney and Palacio family representative commented as follows: "I'm absolutely furious. This is clearly unfair. Not only is the primary suspect not in custody, the person involved in the cover-up of the murder is now back in custody after serving 8 months and 15 days over the last 3 years. The family philosophy has never received adequate recognition. Leslie's story demonstrates flaws in the justice system and raises concerns about fairness in dealing with serious crimes. The family philosophy is determined to fight to change Nevada's laws because they believe that whoever was involved in the murder should face a prison sentence of more than 2 years. They hope that the perpetrator will be found and prosecuted in the United States, where he will be charged and punished appropriately." Ophelia Market Eon is directly contacting those who may know Eric's whereabouts in Mexico. In every media interview, she advocates for the Palacios family to receive some measure of justice. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Lisa Maria Caiza was born in 1994 to a large family, including 8 siblings. It was a large but not particularly prosperous family. Parents were preoccupied with their own problems and did not express love and care for their children. Furthermore, rumors circulated that abuse and violence were common in the family. The story unfolded in 2020, at a time when the entire world was preoccupied with the fight against COVID-19. In one corner of Ecuador, quietly and unnoticed, truly terrible events were taking place in the small parish of Paifo, on the northeastern outskirts of Quito. The tragic story's protagonist is Lisa Maria Caiza, a woman with an enigmatic gaze whose life became a true Ecuadorian nightmare. On the unfortunate Tuesday, October 27, 2020, Lisa sent several messages to her children's father, David. They were depressing words because their paths with David had already nearly parted. Along these lines, she confessed her love for him as well as her unexpected pregnancy. However, in subsequent messages, Lisa stated that life was losing meaning for her and that the decision to terminate the pregnancy was unavoidable. Throughout the night, Lisa begged David to come to her, but his refusal was firm. His parents also urged him to stay at home, and David followed their advice. In the early morning hours of October 28th, Lisa's neighbors heard a faint cry for help. When they looked out the window, they noticed a woman lying on the floor, clearly vomiting. The neighbors rushed to help her right away, calling emergency services. When doctors and police arrived, they discovered Lisa in critical condition but still alive. She was admitted to the hospital right away after receiving first aid. Her children, a 5-year-old girl and a 9-year-old boy, were discovered unconscious inside the house. The doctors couldn't help them. Their tiny hearts had stopped beating by that point. Authorities discovered the identity of the children's father and contacted David Acosta, who, upon learning of the tragedy, arrived on the scene with his father. He learned that Lisa was in the hospital and that his children had died. After several days of fighting for her life in the hospital, Lisa regained consciousness. By that point, the investigators had presented the prosecutor's office with enough compelling evidence to issue an arrest warrant for this mysterious woman. When she was released from the hospital, she was immediately taken to a social rehabilitation center. The authorities insisted that Lisa undergo a psychological and psychiatric evaluation, as her mental state necessitated additional investigation as part of the upcoming trial. Lisa ended up in a rehabilitation center, where doctors and psychologists resumed their work after speaking with a criminal psychologist. Lisa spoke openly about her difficult childhood, in which her parents fought and abused each other and their children. Her childhood had a significant impact on her mental state, and moments of conflict, and her parents' divorce became ingrained in her memory. Such a childhood forced Lissa to work from the age of 11, be able to study. The girl aimed to break free from her dysfunctional family and create a new future for herself. The expert report also stated that Lissa was abused. She described how, after several years of marriage, her husband, David, changed drastically. He began to humiliate his spouse before raising his hand against her. On the day of the children's tragedy, investigators on the scene discovered several glasses with liquid residue on the table. These findings later revealed traces of one of the children's epilepsy pills, as well as other chemicals that needed to be identified. After notification, police officers thoroughly searched the house and discovered a suspicious area beneath the utility room. They broke down the barrier and discovered a lifeless body wrapped in a blanket, with telltale signs of being there for a long time. Later, further investigation revealed that the discovered body belonged to Jaime Anchaquino, a 28-year-old who had communicated with Lissa. According to Rosa Santiagueno, Jamie's family reported him missing days prior to the gruesome discovery. James' sister. He was last seen on October 18. Rosa told investigators that after her brother disappeared, Lissa called several times to inquire about him. Lissa claimed to have received a text message from James, in which he described how some illegal substance traffickers were holding him hostage and demanding a ransom of $8,000. She strongly advised James' family not to contact the police. It became a focal point in a complex investigation that required detectives to not only solve the tragedy, but also determine whether there were any other hidden victims in the story. During her interrogation, Lissa stated that she met Jaime Anchaquino in 2020 while working at a cookie factory. He'd become nothing more than a friend, she claimed. Lissa wanted to return to her husband, who was allegedly planning to blackmail James for money. David told his wife that if she didn't help him, he would divorce her. Later, David handed Lissa a white powder and instructed her to place it in Jamie's food. Once the task was completed, James fell asleep and never awoke, realizing what had happened. Lissa tried desperately to reclaim her husband, but she was unsuccessful, so she swallowed the same poison and gave it to her children. However, it did not have the expected effect on her, and Lissa turned to her neighbors for assistance, hoping to save herself from the same horror that had struck her children. Following her testimony, investigators launched an investigation, but no evidence of David's involvement in the events was discovered. Nobody close to the couple could have predicted that Lissa, Maria, and David Acosta's fate would lead them through such a harrowing experience. When they met, Lissa was 16 years old and still in high school. She was a dreamy, romantic girl, whereas David was a strong, determined young man. Soon, their friendship turned into strong feelings, resulting in Lissa's unexpected pregnancy. Although the young people's families did not approve of their relationship, David's parents were always supportive of their son and welcomed Lissa into their family during difficult times. David's family became a true supporter of the young couple, inviting Lissa to live with them. They made every effort to ensure she completed high school. When Lissa turned 18, the lovers married. 2 years later, the young family awaited the arrival of their second child, a little daughter. David's parents decided to provide the young couple with their own home. They gave Lissa and David their own apartment, which became a haven for the family, but the couple's relationship deteriorated over time. It was obvious that both spouses had sinned by cheating, resulting in mistrust and disappointment. Boundless love, which appeared unshakable, began to wane. To make matters worse, Lissa complained of psychological abuse from David, prompting her to seek assistance from the police. She eventually obtained a protective order, and David was forced to leave the family home. At this point, Lissa began to use her position to blackmail David, demanding money for the right to see their joint children. The beginning of September 2020 brought Lissa an unexpected challenge that drastically altered her daily routine. The young mother discovered that her oldest son was having seizures and, in desperation, went to Baca Ortiz Hospital's emergency room. After stabilizing the baby's condition, the doctors decided to run a battery of tests, which revealed a focal form of epilepsy, a serious disease that affects a specific part of the brain. The doctors urged Lissa to have more tests, including MRI scans, and to see specialists as soon as possible. However, the mother, seemingly ignoring the gravity of the situation, chose not to follow these recommendations. A month later, the scenario was repeated. Lissa was back in the emergency room, this time with her son, who was experiencing similar symptoms. After reviewing the boy's medical history, the doctors discovered that the mother had failed to follow the prescriptions given to her previously. No tests had been performed, no consultations with specialists had occurred, and it appears that the son did not receive the necessary treatment. The doctors concerned about the child's well-being reminded Lissa of the importance of following medical advice. They warned her that ignoring the doctor's advice could result in legal ramifications, as she could endanger her son's health and well-being. However, this time, Lissa ignored the doctor's warning. A few weeks after learning of her son's illness, she decided to call David. The serious tone in her voice concerned David. She told him that a social worker would be visiting her shortly to discuss their son's diagnosis and retirement. David arrived for his appointment, but the social worker had already left. To make the wait more enjoyable, Lissa offered him a drink. However, as David drank the drink, he suddenly felt ill. His condition was deteriorating, and the social worker had not arrived, so David decided to go home and get something to relieve his discomfort. The following morning, David awoke in a terrible state. He could hardly speak because his tongue was numb. Every step was uncomfortable, and his eyes hurt. His parents insisted on calling the ambulance. David was transported to the hospital, where he spent several days. Tests revealed the presence of a psychoactive substance in his system, but since he had not used anything of the sort, David began to wonder how this could have happened. He eventually speculated that someone had deliberately slipped him something in a public place. David was grateful for his life and realized that what had happened could have been far worse. In early October 2020, Lissa decided to hire a nanny for her kids. Her cousin Patricia recommended her friend Bertha, a responsible 48-year-old woman, seeking employment. Bertha visited the young mother's home on Monday, October 5th. Lissa urged her to take a pill that she claimed helped prevent infection with the COVID-19 virus, which was at its peak at the time, claiming that it was a highly effective natural cure. Lissa persuaded Bertha to take the medication and enter the house. They sat down to discuss the babysitter's childcare responsibilities. Bertha started feeling sick a few minutes later. She felt a headache, her stomach became upset, and she eventually vomited. Patricia arrived shortly afterwards. She'd called her cousin several times, but Lissa did not answer. Alerting Patricia, she decided to investigate what had happened and went straight to her house. When she entered, Bertha was already fainting on the couch. Lissa told her cousin about what had happened and expressed concern when she realized she hadn't called an ambulance yet. Patricia immediately did so. After a while, doctors arrived and admitted Bertha to the hospital. The victim's condition has stabilized. Doctors diagnosed poisoning with a toxic substance, which frequently occurs when taking various medications. Doctors determined that Bertha was unable to tolerate a component of the COVID-19 pill composition. Marcus Cantor, Lissa's former friend, died of poisoning in June of the same year, just a few months before this tragedy. At the time, the cause of his death went unnoticed, but now, with all of these strange circumstances, Mark's case required extra attention. Investigators searched the deceased's home and discovered Lissa's fingerprints on the glasses used the night before Mark died. This fact provided additional evidence to the investigation, pointing to Lissa's potential involvement in the incident. However, a new accusation was made against Lissa. Her own family filed a shocking report with the police. It turns out that on September 2nd, the family had a family gathering, and Lissa offered to let everyone taste a drink she had made. The young woman's 7 brothers and sisters, as well as their parents, drank the unknown drink and became ill almost immediately. Fortunately, no one died, but the 56-year-old mother experienced a stroke. Lissa's father claimed that while the relatives sought medical attention, his daughter stole $1,300 from the house. The investigation now includes not only crimes against children and a former boyfriend, but also an incident that endangers the lives and health of her own family. That wasn't the only strange event that investigators encountered. In May of that year, Jose Luis Arazo, Lissa's friend, was discovered dead in his home. Jose had vanished unexpectedly a few days prior, and neighbors quickly detected a rotting odor, prompting them to contact the authorities. An examination of the body initially revealed nothing suspicious and was diagnosed as a heart attack, but one of Josie's sisters suspected something strange and concealed a bottle of alcohol discovered in the refrigerator. In addition, Josie's family discovered that some items were missing from the home. It turned out that Lissa and Jose were friends, and when the man died, the alleged murderer called his relatives and sounded distraught. She stated that Josie owed her a large sum of money and that she needed to contact his family to repay the debt. This cunning plan failed, and Lissa called Jose's family again shortly after, changing her voice to conceal her identity and identifying herself as Jose's friend. She claimed she was pregnant by him and had to file for child support. Although Jose's family did not believe the stories, Lissa was not about to give up and made a third attempt to deceive them. She claimed to know who was responsible for Jose's death and offered to meet to discuss the details. If she hadn't been arrested on charges of murdering her own children and James, the list of victims might have been longer. When the media reported Lissa's arrest after poisoning 3 people, Jose's relatives understood. They immediately reported their suspicions to the authorities, and Jose's body was exhumed for forensic examination to determine his true cause of death. The relatives weren't mistaken. Traces of poison were discovered in the deceased's remains on December 22, 2020. Lissa faced a hearing for the murder of their 2 children, whose identities and photos were kept private. Due to COVID-19 virus spread restrictions, the trial was conducted virtually. Lissa had contacted us from a social rehabilitation center. According to the prosecutor's statement, Lissa administered a toxic mixture of insecticides and anti-epileptic drugs to her children. During interrogations, she claimed that she had become desperate and was unable to leave her children with her husband David, who did not care for them. In fact, she admitted she wished they were dead. At the conclusion of the hearing, the judge granted the defendant a court pass and ordered her remanded in custody pending trial. The children's trial resumed in 2021. At the Pichincha Provincial Court, the prosecutor presented a collection of evidence to prove Lissa's guilt. Among them were statements by David, who revealed the contents of messages sent to the wife on the eve of the tragedy. In one of the messages, she stated that she would take what belonged to her. Referring to the children, she stated that she had no idea where her children and herself would go, heaven or hell, but she now felt as if she was in hell. Lissa went on to say that she doesn't expect her husband to forgive her because she knows he hated her before and will hate her even more after this. David also discussed his unstable relationship with his wife. During the hearing, the defendant's reconstructed testimony was presented, claiming that she took 2 pills that day, called for help, and then passed out. According to the prosecutor's office's reconstruction, the daughter died while still in bed, and her older brother attempted a few steps to call for help before falling and dying. The forensic medical examination yielded an extremely clear conclusion. The children died as a result of a planned crime. The deaths were caused by pulmonary edema, induced suffocation, and intoxication from a combination of epilepsy medication and other unspecified substances, most likely insecticides and disinfectants. The prosecution also charged Lissa with the death of Jaime Unsolved, whose body was discovered bricked up in the kitchen. The perpetrator was also accused of attempting to murder David and members of her own family. The hearing addressed Lissa's irresponsible attitude toward her son's health after he was diagnosed with localized epilepsy. The mother disregarded instructions for additional tests and follow-up examinations, and when the boy was hospitalized again, his condition was worsened by her own mother's negligence. Medical professionals' warnings did not change her attitude toward her son's treatment, which resulted in a threat to terminate her parental rights. Lissa's mental health evaluations revealed that she is extremely emotional and environmentally dependent. She sought constant attention and understanding from others and became extremely anxious when events did not go as planned. She also had a tendency to self-harm. She tried to say goodbye to her life at least 3 times, but failed each time. Witnesses described her as insecure, attachment-seeking, with schizoid and erratic behavior. The psychological analysis also revealed that on the day of the tragic events, Lissa acted with complete awareness of her actions. After a 10-month trial, Lisa Maria Caiza was found guilty of the crime against her children. The Pichincha Provincial Court sentenced her to 34 years and 8 months in prison. In addition, she was ordered to compensate David for more than $20,000. The press reported that Lissa remained calm throughout the proceedings, expressing emotion only when her children were mentioned. The Jaime Unsolved murder investigation, which began in August 2021, appeared to be unfinished. New information was revealed during the court hearings. Lissa admitted giving her friend a white substance mixed with alcohol, but said she got it from David. However, the investigation revealed otherwise. According to a psychiatrist who interviewed Lissa, she did not intend to end James' life. She wanted to intimidate his family so that she could extort money. She demanded $8,000 in ransom. Experts described the plan as disorganized, which ultimately led to the crime. Furthermore, forensic tests revealed that things were not as simple as they appeared. James was discovered to have poison in his system, and the cause of death was strangulation. The body was discovered with a shattered rib cage and wire around the neck. Lissa claimed that after her friend died, she decided to bury him in a back room and cement him inside the store. The owner's testimony confirmed that Lissa purchased building materials during the time of James' disappearance. Following the parties' arguments, the prosecutor's office requested a new trial for April 2022. At that trial, an additional charge of extortion was brought. Lissa called James' relatives and claimed he was being held by gangsters, demanding $8,000 for his release. The defense cited a lack of conclusive evidence that Lissa was involved in James' murder. Nonetheless, she was found guilty and sentenced to 22 years in prison and $5,000 in restitution to the victim's mother. While James' trial was underway, the investigation into Lissa's alleged victims, Marcos Canto and José Luis Cerezo, was nearly completed. Marcos Canto was 48 years old, and tests performed after his death revealed traces of the substance Lissa had given to her children. In addition, Mark was diagnosed with severe stomach inflammation. According to the family's lawyer, Lissa met Mark, offered him a beer, and then poisoned the drink. Authorities were given a glass with Lissa and Mark's fingerprints, as well as a swab containing the woman's DNA. The murder was allegedly motivated by jealousy and money. It is also known that Lissa had asked Mark for financial assistance, and there is evidence that he loaned her at least $120. Mark became Lissa's first known victim. The outcome of this case, as well as José Luis Cerezo's, remains unknown. They may not have been reported in the press, and the investigation may not have progressed to the point of being formally charged and tried. Lissa Maria was only 26 years old when she committed her brutal crimes. Her high-profile criminal case has become one of Ecuador's most horrific and disturbing in recent years. Dona Venado became well known across the country as a result of her crimes. Lissa Maria is regarded as a serial killer in Ecuador. Her victims have endured excruciating pain, as have their relatives. The charges include 5 murders and 9 attempted murders, according to Ecuadorian law. The maximum sentence she could receive is 40 years in prison. This means Lissa could be released when she reaches 70 years old. It is still unclear what drove Dona Venado to commit such heinous crimes. Was her act motivated by resentment over not receiving what she expected in life? Many speculate that the motivation was money, and in David's case, Lissa acted out of a desire for vengeance, resulting in the tragedy with her children. The most horrifying aspect of this story is not only the number of victims left in Dona Venado's path, but also the fate of 2 innocent children who could not have imagined that their mother, who gave them life, would take it away so absurdly and cruelly. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Thursday, December 16, 2004, Bobby Jo Stinnett, a 23-year-old woman who was 8 months pregnant with her first child, eagerly awaited the arrival of her baby girl. Born on December 4, 1981, she graduated from Nottoway High School in Graham, Missouri, in 2000. Bobby, who lived in Skidmore, Missouri with her husband, Zeb Stinnett, was a well-known and gentle person in the small farming community. Her love of animals, particularly dogs and horses, was evident, and she ran a dog breeding business called Happy Haven Farms from her home. Specializing in the breeding of rat terriers, Bobby actively participated in dog shows and discussions in the online dog breeding community. Her business involves listing puppies for sale, and on December 15, 2004, she received an instant message from Darlene Fisher, a woman from Fairfax, Missouri, whom she had met through their interactions on the Router Chatter forum. Bobby and Darlene had been exchanging messages for weeks, bonding not only over their shared love of rat terriers, but also over their shared pregnancy experiences. Darlene informed Bobby that she was interested in purchasing one of her puppies, and they agreed to meet the next day. Bobby made plans to meet Darlene and informed her mother, Becky Harper, that she would pick her up from work at 3:30 p.m. On the scheduled date, December 16th, Becky called Bobby at 2:30 p.m. Bobby reassured her as they confirmed the arrangement for picking her up from work. However, when Becky finished work at 3:30 p.m., Bobby was nowhere to be found. Becky tried to call Bobby, but there was no response, so she walked to Bobby's house, which was only 2 blocks from her workplace. When Becky got to the house, she noticed the front door was open. She entered and called out to Bobby without getting a response. As she entered the dining room, she saw a terrifying scene. Her daughter was lying on the floor in a pool of blood, distraught. Becky immediately dialed 911, urgently describing the dire situation, mentioning that her daughter was 8 months pregnant and that Bobby's stomach appeared to have been severely injured. When the police arrived, they discovered that Bobby's unborn baby had been forcibly removed from her womb, and the infant's whereabouts and survival were unknown. Locating the perpetrator became an urgent priority because the baby could still be alive. Unfortunately, Bobby did not survive the brutal attack. Both Becky and Bobby's husband informed the police that Bobby was going to meet a woman named Darlene, who expressed an interest in buying a puppy. Aside from that, they had no idea how many other visitors would be arriving that day. Through a quick investigation, the police tracked Darlene down using text messages and IP addresses from the computer she used to communicate. It was discovered that the woman posing as Darlene was not named Darlene and did not live in Fairfax. Her real name was Lisa Montgomery, and she lived in Melbourne. Lisa drove from Melbourne to Skidmore on December 16th and arrived at Bobby's house around 12:30 p.m. Police believe the baby was taken between 2:30 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. On December 17th, the police arrived at Lisa Montgomery's home, and her husband Kevin greeted them at the door. They entered and found Lisa in the living room, cradling a newborn baby. The police informed Kevin and Lisa that they were looking into the murder of Bobby Joe Stinnett and inquired about the baby. Lisa claimed that her child was born at a women's clinic in Topoka. "I'm looking for a private conversation." The police approached Lisa outside her home. She informed them of this and requested that Kevin not know about it due to financial constraints. She had actually given birth at home, not at the women's clinic. Lisa claimed she was alone in her kitchen during the birth, but she did have the phone numbers of 2 friends in case she needed help. When asked about the placenta, Lisa says she disposed of it in a nearby creek. Lisa requested that the matter be discussed further at the sheriff's office to maintain privacy, and the police agreed. Lisa confessed to officers at the sheriff's office. After killing Bobby, she extracted the baby from her womb and abducted her. The baby was eventually returned to Bobby's husband, who named her Victoria Jo Stinnett. Lisa was charged with kidnapping, which led to her death. During Lisa's trial, the court learned that she and Bobby met at a dog show in April 2004. "We were both members of an online dog breeding community when Bobby announced her pregnancy. Lisa, a member, learned of her pregnancy in the spring of 2004. Around the same time, Lisa informed her family and friends that she was expecting. Lisa failed to disclose that she had a sterilization procedure more than a decade ago, rendering her infertile. Lisa deceived people for 8 months by pretending to be pregnant. She went so far as to wear maternity clothes and purchase baby items. Despite her sterilization, Lisa persuaded her husband, Kevin, and her children that she was actually pregnant. On the other hand, Lisa's first husband and wife, who were aware of her sterilization, accused her of lying. In response, Lisa insisted on proving them wrong. During the court proceedings, it was revealed that on December 16th, Lisa arrived at Bobby's house with a sharp kitchen knife and a white cord in her jacket pocket. When Bobby answered the door, Lisa asked to see the puppy she wanted to buy. Bobby retrieved the puppies and took them outside for Lisa to interact with. Lisa attacked Becky shortly after she called Bobby to pick her up. Lisa strangled Bobby with the cord she had brought until she lost consciousness. When Bobby regained consciousness and resisted, Lisa tightened the cord, resulting in Bobby's death. Lisa then cut into Bobby's abdomen with a kitchen knife, successfully removing the baby. Lisa left after cutting the umbilical cord. Surprisingly, the baby remained unharmed. Throughout her journey, Lisa took precautions to ensure the baby's well-being, such as clapping the umbilical cord and clearing mucus from his mouth. Lisa had a car seat ready in her vehicle for the baby. When Lisa arrived at a parking lot near a women's clinic in Topeka, Kansas, she called her husband, Kevin, to tell him she had given birth. Kevin met her in the parking lot and named the baby Abigail. The next day, they went out for breakfast, proudly introducing their new baby, Abigail, to everyone. The prosecution contended that Bobby's tragic death and the baby's abduction were the result of Lisa's calculated and cold-blooded plan to protect the lies she had told her friends and family. According to the prosecution, Lisa was afraid that her first husband, Carl Bowman, would discover her lies during their custody battle. Lisa was concerned that this revelation would jeopardize her position in court proceedings, so she felt compelled to have a baby as proof that her pregnancy was genuine. The prosecution claimed that Lisa purposefully misled her family and friends about her pregnancy and meticulously planned the abduction of a baby to maintain the illusion. They claimed Lisa's plan was meticulously planned and executed with precision. To hide her identity, Lisa contacted Bobby under a fictitious name, hoping that the crime could not be traced back to her. Concurrently, she continued to inform everyone she knew about her pregnancy. Lisa went so far as to purchase a home birth kit and conduct online research on how to perform a cesarean section. Sheriff Strong, who played a role in the case, stated that the crime was meticulously planned, and Lisa persisted in lying until she was caught. Lisa even tried to implicate her own brother, claiming he was with her when the baby was abducted. However, his verified alibi revealed that this was yet another falsehood. The prosecution claimed Lisa was involved in a custody battle with her first husband, who, upon learning that she had informed her second husband, Kevin, about her pregnancy, questioned the veracity of her claim. Aware of Lisa's inability to conceive, he sent emails expressing his intention to reveal the alleged lie to Kevin, whom he exploited during custody proceedings. In response, Lisa, determined to prove him wrong, took a series of actions that culminated in the tragic events less than a week before Bobby's death on December 10th. Lisa's first husband formally filed a motion seeking a change of custody for the two minor children who lived with Lisa. To back up their case, the prosecution called Dr. Dietz as an expert witness. This move was prompted by the defense's prior notification that they intended to pursue an insanity defense, claiming Lisa was experiencing pseudopsychoses. During the trial, Dr. Dietz testified that there are two types of phenomena known as pseudoscience, the first of which involves a woman genuinely and sincerely believing she is pregnant. Typically, this belief ends when the woman is presented with concrete evidence that she is not pregnant. Individuals with this type of pseudopsychosis are not considered mentally ill and do not have delusions. Dr. Dietz describes a second type of pseudoscience that is linked to mental illness, specifically schizophrenia. Individuals suffering from this condition experience delusions, particularly the delusion of being pregnant. Notably, this form is distinguished by the presence of a strong conviction. In contrast to the first example, people who believe in pseudoscience refuse to accept evidence that contradicts their beliefs. They have a firm and unwavering belief in their pregnancy, which demonstrates the impact of mental illness. Dr. Dietz, in his expert opinion, concluded that Lisa did not have pseudopsychosis at the time of Bobby's death. He came to this conclusion based on his belief that Lisa did not truly believe she was pregnant. In court, Dr. Dietz explained his reasoning by emphasizing several key points. To begin, Dr. Dietz stated that Lisa was well aware that she had undergone permanent sterilization, which removed any doubt about her reproductive abilities. Lisa had consistently sought medical and prenatal care in previous pregnancies, but this was not the case during the current period. Dr. Dietz provided additional evidence in the form of Lisa's insurance application from September 2004, in which she explicitly stated that she was not pregnant. Furthermore, Dr. Dietz stated that Lisa's behavior was not consistent with delusional thinking. He explained that in cases of pregnancy delusion, people would stick to the same story and willingly disclose it despite being persuaded or presented with contradictory evidence. However, Lisa lacked these characteristics, prompting Dr. Dietz to dismiss the idea that she was having a pregnancy delusion. Lisa's case was characterized by inconsistent and contradictory accounts of key details. Notably, her stories differed on the sex of the fetus, whether she was expecting twins or a single fetus, and how she planned to deliver. These differences were noticeable depending on the audience to whom she spoke, indicating a lack of consistency and reliability in her statements. Furthermore, Lisa provided conflicting information about the location where she claimed to have given birth. She initially claimed that the birth occurred at a women's clinic, but later changed her story to say that it happened at home. When confronted with her brother's alleged presence at Bobby's house during the incident, Lisa claimed that she had had amnesia both before and during Bobby's murder. Dr. Diaz concluded that Lisa was a malingerer during the 2004 pregnancy, and the court heard that Lisa had faked previous pregnancies. Lisa claimed to have had multiple pregnancies in the years since her sterilization procedure, each with its own set of complications. Lisa's feigned pregnancies date back to 1994. Subsequently, in 2000, before marrying Kevin, she informed him of her pregnancy and expressed a desire for an abortion. Kevin gave her $40, but there was no further discussion or evidence of pregnancy. Lisa claimed to be pregnant again in 2002, informing Kevin of a doctor's appointment while denying him the opportunity to accompany her. However, her doctor testified that he only tweeted Lisa about unrelated issues, such as ankle pain and a cold, and did not provide prenatal care. Lisa later informed Kevin that the baby had died and claimed to have donated the body to science, adding to her history of deception surrounding food and pregnancies. The defense's case focused on the defense of insanity, and they planned to call experts to testify about Lisa's mental disease or defect. Lisa's life was described in court as troubled. They claimed she had been physically and sexually abused by her stepfather. Lisa married her stepbrother, Carl Bowman, when she was 18 years old, and they had 4 children before undergoing sterilization. Following their divorce in 1998, Carl remarried, and Lisa later married Kevin to back up their insanity claims. Dr. Logan and Dr. Ramachandran were called as expert witnesses by the defense. Lisa was diagnosed by both experts with a variety of mental health issues, including depression, borderline personality disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, and pseudopsychosis. Dr. Ramachandran testified about pseudopsychosis, describing it as a somatoform disorder in which the patient develops the delusion of being pregnant. According to his testimony, this delusion is driven by a strong desire to become pregnant, which causes hormonal changes that result in physical changes consistent with pregnancy. Dr. Ramachandran believed Lisa suffered from an intense pseudopsychosis delusion. During his testimony, he claimed that Lisa was in a dissociative state when she killed Bobby and delivered the baby. Dr. Ramachandran suggested that Lisa's childhood sexual abuse made her susceptible to pseudopsychosis. He claimed Lisa's internet searches and purchases of baby-related items indicated pseudopsychosis. Furthermore, Dr. Ramachandran believed Lisa was suffering from a severe mental illness or defect that prevented her from fully understanding the nature and quality of her actions. Following 5 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a unanimous verdict, finding Lisa guilty of kidnapping resulting in death. The following day, she received a death sentence. The jury unanimously agreed that the government had proven all statutory and non-statutory aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution contended that these factors included the crime being committed in a particularly heinous or depraved manner, involving serious physical abuse of Bobby Joe Stinnett. The jury agreed with this argument, and Elise was sentenced to death by lethal injection with pentobarbital at Terre Haute Prison in Indiana. Lisa eventually found herself on death row in a federal prison in Texas, designed for female inmates with special medical and psychological needs. She received psychiatric care while incarcerated there. Lisa formed a new defense team in an effort to have her death sentence commuted to life in prison. Their central argument was that, given Lisa's history of horrific abuse, the death penalty was unjust. They claimed that her legal representation during her initial trial failed to fully disclose the extent of her thesis's profound hardships and that the defense presented was inadequate. Lisa was in a psychotic state, according to the new defense team, when she committed the crime. Furthermore, they presented evidence that Lisa's history of abuse began before her birth, as she was born with fetal alcohol syndrome as a result of her mother's heavy drinking. The defense detailed specific instances of abuse, claiming that Lisa was subjected to physical beatings and that the mistreatment worsened after her mother remarried. They claimed Lisa had been sexually abused by her stepfather. Despite the efforts of Lisa's legal team, who argued that pressure and the threat of exposure from her first husband drove her to fabricate a pregnancy, their objections and appeals to have her removed from death row were denied. The execution went as planned. Lisa received a lethal injection in Terre Haute, Indiana, after the United States Supreme Court lifted a last-minute stay of execution. As the sole female inmate on federal death row in the United States, She was the first female federal inmate executed by the government in 67 years preceding her execution. When asked if she wanted to make a statement, Lisa declined. She was officially declared dead at 1:31 on January 13th, 2021. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Gail Katz was born March 8, 1956, in Brooklyn, New York. I grew up with two other siblings, a sister and a brother. Despite excelling academically as a teenager and graduating a year ahead of her peers, Gail's life took a different turn when she started college. Instead of focusing on her academic success, she became involved in a partying lifestyle, which led to her decision to drop out. This decision deeply disappointed her conservative parents, who held traditional beliefs about life. They believed Gail's only chance for a successful future was to marry a wealthy man. Gail's mother, who worked in the hospital emergency department, strongly encouraged her to pursue a doctor as a life partner, but Gail refused, preferring socializing and dating over a committed relationship. Gail eventually lost control of her life, dealing with depression and attempting suicide several times. Despite her family's initial surprise, Gail introduced them to a man named Robert Birnbaum, who they had met through mutual friends. Dr. Birnbaum, a young and promising individual, seemed to be the perfect match for Gail and her family. Coming from a successful cardiologist father, he pursued a career in medicine and completed his plastic surgery residency at Brooklyn Maimonides Medical Center. Aside from his impressive educational background, Robert had charm, linguistic skills, and a passion for skiing. But his greatest passion was aviation. He had a pilot's license and frequently planned romantic airborne dates for Gail. She enjoyed these adventures, and he appreciated her genuine interest in his hobbies. As a result, their bond grew rapidly, ultimately leading to their marriage. However, like many love stories, theirs did not end happily ever after. On July 7, 1985, a Sunday, Robert Birnbaum arrived alone at his sister's home in Montclair, New Jersey, USA, around 6:30 p.m. It was his nephew's birthday, and his sister had organized a celebration for him. Robert and his wife, Gail Katz, were invited to the event. However, Robert informed his sister and father that Gail would not be accompanying him due to a disagreement they had earlier that day. According to Robert, Gail, they left their Manhattan apartment at around 11 a.m. to visit Central Park, and she hadn't returned home by the time he left for the party, so he went alone. On his way home from the celebration, Robert stopped at the home of his friend, Dr. Scott Barron. At this point, Robert appeared distressed and attempted to call his apartment's landline several times without success. He told Scott about the morning's argument with Gail, noting that she had left in casual attire and had not communicated with him since. When Robert returned to his Manhattan apartment, he found Gail missing. He contacted her former psychology teacher, Dr. Yvette Face, to talk about the argument. Robert informed Yvette that Gail had left earlier that day to sunbathe at Central Park. Yvette advised him to contact the police and inquire with the apartment complex's doorman about Gail's whereabouts, which Robert agreed to do. The following evening, July 8, at 9 p.m., Robert contacted Detective Virgilio Dalsauce for the first time. He informed the detective that Gail had left the apartment at 11 a.m. He had last spoken with her the day before and had not heard from her since. Robert explained that he waited for Gail at their apartment until 5:30 p.m., but she did not return, so he left for his nephew's party at his sister's house. Robert was the last known person to see Gail. The detective urged him to provide as many details as possible to help find her. Robert mentioned to the detective that Gail had previously attempted suicide. He also expressed concern to friends that Gail may have harmed herself, citing information from her therapist, Dr. Sybil Baran, who allegedly informed him of Gail's suicidal tendencies. The search for Gail began, but the police encountered significant challenges due to a lack of solid leads. Despite their efforts to obtain additional information from Robert, he did not respond to their repeated messages until July 10 days after she was reported missing. During his conversation with Detective O'Malley, Robert inquired about the status of the investigation, and agreed to meet 3 days later to go over the details of the last time he saw Gail. As time passed, police became increasingly concerned that Robert was withholding critical information. Several incidents concerned them, including an encounter on July 14 when some of Gail's friends, including Mary and SR, were actively looking for her and distributing missing person posters. During this conversation, Robert mentioned to Marianne that he thought Gail was on a week-long shopping spree at Bloomingdale's, which raised red flags for investigators. On another occasion, he made an odd remark to Gail's mother about the cats becoming ill and the need to clean the rug. They found it peculiar. The details he recounted about the events of July 7 differed depending on whom he spoke with. Interestingly, he did not notify the police about the argument he had with Gail on Sunday morning before her departure at 11 a.m., despite telling his family and some friends. Instead, he told the police that the argument occurred the night before she went missing, citing financial issues as the reason. He claimed that they reconciled afterward. He even mentioned a romantic dinner he prepared for Gail when they returned to their apartment on July 6, stating that she went to Central Park the next morning at 11 a.m. Despite repeated questioning by police to ensure he disclosed all events of July 7, he maintained that he remained in the apartment until leaving for the party at 5:30 p.m. This contradicted what he told Gail's friends, who claimed he searched for her in Central Park between 11 a.m. and 5:30 p.m., even after claiming to have found her towel and suntan oil. Despite the importance of this information in Gail's disappearance, he did not inform the police. Robert informed the detective that he had spoken with the doorman at their apartment complex, who remembered seeing Gail leave around 11 a.m. However, I will not be returning. However, when confronted by the police, the doorman claimed he had not seen Robert or Gail that day. Furthermore, when Detective Dalzis requested a search of Gail's apartment in July following her initial disappearance report, Robert only responded on September 12 and allowed entry on September 30. However, due to limitations, the police were not permitted to search for blood or hair samples. As suspicions grew about Robert's possible involvement in Gail's disappearance, police investigated their marriage and discovered a far from perfect relationship, described as toxic by acquaintances. The relationship was not always turbulent. They met in the early 1980s while Gail was a college student and Robert was a surgical resident in Manhattan. Robert initially went to great lengths to impress Gail, demonstrating his skills as a pilot and his fluency in multiple languages, which appeared romantic. The relationship was initially described as magical. However, things changed, and they began arguing more frequently in the months preceding Gail's disappearance. Gail's sister, Elaine Katz, told the police that she witnessed Robert forcefully feeding Gail food at a restaurant, which deeply disturbed her. This was only one of several concerning incidents discovered by the police. Both friends and family described Robert as controlling, and Gail confided in a neighbor that she was uncomfortable at home. Gail had previously filed a police report alleging that Robert choked her unconscious after catching her smoking on the balcony. Although Gail stayed with Robert after he agreed to see a psychiatrist, the psychiatrist later sent her a letter warning her that Robert could be a serious threat to her life. Gail had begun a new relationship and decided to leave shortly before her disappearance was reported. Robert told a friend that she planned to inform him of her decision to leave and file for divorce on July 7. She also stated that if Robert refused to cooperate and agreed to a settlement, she would reveal the letter she received from his psychiatrist warning her about the potential danger he posed, possibly even showing it to his colleagues. The police concluded that the accumulation of circumstantial evidence pointed to Robert's involvement in Gail's disappearance. However, a significant obstacle remained. Gail had yet to be found. The search for Gail continued as her family and friends worked to uncover the truth about her appearance. However, Robert seemed unconcerned. He spent a lot of time in the Hamptons, attending parties and developing relationships with other women. In September 1985, a woman named Dr. Roberta Karnofsky moved in with him at their marital home, and they were together for about a year. Despite ongoing efforts, no trace of Gail could be found, and no arrests were made. Although no arrests had been made, Chief Investigator Detective Andy Rosenzweig was still conducting an active and ongoing investigation into Gail's disappearance. Detective Rosenzweig revisited the evidence, aware of Robert's love of flying and his license as a pilot, and focused on checking flight logs at the New Jersey airport. It was known that Robert frequently rented planes. An investigation into the records revealed that on July 7, 1985, At 4:30 p.m., he rented a Cessna 172 plane from Caldwell Airport in Fairfield, New Jersey, and returned it after 1 hour and 56 minutes. However, Robert had changed the date on his own flight log to the next day, July 8. Detective Rosenzweig's discovery sparked concerns. Why did Robert try to conceal the flight? Detective Rosenzweig suspected Robert of killing Gail and disposing of her body in the Atlantic Ocean. Robert's flight record showed that he had enough time to fly 165 miles across a portion of the ocean. However, without Gail's body, the district attorney's office believed there was insufficient evidence to secure a conviction. For years, after 1989, a torso washed up on Staten Island. At the time, DNA testing was not available. Instead, an X-ray technician compared an old chest X-ray to the torso and determined it belonged to Gail. The torso was released to Gail's family, who held a funeral service for her. Despite this identification, no charges were filed, and Robert moved to Las Vegas, where he established a successful plastic surgery practice, continued to date, and became well known in the community. He married Janet Sally in 1996, and the couple later moved to North Dakota, where they have a daughter. Despite Robert's apparent departure, Detective Rosenzweig was haunted by the unsolved case of Gail's disappearance and decided to reopen it a decade later when forensic DNA analysis was available. With Gail's family's permission, the torso was exhumed for testing, which eventually revealed that it did not belong to Gail. Despite the absence of Gail's body, the police and DAs believed they had enough evidence to arrest and charge Robert with second-degree murder. Robert pleaded not guilty to the charges. The case against Robert was based solely on circumstantial evidence. No eyewitnesses, forensic evidence, confessions, or bodies were present. Nonetheless, the prosecution claimed that, despite the circumstantial nature of the evidence, it clearly pointed to one conclusion. They contended that Roberts murdered Gail in their apartment after learning of her intention to leave him. According to police, Robert spent hours dismembering Gail's body before flying it over the ocean between Montauk Point, New York, and Cape May, New Jersey. The prosecution's task was to persuade the jury that Robert could dispose of the body while piloting the plane, claiming that he acted alone. To support their argument, they presented 4 expert witnesses, as well as a video demonstrating how such an act could be accomplished. The jury heard testimony from 4 expert witnesses: New York City's chief medical examiner, an experienced New York City police pilot and aviation safety inspector, and an airline transport pilot flight instructor and FAA flight test examiner. They claimed that Robert, a surgical resident and pilot, could easily dismember a body the size of Gail's 5 feet, 3 inches, and 110 pounds in 10 minutes. They also testified that he could pack her dismembered limbs into a flight bag and transport them through an unmonitored rear exit of his apartment building before walking 2 blocks to his car and noticing. The experts also stated that Robert could load the flight bag onto the Cessna 172 plane without being detected and fly it over the Atlantic Ocean to dispose of the scale's remains. They noticed that the rented plane was relatively simple to operate. The prosecution presented evidence of motive to the jury, revealing Gail's affair and desire to leave Robert. She had made plans, borrowed money, and was determined to leave on July 7. The court learned that Robert did not notify anyone, including his family, of his flying activities on that day. The altered flight log was presented as evidence that he flew the next day. However, the court was informed of the tumultuous nature of Robert and Gail's relationship, including allegations of domestic violence. Robert had previously described their arguments as intense and volatile. There were reports of him expressing hatred for Gail and making statements implying a desire to harm her testimony, revealing both direct and perceived threats made by Robert in the autumn of 1983. Gail contacted her cousin Hillard Weiss, an attorney, and told him that she and Robert had a heated argument during which he choked her, knocking her out for the first time, though it was not the first time he had choked her. Additionally, Gail's therapist, Dr. Sybil Baran, testified. Despite Robert's claims that Gail was suicidal, Dr. Barron stated that she had never discussed such concerns with Robert and did not believe Gail was suicidal. The defense argued that Robert was innocent, describing Gail as having mental health issues, drug addiction, and unstable relationships with other men. They called a witness who claimed to have seen Gail in a bagel shop a few days after she went missing. However, the prosecution told the jury that the witness's description of the woman did not match Gale's. After 5.5 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted Robert of second-degree murder. As a result, he was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. Robert appealed the verdict, but was ultimately unable to overturn it. After serving 20 years of his sentence, Robert confessed for the first time during a parole board hearing in 2020. He admitted to killing Gale and throwing her body out of an airplane, which was consistent with the prosecution's theory of events. Robert described how they argued, and he became overwhelmed, eventually attacking and strangling Gale. He then flew an airplane, opened the door, and dumped her body over the ocean. When questioned about his motivation for the murder, Robert blamed it on his immaturity and inability to control his anger effectively. Despite his confession, Gale's body has never been found. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In the quiet town of Pella, Iowa, on a seemingly ordinary Monday evening in May 2020, a chilling incident occurred behind the closed doors of an unassuming apartment complex. What began as a report of a domestic dispute quickly turned into a nightmare, leaving a community stunned and investigators piecing together a harrowing story of obsession, jealousy, and ultimately, a lethal act that would forever change the lives of those involved. This is the story of a tragic event that became known as a watershed moment in Pella's history, a tale of secrets, betrayal, and a darkness lurking beneath the surface of everyday life. On May 18, 2020, a fateful Monday evening in Pella, Iowa, USA, the peace of an apartment complex was shattered when the police received a distress call at 8:20 p.m. The call reported a potential domestic dispute taking place behind 101 Glenwood Avenue in Marion County, Iowa. The concerned caller reported a troubling scene in the alley, two people engaged in a heated argument. Responding quickly to the call, police arrived at the scene to investigate the situation. What they saw was a bleak and tragic scene. Officers discovered a dead body inside a parked vehicle. Tracy Mondabaugh, 47, has been identified. She was discovered slumped in the vehicle seat, secured by her seatbelt. Unfortunately, their efforts to help her were in vain. Tracy had already died from her injuries, and the puncture wounds on her body provided a chilling account of her death. The police discovered that she had been brutally stabbed to death. Among her injuries were a fatal stab wound to her chest and severe lacerations on her hands, painting a horrifying picture of the violence that had befallen her. Tracy Mondabaugh, a mother of 4 young children, had been living at the Glenwood apartment complex with a man named Nicholas "Nick" Boat. Tracy had recently moved to Pella from her previous home in Ottawa. Tracy's tragic death painted a disturbing picture. She was brutally murdered inside her parked car, close to her home. The assailant appeared to have attacked her before she could even unbuckle her seatbelt, leaving a community stunned and mourning, and law enforcement tasked with solving the mystery of this heinous incident. On that fateful evening, witnesses provided vital information to the police, shedding light on the tragic events. According to their accounts, a fight broke out between 2 women, Tracy, who was inside the vehicle, and another person standing outside. Surprisingly, the person outside the vehicle left the apartment complex in a gray 4-door Cadillac, leaving a scene of chaos. Eyewitnesses reported hearing a shouted phrase from someone outside the vehicle, "He does not belong to you." Based on this information, the police began to put the puzzle together, and they had strong suspicion driving the gray Cadillac. The chilling events of that evening had a link to an incident that had deeply disturbed Tracy earlier in March 2020. She had told the police that she was afraid for her safety because she was dating Nick Boat, who had recently separated from his wife, Michelle Boat. Tracy described an alarming encounter in which Michelle had followed her from Pella to Ottawa, a distance of about 40 miles. "I was overcome with fear." Tracy had even requested police assistance, asking that they meet her at a gas station for protection. Tracy and Nick's relationship had taken an unexpected, intense turn. They met through an accidental Facebook friend request in February 2020 and went on their first date on March 8. They had moved in together just a few weeks before Tracy's tragic death. Michelle was dissatisfied with their relationship. As evidenced by multiple police reports, Michelle was accused of abusing Nick prior to Tracy's death, and she had repeatedly violated a no-contact order. She was charged with domestic violence in March 2020. Nick and Tracy had both told the police that Michelle was frequently following them around town, creating a sense of fear and tension. Shortly after Tracy's lifeless body was discovered, police officers arrived at Michelle's 55-year-old home. They noticed a gray four-door Cadillac parked outside her house with visible bloodstains. The car's engine and rotors were still warm to the touch, raising more suspicions. When the police arrived at Michelle's home, she was dressed in a robe, her hair wrapped in a towel, and she claimed to have just taken a shower. During their search, they discovered her clothing in the washing machine and a pair of latex gloves, seemingly stained with blood, hidden in the upper tank of the bathroom toilet. Surveillance footage from May 18th revealed Michelle's movements on that fateful day. Tracy died tragically less than an hour earlier. Michelle had gone to Nick's workplace at Vermeer Corporation. The video shows Michelle following Tracy into and out of the mayor's parking lot. Tracy had contacted Nick at his workplace that evening, and the footage showed that when Tracy left the parking lot, Michelle followed her closely. Both vehicles left the lot around 8:10 p.m., and the 911 call reporting an altercation arrived just 10 minutes later. Michelle Boat was charged with first-degree murder after a forensic examination confirmed that the blood found on and inside her car belonged to Tracy. The intricate web of events had culminated in a heartbreaking tragedy, leaving the community stunned and the legal system grappling with the consequences of this heinous crime. In this gripping legal drama, Michelle, the defendant, has denied the first-degree murder charge, claiming that her actions were motivated by an emotional breakdown. She admitted to stabbing Tracy but claimed that her reaction was triggered by the anguish of her husband leaving her for a younger woman, which she claims to have witnessed with dramatic results. Nonetheless, the prosecution has painstakingly crafted a compelling narrative, arguing that Tracy's tragic death was not the result of a sudden emotional outburst, but of a coldly calculated plan. The prosecutor portrayed Michelle as a woman consumed by resentment, an unrelenting obsession, and simmering rage in the aftermath of her husband's departure. The prosecutor's evidence will conclusively establish that Michelle's actions were premeditated, with the hallmarks of a carefully planned intent to harm Tracy. The prosecutor insisted that justice would require no less than a murder conviction. Marion County Attorney Ed Bull, the prosecutor, revealed that Michelle meticulously tracked Tracy's movements on that fateful day. He portrayed Michelle as a hunter armed with gloves and a deadly determination as she allegedly plunged a knife into Tracy's heart, killing her. Michelle informed the court that she had followed Tracy from a Burger King drive through to Nicholas' workplace. On that fateful evening, she had observed their dinner meeting and relentlessly pursued Tracy back to her apartment complex. According to the prosecution, Michelle began her assault as soon as Tracy parked her car outside her apartment complex, inflicting serious injuries before Tracy could even undo her seatbelt. Further revelations emerged in court, revealing that Tracy's blood was discovered both inside and outside Michelle's car, a haunting detail. Tracy was found clutching a handful of Michelle's hair, which DNA analysis confirmed. The murder weapon remained elusive, but the prosecution contended that Michelle's gloves, hidden in her bathroom, held sinister significance. They claimed that the use of latex gloves on that fateful day was deliberate. To bolster their case, the prosecutor presented evidence of a calendar discovered in Michelle's home, meticulously marking each day since her husband's departure, culminating on the day she allegedly attempted to reclaim him. The prosecution revealed that Michelle had sent Tracy a warning text instructing her to stay away from Nick. The prosecution argued that Michelle's intent to harm Tracy was clear, as evidenced by the presence of incriminating items such as a knife, gloves, and binoculars in her car that fateful night. These elements, they contended, painted a picture of a planned and deliberate attack rather than a sponge. Emotional outburst occurs simultaneously. In this gripping courtroom drama, Nick testified as a key witness, telling the story of how he and Tracy met through a strange twist of fate on Facebook. His testimony revealed a story of chance encounters and blossoming romance as he described how Tracy had inadvertently reached out to him, starting a chain of messages that led to phone conversations and their first meeting. Their first date on March 8th, when they hunted for deer antler sheds near Roberts Creek, cemented their relationship. Nick reminisced about their effortless chemistry, describing their bond as if they had been friends forever. Their relationship blossomed. In April, Nick ended his 20-year marriage to Michelle Boat and moved into an apartment with Tracy. Nick's testimony delves into the complexities of his marriage, with Michelle describing it as a tumultuous union characterized by what he saw as borderline abuse from the start. He revealed that Michelle was constantly conveying her lingering feelings for her ex-husband, which added to the turmoil. Arguments over Michelle's parenting style and treatment of their children were common. Nick eventually grew tired of the constant conflict and informed Michelle of his new relationship, resulting in their split just 3 days after his first date with Tracy. The court heard about a troubling incident that occurred days after the separation, in which Michelle allegedly assaulted Nick and left him with visible injuries. A no-contact order was issued between Michelle and Nick, which Michelle allegedly violated 4 times. By contacting him and showing up to his workplace, Nick expressed his surprise at Michelle's persistence in wanting him to return to their family home, given the state of their marriage. "I do not understand because she has never loved me." The prosecution urged the jury to convict Michelle of first-degree murder, arguing that the evidence showed a premeditated attack with the intent to remove Tracy from Nick's life. Assistant Marion County Prosecutor Jared Harmon described the incident as intentional, malicious, and motivated by Michelle's desire to reunite with Nick. The prosecution concluded their case by arguing that Michelle's actions were not motivated by an uncontrollable provocation, but rather by her own. The defense, on the other hand, claimed that Michael had no intention of killing Tracy that day, despite admitting that Michelle was the one who stabbed him. They argued that Michelle snapped after seeing her husband with another woman. They emphasized the legal fact that Nick and Michelle were still married after 20 years together. The defense highlighted Michelle's overwhelming challenges, including Nick's departure and the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, which left her isolated and distressed. They urged the jury to consider Michelle's state of mind in the context of those trying times. Michelle's tragic situation was brought to the court's attention. Not only had Nick abandoned her, but she had also lost her job during the pandemic, leaving her financially destitute. Michelle described in her own testimony the isolation and emotional turmoil she experienced in the weeks preceding the stabbing. She described how her life was turned upside down overnight, leaving her heartbroken and overwhelmed with sadness, despair, and devastation. In the end, the jury deliberated for only 45 minutes before returning a guilty verdict for first-degree murder. Michelle was subsequently sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Blessy Godinko, a 56-year-old woman, finished her workday on Saturday, May 24, 2014, and was on her way home. She lived in North Shore, Auckland, New Zealand, with her husband of 30 years, Antonio Goding. Their relationship can be traced back to their childhood in Cebu City, Philippines, where they both attended the same school. They dated, married, and raised 3 children, B, Vincent, and John. In 2004, the family of 5 moved to New Zealand. Blessy grew to love Auckland because it allowed her to indulge in her favorite activities, such as exploration, walking, and discovering new places. She worked at a job she enjoyed and had formed strong bonds with local friends. The Godinko family embraced life in Auckland, as evidenced by their shared experiences and joys. Just a few days before May 20, Blessy spent her birthday with her children, having lunch at a pub in Green Hive and a family dinner at Urban Turbine in Wynyard Quarter. Unfortunately, Antonio was unable to join them because he was on a work trip abroad. Returning on June 15, Blessy could not wait to see him again. They were a close-knit family who were happiest when they were together. On May 24th, Blessy Godinko completed her work at Tower Insurance at 7 p.m. Despite her regular working hours until 5 p.m., she willingly took on a few extra hours of overtime without prearranged transportation because her coworker, Bahula Shah, who usually gave her a ride, had left earlier. Blessy chose to take the Birkenhead Transport 973 bus from Lower Albert Street to Birkdale Road. The bus stop was about 700 meters from her house, and the short walk should have taken her only 5 minutes. However, Blessing was unable to arrive at her destination that evening. Blessy's daughter noticed her absence when she returned home from work at 3:15 a.m. The following day, concerned B contacted her 2 brothers to inquire about their mother's whereabouts, but both were unaware. At 6 a.m., I used my iPhone app to find Blessie's phone on a grass verge in Salisbury Road, just 100 yards from their house. Blessie's shoes and the Tupperware container she used for her daily lunch at work were also found near the verge. When the police arrived, they initially suspected a hit and run. The scattered nature of Blessing's belongings on the verge raised the possibility that she had been struck by a vehicle and was now disoriented and lost. However, it became clear that something more sinister had occurred. A young girl living on the same street reported hearing the woman's scream at the time. Blessie alighted from the bus closest to her home. Witnesses saw a BMW overtake the bus carrying Blessie, prompting police to investigate 28-year-old Tony Douglas Robertson. When questioned, Robertson claimed ignorance of Blessie and the events surrounding her disappearance. Notably, the police were already familiar with Robertson, who had previously been convicted of sex offenses and abductions. He had been released from prison 5 months prior and was subject to an extended supervision order that included 24-hour GPS tracking. Robertson's movements were tracked using the ankle bracelet GPS tracking device, which revealed his presence on the street where Blessings vanished around the same time. Investigations also revealed that he spent time on May 24th at Eskale Cemetery before returning the next day. This prompted the police to conduct a search of the cemetery, where Blessie's body was discovered 2 days later with the help of a police dog. Her remains were hidden under pine scrubs surrounded by foliage and debris and wrapped in a sheet. Tragically, Blessie had been raped and fatally stabbed. Following the discovery, police arrested Tony Robertson and charged him with rape and murder. Despite the evidence, he pleaded not guilty. The prosecution claimed that Tony, a stranger to Blessie, saw her walking home as he drove down Birkdale Street. According to their case, he intentionally struck her with his vehicle, causing her leg to break into pieces. Tony allegedly picked up Blessie, put her in the back of his car, and drove to his Birkdale apartment shortly before 8 p.m. to avoid setting off any alarms, impose a curfew. The witness testimony is intended to support this narrative. One witness stated that they saw Blessie alight from the bus at Brookdale and walk away quickly. They also saw a white sedan-like vehicle overtake the bus and speed down Salesbar Road. The court heard from an 11-year-old girl who lived on Salisbury Road. She stated that, on the night of May 24, while cooking dumplings with her sister, she heard the sound of a car and a high-pitched scream around 7:30 p.m. Her testimony described how she was driving up the hill from Eskdale when it came to a stop. Then I heard a high-pitched scream from a lady, followed by silence. The girl went on to say that the car then drove off towards Brookdale Road. Inside the courtroom, the prosecution claimed that when Tony returned to his apartment, he parked his car in the garage beneath it and proceeded to commit heinous acts against Blessie. According to their case, Tony raped Blessie, strangled her, and brutally stabbed her in a frenzied and violent manner before striking her in the throat. The prosecution also claimed that early the next morning, Tony wrapped Blessie's lifeless body in a bedsheet, placed it back in his car, and drove to Eskdale Cemetery to bury her. They speculated that the timing was deliberate, allowing Tony to avoid violating his curfew. A forensic scientist testified that luminol testing conducted in the area where Blessie's body was discovered revealed a blue path, indicating that a blood-stained object was most likely dragged through the grass. The evidence suggested that Blessie's body had been transported through different parts of the cemetery before being placed on the ground and dragged to the spot where it was discovered. Dr. Carl Y. Grin, a pathologist, presented details about the injuries in court. He testified that Blessie had multiple deep stab wounds, one of which was so violent that it embedded links from her necklace. Dr. A. Grin also stated that when Blessie was stabbed in the throat, her windpipe was damaged. He emphasized that all of Blessie's injuries occurred while she was alive, as evidenced by the blood in her lungs. Pathologist Dr. Carl Walgren testified that Blessie suffered numerous injuries, making it difficult to pinpoint a single cause of death. He suggested that her death was caused by a combination of factors, including strangling, blunt force trauma from being hit by a car, stab wounds, and incised wounds. Dr. Walgren expressed difficulty attributing death to a single injury, but believed that the stabbing hastened her death. Blessie was found to have suffered a variety of blunt force trauma injuries, including broken ribs, legs, teeth, and abrasions consistent with postmortem dragging. Dr. Walgren proposed that Blessie was strangled first to subdue her, followed by stabbings and incised wounds. Evidence of manual strangulation was found, including bruising on her neck, a fractured thyroid, and broken capillaries in her eyes. According to Dr. Y, a grin Blessing could have survived being hit by a car with prompt medical attention. However, she sustained additional injuries, including sharp force injuries that resulted in significant bleeding. When asked about defensive wounds, Dr. Wagner stated that there did not appear to be any explanation to the jury that such an absence is not uncommon in cases where the victim succumbs to violence. Dr. Walgren also informed the court that DNA tests on Blessie's body revealed the presence of Tony's seminal fluid. This testimony provided critical forensic evidence for the prosecution's case. The court was informed that Tony, who was wearing a GPS anklet at the time, had visited Eskdale Cemetery hours before the murder. The prosecution claimed that Tony was scouting for a location to hide a body, which indicated premeditation. They claimed that he planned the murder in advance, choosing the burial site before deciding on his victim. The DP's data also revealed Tony returning to the cemetery early the following morning, leading the prosecution to believe he dumped Blessie's body at that time. Crown Prosecutor Michael Walker emphasized the significance of these visits, claiming that they demonstrated the defendant's intent to kill someone and that the trip to the cemetery was to determine where to dispose of the body. The court heard that blood was found in Tony's car, and a knife and some of Blessie's belongings were discovered buried in the back of his property. The knife contained traces of Blessie's blood. Tony's BMW was damaged, and evidence of this was presented in court. Detective Constable Shane Page testified that the vehicle had recently sustained damage. The majority of the rear passenger seatbelt was missing. When I dismantled the seatbelt as the anchorage point, I discovered that about a meter, or 940 mm, was missing. It'd been cut. The detective also testified about additional damage inside Tony's car, such as cuts and scratches on the leather seats in the back. He discovered a significant amount of replaced foam in the back seat, as well as blood on the passenger seat and in the trunk. The auto glazier told the court that, on May 26, he was summoned to Tony's home to repair a broken BMW windshield. He found it strange that the windscreen had already been removed from the car, and he discovered blood inside. When asked about the cause of the damage, Tony claimed it occurred while he was joking with friends. According to Tony, a friend slipped on the bonnet and crashed through the window. A sergeant from the serious crash unit testified that he thought Blessie was intentionally struck. He speculated that she was struck while walking on the pavement, citing the discovery of a tire imprint on the verge near where her belongings were discovered. In the defense's case, Tony admitted to causing Blessie's death, but claimed it was unintentional and not planned. According to his defense, Tony claimed that he panicked after accidentally hitting Blessie and then inflicted the injuries on her body to make the incident appear random. He claimed that all injuries were inflicted post-mortem. During the trial, Tony fired his legal team and decided to defend himself. Tony told the court that he denied the prosecution's version of events and stated that he panicked following the accidental collision. He claimed that putting Blessie in his car and driving home was only to comply with his curfew. "I put a strain on my car to meet my curfew of 8 p.m. and remained there until 6 a.m. Tony contended that the prosecution was incorrect and claimed premeditation, citing the lack of witnesses to the car accident. He explained his presence at the cemetery on May 24 and 25 by claiming he was attempting to purchase illegal substances. Tony argued that the DNA evidence was microscopic, making it difficult for scientists to isolate and test. The defense presented opposing views on Blessie's injuries from another pathologist, Dr. Chapman, who disagreed with Dr. Wagner's findings. Dr. Chapman's report read in court suggested that Blessed's neck injuries, particularly the fractured thyroid, could have been caused by another blow to the area. The report stated that the bruising on Blessie's neck did not appear to be caused by her fingertips. Dr. Chapman's differing views, particularly on the likelihood of Blessing inhaling her own blood, supported Tony's claim that he caused the stab wounds post-mortem to simulate a random attack. During his testimony, Tony stated that when he placed Blessie in his car, he assumed she was already dead. He claimed that he staged the scene to appear like a random attack because he was under the influence of methamphetamine at the time. Tony also denied the rape allegations, claiming that the DNA evidence found on Blessie's body, specifically his seminal fluid, was contaminated and caused by police malpractice. However, the jury rejected Tony's version of events and found him guilty of rape and murder. Tony was sentenced to life in prison. with a 24-year minimum non-parole period and preventive detention for the rape. In New Zealand, preventive detention is an open-ended jail term that can be extended indefinitely or recalled at any time. Tony appealed the verdict, claiming that Blessie's death was an accident and that the jury should have been given the option of convicting him of manslaughter. The appeal was denied, and a subsequent Supreme Court attempt was also unsuccessful, as it was determined that Tony had not presented any evidence during the trial to suggest that a charge of manslaughter could be considered. He was denied further leave to appeal Tony's criminal history, which was revealed after his sentencing, providing a stark context for his actions. Tony was granted name suppression during the trial, which concealed his previous convictions for child sexual offenses. The details of his criminal history were kept from the jury. In 2005, when Tony was only 18, he committed a heinous crime. Tonga kidnapped and molested a 5-year-old girl. Local officers suspected Tony's involvement and tracked him down with the girl, where they discovered the distressing scene with the child's pants down. Tony was convicted of 7 charges, including indecent assault and attempting to abduct 2 other children. He was sentenced to 8 years in prison for these offenses. Tony was released in December 2013, just 5 months before Blessie's tragic murder, and he violated his release conditions twice in a short period. As a result, he was deemed a danger, prompting an extended supervision order that required a decade of monitoring and a 24-hour GPS tracking system. The judge overseeing this case, Cleat Justice Edwin Wiley, expressed serious concerns about Tony's proclivity for violence. "I'm satisfied that Mr. Robertson poses a significant risk. I believe he will commit indecency against a child under the age of 12 and abduct a child for sexual purposes. The evidence leads to the conclusion that he is impulsive and unable to control his anger and aggressions. Mr. Robertson has a preference for, and proclivity for, sexual offenses. He has expressed no remorse. Indeed, he still denies it." The tragic circumstances surrounding Tony's release from the monitoring order, as well as the subsequent violent attack on Blessie Goeding, caused her family great pain and anger. The fact that Tony, despite being monitored with a GPS anklet, was able to commit such a heinous crime exacerbated Blessie's family's grief, as they believed the system had failed them. A government report was conducted to look into how the police and corrections departments handled Tony's case. However, the report found no fault with their actions and concluded that Tony was solely responsible for the blessing. Despite the lack of blame placed on the authorities, the report made 27 recommendations to improve the management of high-risk offenders. Blessie's husband, Antonio, expressed disappointment and devastation with the inquiry's findings, claiming that corrections lacked the capacity to manage high-risk sex offenders, and that, in his opinion, the offenders controlled the system. The Minister of Corrections stated that Tony had served his full 8-year prison sentence for the previous offense and had been denied parole several times due to his lack of remorse. Residents of Birkdale, Auckland, were not notified of his release into their community. In a statement released by New Zealand police, Antonio expressed his family's profound loss. "Blessie is the light of our home, and without her, we would be lost in the dark. Right now, we're just trying to pretend everything is fine. But deep down, we are heartbroken. We've been robbed. She has left too soon." Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. The mysterious disappearance of Maya Militi. In January 2021, the city of Chula Vista, California, had not been quiet for days. During lunch, office workers discussed city news. By late afternoon, they had consolidated what they'd heard over a family meal. "Have you heard that?" They stated that a young woman, a mother of 3, had mysteriously vanished, and each of them gave their own version of what had happened, but none of them wanted to be in her shoes personally. Maya Militi, a 40-year-old Filipino-American woman, disappeared from her own home on January 7, 2021. Outdoor surveillance cameras captured my return home. Around 5 p.m. Following that, the woman was not seen again. The relatives of the missing woman, who were knocked down, stunned by grief, distributed leaflets with Maya's photos and hung posters throughout the city. Their concerns were understandable. My eldest daughter's birthday was on January 10, and she would never, ever miss out on this holiday. According to the woman's relatives, they all spoke in the same voice. She last contacted him on January 7 at 8:15 p.m. Dozens of volunteers and police officers searched for Maya Milite. They searched the wooded area, nearby neighborhoods, the creek, and an abandoned golf course, but found nothing. Larry Milite, the missing woman's husband, never participated in the search for her. Furthermore, after some time, he severed all ties with her relatives. For a long time, the police assumed that Maya had left her husband after another argument. However, when she left the house, she may have been caught on the neighbor's CCTV camera, so she either stayed in the house, climbed out the window, or left in another way. What could be the reason for such strange behavior on the part of a man? Maya, who stood out from the crowd due to her unusual beauty, most likely had a lot of admirers and possibly more than one affair. It is possible that she lost her feelings for her husband without informing anyone. She ran away from him, but not alone. Perhaps this is why he was angry and did not take action. Larry claimed that I believed she was still alive because she voluntarily left our home at least twice in 2020. Without saying goodbye to myself or our 3 children, we prayed for her safety and well-being. God blessed Amadable Alonso with 6 children. Maya was born 5th. The girl was born in May. Her parents gave her the name May. She was successful everywhere. The girl's determined nature aided her in this endeavor. Thus, it is an elementary school. Following her family's immigration, she was among the top 5 students in her class.
In March 1995, the girl enrolled in Redford High School in Honolulu, Hawaii, and began to express herself. She actively participated in a variety of school and extracurricular activities, with a particular emphasis on drama club and dance lessons. After graduating from high school with honors at the age of 17, Maya got a job at McDonald's, where she met her future husband Larry Milite, and they developed a relationship. When Maya turned 19, they married. At the same time, the girl enrolled at the University of Hawaii at Manila, a land-grant state research university. Life was boiling for the youth. While Maya was attending university, her husband Larry was training in the Navy in Virginia. The couple eventually decided to relocate to Chula Vista, California. Maya continued her studies at the University of San Diego because she did not want to stop. After graduating with honors, she became a civilian contract specialist for the United States Navy.
Where are the strange noises coming from? What are my thoughts? Am I already going crazy? And are they unreal? The phrases "I love you," "love me" echoed slightly throughout the house. They kept the young woman awake all day and night, haunting her in various locations throughout the house. My family did not stop looking. They immediately hired a private investigator to focus the attention of those who cared. The family repeatedly asked the public to assist them in their search for her. On February 5, 2021, the Chula Vista Police Department and the Milite family held a briefing to encourage as many people as possible to search for her. Soon after, skeletal remains of Maya Milite were discovered in Orange County. However, this was not the case. It was later claimed that the remains belonged to a man. It was later discovered that the remains were actually animal bones. Good Morning America covered Maya's disappearance on April 6, 2021. The missing person case sparked national attention in April 2021. My sister appeared on Dr. Phil's talk show to discuss the situation, and Maya took everything very seriously. Despite coming from a large family, she had a strong attachment to children. She was in no hurry to get them. She did not want to give birth until she and Mary had a consistent, stable, and high income. That is the American dream. After all, they had to give their children the best possible future in order to make it happen. They had to work extremely hard and diligently. The right moment arrived in 2010. Then my son Larry had a daughter, Laura. A year later, Milani, her second daughter, was born. In 2016, Maya was an excellent mother to her heir son Lazarus, Tristan. She dedicated all of her free time to her children, giving them her all. She attended all of their school events and accompanied them in her SUV. Some women's children become the center of their universe, intelligent, indulgent, and caring. Maya was one of these women. By the end of 2020, the couple's relationship was strained. Larry assumed Maya had a lover. Her husband's jealousy knew no bounds, and while she could previously tolerate these attacks, she could no longer. Later, the DA's office reported that Maya had warned Larry about his anger. Police say Maya texted a friend just 2 days before his disappearance to end their marriage. I informed him that I was filing for divorce, whether he liked it or not. She claimed that I was no longer trying to make peace for the sake of the children. Larry frantically controlled his wife's every move. The jealousy was turning into complete paranoia. Larry could visit her office at any time to ensure that Maya was not alone with another man. Larry was also irritated by the fact that there were so many men on his wife's team. Larry once had the audacity to email my former boss, Derek Soft, and request that a male colleague be transferred to another division. He followed her around the clock and even got the kids involved in their arguments. Larry once hid a child's cell phone in his wife's car to track her movements. Larry became increasingly violent. He nearly strangled Maya after the couple separated, but not for long. Maya moved in with her brother in early 2020, but she and Larry rekindled their relationship after about 6 weeks. On August 12, 2020, Maya texted her brother, "Junior, he never left me alone. He checks all of my emails, messages, messengers, and Facebook updates. He even checks my Venmo app. And then what happens? He simply tightens the reins harder." Larry was not initially a suspect, but police are now very interested in discovering his identity. Investigators contacted my relatives, who stated that shortly before the disappearance, the couple had gone camping and spent the entire time fighting. Maya returned from her camping trip and informed her family that if anything happened to her, Larry would be notified. According to the case file, my friend informed police that Maya had made a different statement in December 2020. "I don't think he would hurt me, but I believe he would hurt the kids to get back at me." Prosecutors say the mother of 3 did not elaborate on what she meant at the time. When we fall in love, for better or worse, we only see the object of our adoration in rosy light. Frequently, we project our personality traits and outlook on life onto our partner without noticing the red flags, as they are known in psychology, that may indicate the presence of an underlying problem or a potential threat to the well-being of the relationship. We justify abusers, manipulators, narcissists, and aggressors by citing deficiencies in upbringing and stress, but we should look deeper. Apparently, nature is so laid down that families were created mostly in youth, when the whole world is presented in rose-colored glasses, so to speak, for a great, sometimes blind love, so that the human race did not stop. And after a while, having gained the necessary life experience, we see in a partner what was so carefully hidden from us at first glance, and we consider re-educating, smoothing out all the sharp edges in order to reconcile. But you can't change an adult man. It only remains to prevent him from expressing his negative traits. This is the case for jealousy. If a person experiences certain traumatic events, paranoia is not far behind. Returning to the sound Maya heard, it's possible that the woman had developed hallucinations as a result of her family's problems. But this was not the case. The situation took an unexpected turn. Maya remained sane, which is not the case with Larry. A police detective named Lorenzo Ruiz told the public the story of Larry's internet search, releasing screenshots of queries such as subconscious wife training and subconsciously training your wife to give pleasure. Larry began to exert influence over my subconscious mind after we were unable to reach an amicable agreement. By installing various devices throughout the house that produce this sound, Maya discovered Larry's cutting ruse. According to Matthew Grindley, an investigator for the San Diego County District Attorney's Office in late 2020, Maya sent Larry messages demanding that he stop playing audio messages that harm people's mental health. This is a type of influence that causes a person to take specific actions. Maya heard the sounds every day. My sister-in-law, Genesis Tab Alonzo, later told investigators that Larry had independently recorded all of these words and confessed to Genesis about it. Who could have motivated Larry to do such a thing? Perhaps the job specifics and the training he received while serving gave him the idea. The answer will astound many. The investigation discovered that Larry sent over 1,000 messages to various spellcasters and psychics between September 2020 and Maya's disappearance. He spent more than $1,000 with them on approximately 70 spell charms. During a home search, police discovered a book titled Magical Love Spells. Larry sent messages to similar witches and warlocks at least once a day. He requested a spell to cause Maya to suffer some kind of physical injury that would render her unable to move around on her own, possibly becoming disabled in general and completely dependent on her husband. Larry hoped that Maya would appreciate his concern at such a difficult time, as well as the fact that he had not abandoned her in her hour of need. After all, he is a very good man. This is what he wrote in his messages. I'd like a powerful spell to bind my wife, Maya Milite, to me forever, causing her to love me unconditionally as I love her. I hope you can cast a spell that causes bodily harm or maiming, but not killing. Maya was finally convinced of her intentions after witnessing everything that was going on, including Larry's gradual mental breakdown. Maya and her husband decided to divorce in December of 2020. Every life event, including actions, has an initial mechanism known as. According to police, Larry's desire to lose his beloved grew stronger with each passing day. On January 7th, the day authorities believe Maya contacted a divorce lawyer, he was desperately trying to overturn my spouse's decision to file for divorce. I'm shaking inside, ready to snap, he wrote to one of the spellers earlier in the day. Maya contacted a divorce lawyer. By the way, attorneys reported that Maya planned how she would serve Larry with divorce papers because she was concerned about his reactions. She considered moving elsewhere, then suing him, and even made a backup plan to stay in a friend's vacant apartment. However, Maya did not want to leave her children behind. When the defendant learned she was seeking a divorce, she did not want the children with him, according to prosecutors. Larry's extreme behavior, triggered by jealousy of his spouse, could also be attributed to the man's mental health issues, which had been dormant for some time. Perhaps he always behaved differently than others. Larry, on my end, did not put out the trash. Larry's behavior was increasingly reminiscent of a psychopath. Larry has an absolutely horrible temper. Maya sent a text message in June, according to the case file. In his own home, he built a small altar in the center of which he placed a joint photo with his wife. Larry smeared his own blood on the photograph and surrounded it with 4 candles. On January 23, police officers obtained a search warrant for the Millet family's home. They discovered 16 firearms in Larry's home, 2 of which were illegally possessed. Larry's 4 licensed guns were missing. When police officers asked where the weapons had gone, the man explained that he had loaned them to his friend and uncle. Larry received a restraining order for the weapons in May 2021, and he was required to surrender them to the authorities. This was justified by the fact that police discovered peace chairs and Larry's young son surrounded by guns in his home. It was possible that the children had access to it, so the court issued the order the day after my disappearance, around 6:45 a.m., out of fear that they would harm themselves. A neighbor's surveillance camera captured the Millet family's black Lexus GX 460 SUV. Larry drove the man home at around 6 p.m. Where he had been all that time is unknown. Another suspicious moment, the car was originally parked in such a way that the back of it was not visible to the neighbor's security cameras. As we mentioned at the beginning of this story, my family was planning a birthday party for her oldest daughter on January 10, 2021. So when Maya stopped answering calls and texts, one of her siblings went to Chula Vista to make sure everything was fine. When my brother met with Larry, the latter informed him that the night before, following their argument, his wife went to one of her rooms, locked herself in, and was not speaking to anyone. Larry took his son to Solana Beach, a coastal town in San Diego County. When he returned, Maya remained in the locked bedroom on the 2nd floor. On January 9, Larry repeated the story about the locked room to my relatives, but no one believed him. The relatives demanded that Larry give them access. My family entered the room, and it was empty. Maya was nowhere to be found inside the house. However, her car was parked outside the house. Only her credit card and driver's license were missing. Following that, around midnight, Maya's older sister Chris filed a missing person report with the police. Larry Miller expressed concern about his wife's fate on January 15 after she missed his oldest daughter's 11th birthday. Furthermore, on January 8, the day after my aide disappeared, Larry did not text any of the psychics. According to prosecutors, on January 9, he requested that all spells on Maya be lifted and spells be cast on a man with whom Mayna was allegedly having an affair. Maya was unlikely to have left her home. Otherwise, the security cameras would have captured it. On the unfortunate day, another strange thing occurred. Larry and Maya's children were playing in the yard around 10 p.m., which was noticed by the Millett family's neighbor. He was surprised because it was late and cold outside at 9:57 p.m. The neighbor's surveillance camera caught the sound of 9 loud bangs. Police speculated that they could have been gunshots. Police were unable to determine the nature of the sounds based on audio analysis of the video. Larry had a large gun collection, including a .40 caliber Smith Wesson pistol, which police were unable to find in the house. According to court records, Billy Liddell, a junior attorney working with my family to investigate the case, discovered one incident from 15 years ago, specifically on the evening of April 30, 1997. In San Diego's Bay Terrace neighborhood, Maya met Larry Millett in high school after he relocated to Hawaii from San Diego with his family. Larry's arrest in 1997 for a juvenile gang related assault may have prompted the move. I have reason to believe Larry was involved in a gang, the attorney argued as a juvenile. Larry was arrested following a stabbing. The victim of the attack received multiple stab wounds and was transported to Mercy Hospital, where he eventually recovered. Criminal records, on the whole, tend to resurface in later life. Larry admitted in a January 2021 interview that he and Maya had an argument in 2020. Larry's cooperation with the police ended on February 3, 2020. On July 22, Larry was officially identified as a suspect. Investigators assumed that the 41-year-old man murdered his wife on the night of January 7 and then disposed of her body. Larry told the same story during interviews that my relatives had heard about the argument in the room his wife had locked herself in. By strange coincidence, his phone was turned off for approximately 11 hours on January 8. Larry did not show up for work that day, and no one was sure what he was doing. It was impossible to track his movements. Unfortunately, the neighbor's video surveillance camera is a silent witness to the events that occurred and is unable to communicate. The camera captures Larry driving his car up to the garage in such a way that the rear of the vehicle is not in view. Larry may have known which part of the scene the camera was capturing and positioned the car accordingly. During this time, he was able to safely carry his body through the garage before loading it into the trunk and driving away to dispose of it. Following his arrest, the man was kept in custody and denied bail. Larry Millett was arrested on October 19, 2021, for the murder of his wife Maya based on circumstantial evidence, and his parents were granted legal custody of the children. The court barred Larry from having contact with his children in order to prevent further emotional trauma. However, the man violated the injunction more than once. He called his relatives, who allowed him to speak on the phone with his children. He made over 100 phone calls and spoke with his children for more than 9 hours, according to prosecutors. During some of the calls, Larry made disparaging remarks about my family or requested that news headlines be read to him. He asked an 11-year-old girl and her 10-year-old sister to watch a movie called Shot Caller, which is R-rated and contains a warning, according to Deputy District Attorney Christy Bowles. Essentially, it's the story of a businessman who goes to jail. Larry suggested that children watch it to determine the type of environment he was in. Result of the court: Larry was prohibited from making any phone calls other than those to his attorney. However, Larry was granted permission to communicate in writing with his children as early as October 2022. He was still prohibited from communicating with them via personal visits or the telephone. To ensure that the children continued to attend their current Chula Vista schools, they were given custody to their paternal grandparents on October 19, 2021. My sister also sought custody of her nephew but was denied. My family was allowed to visit the children, but they still wanted to seek full custody of them in court. The judge directed Larry Millett's parents to facilitate maternal visitation with the family and work to obtain mental health services for the minors. When visiting the children, relatives are not permitted to discuss any details of ongoing criminal or probate cases with them. In fairness, the children were left in the care of the parents of their mother's alleged killer, in a town where everything reminds them of the tragedy. Perhaps the court should have sided with my sister and granted her custody. Larry's lawyer filed an appeal in June 2022, claiming the man lacked the mental capacity to stand trial. However, after a psychiatric evaluation, Larry Millett was found competent. It is unlikely that an insane man would have been aware of his actions in cleaning up his tracks. When Larry's seized cell phone was examined, all of the text messages he sent to his wife were found to have been deleted. When asked where the correspondence had gone, Larry explained that he just wanted to free up space on his phone. That's an unusual response, because the messages don't take up much space on the device. During trial, It was discovered that Larry had taken a large sum of money from his bank account. Larry may have been planning his escape with the money in hand. Perhaps he simply wanted to relocate to another city and begin a new life with his children after being charged with murdering his wife and possessing illegal weapons. Larry Millett's trial is set to take place in 2024. However, the trial has been postponed and rescheduled several times. Could it be a case of so-called circumstantial evidence? After all, circumstantial evidence is evidence based on inference linking it to a fact. For example, fingerprints found at a crime scene. Direct evidence supports the truth of a statement directly. That is, without the need for additional evidence or inference, it is easy to become perplexed without the necessary legal knowledge and experience. In any case, the situation is unfolding before our eyes and picking up speed. One thing remains constant and tragic. The seemingly prosperous family is destroyed. The mother has vanished and is presumed dead. The father is in prison and appears to be the perpetrator of the atrocity. The 3 kids are left without parental love. 3 innocent souls permanently traumatized, left to live in a society that will repeatedly remind them of what happened, whether in reproach or out of pity, breathing the wound. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In September 2017, a chilling and perplexing series of events occurred in a quiet community, leaving its residents in shock and disbelief. What started as a seemingly routine missing person case turned into a harrowing story of love, betrayal, and tragedy. On a sunny Tuesday in September 2017, a young woman named Laura Wallen awoke in her cozy home in Olney, Maryland. She was 31 years old and loved her job as a teacher at Lake High School. She was so good at her job that she was named Teacher of the Year just the previous year. Laura had worked hard to prepare for the new school year. She spent weeks getting her classroom ready for her students. She was looking forward to starting school again. However, something strange occurred on that fateful day. Laura didn't show up for work, which worried everyone. Her family, particularly her parents, became concerned after receiving a call from her boss informing them that she had not arrived at school. Laura was never one to miss work, particularly on the first day of school. She was passionate about teaching, and her students adored her, so when the Lauras received that call, they knew something was seriously wrong. They decided to contact the police and report her missing. The police decided to check on Laura and her home. When they arrived, her house appeared normal, with no signs of trouble. It was puzzling. Where might she be? What caused Laura to disappear? Even more concerning was that she was 4 months pregnant. The police had to find her. They contacted her boyfriend, Tyler Tessier, hoping he could provide some answers. However, Tyler stated that he had no idea where Laura was. A frantic search began. Laura's black Ford Escape was discovered parked at an apartment complex near the high school where she worked. Volunteers gathered in Howard and Montgomery counties, handing out flyers featuring Laura's photo and posting missing posters wherever they could. Tyler and Laura's parents even went on television to ask for assistance and promise a reward. Does anyone know where Laura is? Tyler, who was desperate to find Laura, addressed the news conference. He pleaded with the public to share any information they possessed. He adored Laura and was constantly worried about her. He said, "Laura, it doesn't matter what happened as long as you listen. It makes no difference what kind of trouble you're experiencing. There is nothing we can't solve together. So many people miss you. There are so many people out who have not slept, and we have not eaten. We are simply looking for you or praying that you are safe." But Tyler was also pleading for help. The police and Laura's family began to suspect that he was hiding something related to Laura's disappearance. The police noticed some inconsistencies in what he was saying, and allowing Tyler to speak at the news conference was a strategy for gathering more information. Laura was still listed as missing at the time. No one knew what happened to her or where she was, but as the investigation progressed, Tyler began to reveal some disturbing information, raising even more questions. He told the cops that Laura had asked him for assistance. According to Tyler, Laura wanted to disappear because she was pregnant with a student's child, and she was terrified and embarrassed. She did not want anyone to find out. However, only 2 days after that press conference, everything changed. Laura was a missing person until September 13, 2017, when she was murdered. The police received a tip that led them to a remote field in Damascus, Maryland. Tyler was known to frequent the area, and they discovered newly dug ground in a hidden corner of the field. They discovered something horrifying with the help of specially trained dogs. Laura's body was buried in a shallow grave. An autopsy later revealed that she had been shot in the back of the head. This was a heartbreaking and horrific turn of events, and the police were now faced with the difficult task of determining when she died, who murdered her, and why the discovery of Lauren's body marked a dark and tragic chapter in the story. And it was clear that there was a lot more to uncover. Laura's family, still reeling from the shock of her disappearance, now had to deal with the devastating reality of her murder. The search for answers has only begun. Tyler was considered a person of interest in the case because he was thought to be the last person to see Laura alive. This suspicion stemmed from inconsistencies in the various accounts he provided about his whereabouts and activities. During the relevant time period, the police had evidence that Laura was alive on September 1, as her family saw her that day. The next day, September 2, Laura went on an outing with Tyler. During this time, Laura texted her sister about the adventure Tyler had taken her on. The message read, "Tyler has taken me on a country adventure. I am not sure why, but it is for something waiting in a field." The police discovered an important clue while investigating Laura's financial transactions. They discovered that Laura's debit card was last used at a Safeway grocery store near her only residence on September 2nd, between 8:30 and 9:30 p.m. What made this discovery significant was that surveillance footage from the grocery store showed Laura wasn't alone during the transaction. Tyler was alone during the transaction. Tyler was seen with her. This information piqued the police's interest in Tyler as they attempted to piece together the events surrounding Laura's disappearance and subsequent death. But why does Tyler want Laura? The answer lay in their complicated relationship and Tyler's hidden life. Tyler and Laura had had an on and off relationship for a decade. They always found their way back together after breaking up. Their love was turbulent, with highs and lows, but Laura was looking forward to starting a family with Tyler, unaware of the dark secrets he was keeping. Laura was not aware of this. During one of the breaks, Tyler had begun dating another woman, a fellow teacher, back in 2012. He even moved in with her while still in a relationship with Laura. Neither woman knew about the other, and Tyler was able to keep his double life hidden. When Laura found out she was pregnant with Tyler's child, her father, Mark Wallen, confronted Tyler about his intentions. He was aware of Laura and Tyler's on and off relationship, as well as rumors of another woman. Tyler assured Mark that he would take care of Laura, even showing him an engagement ring and claiming he intended to propose. He also informed Mark that he had not seen the other woman in 2 years. However, it was later revealed that the ring Tyler had given Mark was used to propose to another woman, not Laura. The other woman had agreed, and their wedding was scheduled just a month after Laura was due to give birth to Tyler's child. Laura and the other woman thought they were in exclusive relationships with Tyler, but the truth was much more complicated. It appeared that Laura discovered Tyler's deception shortly before her death. She text messaged the other woman on August 28, 2017, seeking a meeting to clarify something. She made it clear in her message that she was looking for answers rather than a confrontation. Tyler allegedly began plotting Laura's murder within days of sending that message, according to the police. He appeared to have convinced the other woman that Laura was unstable and stalking him. When the other woman received Laura's text, he informed Tyler, who sent a chilling message, "I could actually kill her." Tyler initially denied any involvement with anyone other than Laura when confronted by the police. However, when confronted with evidence to the contrary, he finally admitted to his double life. Tyler was believed by the police to have brought Laura to a remote location with the intention of killing her in order to silence her and protect his secret life. Laura thought she was going to see some land Tyler wanted to buy, but the reality was far more sinister. He chose a field near the farm where he worked, a place he was very familiar with. Laura's sister had asked her to take a picture during the trip, and Laura agreed. The police would later use that image to pinpoint the location where her lifeless body was discovered. Tyler had taken her there twice, once in September 2017 and again the next day. The police believe Tyler shot Laura on September 17, and their actions following the murder were calculated and disturbing. On the same day, he texted a friend and requested a late-night ride to Baltimore. However, the friend declined to advise against such a late-night trip. Tyler's response was chilling. It's probably just attempting to clean up a mess, where the prosecutors Tyler's actions were clear at all times. A premeditated murder. They believed that his meticulous planning and choice of location indicated that he had intended to kill Laura in order to protect his secrets from Tyler, with the goal of providing closure and justice to Laura's family. But the truth would remain elusive. The shocking and tragic story of Laura Wallen and Tyler Tessier was far from over. As the case nears its climax in court, a sudden and unexpected turn of events would stun everyone, and the pursuit of justice would take a new direction. Detectives believed that after Tyler shot Laura, he used text messages to conceal evidence and cast doubt on the paternity of Laura's baby. He used Laura's phone to send a message to her sister stating, "I'm about 95 sure Tyler is not the father. I will try to contact Antoine." Laura's sister found the text confusing. She had a close relationship with Laura and was aware that if Laura had any doubts about the baby's paternity, he would not discuss it via text message. She told the cops that Laura had dated someone named Antoine about 2 years before her death but had no contact with him since then. Tyler was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, obstruction of justice, tampering with evidence, and false statements. He faced only one murder charge because Maryland law requires that the child be viable outside the womb before additional charges can be filed. When questioned by the police, Tyler initially denied any involvement or knowledge of Laura's situation. However, he later provided several conflicting accounts of the events. He initially claimed that, during a heated argument in September, Laura became enraged and attacked him with scissors, causing her to fall and seemingly die after colliding with a porch post. Tyler buried her in a field, believing she had died. When questioned about the gunshot wound found during the autopsy, he stated that he was concerned that he had buried her alive and then returned to shoot her to ensure she was dead and would not suffer. Tyler later changed his story, telling the police that African-American men had entered Laura's home and kidnapped her. He claims they compelled them to drive to Damascus, where Laura was shot. When asked why he wasn't shot, Tyler explained that he begged the men to let him go. The prosecution was confident in their case, claiming Tyler was responsible for Laura's death. They contended that Tyler, who had been living a double life for years, was concerned that his secret was about to be revealed because Laura had discovered the truth. Tyler allegedly planned Laura's murder after she contacted the other woman he was involved with. Tyler was supposed to spend the weekend of September 2 with the other woman in Pennsylvania, ostensibly to look for bridesmaid dresses. Instead, he claimed he couldn't go because of a knee injury sustained while walking her dog, which proved to be a lie. He arranged to meet Laura and transport her to a remote field in Damascus, Montgomery County. The prosecution contended that Laura's murder was premeditated, as evidenced by the isolated location where she was killed and buried. They wanted to take the jury to this remote location to show the extent of its seclusion and the planning required. This visit would necessitate four-wheel drive to navigate off-road terrain, ascend a curved hill, and descend to the corner of a grassy field, demonstrating the location's remoteness and hidden nature, supporting their claim of premeditation. They also planned to show the jury an animal processing facility near the field. Prosecutors believe Tyler used a skid loader on the property to dig a shallow grave for Laura's body. Laura's front license plate and cell phone were found in a dumpster on the property. The prosecution was concerned that photographs alone would not accurately depict the field's hidden maker, implying that someone familiar with the area had chosen. They had an aerial image of the site with a tree line and a photograph of Laura in a truck at the same location. Laura had sent her sister a photo of herself from that location. Furthermore, phone records for Tyler and Laura showed them at the location where Laura was later discovered, and the prosecution planned to tell the jury that after burying Laura, Tyler drove her car to a Columbia apartment complex, where it was later discovered. They planned to call witnesses, including one of Tyler's friends, who claimed Tyler asked for a ride from the apartment complex and requested the opportunity to present their case to a jury on September 28. At 5 a.m., Tyler's lifeless body was discovered in his jail cell only hours before his trial was scheduled to begin. He hanged himself inside the Montgomery County Correctional Facility in Rockville, Maryland, leaving 5 suicide notes on the top of his bunk bed. This tragic turn of events meant that the prosecution would be denied the opportunity to outline and prove their case to a jury. Tyler's death brought an abrupt and unexpected conclusion to a case that had sparked widespread interest due to its complex and disturbing circumstances. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Imagine waking up one day and discovering that someone you know has vanished without a word. That's what happened to Tina Sandoval in a Colorado town, 1995. Her story is reminiscent of a gripping mystery, complete with strange behavior and a failed marriage. In this story, we'll go over her strange disappearance and the shocking truth that surfaced more than 20 years later, leaving everyone stunned. Christina Tina Marie Tournay Sandoval got her start in Windsor, Colorado. Michael and Mary Ellen Tournay welcomed their child on March 17, 1972. She was a determined and energetic young woman who excelled in many areas of her life. Tina graduated from Windsor High School, where she not only studied, but also competed in track, volleyball, basketball, and knowledge bowl. Her talents extended beyond sports. She played trumpet in the school band and sang in the choir. As the second child among her parents' 9 children, she naturally assumed the role of caring for her siblings, instilling in her a strong sense of compassion for others. Tina's nurturing instinct drove her to pursue a career in nursing, and after high school, she earned an associate's degree in nursing from IEFM's Community College. During her college years, she met John Sandoval, who wanted to be a radiology technician. Tina's commitment to her education was unwavering. She also furthered her education by earning a B.S. in nursing from the University of Northern Colorado. To fund her education, she worked as a licensed practical nurse on weekends at Northern Colorado Medical Center. Tina's commitment to excellence was reflected in her academic achievements. She graduated from ONC in May 1995, ranking in the top 5 of her nursing class. Tina started her nursing career in the oncology department of the North Colorado Medical Center. Tina's personal life was marked by her marriage to John Sandoval, which took place on December 31, 1991, in the picturesque Colorado Rocky Mountains. However, their marriage was fraught with difficulties, and Tina filed for divorce less than 2 years after their wedding. Her determination to move on with her life and a positive outlook on the future prompted her to move into a new apartment and resume dating. Susan Tournay, Tina's sister, became increasingly worried on October 19th. Tina informed Susan of her plans to meet John at his home after her shift that day. Tina found the meeting significant because it revolved around John's need to sign certain documents and pay an IRS debt as part of the final steps in their divorce process. However, the situation was tense because John was opposed to Tina's divorce and did not want her to date anyone else. Furthermore, Tina was concerned about the meeting because of some troubling incidents in the past involving John, making her nervous about her encounter with him. Tina contacted Susan, requesting her presence at the meeting. Unfortunately, Susan had work commitments that day and was unable to accompany her sister. In lieu of her actual presence, Susan asked Tina to call her right after the meeting with John to give her an update on how things went. Susan waited anxiously for Tina's call all day, but it never came. Still at work and growing increasingly concerned, Susan decided to involve their mother, Mary Tournay. Mary went to Tina's apartment to check on her, only to find that she wasn't there. Mary went to John's house where he lived with his aunt because she sensed something was wrong. Unfortunately, John wasn't home at the time. Mary's concern grew when she noticed Tina's jacket in the kitchen, indicating that she had been there at some point. Fearing for her daughter's safety, Mary immediately reported Tina missing to the police that night. The investigation into Tina's disappearance took a troubling turn as the police dug deeper into the case. When they arrived at Tina's apartment, everything appeared to be in order, which matched their expectations. Tina appeared to have returned home after a shift change and then left again. Inside the apartment, her nurse's uniform was discovered, indicating that she had actually been there. However, a troubling mystery loomed because her car was nowhere to be found. It prompted authorities to launch a search of the area around 3 a.m. On October 20, Tina's car was found parked only 4 blocks from John's house. The situation became more sinister when a police dog tracked Tina's scent from the driver's seat of her car to John's house. John Sandoval was a familiar figure to law enforcement, having previously been convicted of harassment and burglary, which resulted in several interactions with police. When the police arrived at John's house, he attempted to flee by jumping out of a bedroom window. It took physical restraint to subdue and apprehend him. During the arrest, fresh scratches were discovered on John's torso and neck. John was initially arrested on trespassing and unrelated charges. However, the police knew they needed to question him about Tina's disappearance. At this early stage of the investigation, it was unclear what specific charges would be brought against him in connection with her disappearance. When questioned by the police about Tina, John claimed he had no knowledge of her location. A search of his home and car began, revealing disturbing items. Among the finds were a white 5-gallon bucket and a new shovel with mud on the spade. Furthermore, Tina's credit cards were discovered in John's possession, as well as a loaded 9mm handgun, rope, and flashlight found inside his vehicle. Despite the mounting evidence and the search for answers, John refused to cooperate with the investigation. Tina's family and colleagues provided the police with critical information about her mental state and the reasons for her divorce filing. They revealed Tina was extremely nervous about her meeting with John on that particular day. Given her disturbing revelations about his behavior, she explained to her co-workers that John had voyeurism, a psychological disorder that caused him to engage in disturbing behavior. According to Tina, if John saw an attractive woman out in public, he would follow her home and conduct a prolonged observation that could last several days. Furthermore, he would leave their house in the middle of the night to engage in voyeuristic activities like peering through the windows of women's homes. On occasion, he would enter these homes and hide in concealed locations, such as cupboards, to keep a close eye on his victims. Tina also revealed that during these intrusions, John would steal women's underwear and take them home, in an especially distressing detail. Tina told her family and colleagues that she was not immune to John's voyeuristic behavior. She confirmed that he had watched her, and she described seeing his car parked outside her new apartment for hours at a time, which heightened her fears and concerns about her safety. Tina had discussed her concerns about John with her family, which she revealed when she informed him of her intention to file for divorce. He responded with a disturbing threat. John had placed a pistol to his own head, resulting in a terrifying and potentially dangerous situation. This disturbing incident fueled Tina's concerns about her husband's potential for harm. She had also told her doctor that she was concerned that John might endanger her safety. Despite these deeply troubling indicators and other circumstantial evidence, the district attorney at the time believed that more concrete evidence was needed to arrest and charge John, and the investigators faced significant obstacles. Tina's location remained unknown. The circumstances surrounding her disappearance were unclear, and no witnesses could shed light on the situation. Given John's employment at a cemetery and his knowledge of burial procedures, authorities conducted a thorough search for Tina in a variety of locations, including reservoirs and woodlands. Law enforcement also conducted a grim search of several graves in the area. The graves were carefully examined to see if they contained Tina's remains. While the investigation was thorough, none of the efforts produced conclusive evidence. The case eventually went cold, leaving numerous unanswered questions. Tina's death certificate was issued in 2002 by the state of Colorado, after a judge determined in December 2001 that there was sufficient evidence to believe she was deceased. Despite the passage of time, the police maintained their belief that John was involved in Tina's disappearance. He had been a suspect since Tina was reported missing, and that had not changed. However, belief alone was insufficient to secure charges, primarily because Tina's body had never been discovered, leaving a critical gap in the evidence needed for a prosecution. In June 2009, a new district attorney appointed to the position decided to re-examine the evidence, which marked a significant turning point in the case. Despite the absence of new evidence, he decided to charge John Sandoval with first-degree murder. This decision was based on the belief that the circumstantial evidence accumulated over time was compelling and could lead to a conviction. Even though Tina's exact fate and the location of her remains were unknown, John was officially charged with first-degree murder. After being charged, John entered a plea of not guilty. The prosecution's case revolved around the claim that Wild Tina had never been found. They were convinced she was dead. After leaving work on the morning of October 19, 1995, all of her activities came to an abrupt halt. There had been no activity on her credit cards, bank account, nursing license, earnings, or Social Security since that date. Tina did not have a passport, and there was no evidence that she had changed her name, which would necessitate a legal petition to the court. Tina was portrayed in court by the prosecution as a responsible and dependable young woman who consistently attended work and paid her bills on time. She had recently signed a lease for a new apartment, indicating that she had no plans to relocate or start over elsewhere. As a result, the prosecution claimed that the only plausible explanation for her unexplained absence was that she had been the victim of foul play, specifically murder, and that all evidence pointed to her husband, John Sandoval, as the most likely perpetrator. The prosecution's case was based primarily on circumstantial evidence. Because there was no body or physical evidence directly linking John to Tina's disappearance, they were prepared to present the testimony of 137 witnesses to substantiate their case, claiming that John not only killed Tina but also disposed of her body. Throughout the trial, the jury learned about John's voyeuristic tendencies and pattern of following and stalking women, which added another layer of evidence for the prosecution to consider. The defense claimed that John Sandoval was not involved in Tina's disappearance and questioned whether she was even dead, speculating that she may have left town to start a new life and framing her as a runaway. The jury, however, did not agree with the defense's arguments. After 7 hours of deliberation, they convicted John of the crime. As a result, he was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. However, John's conviction was overturned in March 2016 because of procedural errors discovered by the Colorado Court of Appeals. In the face of a second trial, John agreed to a plea deal. He asked for the deal, which allowed him to plead guilty to a lesser charge of second-degree murder in exchange for revealing the location of Tina's body. Tina's family had long suspected she was dead, and this revelation confirmed their fears. John then led authorities to Greeley's Sunset Memorial Garden Cemetery, specifically the grave of Second World War veteran Arthur Hurt, who was one of 3 open graves on the day Tina went missing. John had buried Tina's remains about 2 feet below Arthur's grave, concealed by a comforter covered in a tarp and sealed with duct tape. Unfortunately, cemetery workers mistakenly buried Arthur over Tina's remains after John had hidden her there. As part of the plea agreement, John was sentenced to 25 years in prison plus 5 years on parole. This sentence was retroactively dated to August 2010, when he was originally convicted of first-degree murder. During the sentencing hearing, John apologized and offered his condolences to Tina's grieving family. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Michelle Young was born in 1977 in the thriving and harmonious city of New York. She had an outgoing personality from a young age and aspired to work in finance. After graduating from high school, Michelle took a significant step toward realizing her dream by enrolling in a university in Raleigh. By 2001, she had achieved financial success and met a man who had a significant impact on her personal life. Michelle met Jason Young on her 24th birthday, while out celebrating with friends. Jason, who graduated from the same university, had a similar academic background and interests as Michelle. This connection led to a romantic relationship, which culminated in their marriage. On Friday, November 3, 2006, Jason Young requested that his sister-in-law Meredith Fisher visit his home and retrieve some eBay printouts. The goal was to keep his 29-year-old wife, Michelle Young, from discovering them. Jason informed Meredith that he had printed materials about Coach bags and planned to purchase one for Michelle as an anniversary gift. However, he forgot to put them away and was concerned that Michelle would come across them. At the time, Jason was on a business trip. Meredith agreed to pick up the printouts, which she was told were in the home office upstairs. Jason, Michelle, and their 2-year-old daughter Cassidy lived together on a Birchleaf Drive in Raleigh, North Carolina, where Michelle is 5 months pregnant with their second child, a baby boy. Meredith arrived at the house around 1 p.m. and went through the broken garage door before entering the unlocked kitchen door. When she entered the house, she noticed how cold it was. Michelle's car was in the garage, and Meredith discovered Michelle's purse and keys on the kitchen counter. Concerned, she called Michelle's name but received no response. Despite hearing Michelle's dog, Mr. G, whimpering, Meredith couldn't find him and was unsure of his location. As she walked upstairs, Meredith noticed what she thought was red hair dye near the top of the stairs. When she reached the top, she discovered her sister lying face down on the floor. Contrary to her initial assumption, the red substance was blood, not hair dye. Meredith discovered Michelle's body in a pool of blood after she had been brutally beaten to death. After calling 911, Meredith discovered Cassidy Michelle's 2-year-old daughter hiding under the bed covers, physically unharmed. Cassidy requested bandages, mentioning that her mother had boo-boos all over. Meredith mentioned Cassidy's claim that there might be someone else in the house to the operator. When asked about Michelle's issues, Meredith mentioned occasional fights between Michelle and her husband, Jason, but clarified that they were not overly severe. She also informed the operator that there were blood footprints throughout the house, including those left by Michelle's daughter. When paramedics arrived, Michelle was confirmed dead, and it was clear that she had been dead for some time. Cassidy Michelle's daughter was examined and found to have dried blood on her toes and the bottom of her pajama pants. Fortunately, she had received no physical injuries. Meredith promptly informed her mother, Linda Fisher, of Michelle's tragic death. Linda, in turn, contacted Jason's mother, Pat Young, to deliver the devastating news. Meanwhile, Jason was traveling from Virginia to Pat's house in Brevard. When he arrived, his stepfather told him about Michelle. Meredith then called Jason, revealing that Michelle's death had been ruled a homicide. When Jason learned of his wife's death, he hurriedly drove to Raleigh with some family members. During the journey, friends informed him that the police had inquired about any marital problems Michelle may have had, and he chose to remain silent until he obtained legal representation. Jason declined to answer police questions when he arrived in Raleigh. Citing his counsel's advice, the police discovered traces of blood on the doorknob connecting the kitchen to the garage, which was later confirmed to be Michelle's. Despite a broken garage door that had been in that condition for some time, there was no sign of forced entry. Notably, Michelle's jewelry box had 2 drawers removed, and several valuable items, including her wedding and engagement rings, were missing. However, the house was not otherwise damaged or ransacked. Michael's lifeless body was found dressed in sweatpants and a zip-up sweatshirt. Her body showed signs of discoloration, coldness, and stiffness. The scene revealed a large amount of her blood, with stains on the bedroom walls and inside the closet. Michelle was found next to a closet labeled his closet, and a small doll was discovered beside her head. The police wanted to question Jason about his whereabouts on the night of November 2 and early November 3. Despite Jason's reluctance and refusal to cooperate, investigators discovered that on November 2, he left the rally and headed to Virginia for a sales call scheduled for 10 a.m. on November 3rd. In Clintwood, Michelle planned to spend the evening of November 2 with her friend Shelley. Shelley said she arrived at Michelle's house around 6:30 p.m. and found Jason still there when he offered to join them for dinner. Jason declined, mentioning that he planned to eat at Cracker Barrel on his way to Galax, Virginia. Jason had reserved a room in Galax for the night, intending to drive to Clintwoods the following morning for the sales call. Shelley told the police that after Jason left, Michelle bathed Cassidy and put her to bed, after which they watched Grey's Anatomy. During their time together, Michelle told Shelley about recent disagreements with Jason, particularly about holiday plans. Michelle wanted her mother Linda to stay with them from Thanksgiving to Christmas, which Jason was not thrilled about. According to investigations, Jason called Michelle 7 times that night. Shelley, Michelle's friend, told the police about her unsettling feeling of being watched that night, prompting her to ask Michelle to accompany her to her car when she left around 10 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. on November 3 between 3:30 and 4 a.m. A resident delivered newspapers in the area. They reported seeing a light-colored SUV parked in Michelle's yard or on the street in front of her house. Another resident passed by around 6:15 a.m. I noticed an empty SUV parked at the edge of the driveway. Police investigated Jason's movements and discovered that he left his Raleigh residence on November 2 to travel to Virginia. Around 7:30 p.m., Jason stopped at a gas station in Raleigh and called his mother, Pat Young, to let her know he was going to check with Michelle about staying at Pat's house on Friday night. Pat lived in Brevard when Jason returned from his business trip, and Jason planned to pick up some furniture she'd had offered him after calling his mother. Jason continued his journey to Virginia, stopping for food at a Cracker Barrel restaurant in Greensboro at 9:25 p.m. He later checked into a Hampton Inn at 10:54 p.m. and entered his room with a key card at 10:56 p.m. Although he used express checkout the following morning, his exact departure time from the hotel remained unknown. Jason made a call to his mother at 7:40 a.m. On November 3, he arrived in Virginia via a cell tower near Wytheville. He arrived at the sales call, and Clint would be 30 minutes late. Despite surveillance footage on the keycard showing that Jason did not leave his hotel room after midnight, the police were skeptical. Further examination of the footage led them to suspect tampering, believing Jason may have driven back to Raleigh after midnight to commit the crime against Michelle before returning to Virginia. Investigators discovered internet searches on Young's computer for the anatomy of a knockout, head trauma blackout, head blown knockout, and head trauma, though the exact timing of the searches was unknown. 2 years after Michelle's body was discovered, Jason was charged with first-degree murder and pleaded not guilty. The prosecution based its case on the claim that Jason and Michelle had marital and financial difficulties, with Jason allegedly wanting to end the marriage. Several affairs were revealed during the trial, as well as evidence of strained relationships. The prosecution claims that after checking into the Hampton Inn in Hillsville, Virginia, Jason left the hotel during the night's return to Raleigh and committed the murder. They claimed he hacked the hotel surveillance camera and stopped for gas at a station between Hillsville and Raleigh. The prosecution presented to the jury the theory that Michelle was strangled and beaten to death, leaving her 2-year-old daughter Cassidy alone in the house with her mother's lifeless body for an extended period of time. Cassidy's small, bloody footprints were found scattered throughout the home. During the trial, the jury was shown surveillance footage from the Hampton Inn beginning at 10:49 p.m. On November 2nd, however, the footage went black at 11:20 p.m., leading the prosecution to believe Jason tampered with the camera. They claimed that he did so to prop open the security door, allowing him to leave without using his keycard. A hotel employee discovered that the first-floor emergency door leading from the western stairwell to the hotel's exterior had been propped open with a small red rock. Normally, this door was locked until 11 p.m. Keith discovered that the camera in the stairwell closest to the propped open door was not working, despite the fact that the other cameras were operational. The camera's last image was captured at 11:20 p.m. on November 2nd. Although staff members later plugged the camera back in at 5:50 a.m., on November 3rd someone redirected it to the ceiling between 6:34 a.m. and 6:35 a.m. The prosecution claimed that this sequence of events indicated that Jason unplugged the camera and left the door ajar, giving himself an alibi while returning home to commit the crime against his wife. The prosecution claimed that Jason stopped at a gas station in North Carolina around 5 a.m. on his way back to Virginia. The gas attendant testified in court, stating that she believed the person who visited the station that morning was Jason. She vividly remembered the encounter, explaining, "I don't forget anything like that when someone is cussing and fussing at me." According to Gracie's testimony, a man in a white SUV parked at the farthest pump repeatedly attempted to pump gas. Frustrated, he entered the store and verbally abused Gracie because the pump was not working. She informed him that at that early hour, customers were required to provide money or identification before using the gas pumps. To resolve the situation, the man handed her $20, pumped $15 worth of gas into his car, and then drove away without returning to the store for change. Grace's account was used as evidence to support the prosecution's claim. During the trial, details about Jason and Michelle's marriage were revealed. Some acquaintances believed that Michelle's pregnancy with their first child was the primary reason for their union. Meredith Fisher, Michelle's sister-in-law, testified that she advised her to leave Jason, but Michelle did not pursue a divorce. 3 weeks before Michelle's death, Jason allegedly told a friend he was done. The court also learned that the couple had frequent disagreements about Michelle's mother, Linda. Linda frequently paid extended visits to her daughter and expressed a desire to relocate to North Carolina in order to spend more time with Michelle and her granddaughter. Linda even offered to remodel their home to accommodate her presence. While Michelle was satisfied with the arrangement, Jason was not. Linda Michelle's mother testified in court about the moment she learned her daughter had died. Linda claims that her other daughter, Meredith, called and stated unequivocally that Mom Michelle had died. Linda initially asked if Michelle had simply passed out, but Meredith confirmed that she had died. Linda described trying to contact Jason, but her calls went unanswered, and he never returned them. Linda's testimony revealed a volatile relationship between Jason and Michelle, with Linda witnessing numerous fights and Jason allegedly belittling Michelle. Linda told the court that she advised Michelle to leave Jason, but Michelle was determined to save their marriage. According to Linda, Michelle told her that Jason did not make love to her and had a perverted approach to intimacy. Linda also testified that Jason would have female friends stay at his house. When Michelle was away on business, she expressed her sorrow. Linda told the jury she had a lot to offer. There was so much about Michelle other than the fact that she lived in North Carolina. Stay a cheerleader. I mean, she had that pep, that energy, that vivaciousness. You know, she loved life, and he stole it from her. He simply took it away from her. After Michelle's funeral, Jason moved in with his parents and their daughter Cassidy. Linda hired a lawyer to help her arrange visits with Cassidy. Following legal proceedings, Meredith was granted full custody. Linda believed Jason did not want any further questions asked. During the trial, one of Jason's female friends, Carolyn Sauer B., testified that she had known him since they were teenagers. She went to see him in the fall of 2006, just 10 days before Michelle died, and confessed to having sexual relations with Jason on the living room couch one night while Michelle was out of town. Carol also claimed that Jason took her wedding ring, pretended to swallow it, and then returned it the next day. Michelle Money, another female friend and Michelle Young's college sorority sister, testified in court as well. Michelle Money believed her husband was unfaithful, and she revealed that she met Jason at his wedding. Their contact increased near the end of September 2006. Jason also visited Michelle Money in Orlando in October of that year, during which time they had a sexual relationship. Jason reportedly told a friend that he loved Michelle Money. They remained in constant communication throughout October, exchanging messages 980 times in 1 month. The day before Michelle was murdered, they communicated 51 times in 1 day. Jason's last contact on November 2nd was Michelle Money, who was also the first person he called on November 3rd. Michelle Money testified that we would have regular conversations about work, life, and children. The court also heard about Michelle's severe injuries. Dr. Thomas Clark, who conducted the autopsy, testified that Michelle died from blunt force trauma to her head, having received at least 30 blows, the most serious of which was inflicted by a heavy blunt object with a rounded surface, resulting in crescent-shaped skull fractures. Dr. Clark also discovered signs of strangulation in Michelle, who had a broken jaw, skull fractures, brain hemorrhaging, lacerations, abrasions, and dislodged teeth. The court was told that there was no evidence that Jason had previously physically assaulted Michelle. However, the prosecution told the jury that even if this were true, it did not rule out the possibility that he assaulted her on the particular night in question. Their argument was based on the belief that Jason was capable of physical violence, and they called his former fiancée, Genevieve Carr, as a witness. Genevieve testified that she had been a victim of domestic violence at Jason's hands. One notable incident she described occurred at a Texas wedding, when Jason, who was intoxicated, forcibly removed her engagement ring during an argument over his level of intoxication. Genevieve said the ring was too small and tight on her finger. When she couldn't remove it, Jason, agitated, yanked it off forcefully. She recounted to the court, "I'd never seen him like this before. His eyes were completely deserted and glazed over, as if he didn't notice me." Genevieve claimed that the incident mentioned earlier was not an isolated occurrence. She described another incident in which Jason, enraged, punched the windshield of her car with his bare hand, causing damage. Furthermore, he punched a wall in their apartment, causing additional property damage. After several years of no contact, Genevieve received an email from Jason on September 12, 2006, expressing his feelings for her. The defense argued that the prosecution lacked credible evidence against their client. They stated that Jason's DNA and fingerprints were naturally found in the bedroom, but none of them were blood-stained. Furthermore, no blood was found in his car, clothes, or the Virginia hotel room where he stayed. During the police investigation, Jason was discovered to have no cuts, bruises, or other injuries on his hands or body, with the exception of a bruised and broken tooth. When given the opportunity to testify, Jason admitted that he was not a perfect husband, but said he was actively working to improve his marriage. He vehemently denied being involved in Michelle's murder. The court learned of the existing issues in Jason and Michelle's marriage. But we also learned that Jason genuinely loved his wife and was determined to make the relay chips outnumber the excitement surrounding their baby boy's impending birth. Emails exchanged on October 24, 2006, demonstrated Jason's willingness to attend counseling sessions. Jason did not believe their arguments were more frequent than those in other couples. The defense argued that Jason would not have had enough time to travel back to Raleigh, commit the murder, and returned to Virginia. Given that the hotel was about 160 miles from their home, Jason had recently started a new job selling electronic health records software, and he was in Virginia because his employer had scheduled an early morning sales call for Clint on November 3. To avoid driving from Raleigh on the day of the call, Jason decided to stay overnight, nervous about the upcoming meeting. He spent the evening reviewing the demonstration software he planned to use during the presentation. In court, Jason claimed that he left his hotel room to get his laptop charger from his car, but realized he had left the keycard inside. He propped the exit door open, returned to his room, and then left to smoke a cigar. He also stopped by the front desk to get a copy of USA Today. He propped the exit door open once more for a cigar break. When asked about being 30 minutes late for a sales call, Clint and Jason claimed he got lost. Regarding the internet searches discovered on his computer, Jason explained that they were done at a different time and were related to an accident he witnessed. Despite the jury's deliberation, they were unable to reach a unanimous decision, resulting in a hung jury with an 8-4 vote for acquittal. Jason faced a second trial in which he did not testify, but a video of his testimony from the previous trial was shown. The second jury deliberated for 6 hours before convicting him of first-degree murder. Jason was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Jason appealed his conviction. During the appeal hearing, his new legal team argued that his trial attorney should have objected more strongly when the judge allowed jurors to hear about Jason's failure to respond to a civil wrongful death lawsuit in which he was found responsible for his wife's murder. Between the two criminal trials, Michelle's family filed a civil lawsuit against Jason, in which he was found to be responsible for Michelle's death. Jason's attorney argued that the jury should not have been informed of this information. They also claimed that the same judge, Superior Court Judge Donald Stevens, presided over both the civil case and the second criminal trial, possibly biasing the jury against Jason. The appellate court agreed with Jason's arguments. A unanimous panel of the Court of Appeals reversed his conviction and ordered a new trial, which would have been his third. However, before the third trial could begin, a state Court of Appeals panel overturned the Court of Appeals decision. As a result, Jason did not face a third trial, and his conviction for first-degree murder was upheld in the civil wrongful death suit. Michelle's family received $15.05 million in damages. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The Marlene Oaks case. Who owns the skull discovered in the woods? A crime is considered perfect when its primary goal is met and the perpetrator is not punished or even suspected. However, with the advancement of technology and scientific approaches, it is becoming increasingly difficult to commit such an act. Furthermore, even old, unsolved cases that appeared perfect in the past are now being successfully resolved decades later. In 1980, an auto mechanic named William Bill Major believed he had committed the perfect crime that could never be solved. Hardly a man could have predicted that more than 2 decades later, he would still have to face trial and receive a well-deserved sentence. And the new investigation was launched by his own daughter, whom he had deprived of a mother in her early childhood. Now let's take a closer look at the entire story, deconstruct this perfect crime and its impending punishment. To be fair, it should be noted that this high-profile and very cruel case of the disappearance of a young mother, Marlene Oaks, could have been solved back in the 1980s because the victim herself, who had a premonition of her impending death, left many clues for the police that for some reason, law enforcement did not pay attention to. Marlene Oaks. The early years. Helen Marlene Oaks was born on December 7, 1954, in the small town of Martinsville, Virginia, and was the middle of 3 children for Lorraine and William Oaks. She was raised alongside an older brother and a younger sister. Their family lived modestly, but the parents always tried to provide for their children and raise them to be worthy people. Today's childhood heroine preferred to go by her middle name, Marlene, which she preferred over Helen. She was petite and adorable, blonde with brown eyes and a charming smile, so it was no surprise that she drew a lot of attention from an early age. At the age of 16, barely out of school, the girl, eager to begin an independent life and escape parental care, hurriedly entered into the bonds of marriage. Her chosen one was a man named William Major, who was 10 years her senior, but the two were in love. The chosen one, who worked as an auto mechanic and appeared to the girl to be a serious and reliable man, was unconcerned about their age difference. Unhappy family life. Soon after officially legalizing their relationship, the couple moved into a trailer park on the outskirts of Verona, a small country town in Boone County, Kentucky. In 1972, the couple had their first common heir, a son whom they named Donald. Marlene was only 17 at the time, and her husband was already 27. 4 years later, the couple welcomed a younger daughter, Lalana. The couple continued to live in a small trailer on the ground of the trailer park. Marlene was a homemaker who raised their children and kept their modest home comfortable, while Bill worked at a service station fixing cars. He was skilled at his craft and, in a sense, a jack of all trades. He had every opportunity to build a successful career and start his own business. However, the man was not particularly concerned with money, spouses, or even the necessities of life, but rather with being the head of the family. He always managed to earn a little more. As a rule, I spent it all on drinks. Later, his addictions were accompanied by the use of illegal substances. At the same time, Bill was a sociable person who appeared friendly and welcoming to others. All of these qualities were extremely beneficial to him at work. People who sought assistance from his workshop frequently returned, and they also recommended Mages to their friends as a reliable specialist. However, at home, Bill became a completely different person. Rude, selfish, and cruel. Former feelings that had once linked their lives to Marlene appeared to have vanished, leaving only misunderstanding, resentment, and irritation. The couple frequently argued, and their heated debates occasionally turned violent. Bill was not a caring husband or father, and he gradually became a domestic tyrant, a new neighbor, and a secret lover. In 1978, Glenn St. Hilaire, a young Canadian, was passing through Verona when his truck broke down. On the advice of the locals, he went to Bill Major's workshop, where he willingly agreed to repair the vehicle. The stranger was heading from Ohio to Texas. He knew no one in the area, and the only hotel in the suburbs was closed, so he had no idea where to stay. When Glenn complained to the auto mechanic about his situation, Bill promised to help and quickly found him a place to stay in a trailer park, as well as an invitation to dinner. The guest was enchanted by Marlene's beauty, kindness, and friendliness. The young woman prepared a delicious meal willingly and with interest. The conversation seemed very pleasant and open. 2 weeks later, Glenn returned to Verona to thank Bill for his assistance, and after another month, he decided to stay for a while. The man moved to the same suburban trailer park and began working in Bill's shop, eventually becoming his subordinate. In addition, the new neighbor became interested in Marlene and sought out every opportunity to meet with her. The situation in the family Major has long been volatile. The spouses only quarreled, shouted at each other, exchanged insults, and occasionally fought for Marlene. Communication with the friendly and courteous Glenn became a real outlet. They grew close and eventually became lovers. The couple spent their entire free time together, trying to hide from prying eyes. However, in a quiet suburb where everyone knows each other, rumors spread quickly. Bill soon became aware of the rumors, but the cheating husband did not appear to be upset. Furthermore, he strangely encouraged their relationship while appearing to have lost interest in his young wife. The explanation for this behavior was quickly discovered, and it proved to be truly monstrous. Major, it turned out, had an unhealthy interest in his own children, and he soon began to experience his secret fantasies. The ugly truth and the start of the divorce process. Marlene soon noticed some strange and unusual behavior in 8-year-old Donald. The boy became withdrawn and nervous, slept poorly, and was afraid to be alone with his father. When his mother decided to have a candid conversation with him, the child told her about the horrible things his father did to him and begged her to protect him. Marlene was horrified by her son's confessions and realized that it was impossible to continue living this way. She had long intended to divorce Bill, obtain sole custody of the children, and relocate with Glenn and the children to her native Virginia, closer to her parents. Her lover also suggested that she do this, giving her a legitimate reason to expedite the divorce and move. Marlene told her husband everything she had learned from her son about his unacceptable behavior, declared her intention to divorce, and threatened to report him to the police. The scandal quickly escalated into manhandling, with Bill repeatedly hitting his wife in the face. From that point forward, Spouses were literally at war. Marlene began the divorce process but separated from her husband. She couldn't yet because she wanted to legally gain sole custody of the children. Her husband beat her nearly every day, insulted her, and threatened to kill her, He promised to kill her, that he would ensure that the body was never discovered, and that he would stay with the children. The unhappy young woman simply didn't know what to do. She secretly kept a personal diary in which she recorded everything Bill said to her, including his threat to kill her and cover his tracks. Furthermore, while intoxicated with alcohol, Bill described in detail how he would kill his wife, dismember her, and hide the remains in various locations. The most important role he played in concealing the crime was to remove all of the teeth so that the body could not be identified by dental records. It is worth noting that all of these terrible things, both major and minor, describe not only his wife, but also some of his friends who did not take him seriously. Meanwhile, the situation worsened, and the trailer park neighbors became daily witnesses to the tumultuous marital conflict. Marlene flees, leaving behind no children or lover. Everyone was aware that Marlene had filed for divorce and was planning to relocate to another state with Glenn and their children. Nobody judged Marlene. Everyone was aware of the difficult and unhealthy situation in her family. However, relatives and neighbors expected everything to be resolved in a peaceful and civilized manner. On October 11, 1980, around noon, the spouses were once again outraged, but things quickly calmed down. Towards nightfall, an agitated and angry Bill led the children to one of the nearby trailers and knocked. He explained that his wife had fled with her lover, leaving his son and daughter behind, and asked him to watch the children until tomorrow while he searched for Marlene and brought her home. The neighbors agreed to shelter the children for the night, and they assumed the young woman had fled with Glenn, but they couldn't understand how a loving and caring mother could abandon her adored children. What was everyone's reaction when Glenn walked out of his trailer in the morning? And when asked about the escape, he simply stared at those around him, incomprehensibly. He had not seen his beloved since yesterday and was unaware that she had disappeared somewhere. Then Glenn went to Bill to clarify the situation, but the enraged husband only yelled that his wife had found another lover and lost her mind. Glenn, on the other hand, did not believe his words because he knew for certain that no other man was at Marlene's side and she would never abandon the children. A day later, Major went to the police, where he reported his wife's disappearance and gave his version of events. He also stated that their family car had vanished, lending credence to the runaway theory. However, the police found the entire story strange. They got the impression that Bill was making it up as he went along, occasionally contradicting himself and confusing himself with simple clarifying questions. Look for the missing woman. Interrogation of witnesses. The police decided to begin their investigation into this case by surveying the couple's neighbors and relatives, as well as researching the circumstances surrounding the young woman's disappearance. All agreed on the difficult relationship between the spouses, but claimed that Marlene would never have abandoned Donald and Lelena because she loved them more than life. There were also those who heard Bill's creepy stories about murdering his wife and disposing of her body. This resulted in the man's arrest and interrogation, but he claimed it was just drunken chatter and that he had no intention of harming his spouse. The next oddity was that a search of the house turned up the missing woman's passport, wallet with cash, driver's license, and all of her personal belongings. It appeared that she had just gotten into a car and left without her belongings, money, or documents. But where are you going? Marlene's relatives were unable to respond to this question, but her sister mentioned during their last disturbing phone conversation that Oakes was afraid for her life and kept a diary in which she recorded everything that happened to her. The detectives were eager to learn more about the diary, but when they searched the trailer, they discovered nothing similar. A few days later, Glenn arrived at the police station with the diary. He explained that Marlene had left him notes to keep in case something happened to her or she vanished without a trace. When the woman went missing, he waited a few days before taking the notebook to the station, realizing she was unlikely to return. The pages contained some truly horrific entries, such as beatings, humiliation, and threats. There was also a detailed account of how Bill promised to kill his wife. Marlene also mentioned the husband's unhealthy interest in children. In this regard, it was decided to speak with Marlene's son, but he provided no useful information, did not answer any questions, and simply asked to be allowed to go home. For some reason, the detectives ignored the fact that the boy was scared and unable to answer questions truthfully. Donald's father had interviewed him beforehand, and he was afraid to say anything unnecessary for fear of angering his parents. They chose not to traumatize 4-year-old Lalana and did not question her. For the next few weeks, police officers searched the neighborhood for any leads or clues. Marlene and her car were wanted across the state, but both appeared to have vanished. There was no reason to think she was dead or murdered. The investigation has come to a dead end. The move appears to be an escape, despite the fact that relatives and neighbors testified against Bill, and the man himself was repeatedly summoned for questioning. No reason for his arrest was ever found. No body or conclusive evidence that Marlene had been seriously injured was discovered, and she remained missing. Major began quickly selling off his property, explaining that he was moving closer to his parents because it was difficult for him to manage 2 children following his wife's escape. Among other things, he sold his weapons, which included a rifle, a shotgun, and several pistols. His strange behavior resembled an ordinary escape for the children, rather than a preparation for moving. Bill kept telling them that their mother never loved them and therefore abandoned them. He claimed that Marlene was an alcoholic and that she had numerous lovers who were more important to her than her family. Bill worked hard to turn his son and daughter against their own mother, attempting to make them despise the person they loved the most. It should be noted that he did quite well because Donald and Lalana were still young and blindly trusted their father. Soon, Bill and his children relocated to Rhode Island, where his parents lived. They bought a trailer and settled there for many years. However, with Marlene's disappearance, Donald and Lalana's lives began to spiral downward. Their father brutally beat them, abused them, humiliated them, and did even worse things. Initially, these tortures were primarily directed toward Donald. However, as Lalana grew older, the bitter fate did not spare her. About a year later, the man met a new lover named Pauline and began living together, but they were unable to legally marry because the Major was still married to the missing Marlene. Nonetheless, the couple had a child together, and for a while the family lived a quiet life until one day. Pauline did not see what Bill was doing with his own son. She immediately went to the police and told them everything, then left with her child. Bill was eventually arrested, and his children went to live with their maternal grandparents in Virginia. A grisly discovery in the woods. Around a year and a half after Marlene's mysterious disappearance, a hunter discovered a terrifying sight in a wooded area near a Verona trailer park. He noticed that his dog had begun digging in the ground, revealing what appeared to be a fragment of a human skull. The man immediately reported it to police, and the arriving experts confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed a severely damaged skull. The discovered remains were immediately sent to forensic experts for a thorough examination, and the experts' conclusions were extremely frightening. The skull was missing its lower jaw and lacked any teeth. There were 2 bullet holes, and the shots were fired at point-blank range. Experts also discovered chop marks from a large knife or axe on the bones, indicating that the head was likely separated from the body. It was impossible to say for certain who this skull belonged to, but based on the size and condition of the bones, it was assumed to be a young woman under the age of 30. The story of Marlene's disappearance immediately came to mind. The entire area within a radius of several kilometers was thoroughly searched, but no other remains or belongings were found. So the discovery was dubbed Jane Doe, which means unknown, and the search was halted. A new investigation 20 years later. When Donald and Lalana moved into their grandparents' home, their lives gradually improved. Most of all, they feared the day their father would be released. However, after his release, Bill showed no interest in his adult children and did not contact them for a long time. Lalana avoided talking about her mother because she was angry at her for abandoning them with a tyrant father. However, during a candid conversation with her grandmother, Lalana inquired as to why her mother had abandoned her and her brother after falling out of love. The old woman responded that she did not believe the story of the escape and believed that her spouse had dealt with her. At this point, the girl's world flipped upside down. She looked at the situation from a completely different perspective and realized the grandmother was correct. The girl decided to conduct her own investigation to solve the mystery surrounding her mother's disappearance. Lalana began by keeping a notebook in which she recorded everything she could recall from her childhood, as well as everything her older brother knew and remembered. When the girl was 22 years old in 1998, she decided to return to her hometown, Verona, to speak with former neighbors and see if any of them had any useful information. As it turned out, Glenn still lived in those places, and he remained hopeful that one day the mystery of his beloved's disappearance would be solved. His personal life hasn't developed. The man was lonely, worked at a local factory, and was obsessed with the investigation into Marlene Oak's case. Glenn Lalana learned about her mother's diary, which she gave him to keep safe before her disappearance. This diary was later added to the case file and eventually lost on the shelves of the police archives. Lalana was able to obtain permission to view her mother's writings and was astounded by the contents of the diary. Not only did her mother know she was about to die, but she also revealed the identity of her killer, the method of death, and the process of concealing the evidence. After reading the notes, the girl rushed to see her father, whom she hadn't seen in over 10 years. In order to discover the truth, it should be noted that Bill remarried after being released from prison, but in 1995, he suffered a stroke and has since been confined to a wheelchair. When he discovered the reason for his daughter's visit, he simply laughed in her face. Lalana begged him to tell her where he had hidden Marlene's remains so that she could give her mother proper burial. The girl promised not to go to the police and that everything Bill said would be kept between them, but the father only insulted his daughter, called her crazy, and said she would never know what happened to her mother. Lalela discovered from her mother's diary that her father was planning the perfect crime, which included dismembering her, removing all of her teeth, and burying the remains in various locations. Also, Lalana, who, like her brother, was bullied by Bill as a child, discovered some horrific details in her father's biography. Bill had already served time for harassment prior to meeting their mother. However, for some reason, police officers overlooked this circumstance when they entrusted Majaru with the children following their mother's disappearance. In 2000, 2 decades after Marlene's disappearance, her daughter launched a new investigation into the case, providing all of the evidence she had gathered on her own. Lalana and her brother were re-interviewed, and this time they described everything their father had done to them, with the beatings being the least of their concerns. At the same time, Lalana learned of an unidentified skull fragment with no teeth or lower jaw discovered in the nearby woods a year and a half after her mother's disappearance. She began to insist on DNA testing, but the procedure was prohibitively expensive at the time, and government agencies refused to pay for it. However, Lalana did not give up and organized a fund to pay for the procedure. Relatives, neighbors, and concerned citizens all chipped in, and by the beginning of 2001, Lalana had raised enough funds to complete the identification process. The analysis determined the girl's kinship with the previously unidentified remains and confirmed that the skull fragment discovered belonged to the missing Marlene Oakes. Then, having already received the examination results, Lalana went to her paternal grandfather to speak with him and see if he knew anything. The elderly man was shocked by the news and agreed to testify against his own son. Bill's father claimed that in 1980, while his son was intoxicated, he told him that he killed his wife with 2 shots to the head, dismembered her body with a hunting knife, and buried the remains in separate locations that were a significant distance apart. At the same time, he removed the lower jaw and teeth with great care. Marlene's car was thrown off a cliff into the river, but the police were unable to locate it or its fragments for more than 2 decades. The turbulent mountain river either carried the vehicle far downstream or completely destroyed it, grinding it against sharp rocks. A trial and a fair verdict, regardless of the new circumstances and evidence discovered. There was still cause to arrest Bill. The police then decided to play a trick, asking Bill's father to bring his son to a frank phone conversation in which he confessed to everything. The trick worked, and when Major learned that his daughter wanted to resume the investigation, he told her that she would be unsuccessful because he had safely hidden all of his wife's body fragments, her car, and the instrument of crime. Bill's words became the reason for his arrest as he confessed to everything. The man was arrested in July 2001 after listening to a recording of the telephone conversation and learning about the skull's identification. He admitted what he had done. However, he blamed everything on his late wife, claiming that she drove him to scandals, cheating, and threats to take his children and prevent him from seeing them. At the trial, Bill told his version of the story, claiming that he and his wife had a fight in the car and she began threatening him with a gun, but he grabbed the gun from her and allegedly accidentally shot her twice in the head, except that the shots were fired into the back of her head at point-blank range, implying a premeditated crime rather than self-defense. Bill's trial did not begin until the summer of 2003, 23 years after the crime. The 59-year-old defendant arrived at the hearing in a wheelchair. He himself remained calm and confident that he would be able to avoid punishment. The lawyer he hired insisted that this crime was committed in self-defense and that Lalana and Donald's claims of harassment were false. Despite the defense's best efforts, the court convicted Major of the brutal premeditated murder of Marlene Oakes. The man was surprised to learn that he had been sentenced to life imprisonment. In December 2016, Bill attempted to apply for parole but was denied. A year later, he died in prison from a second stroke. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Daniel and David, twins, have always made important decisions together since they were children. They both chose to work as mechanics for the same athletic team and frequently finished each other's sentences. Nobody could have predicted that the brothers would one day conspire in an almost perfect crime together. After all, even if the police had discovered DNA, the prosecutor would not have been able to persuade a jury of Dan or David's guilt. Standard forensic DNA analysis cannot distinguish between identical twins because their genetic profiles are nearly identical, and a jury will always have room for reasonable doubt. It took law enforcement officials 10 years to apprehend the brothers. Only because David agreed to a deal with the prosecutor and testified against Daniel were the police able to resolve the case that will be discussed today. On July 22, 2003, her husband, with whom she was divorcing, drove up to Heather's parents' house. The final divorce hearing was only 1 week away. The man got out of the car carrying a large bouquet of flowers and a card with a touching picture, hoping to reconcile and avoid divorce. The reason he kept the marriage alive was not because he loved his wife or wanted to keep the family together. Daniel realized that the court's decision to pay alimony would not leave him with enough money to live his normal life. Maybe he even lost his house. The man was desperate for an escape and expected to solve the problem with a bouquet of flowers and promises, but the plan failed. Heather flatly rejected Daniel's proposal. Heather's father, Dave Springer, had to intervene after the conversation became violent. Only after Dave promised to call the cops did Daniel angrily yell that Heather was ruining his life and abandon the house sprayer. A former Denver Police Department officer realized instinctively that his son-in-law was a danger to his daughter. He asked her not to see him during the remainder of the divorce proceedings. He later stated that I was concerned about what my son-in-law Dan Wild might do as the final divorce approached. He wanted to keep everything under his control. However, control was slipping away from him. He was becoming increasingly desperate and hostile. I advised Heather not to date him, and I didn't believe she would, but she did. Dan called Heather 2 days later and offered to pick up the children's medical records, as well as the assigned child support check. Initially, the almost ex-spouses agreed to meet at McDonald's. The young woman did not want to be alone with her ex-husband and planned to meet in a crowded location, taking her 2 children, aged 5 and 3 at the time. She said nothing to the father, only alerting the mother to the meeting. Clearly, something went wrong. To appease her mother, she changed the plan and named the nearest fast food restaurant as the meeting place. Heather went to Daniel's home in Edgewater, Colorado, where he lived with his identical twin brother David and David's then girlfriend Roseanne, rather than McDonald's. Heather believed that in the presence of the children, Jacob and Hannah, their father would not be aggressive and that he was not alone at home. And then the young woman vanished. She was not seen alive again. Heather Springer was born on April 21, 1973, in Arvada, Colorado. Her father, David Springer, worked for the Denver Police Department and was well respected by his colleagues. The man did everything he could to ensure his beloved wife, Carol, Heather, and her 2 older sisters, Rebecca and Jennifer, had everything they needed. The family provided a friendly, warm environment of mutual understanding for her sisters. Their father exemplified masculinity, responsibility, and care. During her youth, Heather attempted to form relationships with her peers, but nothing came out. When she met Dan, Wild was 10 years her senior. Heather saw in him an adult, responsible, caring man who made her feel as calm and safe as her father, Daniel. Being a mature man won Heather over his peers. The 23-year-old young woman fell in love and did not look back. The couple started dating in 1996. A year later, Dan made Heather an offer, which she gladly accepted. She grew up in a family where her father was always in control due to his professional activities, and she saw the same quality in the groom as a manifestation of love and protection. Unfortunately, she was mistaken. The young couple relocated to Edgewater, Colorado, where Dan owned a home, and the Wild family welcomed 2 children, Hannah and Jacob. Heather devoted herself completely to her daughter and son's household chores. Dan was the family's main breadwinner and worked as a mechanic in the transportation department. However, family life was not entirely cloudless. The young woman gradually realized that Dan's excessive control did not reflect care and love. Over time, he became more overwhelming and restrictive, and his dreams of a happy union did not come true. After 5 years of marriage in 2002, Heather began to complain to her parents about her spouse. She stated that she was tired of Dan's constant control. It was unbearable to live in the same house as him. 1 year later, in the spring of 2003, the young woman informed Dan that she wanted a divorce. She packed her belongings and moved with her children to her parents' home in Arbati. Dan reacted negatively to her still legal spouse's actions, even threatening her, which strengthened her resolve to protect her interests and those of her children. She filed for divorce, requested custody of the children, and required her husband to pay child support. Daniel became stressed because he was unprepared for the additional significant financial obligations. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to pay his bills and would lose his home. In the early summer, Dan's brother David and roommate Roseanne came to his aid to provide support and assistance with a difficult situation. Dan and David DeWild, identical twins with only 1.5 minutes of age difference, have been inseparable their entire lives, always helping each other and keeping in touch. Friends of the twins observed that Dan always acted as a leader, making key decisions, whereas David preferred to remain in his brother's shadow and hold secondary positions. After arriving, David began working as a mechanic at the same shop where Dan worked and gave his brother a large sum of money to pay the house bills. David suggested that Dan try to avoid a final divorce and supported his plan to visit Heather on July 22, 2003. As previously stated, the trip failed and nearly resulted in a police call. The brothers then devised a new plan, inviting Heather to their house on July 24. Heather's parents' house and the nearest McDonald's were only a few kilometers apart. Carol Springer became concerned when Heather's daughter, who had only gone to pick up her papers, did not return after an hour. Carol called her son-in-law to find out where Heather was because her daughter would not answer her phone. Dan reported that she had arrived at his house, left the kids, and drove to the store. Carol found all of this alarming. She knew her daughter's wallet and credit cards were still at home. She couldn't go shopping without money and cards, and she would never leave her grandchildren with Dan. Carol dialed Dave's number and told him who their daughter had gone to see, and Dave Springer went straight to his former son-in-law's house. Heather was not present, and her car could not be found. Dan insisted that Heather had gone away on her own business, leaving the children with him and would be back soon. The grandchildren couldn't tell their grandparents where their mother was or had gone. Dave contacted the emergency services. With his police background, he claims that his daughter was in trouble. Soon, patrol officers arrived at Dan Wild's house. The officers inspected the area around the house and the house itself, which Dan allowed to enter, but found nothing suspicious outside or inside, so they left. The officers only discovered that the medical records Heather had requested were at Dan's house, and the child support check had yet to be signed. Dave Springer got behind the wheel of his car and drove through the city streets, hoping to find his daughter alive. Passing through intersections, he stopped to observe passers-by, looked at the faces of women, and interviewed local residents, but his efforts were futile. Heather DeWild was officially reported missing the following morning, on July 25. Detective Mark Kreider of the Denver Police Department has joined the search for the woman. The detective took Dave's suspicions seriously. Nobody believed Heather would simply decide to flee her family after the trial and go on vacation. Lidar told reporters that Dave was obviously very concerned. The case was unusual because the daughter of a Denver police officer went missing, which added a personal touch to the situation. Mark's first stop was the Wild home. The detective arrived at the address and rang the doorbell. Dan the Wild appeared on the doorstep. He refused to let the detective into the house without Wild cooperation. Kreider had no right to inspect the house, which meant that crucial evidence could be overlooked. The detective inquired about the reason for the refusal and why the Wild was unwilling to assist with the investigation. If everything was as he said, he responded that he had a personal attorney and would only answer questions in his presence. At that point, David, Dan's twin, drove up to the house. Dan immediately called out to his brother, telling him not to talk to the detective. As Kreider watched, he realized Heather's father was correct. Daniel DeWild was hiding something. Why did he hire a lawyer if Heather simply grew tired of the family and left? He's not concerned about the woman or searching for her, despite the fact that he swore his love for her just a few days ago. Everything appeared as strange as possible, but the detective was unable to do anything without a warrant, so he was forced to leave. By the time police got a search warrant for the Wild home, Heather had gone missing for 6 days. Inside the house, Kreider stated that the task force discovered no evidence of a crime weapon. There was no sign that Heather had been in the house. However, investigators soon discovered that on the day the young woman vanished, David drove his Chevrolet to a car repair shop about 15 miles from home. Why would David drive so far when the twins, who worked for the transportation department as mechanics, could have done the repairs themselves? Kreider obtained a warrant to search the several locations, and a detective speculated that Heather had died and David had managed to hide her body away from home. To inspect the car, they used specially trained dogs that detect the odor of a decomposing body. While checking David's car, the dogs began barking near the driver's side rear side door, indicating that Heather's body had been in the vehicle for some time. Detective Kreider met with David and discussed the search dog's reactions. At one point, the detective asked David, looking directly into his eyes, "Did you kill Heather?" The man lowered his head, and you could tell he was nervous. The man stated that he needed to speak with his lawyer and last. After speaking with David, the detective had no doubt that both twin brothers were involved in Heather's disappearance, a day after being informed that the dog smelled decomposition. David and Roseanne married, which confirmed the police's suspicions. Roseanne later revealed that this occurred so unexpectedly, just in case, because spouses are not required to testify against each other. Then, on August 4, 2003, 2 weeks after Heather's disappearance, police discovered her white Nissan Sentra in the parking lot of an apartment complex in Wheat Ridge, Colorado, about 5 miles from Dan's home. According to locals, the car had been parked for several days. With the passenger side window fully open, detectives spent the entire day inspecting the car. It appeared so clean that there was no sign that Heather had ever ridden in it. We discovered no evidence of Heather's DNA inside or outside the car. We also found no fingerprints or other evidence that Heather had used the vehicle. The expert explained to Detective Kreider, apparently the perpetrator or perpetrators were meticulous in wiping out all traces qualitatively. Investigators searched the wooded area south of the apartment complex where the car was discovered. They utilized trackers, thermal imaging cameras, and a police helicopter. The search turned up nothing that could lead them to Heather. Carol and Dave realized at that moment that they had lost their daughter for good. Exactly 1 month later, on September 4, 2003, Heather's body was discovered by a road worker while shoveling dirt on the canyon road. He noticed a large trash bag on the ground and called the cops as he approached. Meanwhile, the body had decomposed to the point where dental records could be used to identify it. The woman's face was covered with a duct tape mask, and rope was wrapped around her neck and wrists. The body was wrapped in garbage bags and duct taped before being buried in a shallow grave. Heather's clothes were identified by family members as the ones she left in to meet Daniel on July 24. Heather's exact cause of death could not be determined by the medical examiner, but the nature of her injuries suggested that she was strangled or died of asphyxia. Investigators discovered that the twins were involved because the body was discovered on the same day in Brooklyn, which is the workshop that David visited on the day Heather went missing. The trash bags in which the body was wrapped had the same general class characteristics as the bags taken from the Wild home. However, it was circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence was lacking, and Kreider was unable to apprehend either of the brothers. Dave Springer felt crushed by the inability to do anything. Heather was buried. Her parents placed a note in her casket that read, "All she wanted was to love and be loved." There was a language barrier. Nobody informed Heather's parents or sisters about the investigation's details. It even appeared to them that no one was dealing with the case at all. In fact, the investigation determined who was guilty, but a lack of evidence limited the detectives' options after 2 years. In 2005, Denver's district attorney changed, promising the Springer family assistance in the investigation of the case. The investigation team thoroughly reviewed 1,500 pages of documentation and re-examined all of the case's evidence and details. However, these efforts produced no new results. There was no physical evidence, and DNA analysis found no link between the brothers and Heather's death. Detective believed that, in addition to the brothers involved in the case, David's wife Roseanne, who also lived in the house, could be involved, but as an official spouse, she had the right not to reveal information about him. After another 4 years, Heather's family had still not found a place. The deceased's father admitted that he sometimes screamed at night. He was sick and that Dan was sleeping peacefully on the loose while the rest of their family was subjected to daily injustice. Ross Boot took over the Heather DeWild investigation in 2009, correct? The new prosecutor approached the task with extreme seriousness. Within 6 years, the volume of documentation increased from 1.5 to 30,000 pages. There were 15 additional boxes containing important information. A DVD of home movies eventually piqued the interest of the new investigative team. Dan and Heather had engaged in unusual practices during their marriage. Dan played the dominant role and Heather willingly submitted. Dan likes to tie Heather up. When detectives examined the home videotape, they noticed a significant coincidence. The way Dan was tying Heather up in this video was very similar to how the woman was tied up when her body was found. Detectives also discovered Dan's profile on a dating site where he claimed to be a widower, despite the fact that Heather had been reported missing and her body had yet to be discovered. During the investigation, they were able to locate a witness who saw Dan, David, and Roseanne early one morning near the location where Heather's body was discovered. Furthermore, using new technology developed in recent years, experts were able to reinvestigate phone conversations between David, Daniel, and Roseanne on the day of the crime. All three made 14 calls to each other, and detectives were able to determine each caller's geographical location. David's cell phone was discovered near Heather's car, and from there, he called his brother and then Roseanne. Using all of the information gathered, detectives apprehended the perpetrators more than 8 years later, with only circumstantial evidence. Dan, David, and Roseanne DeWild were arrested on December 14, 2011. Both were charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. As prosecutors prepare for trial, investigators hope to provoke the Wild. They speculated that Roseanne could be the weak link and attempted to turn her against the brothers. It did not work. The woman maintained that neither she nor the twins were involved in the crime. Dan, David, and Roseanne spent 8 months in jail awaiting trial, with Dan being the first to fall out with David. 9 years after the crime, the man admitted to Heather that he killed his twin brother Dan. Maybe it was the arrest, the billing records, or he genuinely loved Roseanne and wanted to keep her safe by making a deal with the prosecutor. Or perhaps he simply weighed all of his options and chose freedom after 12 years over a lifetime of sentencing. Regardless, David accepted the deal. Without his testimony, the brothers would likely have gotten away with the crime. David described the gruesome details. According to the man, his brother Dan began planning the crime in April 2003. After he was ordered to pay child support, he carefully considered every move he made. Don told David about his plan and asked for assistance. He stated that if Heather refused, he would still get rid of her, but only on her own. David acknowledged that he was concerned for his brother. He assumed Dan couldn't do it alone. He would be apprehended and put in jail right away. David agreed to help. Heather and the children arrived on July 24, 2003 at noon, as planned. When Dan went to meet them, David allegedly tried to stop his brother, but he ignored him. While the kids played in the house, Dan took her to the garage, promising to return the now almost ex-wife joint videos that were allegedly kept there. In the garage, Dan grabbed her by the shoulders and threw her to the ground. According to David, he had the opportunity to prevent the crime, but chose to stand there and watch in silence. His brother took a hammer from the shelf and struck Heather several times in the head, knocking her out. Dan immediately took a rope and tied his wife up in the same way he had done during their intimate games. But this time, he also made a noose around her neck and suspended her from the garage roof. Dan's plan was to make it appear that his wife's death was accidental during their role-playing sessions. Leaving Dan in the garage, David drove Heather's car back to the apartment complex parking lot and thoroughly cleaned it inside and out. By the time David returned to the garage, his brother had wrapped his wife's body in garbage bags and placed it in the backseat of his car. David checked the woman's pulse and determined she was dead. He then got behind the wheel of the Chevrolet and drove to the predetermined location where he would bury the body. How there might never have been discovered if it wasn't for a transmission problem in the car that forced him to hide the body somewhere along the way to the canyon. Because David had to visit an auto repair shop to have his car fixed, the investigation uncovered clues about the car's movements. When the investigators asked how the brothers were able to dispose of all of the evidence so professionally, David explained that they watched crime shows on TV on a regular basis and knew a lot about the subject. For example, they used double gloves to leave no trace. David Wild had to take a polygraph test to confirm the veracity of his testimony. Prosecutors offered him a deal following the test. David pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit second-degree murder and received a 12-year sentence instead of life in prison. Daniel's trial began in November 2012 at the Jefferson County Courthouse. David testified, blaming the crime entirely on his brother, rehabilitating his wife Roseanne through his testimony, apologizing for all the pain he had caused Heather's family, and receiving 12 years. Daniel pleaded not guilty and continued to claim he had no idea where Heather went after she allegedly left the house. According to his defense, Heather murdered his brother David. After all, he admitted that he was responsible for disposing of the car and the body. However, the jury did not believe that version. They found Daniel guilty of conspiracy to commit a first-degree felony, but could not determine whether he actually did it. As a result, the judge scheduled a new trial for just a month later, fearing he would end up in prison with no chance of parole. Dan accepted a plea agreement, pled guilty to a second-degree felony, and waived his right to appeal. He was sentenced to 74 years in prison, which he currently serves at Colorado State Prison. He will be eligible for parole in May 2045. His mandatory release year is 2084, when he will be over 100 years old. Daniel DeWild will probably not live to see that date after the trial. During a press conference, prosecutor Roz Boot examines the dynamics of what occurred. Daniel clearly set David up. He had control of the situation. Regarding Mary Rose and Wild, we eventually concluded that her knowledge of the events was less than previously assumed. The case against her is dismissed because there is no reasonable chance of her conviction at trial. Roseanne maintains that she had no suspicions and is simply waiting for David to be released. After Dan was arrested, Hannah and Jacob were placed in foster care by their own grandparents, Heather's parents, Dave Springer, and her father has finally begun to sleep soundly. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Wednesday, September 14, 2016, a fire broke out early in the morning at Acorn Woods near Grapevine Lake in Texas, United States. Firefighters successfully extinguished the fire, and during their investigation, they discovered what appeared to be a melted child's paddling pool with a charred body. The individual's gender could not be determined at that point. A subsequent fingerprint analysis identified the deceased as Jackie Vandergriff, a 24-year-old licensed esthetician studying nutrition at Texas Woman's University in Denton. Because she had not been reported missing, law enforcement believes she died shortly after her last known sighting. Jackie was last seen on September 13, one night before her charred body was discovered. That evening, she went to two bars in Denton, Fry Street Public House and Shots and Crafts. Jackie had been mutilated as well as burned. She'd been dismembered. The need to apprehend the perpetrators of such brutality was paramount. Following numerous tips about a man seen near the fire, law enforcement obtained footage of Jackie on the night of September 13. The footage showed her interacting with a man. Further investigation revealed that this man had given his business card to one of the women in the bar that night, claiming to be a fitness instructor and offering his services as a personal trainer. His name was given as Charles Bryant. Jackie and Charles had only met on the night of September 13 through a chance encounter. According to police, Jackie had gone to the bar with the intention of looking for work and meeting someone from Tinder that night, but she changed her plans. While at the bar, she conversed with the bartender and Charles, a 31-year-old man. They eventually joined a group of women and spent time together. Jackie's friends described her as sociable, frequently interacting with people she met on a night out. Charles had been at the Fry Street public house since around 7 p.m. That evening, he had been with friends earlier, but he was alone in the bar when Jackie arrived around 8 p.m. She asked the bartender about job opportunities and lingered for a while, speaking with both him and Charles. The footage obtained by the police from inside the bar suggested that Jackie was having a good time. Surprisingly, just 45 minutes after her arrival, she tweeted, "I'm glad I decided to leave Tinder and walk to a bar." Jackie, the bartender, and Charles left the original bar around 9 p.m. and went to another nearby establishment. At the next bar, they met a group of women who stayed for about 45 minutes. As inclement weather, including heavy rain, set in, the patrons began making their way home. Jackie then left the bar with Charles and went to the store. This was Jackie's final appearance alive. Charles Bryant had a troubled past, which Jackie was unaware of on that fateful night. In the weeks before their meeting, Charles had been arrested 3 times. His only reason for being in the Denton area was Caitlin Mathis, his ex-girlfriend. Despite living 20 miles away in Hazlet, Charles's ex Caitlin had recently moved to Denton to attend the University of North Texas and was living on campus. Caitlin had taken legal action, filing a restraining order against him. Caitlin ended the toxic relationship in August 2016, just a few months before the tragic events unfolded, citing Charles' manipulative behavior and narcissism. Even after Caitlin ended their relationship and relocated to Denton, Charles continued to disrupt her life. Police stopped him on campus, resulting in a ban. After yielding, he kept attempting to communicate with Caitlin. Despite the campus ban, he showed up at the restaurant where she worked on August 31 and at Caitlin's door on September 6. Caitlin refrained from answering, fearing for her safety, and immediately contacted the police. Charles left flowers and a letter on her doorstep, prompting authorities to arrest him for trespassing. Charles posted a bond shortly after being arrested, which secured his release. Almost immediately, he contacted Caitlin via a newly created email address, writing, "Here I am, heartbroken, and with a criminal record for bringing the girl I love flowers." In response to these concerning developments, Caitlin obtained an emergency protective order to protect herself from further harassment and potential harm. Despite previous stalking arrests, Charles continued to attempt to contact Caitlin after another stalking arrest. He was released on bond 2 days later. On September 13th, a week after his most recent release, Charles returned to Denton, specifically to the Fray Street public house, which Caitlin frequented. Although law enforcement was aware of Charles and Caitlin's troubled history, there was insufficient evidence linking him to Jackie's murder. While it was determined that he was with Jackie on the night of her death, more evidence was required. The opportunity to question him arose shortly after Jackie's body was discovered, when Charles attempted to contact Caitlin again, violating the restraining order. He was brought in for questioning on September 18, 2016. In the case of Jackie's death, the police had already gathered surveillance footage, interviewed people who were present at the bars, and tracked Charles' movements. Their investigation revealed that on September 14 at 4:41 a.m., Charles went to Walmart and bought a shovel. In addition, a children's paddling pool was discovered missing from his backyard, adding to the concerns surrounding the investigation. When questioned by the police, Charles initially claimed that he had only seen Jackie at the bar. However, as the detective presented a comprehensive and chronological overview of the evidence, it became clear that Charles understood he couldn't deny being with Jackie that night. Eventually, he admitted that Jackie died accidentally while they were together during a consensual but unconventional sexual encounter. Charles told the detective that after they left the bar, Jackie asked him to choke his car with a zip tie. Despite having a zip tie in his vehicle, the police questioned his story, leading to charges of murder and tampering with or fabricating physical evidence against him. The prosecution claimed that Charles and Jackie met that night, went to a second bar, and then returned to his home. During the trial, the medical examiner informed the jury that tests on Jackie's remains found no evidence of sexual assault. The prosecution claimed Jackie's death was not the result of a sexual encounter, but rather of a brutal assault that included strangulation with a zip tie, dismemberment with a knife, and subsequent incineration. According to the prosecution's narrative presented to the jury, The evidence would show that Charles and Jackie met at a bar on September 13th and left together in his car with no one else present. The prosecution emphasized that various pieces of evidence, such as items discovered and DNA testing, would confirm Jackie's presence inside Charles' home. The jury was shown surveillance footage from the bars, and testimonies from bar patrons and employees corroborated the claim that Charles and Jackie were together. The footage showed them leaving the bar at 9:46 p.m., getting into Charles' car and remaining in the parking lot for another 30 minutes before leaving. Subsequent surveillance footage from a dented gas station showed Jackie inside Charles' car at 10:30 p.m., the last confirmed sighting of her alive. Furthermore, Jackie's phone activity indicated a connection to a cell tower in Hazlet, Texas, at approximately 1:30 a.m. on September 14th, as well as the area surrounding Charles' residence. The jury learned that Jackie was carrying a Texas Woman's University bag at the bar, and a matching bag was discovered at Charles' home. A hair-covered zip tie was also discovered in the trash can outside his home. Notably, in Charles' backyard, there was a blue children's paddling pool similar to the one found burned. A circular barren spot near the pool hinted at the presence of another pool. Police discovered a knife inside Charles' home, which they believe was used in Jackie's stabbing and dismemberment, as well as a stun gun in his car. Both items were officially recorded as evidence. During the court proceedings, the medical examiner stated that Jackie died as a result of homicidal violence. It was noted that there was no soot in her airways, indicating that she had died, ceased before her body was set ablaze. The medical examiner also testified that Jackie's hyoid bone had fractures as a result of upper neck force. A forensic anthropologist explained to the court that the hyoid bone is a U-shaped bone deep in the throat that acts as an anchor for the tongue. The forensic anthropologist testified that Jackie had a broken hyoid bone and fractured ribs. The injuries were found to be more likely to occur near the time of death and were not related to dismemberment. The anthropologist determined that the hyoid bone injury was consistent with strangulation, as it required direct pressure, which is typically caused by manual strangulation or the use of ligatures. However, because Jackie's soft tissue burned during the fire, it was impossible to say definitively whether the fracture was caused manually or by a ligature. The expert agreed that a zip tie could result in such an injury. Furthermore, Jackie sustained a head injury from blunt force trauma that was ruled unlikely to be post-mortem due to significant hemorrhaging stab wounds on her body that appeared unrelated to the dismemberment procedure. And the state's expert claimed that the wounds appeared to have been inflicted while Jackie was still alive, the expert explained. The fact that there was some bleeding around those stab wounds indicates that she was alive when they were received, so they could have bled. The jury discovered that Jackie's body sustained injuries after her death, including the opening of her chest and the removal of her heart, as well as multiple rib fractures. A DNA profile extracted from the zip tie, stun gun, and knife made it nearly impossible that the sample came from anyone other than Jackie. The DNA analyst testified that DNA was found on the stun gun, recovered from his car, and Jackie could not be ruled out as a major contributor. The defense presented its case, arguing that there was no evidence to support the claim that Jackie's death was caused by Charles' violent actions. Instead, they claimed Jackie died during a consensual sexual act. According to the defense, Charles, in a panic, attempted to dispose of Jackie's body. During the trial, defense witnesses discussed the concept of erotica asphyxiation, claiming that those who engage in such activities derive pleasure from depriving their brains of oxygen. The defense argued that a zip tie was used around Jackie's throat as part of a consensual sexual act, which led to her death. According to their account, Jackie's body went limp, which caused Charles to freak out. The defense argued that the subsequent dismemberment and burning of the body were impulsive and chaotic actions motivated by panic and intoxication. Joette Keene, Charles's attorney, acknowledged in her closing arguments that Charles made a terrible mistake, stating that he is guilty of making a horrible mistake when something goes wrong. There was no reason for a good-looking guy to kill that good-looking girl. In contrast, the prosecution's closing statements called into question the defense's narrative, claiming that there was no evidence to support the claim that Charles and Jackie engaged in sexual activity. They dismissed the defense's argument that Charles' panic is illogical, emphasizing the gravity of his actions. The defense claims he freaked out, but their own experts determined it was homicidal violence. Why cut out the heart? What is the significance of body disposal? He slashed her heart out. I want that image to sink in. The jury had to decide whether Jackie was murdered, killed on purpose, or died as a result of a consensual sexual act. They convicted Charles of murder and tampering with evidence. He was sentenced to life in prison for murder and 20 years for tampering. The sentences will be served concurrently. Prior to the trial, there was much speculation as to the possible motive. Prosecutors are concerned if there is no clear motive, as jurors prefer to hear a complete story and explanation of what occurred. They must be certain of their verdict before being convicted. And, in many cases, a motive strengthens the prosecution's case. In this case, the prosecution had no motivation. But does it matter? When does the evidence become clear? Do we require a motive? In cases like this, the motivation is usually sexual. However, the prosecution argued that there was no evidence of sexual activity. We don't need to know what went through Charles Bryant's mind that night. Did he want to do it? And he did. Jackie's parents have partnered with Texas Women's University to establish an endowment in her memory. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. According to psychologists, teenagers typically commit crimes for 3 reasons: a desire to assert themselves and gain authority among their peers, an addiction to alcohol or illegal drugs, and, most importantly, a sense of impunity. Even for the most serious crimes, minors frequently face lenient sentences due to their young age. In our story today, a schoolgirl named Mackenzie Sharilla became the perpetrator of a terrible tragedy that claimed 2 lives at once. However, the girl did not feel remorse for her crime and stated during the trial that she could do almost anything to stay alive. However, she does not consider herself cool. Mackenzie repeatedly changed her testimony, blaming everything on a lapse in memory, and appeared to be confident until the very end that she would get away with it. But the judge's verdict literally stunned the young criminal and her mother, who was desperately defending her daughter. But let's get to the bottom of this. Who is Mackenzie Sharilla? Mackenzie Sharilla was born in August 2004 in the quiet town of Strongsville, Ohio. As the family's 3rd child, her parents, John Gorilla and Natalie Stevens, tried to raise their heirs with love and care, providing a good education and encouraging all endeavors. The youngest daughter was the family's favorite. She was forgiven for many pranks as a child, and even serious misdemeanors were frequently overlooked. Mackenzie grew up to be a capricious, demanding, and selfish girl. She was accustomed to the fact that her parents always did what she asked, and she was also confident in her own impunity no matter what she did. The girl's classmates and teachers observed that she was a pleasant and open child when she was younger. However, as she grew older, her character and behavior deteriorated. If something went wrong, she would throw a real tantrum, act impudently and impatiently, swear, and even get into a fight. Mackenzie did not consider anyone else's opinions except her own. Her words should always come last, and she prioritized her own interests above all else. The girl's personality deteriorated during adolescence, but her parents saw nothing wrong with this, believing that her daughter is in a transitional period and should be treated with understanding and patience. However, bad character was far from the worst of the issues. Mackenzie was addicted to alcohol during high school and occasionally dabbled in illegal drugs, but she got away with it. Often the girl's actions were reckless and posed a direct threat not only to herself, but also to those around her. Parents continued to ignore or refuse to acknowledge the obvious problem. Mackenzie, like many of her peers, was an avid social media user who rarely took her smartphone out of her hand. She frequently posted provocative photos of herself smoking or drinking alcohol on her account, with equally provocative comments. Mackenzie's friends were exactly like her. They vandalized organized pogroms, fought, stole, and were repeatedly apprehended by the police. However, the young people were only given warnings and educational talks, reinforcing their belief in their own impunity. Dominic Russo, a young man, was also a Strongsville native. He was born in September 2001, the 4th of 7 children for Frank and Christine Russo. The boy grew up with 3 brothers and 3 sisters, with whom he was always very close. Dominic excelled in school, was an active participant in sports from a young age, and strived for a healthy lifestyle, despite having grown up in a large family. He and his brothers and sisters were not denied parental love, attention, or care. Frank and Christine were moderately strict with their children, while also encouraging their overall development. Dominic always had a lot of friends. He was accustomed to being the center of attention and became the heart of any business. The young man had a bright and attractive appearance, was trim and interesting, and he had many admirers from a young age. He tried to avoid fleeting romances, instead focusing on serious and promising relationships. Rousseau enrolled in a local university after graduating from high school, where he chose to specialize as a performing arts producer. He aspired to be a well-known music producer. In addition to being talented and versatile, Dominic writes and performs his own songs. By the age of 20, the man already had his own small business, so he purchased a car and rented a separate apartment in a desirable neighborhood. At the same time, he continued to participate in sports and was regarded as one of the university's top students. First love. Dominic and Mackenzie first met as members of the graduating class. It happened at one of the parties in the company of mutual friends, and this unintentional encounter proved fatal for both of them. Young people were diametrically opposed, and opposites attract. Mackenzie was immediately drawn to a handsome, curly-haired young man with a strong musical background. He was very different from the guys she usually hung out with. He was well-educated, polite, and interesting, and he could hold a conversation about anything. Mackenzie had a striking appearance and a slim figure. She dressed well and knew how to make a good impression. She used all of her charm to get the guy she like's attention, and she was successful fairly quickly. The couple began dating in the fall of 2021, and they almost immediately introduced the chosen one to their parents. But while Mackenzie's parents were overjoyed with her choice and thought Dominic was an excellent couple for their daughter, the guy's parents had mixed feelings about his passport. On the one hand, the girl appeared innocent and attempted to make a good impression on them. However, something in her immediately alerted Frank and Christine Rousseau, Cheryl's friends and family members. We are confident that Mackenzie fell in love for the first time in her life and sincerely hoped that the relationship with the chosen one would positively affect her character and behavior. Nobody could have predicted the tragedy that would bring this useful romance to an end. The couple began to appear everywhere together, holding hands and openly expressing their deep affection for each other. The relationship became widely known in the small town. Those who knew Mackenzie well genuinely felt sorry for her boyfriend, but the majority were simply happy for them. What was wrong with her? Dominic began to notice oddities in his girlfriend's behavior, such as her defiant antics and desire to make everyone around her do exactly what she wanted. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, blaming it all on his youth and desire for attention. The young people planned their future together, including getting married as soon as Mackenzie turned 18. They also intend to leave their home province and work together to conquer a major city. Ideally, Dominic's time in New York would provide him with numerous opportunities to pursue a successful career in the music industry and fully demonstrate his talent. But as time passed, Mackenzie's behavior became increasingly alarming and sometimes even scared the guy she demanded from her boyfriend. But he only did what she asked, and if he didn't agree with her on something, she caused scandals, threw tantrums, and acted like a little capricious child. Dominic initially attempted to turn everything into a joke, but quickly realized that this is the true face of his chosen one. In public, she was still trying to hold on, but when she was alone with her boyfriend, he unleashed the full force of his emotions on him, sometimes even pounced on him with fists. Mackenzie's behavior became increasingly aggressive, and eventually, the young man decided he'd had enough. He suggested that she take a break from the relationship and sort out her feelings. However, when Mackenzie learned of this, he had a public fight in front of their mutual friends. She screamed, threatened dominance, said she would kill him if he left her, and threatened to burn down his house and destroy his car. However, she only increased his confidence that he was doing the right thing by ending this toxic and unsatisfactory relationship. Obsessive stalking. Mackenzie had no intention of abandoning her boyfriend, and at first she pretended nothing had happened. She continued to invite him to various parties and events, as well as post photos of them together on social media, accompanied by declarations of love. When Dominic firmly told her that their relationship was over, she exploded with rage. Mackenzie went to his house almost every day and shouted a variety of nasty things, insults, and threats through his windows. She called him from various numbers, left messages on his answering machine, posted on social media, and emailed him. Mackenzie then swore in love and offered to try to start over. The insulting and threatening behavior resumed. Russo was puzzled. He simply did not know how to respond to such behavior because he had never encountered it before. He tried talking, ignoring the ex-lover and even recording her threatening moments on several occasions. Tantrums on his phone. When Sharilla saw his ex-boyfriend on the street or in another public place, he began to scream and insult him in front of passers-by. She'd turned Dominic's life into a nightmare, but he hoped that with a little more time, she would leave him alone and move on to someone else. Mackenzie declared in front of witnesses that killing Dominic was easier than letting him go. Mackenzie stated that if he did not return to her, no one would have him, and she would handle the situation. The young man didn't take these words seriously. However, those around him realized Mackenzie was not joking. The schoolgirl's most frequent threats included promises to hit and run over the guy with a car, to put him in the car and drive off a cliff, or to stop on the railroad in front of a rushing train. Each option sounded terrifying, and Mackenzie described each one in detail, as if she had it all planned out long ago and was just waiting for the right time and unexpected reconciliation. When Mackenzie realized that threats and insults would not help her get Dominic back, but would only alienate him, she decided to change her tactics. Mackenzie became sweet and charming again, stopped pressuring and harassing her ex-boyfriend, and instead tried her hardest to pretend that she realized her mistakes and wanted to change for the better. She discussed her upcoming enrollment, asked for help getting to university, claimed to have gotten smarter, and was most concerned about the final exams. Such changes pleasantly surprised Dominic D., who despite everything still had tender feelings for his former girlfriend and decided to assist her with university enrollment. As a result, they resumed contact and communication with one another. Gradually, the couple grew closer again. Dominic began to invite Mackenzie on dates, desired to spend all of his free time with her, and believed she had changed, matured, and become more serious and responsible. He didn't notice how he fell in love with her again, and all of his previous offenses remained in the past. However, this time around, the young people were not in a hurry to inform all of their friends and acquaintances about their reunion. Their meetings were more like secret dates, where they simply enjoyed each other's company while avoiding the close attention of others. When Dominic's own brother Angelo learned about what was going on, he predicted that nothing good would come of it, but the young man in love ignored his words, a devious plan. While Dominic naively rejoiced at being reunited with his girlfriend and the changes he believed had occurred to her, Mackenzie devised a terrifying revenge plan against the young man. She became so fascinated by the concept of a car and a spectacular car crash that she began to plan out the scenario in detail. In her spare time, she spent hours driving around the city, looking for a location suitable for the execution of her plan. However, there were no high and steep cliffs nearby, and she thought going out on the tracks while waiting for a train was a bad idea. One day, she drove into a nearby industrial area, which was fairly secluded with no cameras and few cars. The schoolgirl's attention was drawn to a massive brick wall, and her vivid imagination immediately devised a new, no less heinous plan. She decided that if she accelerated to the maximum possible speed and crashed into the wall, it would be just as spectacular as falling off a cliff into an abyss. It should be noted that Mackenzie originally intended to die alongside her lover so that their story could be retold by the entire city. She even informed her best friend about it. But her friends simply did not believe in the seriousness of her intentions because Mackenzie had previously entertained such delusional ideas, but everything was limited to empty conversations, a disastrous execution of the plan, and an unintentional victim. At the end of July 2022, just a week before her 18th birthday, Mackenzie suggested to Dominic that they attend an upcoming party hosted by their mutual friends. It would be a good opportunity to have fun, unwind, and let everyone know that they were back together and loved each other dearly. The young man readily consented. He still didn't feel threatened by Mackenzie and trusted her sincerity and intentions. The event was scheduled for Saturday, July 30, and Dominic and Mackenzie appeared in the middle of the party, holding hands, drawing the attention of everyone present. They appeared happy, smiled, and openly expressed affection and feelings for one another. Friends were overjoyed with their reunion, remarking that they are a stunning and harmonious couple. The young people had a great time all evening and night, willingly being photographed and kissing in public without China's permission. But no one expected such a terrible tragedy to end this party. The couple drank a little, as did everyone else at the event, but Mackenzie secretly took a dose of illegal drugs for courage so as not to change his mind, and did not hit the brakes at the last minute. In the morning, Russo and Sharilla said their goodbyes and drove away, but then a friend of the guy, Ivan Flanagan, followed them and asked for a ride home. Mackenzie tried to object, claiming that they had their own plans, but Dominic saw nothing wrong with giving his friend a ride. Mackenzie agreed to sign Damien's death warrant because he did not want to fight, raise suspicions, or change plans. Despite her lover's objections, Mackenzie drove the car. Her boyfriend sat beside her in the passenger seat, and her friend sat behind him. The car started and slowly moved away from the party venue, embarking on its most recent journey. Mackenzie drove quietly down the main street, staying within the speed limit and trying not to draw attention to herself. She came to a complete stop at a traffic light, although the road was empty. Mackenzie reconsidered her strategy as their passengers dozed off. She later claimed that she wanted to die in the accident, but the perpetrator was clearly lying because she had fastened her seatbelt during the last stop while their passengers remained unbuckled. When the light turned green, she accelerated and then made a sharp turn onto a poorly lit secondary road leading into an industrial area. Obviously, the guys did not immediately realize what was going on. The car accelerated to top speed, almost as if the devil himself had possessed the driver, but Mackenzie continued to press hard on the gas pedal, steering the car into a blank brick wall, a bystander, and a miraculous rescue. There was no one in the industrial area early Sunday morning, so no one noticed the accident or rushed to help. Only one woman who lived on the outskirts, not far from the accident site, heard the bang and wasn't too lazy to go outside to investigate. She noticed smoke, and as she got closer, realized there had been a car accident, so she ran back inside to call emergency services. Medics arrived on the scene about a half hour after the accident, but the two men in the car could not be saved. They died on the spot. The girl behind the wheel was alive. Her seatbelt and airbag saved her life. Mackenzie was unconscious and her legs were trapped inside the mangled car, but she was breathing, and her pulse was clearly palpable, giving her hope for survival. She opened her eyes several times while being released from the car, but she was clearly unconcerned about what was happening around her. Mackenzie was immediately transported to the hospital, where she was diagnosed with multiple fractures and internal organ damage. Blood tests revealed that she was under the influence of both alcohol and drugs. However, the doctor believes that is what kept her from dying of painful shock. While help was on its way, the investigation leads to a confession. When the police received the results of Mackenzie's test, they assumed that she was under the influence of illegal substances and did not realize what she was doing, possibly trying to drive through the wall or not seeing any obstacles in her path. This version's lack of braking distance worked in its favor. Cherie Bella was unconscious in the intensive care unit following a complex operation, making it impossible to speak with her. However, she quickly realized what she had done and began to sob and pour out her soul to the doctor on duty. She admitted that she purposefully drove into the wall at high speed because she wanted to kill her boyfriend and had planned to die alongside him. Mackenzie also stated that Ivan was an unintentional victim due to his own obsession because he asked to accompany them. The doctor dismissed the patient's rambling story as a delusional state caused by anesthesia, painkillers, and guilt over the death of a loved one. When the police were allowed to speak with the recovering Mackenzie, she abruptly changed her testimony. Mackenzie now claims she has almost no memory of what happened that night because she drank and used illegal substances. According to the girl, she had a lapse in memory after getting behind the wheel, including how Ivan was in the vehicle. She has no idea. However, the facts indicated otherwise. The surveillance cameras were able to track the first part of the car's route, and the footage clearly showed Mackenzie driving slowly and following the rules until she abruptly turned onto a road leading to an industrial zone. Furthermore, it emerged that Mackenzie had driven the entire route both ways several days prior, and at least a dozen witnesses had seen her car return to normal at various points. Mackenzie recovered quickly after being discharged from the hospital and attempted to resume her carefree life. She felt no remorse and was confident she could get away with it. Mackenzie was back on social media, reconnecting with friends and making plans for the future. In September, she decided to attend a concert by her favorite band in a neighboring city. Her legs' bones hadn't fully fused at the time, but that didn't stop her from performing on stage in a wheelchair. At the same time, she wore bright makeup, dressed provocatively, and took selfies with friends, which she posted to her account. Sherilla attended a Halloween party in October, dressed in a pre-made costume. Mackenzie lived life to the fullest and even met new people. However, on November 4, 2022, she was taken into custody, tried, and sentenced. The investigation took just over 3 months to gather the evidence and proof required to bring the case to trial. Mackenzie was charged with premeditated aggravated double murder, as well as possessing and using a controlled substance discovered in her pocket and detected in her blood. The defendant changed her testimony several times, initially citing a lapse in memory. When her friend testified in court as a witness, to whom she revealed her plan, Mackenzie changed her strategy, stating that she wanted to die alongside her lover. Even here, inconsistencies were quickly discovered because he had previously fastened her with a seatbelt. On August 21, 2023, Sherilla was found guilty of all charges. However, an important detail was taken into account: the time of the crime. She wasn't yet 18 years old. She was tried as a minor because she was 5 days from reaching the age of majority. Under state law, she was entitled to at least 2 consecutive 15-year sentences without parole for each murder, but due to her young age, she was allowed to serve both sentences concurrently, making her eligible for parole after 15 years. By then, Mackenzie would be 33 years old. Both sides were disappointed with the court's decision. Family members of the deceased young people stated that they would seek a review of the case in order to increase the punishment, whereas parents and Mackenzie's lawyer believed the sentence was excessive and filed an appeal. However, the judge left the sentence unchanged, noting that he did not believe Sherilla would be released after 15 years in prison. The defendants, in his opinion, did not repent for the evil they had done and acted arrogantly and even insolently in court. But now she will have enough time to reflect on her heinous act. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Michelle Marie Summers was born in 1957 as the daughter of Milton and Helen Summers. Michelle grew up in Concord, California, where she played the violin, acted, cheered, and was the homecoming queen, excelling academically with straight A's. Michelle was also a devoted follower of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Her diverse experiences included being an exchange student in Switzerland, pursuing a modeling career, and winning the title of Miss Concord in 1976. On April 11, 2007, Michelle McNeil, a 50-year-old Pleasant Grove, Utah USA resident, was recovering at home from surgery. Michelle's daughter, Alexis Summers, initially cared for her after she was released from the hospital, but her husband, Dr. Martin McNeil, eventually took over her care. Michelle and Martin met at an event for young Mormon singles, and they married when Michelle was only 21 years old. They are still married nearly 3 decades later. Martin, a practicing psychiatrist, and Michelle, a former beauty queen turned model, shared a desire for children, eventually expanding their family to include 4 biological children within a short 5-year period after marriage, as well as adopting 4 children, 3 of whom are from Ukraine. Martin escorted his young daughters to school on April 11th, leaving 4 adult children and 4 minor children at home the previous day. Alexis, who had left to resume medical school, called Michelle at 8:45 a.m. to check on her health. Michelle assured Alexis that she was doing fine. Michelle had a facelift just over a week earlier, on April 3, and was on prescription medication with instructions to rest. Alexis had cared for her for a few days before returning to school, and Michelle told her she felt fine and planned to pick up the girls later that day. After dropping the girls off at school, Martin went to work, where he received an award and asked a photographer to take a picture of him. After the award ceremony, he picked up his daughter at 11:30 a.m. and drove them home. When they returned, calls to Michelle went unanswered, prompting Martin and his daughter to look for her throughout the house. They discovered Michelle submerged in the bathtub, fully clothed. Martin instructed his daughter to seek help, and she dashed to a neighbor's house. Martin dialed 911 and informed the dispatcher that he was performing CPR. He also informed a colleague that he was running a code on his wife. When Alexis called Martin, he delivered the distressing news. "Your mother is in the bathtub, and she is not breathing." Concerned neighbors rushed into the bathroom to help and noticed Martin bent over Michelle's face. Michelle lay face up, her head under the faucet, and her legs and feet inside the bathtub. With the help of the neighbors, Michelle was lifted from the bathtub, and Martin began keep here. Once paramedics arrived, they took over the resuscitation efforts. During this process, Michelle made a gurgling sound and expelled a large amount of fluid from her mouth several times. Martin told the paramedics that he hadn't been away from the house for long, and that Michelle may have overdosed on pain medication and slipped in the tub, hitting her head. Martin discovered Michelle slumped over the bathtub, with her lower body outside. Michelle was declared dead on arrival at the hospital. Dr. Maureen Fricker, the medical examiner, concluded that Michelle's death was natural and caused by cardiovascular disease, specifically hypertension and myocarditis. Within 9 days of Michelle's funeral, Gypsy Gillian Willis moved into Martin's home. Martin initially told his children that he had hired her as a nanny to look after the remaining 4 young children at home. However, Martin's adult children were concerned about the situation. When Alexis asked about his relationship with a gypsy, Martin told her to leave the house. It was later discovered that Gypsy was not working as a nanny. Instead, she remained reserved. Riding with Martin as his partner, they went to Wyoming together, where Gypsy introduced Martin to her family as her fiancé and even took the name Julian McNeil. Martin unexpectedly proposed to a gypsy just 3 months after his wife died. Alexis, her sister Rachel, and Michelle's sister, Linda Clothes, had suspicions about the purported natural cause of Michelle's death and, convinced that Michelle's death had been murdered, urged the police to reinvestigate the case. Reaching out to various Utah newspapers, the governor's office, and authorities requires persistent efforts, which eventually leads to Michelle's case being reopened. A toxicologist examined the autopsy toxicology report and discovered that Michael's blood contained concentrations of Valium, percocet-phenergen, and Ambien that were sufficient to render her severely obtunded and difficult to arouse. A medical examiner, Dr. Todd Gray, reviewed the report and changed the cause of death from natural to undetermined. Michelle's cause of death was reclassified as a combination of heart disease and drug toxicity, which differed from the previously attributed heart disease. As the investigation into Martin's background progressed, it revealed a life founded on deception. Martin committed fraud in his 20s, writing forged checks to fund his lavish lifestyle. His criminal record included convictions for forgery and grand theft, which resulted in a 180-day prison sentence. Following his release, Martin enrolled in medical school using 2 falsified transcripts. He had submitted someone else's transcript during the application process. Furthermore, police discovered that Martin had falsely claimed to be schizophrenic in order to get a discharge from the military. Following his discharge, he received $3,000 per month from Veterans Affairs for more than 3 decades, and the police looked into the case further. Following Michelle's death, Martin attempted to arrange the adoption of the 3 children they had adopted from Ukraine. To facilitate this, he devised a deceptive plan involving one of his daughters, 16-year-old Giselle McNeil, disguised as a summer vacation. He sent Giselle back to you. During her absence, Martin and Gypsy assumed her identity. Gypsy obtained a fraudulent Social Security number, Idaho cards, and birth certificate, and the 2 went to court, successfully changing Giselle's birth date by 20 years. Martin and Gypsy were convicted of identity theft and other federal charges, and both pleaded guilty to state fraud charges after Martin served 3 years in prison. He was later charged with murder, first-degree felony, and obstruction of justice, second-degree felony, and obstruction of justice, second-degree felony. The prosecution claimed Martin committed premeditated murder against his wife. They claimed that he coerced Michelle into getting a facelift as part of a meticulously planned murder. According to the prosecution, Martin persuaded the surgeon who performed the facelift to prescribe specific medications required to carry out the crime. Martin allegedly drugged Michelle after her cosmetic surgery and then drowned her in their bathtub. The prosecution claimed Martin's motive was a desire to be with his mistress, a gypsy. The court learned that Martin actively encouraged Michelle to have a facelift despite her lack of prior interest in the procedure. Martin's behavior changed dramatically when he turned 50. According to testimony, including a renewed commitment to exercise, weight loss, and tanning salon visits. Michelle, concerned about a potential affair, questioned him about his sudden obsession with his appearance. Martin responded by suggesting that she focus on her appearance and consider a facelift. Michelle confided in her daughter Alexis in March 2007, fearing that Martin was having an affair. Michelle investigated Martin's phone records and discovered a frequently dialed number, raising suspicions of infidelity. When she confronted him, Martin dismissed her concerns as baseless. In an attempt to divert her attention, he offered to pay for Michelle's facelift and suggested they go on a 2-week cruise afterwards. Contrary to Martin's claims, the prosecution claimed that he had been having an affair since November 2005. Gypsy Willis, the woman he later claimed to have met only after Michelle's funeral, where he purportedly hired her as the children's nanny. The two met online first, and Gypsy confirmed that she was aware of Martin's marital status. The prosecution claims that Martin began plotting Michelle's murder months before her death in order to facilitate his relationship with the gypsy. They claimed he feigned illness to establish an alibi, making it appear unlikely that he would physically attack his wife. Martin discussed conflicting health concerns with various people who walked with a limp and used a cane. At church, he told the congregation that he had cancer and had less than a year to live. Meanwhile, he told colleagues a variety of stories about his health, ranging from peripheral neuropathy in his toe to cancer in his big toe and neurological problems similar to Mrs. The prosecution then detailed Michelle's surgery and the events that followed, emphasizing that it was Martin's post-death actions that raised serious concerns in the case. In March 2007, Martin set up meetings with a plastic surgeon for Michelle, who actively participated in the consultations and appointments. Despite her nervousness, Michelle agreed to have the surgery. Martin accompanied Michelle to a visit with a primary care physician prior to the procedure to ensure her safety. During this visit, Michelle's primary care physician discussed her high blood pressure and suggested postponing the surgery. Despite this advice, Martin and Michelle went to see the surgeon for a preoperative evaluation, accompanied by Alexis. Before the appointment, Alexis noticed Martin jotting down medications he wished the doctor would prescribe. On her way to the appointment, Michelle expressed her desire to postpone the surgery in order to better manage her blood pressure. Martin, incensed by the suggestion, retorted, "If you don't have the surgery, you won't get it." Typically after a facelift, a pain reliever, antibiotic, sleeping medication, anti-inflammatory, and eye ointment have all been prescribed. Martin, on the other hand, asked the surgeon for more and stronger medications, such as oxycodone, a stronger pain reliever, liquid Lortab, a larger dose of Finnegan and Valium, and an anti-anxiety medication. The surgeon agreed to Michelle's requests, but cautioned her to take each pill separately and not all at once. Michelle had the surgery 2 days later, despite the fact that it was supposed to take only 1 day. She expressed a desire to stay overnight at the hospital. Martin, however, expressed his displeasure and insisted that she return home. The surgeon intervened and insisted Michelle stay overnight. She was finally allowed to return home the next day. When Michelle returned home, Alexis noticed that she appeared overly sedated. When she inquired about it, Martin explained that he may have given too much medication. Alexis, concerned for her mother's well-being, offered to take charge of Michelle's medication. Michelle herself told Alexis that Martin had given her too much medication, causing her to vomit, to prevent potential medication overuse. Michelle asked Alexis to let her feel each pill so she could identify them, as she still had bandages on and couldn't see at that point in her recovery. Michelle's recovery improved over the next few days. After her bandages were removed, she regained independence and mobility. She even began reducing the prescribed dosages of her medications. Despite Michelle's improving condition, Martin requested that the surgeon refill her Percocet and Phenergen prescriptions. The surgeon complied with the request. Alexis returned to school, confident that Michelle was recovering well and capable of managing on her own. Unfortunately, Michelle was discovered dead the following day. The jury learned about the strange circumstances surrounding Michelle's discovery in the bathroom. Martin's youngest daughter reported that on the day Michelle died, Martin picked her up from school, and when they returned home, they discovered Michelle fully clothed in the bathtub. According to reports, Martin dialed 911. However, they provided a false address and abruptly hung up. During the second call, he stated, "My wife has fallen in the bathtub. She is unconscious. She is underwater." Martin informed the dispatcher that he was unable to lift Michelle and was draining the bathtub before hanging up. The dispatcher called back, but Martin hung up on witnesses, including neighbors who had seen Michelle in the bathtub. One neighbor testified that they performed chest compressions while Martin leaned over Michelle's head to administer rescue breaths, but they did not see his mouth come into contact with Michelle's mouth. Only when the paramedics took over Key P did Michelle's color change and a gurgling sound emerge. The jury was informed of discrepancies between Martin's account of how Michelle was discovered and others' recollections. Martin claimed she was hunched over the bathtub, with her lower half not submerged, which contradicted his daughter's and neighbors' descriptions. Furthermore, the emergency room doctor found no injuries on Michelle consistent with a fall into the bathtub. Alexis returns home after learning about Michelle's death. She discovered that Michelle's medication, as well as the hospital bed and blankets, had gone missing. In the garage, Alexis discovered a pile of wet towels, clothing, and the bathroom rug. Martin's son Damien and his girlfriend Eileen returned to the house following Michelle's death. Martin asked Eileen to flush Michelle's pills down the toilet. Eileen testified that she complied and observed that some of the pill bottles were nearly empty. Contrary to Martin's claim of blood everywhere, she found no blood in the bathroom. The court heard that on the day Michelle died, Martin communicated extensively with the gypsy, speaking twice on the phone and exchanging 30 text messages. During the trial, the prosecution presented a cardiologist who testified that Michelle's heart inflammation was mild and did not pose a significant risk of cardiac death. In addition, a forensic pathology expert testified that there was no evidence of myocarditis, calling into question the initial cause of death determination. Instead, the experts hypothesized that drowning was the cause of death, citing 5 key points. First, during CPR, Michelle regurgitated large amounts of water, indicating that she had swallowed it. Second, water was found in Michelle's airway, indicating that she had inhaled a large amount of water. Third, Michelle's lungs weighed twice as much as typical lungs. The fourth fluid was discovered in Michelle's lung chambers. Fifth, Michelle's blood demonstrated a significant dilution of the phenomenon associated with inhaling water, which then enters blood vessels and circulates throughout the body. During the trial, the prosecution presented testimony from 5 jailhouse informants, one of whom claimed to have seen a television show about Martin while in prison and informed him about it, initially hesitant to go into detail. According to the inmate, Martin later admitted to giving Michelle sleeping pills and oxycodone. He then allegedly admitted to placing her in the bathtub and holding her head underwater for a short period of time. Another inmate inquired about Michelle's fate, to which Martin allegedly replied that the bitch drowned. The remaining inmates testified that Martin brags about his ability to avoid detection and expresses confidence that authorities will never be able to prove his crimes. The defense claimed that Michelle's death was due to natural causes, pointing out the various medical examiners involved in the case. None of them could definitively conclude that Michelle's death was the result of homicide. The defense claimed Michelle had a heart attack, causing her to fall headfirst into the bathtub. The autopsy revealed an enlarged heart, narrowing of the heart arteries, and evidence of liver and kidney deterioration. Despite the defense's argument, more than 6 years after Michelle's death on September 19, 2014, McNeil was sentenced to a minimum of 15 years to life in prison for first-degree murder, plus an additional term of 1 to 15 years for obstruction of justice. In contrast, Gypsy was not charged with murder. While some members of Michelle's family suspected her involvement, the Gypsy insisted that she had no knowledge of any plans to harm Michelle. Martin appealed his conviction. And finally, McNeil, 61, committed suicide in prison on April 9, 2017. He is now 2.5 years into his sentence. He was discovered dead in an outside yard near the prison's greenhouse. According to a report from the Unified Police Department, McNeil killed himself with a hose and a natural gas line that served as fuel for a greenhouse heater. Michelle's case could have been closed if her family had not been so persistent. Despite the challenges of reopening the case, they refused to give up until the truth was revealed. The family suspected foul play after Michelle's death, believing Martin had murdered her. Even Michelle had a sense that something was wrong during her lifetime. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On August 2, 2015, 39-year-old Jason Corbett was sleeping peacefully at home in Wahlberg, Davidson County, North Carolina, USA. His family included his wife, Molly Martins, their 2 children, Jack, 10, and Sarah, 8, and Molly's parents, Tom and Sharon Martins. Jason, originally from Limerick, Ireland, hired Molly Martins as an au pair after the tragic death of his first wife, Margaret, due to an asthma attack. Molly was 24 years old. Jason needed help caring for his 2 young children, 3.5 years old and Sarah, 1.5 years old, so he brought Molly from Knoxville, Tennessee, United States, to Ireland. Jason and Molly gradually developed a romantic relationship. Jason's job as plant manager for an international packaging company required the family, including Jack and Sarah, to relocate to Davidson County, North Carolina, in 2011. The same year, Jason and Molly got married. The court beds appeared to have a fulfilling life in North Carolina. Jason focused on his job at the packaging plant, while Molly took on the responsibility of caring for the children and enjoyed coaching a children's swimming team. At 3 a.m., on August 2, Tom, Molly's father, called 911. He informed the operator that my daughter's husband, my son-in-law, had gotten into an argument with my daughter. I intervened, and I believe he's in bad shape. We need assistance. He's bleeding profusely, and I may have killed him. A paramedic team was dispatched to the scene, and the emergency dispatcher instructed Tom and Molly to perform CPR until they arrived. Unfortunately, there was nothing that could help Jason. He died of multiple blows to the head. Tom and Molly were transported to the police station in separate patrol cars. Molly described what happened that night at their house. Sarah, 8, approached her in her husband's bedroom door around 3 a.m. She was experiencing nightmares again. Molly went up to her room to comfort her. When Molly returned, Jason was furious at being woken up. After that, the couple got into a fight, and Jason attacked Molly and started choking her. Tom heard the screams and noises. He walked into their bedroom with a baseball bat in his hand. Tom, 65, confirmed his daughter's statement while sitting in another interview room. When he awoke to screams upstairs, he told his wife to stay in the room and decided to investigate what was happening. He heard Jason threaten to kill his daughter, so Tom brought a metal bat for protection. Tom entered the bedroom as Jason was strangling Molly. Tom turned to Jason and asked him to let his daughter go and relax. He refused to let Molly go and threatened to kill her. Jason turned his back on the bathroom and started dragging Molly behind him. She resisted, but she was weakened. Tom realized his daughter could not be left alone with the aggressor, so he hit Jason in the head several times with the bat. However, Jason was able to knock Tom to the ground and take away the bat. Molly, terrified that Jason would kill Tom, grabbed a decorative garden stolen from the bedside table and used it to cover Jason's head. Due to the pause, Tom was able to get to his feet, grab the bat, and continue to hit Jason in the head. He paused when he realized he was already dead. Tom admitted that he did not like his son-in-law and his family, and had previously advised Molly to hire a lawyer and file for divorce. The police photographed Molly and Tom for the report. Surprisingly, there were no signs of a struggle, such as abrasions or bruises. So, what exactly happened at the Corbett house? But first, let me explain everything in more detail. Molly Martin spent most of her life in Knoxville, Tennessee. She was the sole daughter in a family of 4 children. Her father, Tom, dedicated 30 years of his life to the FBI, and her mother was a math doctor. Tom coached soccer for the local children's team in his spare time, while Molly practiced singing and dancing with her friends. She enjoyed reading, and as a teenager, she participated in her mother's book club, where she shared her thoughts on what she had read. Sharon and Tom were well-educated and wealthy. Molly decided to pursue a medical degree after high school, and in 2003, she enrolled at Clemson University in South Carolina. Studying proved to be extremely difficult, requiring a great deal of hard work and effort. She soon dropped out of university. Molly and Keith Megan started dating in early 2007 and moved in together a few months later. Molly worked as a nanny and taught children to swim, while her boyfriend worked for a local nonprofit organization. Their relationship with Molly grew quickly. She was fun, cheerful, and carefree. However, they both struggled with mental health issues. Molly had been diagnosed with depression and had informed Keith about her bipolar disorder prior to beginning their relationship. Keith notes that things were fine at first, Medication helped her with her mental health issues. However, she contracted Staphylococcus aureus later. The infection medication appeared to interfere with the effects of the bipolar disorder medication, throwing Molly off balance. Molly experienced migraines and insomnia during this difficult time, as Keith mentioned. She spent a lot of time soaking in the bathtub, occasionally crying while lying on the floor. Molly used to take 16 pills every day. She was unable to continue babysitting and remained at home. Keith took over, fully supporting them both despite his low income. Molly was now depressed, and every time he returned home, he had no idea what was waiting for him behind that door. The relationship grew strained. After a while, she improved. Molly insisted on getting engaged to Keith. He took this step for her, hoping it would improve her condition. But he was mistaken. It didn't help, nor did her desire to have kids. Molly became pregnant with Keith. However, she had an early miscarriage in September of 2007. Molly's condition did not improve in February, so her parents paid for her stay in the psychiatric unit at Emory Hospital in Atlanta. He or she was to be assisted in stabilizing her condition and prescribing the appropriate medication. 4 days later, she returned to Keith, and the two attempted to continue living together. By the end of February, the couple's relationship had deteriorated significantly. Molly simply told Keith one night that she wanted to travel to Europe and work as a live-in nanny. He didn't think she should leave, let alone work with children, because she couldn't even go grocery shopping by herself. Molly soon departed for Ireland, and Keith never saw her again. Molly claims that the babysitting job came at an important time for her. After graduating from university, she struggled with feelings of inadequacy and had no idea who she was or who she wanted to be. She was fortunate to meet Jason, who helped her come to her senses and understand her role in caring for his children. A few months later, Jack and Sarah began calling her mother, Molly, who lived in Ireland, her native land. So, after her engagement, she proposed to Jason that they marry and live in America, and he agreed. Tracy Lynch, Jason's sister, with whom they were always very close, claims that the Molly they knew in Ireland and the one they knew in the States are two different people. When relatives from Ireland arrived in Tennessee for the ceremony, they noticed Molly's unusual behavior. She tried to control everything, was frequently angry, and did not resemble those happy brides awaiting marriage. Sometimes she stayed in bed and refused to speak to anyone. Jason's family began to question whether he should join this American family, and his best friend noticed the unhappy groom in front of him. He even told him to simply leave, board a plane, and return to his home country. But Jason said he couldn't do that. He had already committed. 4 years later, Molly was very close to Jason's children and even considered them her own. However, her relationship with her husband was strained. Tracy claims that Jason had recently, in 2014, planned to return home. He was unhappy here and had started to gain weight. Molly was acting strangely, and he was unhappy with some of the things going on at home. He missed Ireland and said it would be difficult for him to leave. When Molly found out he wanted his children, he contacted her mother, but he refused to let her become their legal guardian. Jason refused to use his wife's citizenship to obtain a visa for himself. That way, she would have no legal basis to seek custody of the children if they later divorced. She later confessed to several of her friends about her husband's abuse, and neighbors began to keep an eye on Jason. Molly's statements were not supported by any visible evidence. According to numerous testimonies, there were no abrasions, bruises, or other injuries, and she did not appear to be a victim of abusive behavior, nor was she withdrawn or haggard. She didn't seem afraid of him. Jason, on the other hand, did not fit the description of a tyrant. He was personable, outgoing, and generous. The courtbed's closest neighbor reported that Molly had said things that did not fit the big picture he was aware of, and were most likely false. She admitted that she may have lied to others in order to make herself look good and avoid embarrassment over her words or actions. Molly answered detectives' questions on August 2, while still dressed in her pajamas from the bedroom fight, and reported that Jason had abused her. She had been to the hospital several times, but never explained how she sustained the injuries. Her husband was abusive, both verbally and emotionally, according to her. He occasionally sincerely apologized to her. Their relationship appeared to be on track to improve. However, the abuse continued, and each time the situation worsened. Despite this, her love for Sarah and Jack prevented her from abandoning him. Molly added that she had never told anyone about her husband's abuse, because the children were not hers, and they were not us citizens. Jason could have taken them away from her years ago, fearing that no one would believe his abuse. Molly began using hidden recording devices at the advice of her attorney, and she claims that many of the recordings she collected have been destroyed or lost, but those that remain have been turned over to prosecutors. For example, in the recording, Jason comes home late in December 2013. He finds the door locked and rings the bell several times. She opens it in 39 seconds and apologizes. "You never intended to do anything, did you?" he asks angrily and mocks her. Molly begs. Multiple smacking sounds can be heard, and she starts to whimper. "I absolutely despise you." She comes to a halt quietly just before the recording stops. She claims Jason had a key but was too drunk to open the door. And, as was often the case in their home, the rage would build up until whatever was going on was completely my fault. 4 days after their father died, 10-year-old Jack and 8-year-old Sarah were interviewed twice by state officials. The interview was conducted by a licensed social worker. The children described their father's aggressive behavior, ongoing marital problems, and allegations of verbal, emotional, and physical abuse. Perhaps more importantly, the children understood and recognized the problems. In response to questions, Sarah explained that Mom didn't want to wake Dad up because he'd get angry and say, "Why are you waking me up?" Jack witnessed his father's use of physical force on 1 or 2 occasions. The social worker asked a critical question to summarize what had been said. Did anyone teach them or ask them to answer certain questions in a specific way? Sarah answered, "My mother asked me to tell only the truth. Jason had made Tracy the legal guardian of his children a few years ago, in case of his death. She knew Molly would not let them go without a fight. Tracy immediately flew to North Carolina to petition for custody of the children. Molly did the same. Tracy took over as guardian of Jack and Sarah 16 days after Jason's death, and the two returned to Ireland. In January 2016, Tom and Molly were charged with second-degree murder. Tracy believes Molly learned about Jason's plans to return to Ireland with the children. However, without her, a strategy was devised to get rid of him. Molly had always wanted only her children, not her husband. Molly and Tom faced trial in July 2017 for Jason Corbett's murder. The prosecution presented a very different version of events, one that excluded strangulation and self-defense. Prosecutors relied heavily on forensic evidence, including photographs of Jason's body and gruesome signs of a struggle in the bedroom. According to the pathologist's report, Jason was struck at least 12 times in the head. The exact number could not be given because he was hit in the same spot repeatedly. The skull has visible cracks and severe bruising, similar to an injury sustained by someone who has fallen from a great height, been involved in a car accident, or has blood. According to a spatter expert, Jason's head was once 30 or 45 centimeters off the floor, and he continued to be struck. According to prosecutors, Jason was struck first while still sedated in his bed. Toxicology tests confirmed that Jason's system contained a sedative prescribed in Molly's name 2 days prior to the tragedy. Furthermore, Jason's $600,000 insurance policy had been changed about a year ago, and Molly was now the sole beneficiary. The jury was also shown photos of the defendants taken at the station on the night of August 2. Tom and Molly had no scratches on them. It was impossible to engage in the fight Molly described with a man who was larger, stronger, and taller than you without receiving a scratch or bruise. Tom and Molly were probably delaying the 911 call, making up their story for the cops while Jason's body cooled on the floor. This thought occurred after paramedics arrived at the Corbett home and noticed his body's low temperature. It was already cold. Jason's abusive behavior was not disclosed during his trial. Domestic violence was rarely discussed during the trial. In his testimony, Tom claimed that Jason exercised a lot of control over Molly. He noticed bruises on her body but had no idea where they came from. Although he admitted that he had never witnessed Jason's physical aggression, except on that August night prior to sentencing, Molly stated that incidents like August 2 occurred on a regular basis. The only difference this time was that my father was in the house. In defense of his clients, the attorney displayed a photo from the station showing Molly with a red mark on her neck, confirming strangulation. Jason had a routine physical exam 2 weeks prior to the incident, and the doctor stated that he had been stressed recently. He complained about uncontrollable fits of unreasonable rage. The autopsy revealed marks on Jason's left arm, indicating that he was defending himself. but none on his right arm, which he allegedly used to hold Molly by the neck. After 9 days of testimony, arguments, and photos from the scene of the tragedy, the jury was excused to deliberate after less than 5 hours in the room. They found Tom and Molly guilty. Both received sentences ranging from 20 to 25 years in prison. The court ruled a few days after the verdicts were announced. The lawyers objected to the court's decision, citing judicial errors, particularly the jury's incorrect actions, which violated the judge's instructions. Even before the verdict was announced, one of the jurors gave an interview to journalists, revealing that some of them had discussed the case in private, which is strictly prohibited. However, the court denied the motion. In Tom's case, the appeals court allowed only the defense and prosecution to present oral arguments in Mali in January 2019, but the defendants were not present. Each side was given only half an hour to present their main arguments. On February 4, 2020, the North Carolina Court of Appeals overturned Tom and Molly's convictions and ordered a new trial. Among other errors in the first trial, evidence that Jason was violent toward Molly was excluded. A year later, the North Carolina Supreme Court upheld the appellate court's decision, despite the state's challenge. It determined that the exclusion of certain evidence at trial, as well as the erroneous inclusion of others, may have prevented Tom and Molly from presenting a compelling defense, and thus their claims of self-defense had little evidentiary support. As a result, the jury was not fully informed about the evidence, and they were unable to perform their constitutional duties. Molly and Tom were each released on $200,000 bail in April 2021, after serving 44 months in prison. The interviews given by two young children shortly after their father's death are particularly noteworthy, and, while in the custody of Molly's family, both Jack and Sarah have since recanted their statements. They claimed that they were coached to lie about domestic abuse. They have since informed the Davidson County District Attorney's Office from their residence in Ireland that Molly coerced them into making those false statements, and that Molly was the one who was abusive. A new trial was held in November 2023, and the judge sentenced Molly Martins and her father Thomas to prison for at least 7 months following an emotional final day of sentencing hearings. On Wednesday, the power was let out of a North Carolina court in handcuffs after receiving sentences ranging from 7 to 30 months for Jason Corbett's voluntary manslaughter. This is in addition to the 3.5 years Molly and Thomas have already served since being convicted of murder. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On a Saturday evening in December 2019, a horrific event took place in the peaceful town of Arklow, Ireland, leaving the community stunned. Nadine Lott, a young beautician and mother, was the target of a brutal attack that changed everything. And today I'll tell you about that night's relationship, the shocking turn of events, and the legal ramifications that followed. Claire and David Lott gave birth to Nadine Lott on October 6, 1989, in Arklow, Ireland. She was the oldest of 3 children. On December 14, 2019, she always tried to help her parents and care for her family. On Saturday, around 4:25 a.m., Amelia Kalinovich called the police to report an urgent situation involving her neighbor Nadine Lott, who had been stabbed. The police arrived at the apartment of Nadine Lott, a 30-year-old beauty therapist in Arklow, Wicklow, Ireland, and discovered her unconscious on the kitchen floor with severe injuries. Dean's mother, Claire Lott, was attempting to help her daughter. The police immediately called for an ambulance, describing the Dean's condition as if she had been beaten to a pulp. Amelia Kulinovic told the police that she rushed to Nadine's apartment after hearing screams. Upon entering, she noticed Dean's ex-partner, Daniel Murtaugh, hunching over her and delivering violent blows while growling. Amelia described Murtaugh as being consumed by rage and resembling a wild animal. She immediately alerted the police and contacted Nadine's sister, Phoebe Lott, who arrived at the scene with her mother Claire in minutes. When the police arrived at Dean's apartment at night, Daniel was not there. Investigations revealed that Daniel and Nadine first met in 2012 while working in Darwin, Australia. Nadine enjoyed her job as a beauty therapist in a salon, but she returned to Ireland after a year there. Daniel moved home a few months after Nadine. Initially, the couple intended to keep their relationship going, even considering moving in together. However, the relationship eventually faltered. Nadine and their daughter Kaya then moved to an apartment in Arklow, while Daniel moved to Dublin to live with his parents. On the night of December 13th, police discovered that Daniel had gone to Arklow and spent the night in Nadine's apartment while out celebrating her aunt's birthday. What happened when Nadine came home? When paramedics arrived the next morning, Nadine was quickly transported to the hospital. A few hours later, Daniel was arrested. At 7:30 a.m., Daniel collided with a tree while driving his Volvo, causing the vehicle to end up in a ditch. Laura was crossing Bookie's Bridge when she noticed the car in the ditch, and Daniel standing by the side of the road. A concerned passerby stopped to offer help. Daniel confessed to him that he had murdered my wife because she was with a friend. Daniel was then taken to the police station for questioning, and as the interview progressed, some harrowing details about the violence perpetrated on Nadine emerged. When initially questioned by police about Nadine's condition, Daniel claimed he had no recollection due to intoxication. He initially claimed that he had slapped her following a confrontation sparked by his drinking and smoking in her apartment. However, after further questioning, he admitted to delivering 5 or 6 forceful slabs, acknowledging that some were applied with significant force. Dean's injuries were too severe to be attributed solely to a few slaps. The police persisted with the questioning. Daniel, a trained boxer, then admitted to repeatedly pounding and punching Nadine. He continued saying, "I knew she was with a lad in Arklow, and I was just trying to get it out of her." When asked about the apparent lack of damage to his hands, Daniel explained that his knuckles had been conditioned over years of boxing. Despite his shock and fear at seeing blood coming from Nadine's nose and lips, he insisted that she was still alive as he left the apartment. Nadine sustained a stab wound on the right side of her neck. When questioned about the knife found near her, Daniel claimed it was simply a butter knife he had used the night before to cut up a burger and a battered sausage. When asked about the location of the assault, Daniel stated that everything happened in the living room. However, when the police discovered Nadine in the kitchen, he speculated that she must have walked into the kitchen on her own after he left and possibly collapsed there. The police responded by informing Daniel about apparent drag marks leading into the kitchen. Despite this evidence, Daniel maintained that he had only assaulted Nadine in the living room, which contradicted the physical evidence at the scene. When the police asked him what he used to attack Nadine, he initially stated that he used his fists. Daniel then told police he beat her with a tire pump charger and a wire wrapped around his knuckles. Daniel also admitted that he may have used a cigarette charger in a hammer motion. He denied using the mirror found in the Dean's apartment. When police entered the apartment, they found broken glass in the living room, hallway, and kitchen. Part of the mirror's frame was discovered in the kitchen. In his final police interview, Daniel described waking up on the sofa to the sound of Nadine screaming and shouting. "I slapped her, and she returned to the ground beside the cabinet. Standing over her, he began pounding her, only realizing the gravity of the situation when he noticed the blood." Daniel claimed he never intended to harm Nadine, expressing his love for her and asserting that it was reciprocated. He told the police that if he wanted to kill Nadine, she'd be gone. Tragically, 3 days after the assault, Nadine succumbed to her severe injuries, never regaining consciousness, and died in the hospital. Daniel was subsequently charged with murder. Daniel pleaded not guilty to murder, but admitted guilt to manslaughter. He acknowledged that he was solely responsible for Nadine's death. He argued that he lacked the necessary intent to be charged with murder. Daniel contended that the use of illegal substances and alcohol on the night in question played a critical role in the tragic assault on Nadine. The jury's central question was whether Daniel intended to kill or seriously harm Nadine. At the start of the trial, Daniel's attorney admitted that he had unlawfully taken Nadine's life and that he alone was responsible for the injury she sustained. The judge instructed the jury that murder is a crime of specific intent, which occurs when one person unlawfully kills another with the intent to cause death or serious injury. Despite admitting guilt to manslaughter and accepting responsibility for unlawfully causing the Dean's death, Daniel claimed that he lacked the necessary mental state. During the acts, he used the defense of intoxication. The judge explained to the jury that intoxication could be used as a defense for crimes with specific intent, potentially reducing a murder charge to manslaughter. The prosecution claimed that this case clearly constituted murder. According to their argument, Nadine was attacked violently and repeatedly in her own home by a man she knew. The prosecution claimed her ex-partner beat and stabbed her out of jealous rage. During the court proceedings, it was revealed that in the weeks preceding Dean's death, the nature of their messages indicated Daniel's desire for a relationship, despite Nadine's clear reluctance. Despite not being in a relationship, Daniel consistently referred to Nadine as his girlfriend and future wife. The prosecutor emphasized this point to the jury, claiming it was coming from his head. Check out the WhatsApp app exchanges. They are unambiguous and unequivocal. She makes it clear that she has no further desire to interact with him on that level, simply because they fell for each other in Australia. He somehow believed he had the right to control her life and decide who she would date. The court learned that just under 2 weeks before her death, Nadine explicitly messaged Daniel, warning him not to threaten her and emphasizing that nothing will ever happen between us again. I'd like to make that clear. These messages served as proof of Nadine's unequivocal position on their relationship in court. Amila gave testimony about Daniel's condition when she saw him assault Nadine. She described how he had his hands around Nadine's neck and shoulder. His mother, Claire Nadine, also testified, expressing shock at the sight of her own daughter. When Claire arrived, Nadine was unconscious but making gurgling and gasping noises. Claire sat beside her, assuring her that they could handle the situation. Despite administering CPR, Dean's injuries were so severe that it seemed like their efforts were futile. The court also heard that a police officer drove the ambulance to the hospital, allowing the paramedics to care for Nadine during the journey. One of the paramedics, Ian Clark, testified that the call haunted him throughout his career. He described the scene inside Nadine's apartment as if a bulldozer had ripped through it, with broken furniture strewn about. He described it as one of the most horrific scenes he had ever witnessed, leaving his uniform covered in blood as he departed. Nadine was rushed to the hospital's emergency department, and a nurse testified in court that she was unconscious when she arrived. The nurse described Nadine's condition, pointing out that her head appeared disproportionately large in comparison to her small body, most likely due to significant swelling around her face. Nadine was admitted to the intensive care unit after receiving her initial treatment. Nurse Leah Grant, who works in the IQ, testified in court describing Dean's shocking knee injuries. Leah stated that Nadine was unrecognizable. She emphasized the gravity of the situation by describing an incident in which the Dean's mother brought in a photograph of her. Leah's colleagues couldn't identify the person in the picture, so she pointed to Nadine and said, "That's her." The woman in the hospital bed bore no resemblance to Nadine in the photograph due to the severity of her injuries. Leah testified that the severity of Dean's injuries made it impossible to examine her pupils, particularly her right eye, which was so swollen that it could not be opened. Nadine received 42 units of blood in the first 24 hours of her hospital stay. They informed the jury that Nadine's hair contained numerous shards of reflective glass, and her nose continued to bleed profusely. The prosecution shocked the court by revealing that the Dean had 64 distinct injuries on his body that could not be explained by medical intervention. Dr. Linda Mulligan, the chief state pathologist, testified about Nadine's injuries. Dr. Mulligan stated that Nadine's death was caused by hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy, which resulted from cardiac arrests caused by severe head and neck injuries. These injuries included a stab wound on the right side of the neck, an incised wound on the left side of the neck, and severe blunt force trauma to the head. Dr. Mulligan clarified that the blunt force injuries were consistent with being caused by hands, fists, or feet, but the use of a blunt weapon could not be ruled out. The examination revealed a fracture of the hyoid bone and bruising around the neck area, indicating that force had been applied to Nadine's neck. Nadine's injuries also included an incised wound on the left side of her neck that ran from the left earlobe to the left side of her neck, Dean also had a stab wound on the right side of his knee. The 5-centimeter depth of the stab wound indicated that a knife was used on a knife-shaped object. The court was informed of Nadine's additional injuries, which included nasal bone fractures, lower jaw fractures, and blood oozing from both nostrils. Blunt force trauma caused bruising around the right eye and side of the head, severe swelling, lacerations around the left eye, and polarization of the left-sided facial muscles. Nadine's brain showed diffuse swelling, limited expansion, nerve cell damage, and brainstem discoloration. Dr. Mulligan summarized her findings and concluded that the injuries were the result of a sustained assault with both blunt and sharp force trauma. Dr. Stephen Clifford, a forensic scientist, testified that the amount of blood splatter found in the kitchen indicated a sustained assault. Nadine was on the floor there. The prosecution claimed that Nadine was attacked both in the living room and in the kitchen. The defense claimed that the violent incident that resulted in the bloodbath would not have occurred if Daniel had not been under the influence of alcohol and illegal drugs in court. Daniel claimed that he and Nadine had reconciled several times since their return from Australia and were together when she died. Daniel stated that they had been in a relationship for several weeks and planned to tell their families about it during Christmas. Daniel admitted to using substances in the hours before the incident. He claimed that his brutal and violent attack on Nadine was motivated by his substance abuse. In the closing arguments, the prosecutor urged the jury to find Daniel guilty of murder, emphasizing the apparent clear intent demonstrated by his actions. On the other hand, the defense urged the jury to focus on the intent aspect, presenting it as the case's central battleground. They asked the jury to consider the degree of intoxication on the night of the incident as a mitigating factor. On August 5, 2021, a jury at the Central Criminal Court unanimously convicted Murtaugh of murdering Lot, rejecting his defense after nearly 6 hours of deliberation over 2 days. He was then sentenced to life imprisonment on October 4, 2021, as required by law. Claire Light delivered a victim impact statement during the sentencing, describing how the Latz family has been haunted by Nadine's terror, fear, and panic during the prolonged and evil attack that fateful night. She emphasized that the family is now dealing with traumatic counseling rather than hobbies, experiences, night terrors, and sleepless nights, and that life is being replaced with mere existence. Murtaugh also had 9 prior convictions, one for threatening and abusive behavior in 2011, which was revealed during the sentencing hearing. Nadine's funeral service was held on December 22 at St. Mary and Peter's Church in Arklow. Nearly 1,000 people attended the church ceremony, and hundreds more gathered outside afterward. She was laid to rest at St. Gabriel Cemetery. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Leslie London Newlander, a 61-year-old Fayetteville resident and longtime Syracuse, New York resident, appeared to live a happy life with her husband, Dr. Robert Newlander, a highly respected gynecologist, and their children. She actively contributed to the community by volunteering for local charities and assisting those in need. However, on the morning of September 17, 2012, Leslie found herself in a difficult situation. Her daughter, Jenna Newlander, 23, called 911 right away, reporting that her mother had fallen in the shower and needed immediate medical attention. Jenna described her father's plea for help, stating that he discovered Leslie bleeding on the bathroom floor. Paramedics arrived quickly at the couple's spacious home, where they discovered blood in several areas of the master bedroom, including pulling on the rug and spattering on the wall near the bed. Surprisingly, Leslie was discovered approximately 60 feet away from the reported fall site, as Robert had carried her there to administer KPR despite Janice's objections. Despite these efforts, it was too late, and Leslie was declared dead on the scene. When the cops arrived, Leslie was found on the bedroom floor rather than in the bathroom. Dr. Robert Newlander, her husband, told the police that he had moved her from the bathroom to the bedroom to perform CPR. Despite the paramedics' efforts, Leslie suffered a severe and fatal head injury, and she was pronounced dead on the scene. During the police interview, Robert described finding Leslie on the bathroom floor and then moving her to the bedroom for KPR. Blood was discovered in several locations throughout the bedroom, including the rug and the wall next to the bed. The medical examiner determined that Leslie died as a result of blunt force head injuries sustained during a fall from standing height. It was believed that she slipped in the shower and hit her head on the stone shower bench. The incident was ruled an accident, and the investigation was closed. Leslie's death stunned not only her family, but the entire community. The Newlanders, a well-known family in the area, were greatly admired. Robert, a gynecologist and obstetrician in Syracuse, had earned the trust of many residents who used his services. He and Leslie spent 28 years together raising 4 children, Emily and Brian, from Robert's previous marriage, were joined by Robert and Leslie's children, Ari and Jenna. The Syracuse community was well aware of Newlander's extensive philanthropy, as they generously donated their time and resources to a variety of charities. Leslie's untimely death was a tragedy for those who knew her. After Leslie died, Robert sold the house and moved into a new one. Despite the fact that the case was closed and Robert had relocated, people in the community began to talk. Rumors circulated that there was a lot of blood in the house and that Leslie's injuries were far worse than those expected from a slip and fall in the shower. Was Leslie's death truly a result of an accident? Other rumors circulated as well. There were whispers that the Newlander marriage was not as stable as it appeared, with one person even claiming that Leslie had planned to lease a new apartment on the day she died. The police also received an anonymous letter containing the following information. There are doubts that he is the good guy everyone believes he is. Leslie was trying to get away from this guy, Dr. Gamlick, the county's former chief medical examiner, until she retired in 2009. Had a close friendship with the Newlanders. However, some mutual acquaintances approached her and questioned whether she thought Leslie's death was truly accidental. Dr. Jumbleleek became concerned when she read the medical report. Realizing the full extent of Leslie's injuries, Leslie had sustained a deep, penetrating wound to the back of her head, which had resulted in blood accumulation in her eye. This type of injury is commonly linked to incidents such as car accidents or heavy object beatings. Dr. John Belux informed the police that, in her professional opinion, Leslie's death was a homicide caused by blunt head trauma sustained during an assault. Following Dr. John Belux's assessment and the anonymous letter, the police reopened the case. Subsequent investigations confirmed the marital problems, with Leslie and Robert sleeping in different bedrooms at the time of her death. Furthermore, it was revealed that Robert's once thriving medical practice was facing financial difficulties and no longer achieving the same level of success. Despite Robert's sale of the house following Leslie's death, the police returned to the scene, this time looking for evidence of homicide rather than a simple slip and fall. The second search revealed previously overlooked details such as blood at the back of the bed's headboard and blood spattering on the blinds behind it. The police then approached Robert and asked him to answer a few questions, to which he agreed. When asked about the rumors circulating about marital problems, Robert acknowledged the issues but insisted that there was no animosity and that they still had a good relationship. He mentioned this the night before Leslie died. They had even gone out to dinner with their children, Ari and Jenna, recounting in detail the morning of Leslie's death. Robert described his daily routine as a jog at Green Lakes followed by a coffee stop for Leslie. Robert stated that when he returned, Leslie was already in the shower. An hour later, at 8:25 a.m., he opened the bathroom door to check on her and found her on the floor. In response, he called Jenna and told her to call 911. Despite Jenna's request during the emergency call not to move Leslie, citing the risk of a broken neck, Robert adjusted Leslie's position, making it difficult to perform CPR in the bathroom in response to police inquiries. Robert was arrested after reevaluating the evidence, focusing on the blood traces in the house and the gravity of Leslie's injuries. He was then charged with murder, and Robert pleaded not guilty. The prosecution's narrative revolved around the claim that Robert murdered Leslie hours before dialing 911, and this is before his morning jog. They claimed that he assaulted Leslie in the bedroom with an unknown weapon before moving her to the bathroom and striking her head against the shower bench to give the appearance of a slip and fall. The prosecution claimed that Robert called Jenna at that time to make it appear as if he had just discovered Leslie in the bathroom. Choosing to carry her back to the bedroom despite Janice's objections was a deliberate attempt to explain the blood trail from the bedroom to the restroom. During the trial, the Newlander housekeeper testified that she noticed unfamiliar sheets on the bed, leading the prosecution to believe that Robert disposed of the bloody sheets and possibly the murder weapon during his morning jog. The prosecution's key evidence focused on blood spatter discovered in the house. The spatter was discovered on the headboard nightstand, the blinds behind the bed, and the south wall, which is approximately 7 feet south of the bed. The prosecution emphasized the spatter on the south wall, claiming it was impact spatter from Leslie's blood, indicating a forceful blow if she'd been struck with an object. Expert testimony was required to explain the impact spatter to the jury. The court heard testimony regarding Leslie's injuries. The medical examiner determined that Leslie died as a result of a complex and convoluted skull fracture, most likely caused by multiple blows. Notably, bruises were found on her fingers, arms, and nose, as well as abrasions on both sides of her face. I initially thought it was an accident caused by a slip in the shower. Following the discovery of additional evidence, the medical examiner revised his opinion and concluded that it was a homicide. Leslie received at least 2 blows to her skull, with one wound inconsistent with her head striking a straight edge, such as a stone shower bench. The prosecution claimed that the first blow to Leslie's head was caused by an unidentified object. Leslie had injuries to her face and upper body, but none below her waist. The court learned that if she had slipped and fallen, she would have likely suffered lower body bruising. The prosecution urged the jury to convict Robert, emphasizing Leslie's final moments as a desperate struggle for her life before succumbing to a fatal beating and being abandoned in her own shower. The defense press isn't the argument that Leslie's death was accidental, emphasizing her struggle with vertigo or a dizziness, causing disorder. Leslie's personal trainer testified that her vertigo had recently worsened, a condition that her sister Joanne London Leslie also admitted to having. The defense responded to the prosecution's argument that the blood spatter indicates that Leslie was attacked in the bedroom. It was their contention that if there was a lot of blood spatter, the paramedics could have caused it by removing their gloves. The first responders' hands were probably covered in blood, and the gloves had simply peeled off, and in doing so, blood flies from the gloves, leaving you with a cast off rather than an impact. Furthermore, the defense suggested that Robert, while performing CPR, may have contributed to the blood spatter by removing his blood-stained shirt. They argued that the investigation's lack of professionalism made it difficult to accurately interpret the speech. The court was informed that there were insufficient close-up images of the blood, and that some of the blood found behind the headboard and blinds was collected months after Leslie died. Even after Robert had left the premises, Dr. Daniel Spitz, a medical examiner testifying for the defense, maintained that Leslie's head wound was the result of a fall in the shower where she struck her head on the stone bench. Robert did not testify, but his daughter Jenna did. She described her 911 call and the events of that fateful morning, revealing that she had stayed with her mother until 2 a.m. Jenna refuted the housekeeper's claim about the sheets, insisting that they had remained unchanged since the police arrived. Jenna testified to seeing her father remove a blood-stained shirt during CPR in the bedroom. Although the shirt was never found, she firmly believed that her mother's death was an accident, given her presence in the house at the time. After a 3-day deliberation, the jury convicted Robert of second-degree murder and tampering with physical evidence. The defense asked the court to sentence him to the minimum term. Leslie's sister, Joanne London Leslie, represented the family during the sentencing hearing. None of us had the slightest suspicion of any wrongdoing. We wouldn't be here today on Bob's behalf. Robert also spoke in court. My head is unbound by this court's decision because an innocent man was wrongfully convicted. I would not and did not take someone's life. I adore my wife, Leslie, and I mourn her every day, forever. Robert was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. Jenna shouted after him, "Daddy, I love you." You're innocent. The case took an unexpected turn following the verdict. When an alternate juror approached Robert's lawyer with concerns about potential juror bias, it was revealed that juror number 12, Jonna Lorraine, had exchanged approximately 7,000 text messages with family and friends during the trial before voting to convict Robert of murder. Several hundred of these messages contained questions about the case, a clear violation of the rules prohibiting jurors from discussing the trial. Robert's defense team, armed with this new information, filed an appeal against his conviction. The court discovered that Hannah Lorraine had received and sent numerous texts about the case, including one from her father instructing her to ensure his guilt. Another text inquired whether she had seen the scary man. Furthermore, it was discovered that she accessed media websites covering the trial, raising concerns about external influences on her decision-making as a juror. The text exchanges raised concerns about juror bias. Robert's conviction was reversed, and a new trial was ordered. After 3 years in prison, he was released on bail while awaiting a new trial. However, the new trial scheduling was repeatedly delayed by the Germans, which was attributed in part to the challenges posed by the coronavirus pandemic. The prosecution suffered an early setback in the new trial when one of their key witnesses, the medical examiner, died. This is a significant loss, especially given the importance placed on Dr. Lisma's testimony during the first trial. The fact that the jury in the initial trial requested Dr. Lisma's Testimony to be read back to them during deliberations indicates the importance of the attribute that led to the testimony in determining Robert's guilt. Dr. Robert's second murder trial in early 2022 revealed significant differences from the first trial. Additional incriminating evidence was presented against him, and Jenna Newlander did not testify. During a re-examination in 2021, forensic analysis revealed mummified fat tissue from Leslie's head on the headboard of the couple's bed, supporting the story of Dr. Roberts' alleged assault on her. Despite Jenna's 911 call being played in court, as it was during the first trial, the defense chose not to call her as a witness to testify in her father's favor this time. The legal proceedings ultimately resulted in the same outcome as the initial trial. Dr. Robert was convicted on March 17, 2022. On May 2, he was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison, with credit for prior time served. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Samantha Fraser's case shows that a monster can't be re-educated, not even by a trained and experienced psychologist. When someone shows signs of being cruel, they should be left alone right away. People like that don't change, so they don't deserve a second chance. They are capable of the worst crimes and think they can get away with them. The terrible events took place in the summer of 2018 on Phillip, a quiet island in Australia close to Melbourne. But let's read the story in the right order. Adrian Basham was born in 1973 in Australia, where he grew up. The boy grew up in a family with a police officer. While he didn't do anything wrong in the eyes of the police in his early years, many people now believe that his cruel and violent attacks are linked to his family and childhood. When Adrian's father, James Basham, found out that his son had killed someone badly, he did not only not condemn him, but based on his experience as a police officer, he told him how to act to try to avoid getting in trouble. Samantha Fraser was born in the suburbs of Melbourne in the summer of 1980. Her parents, Janine and Travis Fraser, were friendly and loving, and they did everything they could to help their only daughter. They worked hard to help her learn and show off her skills. Samantha worked hard in school and played sports, and she consistently won awards for her outstanding performance. The girl then went to a well-known university and graduated with a red diploma from the psychology department. She kept doing sports like acrobatics, gymnastics, and dancing while she was in school, which helped her lead the student cheerleading team. After going to college, Samantha got a job as a psychotherapist at a large medical facility. Her coworkers and patients quickly came to respect and trust her. Samantha really loved what she was doing, and this job was her calling. Sam and Adrian met for the first time in late 2005. First, they were just friends, but soon, things turned romantic between them. Friends and family of this couple didn't understand what the two young people, who were so different in every way, had in common. Samantha was friendly, open, and nice, and she could always solve a problem in a peaceful way. Adrian, on the other hand, was very rude and harsh when he talked to people. He was also very angry and hostile. In spite of this, the couple made their relationship official a year and a half after they met. They bought a house in the suburbs of Melbourne, not far from where Samantha's parents live. Not long after, the man got a job with a big company that worked to develop mineral deposits. Because his job required him to go on business trips all the time, he wasn't at home very often. There's no doubt that this is why he and Samantha stayed married for so long. Adrian became a real tyrant at home and tried to control his wife in every way. He not only expected people to obey him without question, but he also did some strange things that might have been signs of a mental disorder. For instance, he insisted crazily that the house was always in perfect order, and this included both how clean it was and where everything was. It's small things like where the books are on the shelf or where the toiletries are in the bathroom. Any change could make him angry and violent right away. Samantha was a psychologist, so she knew how to make things better between people who were fighting. She hoped that her husband would change over time and become more calm and consistent. Along with that, they had 3 children together, 2 daughters, Jemima and April, and a son, Rex. But Adrian's character didn't change even when heirs showed up. In 2014, Family problems led to physical abuse in another case. She then didn't say anything, didn't call the police, and didn't tell anyone what happened. People she cared about and her co-workers had no idea that her husband had put his hand on her. She was naive enough to think that this would not happen again. After a year, though, the same thing happened again. Adrian hit his wife. Samantha chose that this time it was the last straw. Samantha was also going crazy because her husband was throwing temper tantrums all the time and wanted to control her every move. She told the police in writing that her husband had beaten her, and then she took the kids and moved in with her parents. They got a divorce in the spring of 2017, and Samantha and their kids were given the family home by the court. They soon went back there. But Adrian had no plans to leave his ex-wife alone. He kept after her, making her life miserable. The young woman was always afraid for her life and the lives of her children because she didn't feel safe. She went to court and got an order that her ex-husband couldn't talk to them or try to get involved in their business in any way. But that didn't stop Basham. He stayed nearby and did everything he could to bother Samantha. At least one of Adrian's friends said that he promised to take away from his ex-wife everything she cares about, from the house to the kids. He also openly threatened to hurt her physically. The man told his friend again not long before the tragedy that Samantha would soon pay for everything. He also seemed dangerous, but the friend didn't take what he said seriously until he heard that the woman had died. Because Samantha was always scared and tense, she put bars on her windows, put an alarm system in her house, and put surveillance cameras outside her house. The woman told him that she was scared that her ex-husband would break into her house and hurt her or the kids. Samantha started to think that her ex-husband had calmed down a bit about a year after they got divorced. He disappeared from her view less often, which made her feel safer. Samantha even started an affair and made plans for a better, happier life. For Fraser's 38th birthday on July 22, 2018, she spent the day with close friends and a man she loves named Wayne. People who spent the holiday with her remember that she looked happy and in good spirits for herself and her family. A few days before the wedding, the man had proposed to the woman. After the wedding, they were going to take a long vacation and travel to forget about their problems. Samantha had already taken her kids to school the next morning and was on her way to work when she got a call from a friend telling her that Adrian was nearby. Samantha was worried about this, but she chose not to freak out and instead decided to be more careful. Her ex-husband was due to appear in court in a couple of weeks on charges of domestic violence. She was afraid that he would hurt her in some way because of the lawsuit. The woman told her best friend about her worries over the phone, but her friend reassured her. Samantha was never seen alive again after that talk. Samantha wasn't there to pick up her kids from school that day, so the teacher, who knew that things were tough in Samantha's family, called the police. The police went to their house right away to check on everything. At first, it looked like the mistress hadn't come back yet, but when the police chose to check the garage next to the house, which showed a very bad picture. The homeowner, who was 38 years old, was found dead hanging from the garage door chain. In general, the picture might have made it look like the young woman had killed herself, but Samantha looked like she had been hit by a truck. Samantha had not a single living thing on her, and the hair on her head was wet and falling over her face. She wasn't wearing the clothes she had on when she left the house in the morning, and she didn't have any shoes on. It was clear that someone else had been in the garage, and they had tried to make it look like Samantha had died on her own. It did a lot of wrong things, though. Say, a broken-down stepladder was lying next to the body, but the rope was so long that the woman's feet were touching the ground. Samantha had deep bruises under her eyes and on her temple. She had scrapes and hematomas all over her body from falling down and hitting things. The forensic medical examination later showed that the deceased had a serious head injury, which means that she was either already unconscious or dead when she was hanged. Experts in forensics found blood and epithelial particles under the victim's fingernails. This means that she desperately fought back and scratched her abuser. A lot of blood and small splatters of blood had been washed up on the floor, walls, and body of the car in the garage. In later tests, blood was also found on the rope that the body was hanging from in several places. Adrian Basham rode his motorcycle to his dad James's house in the evening of the same day. He looked stressed, and there were new scratches on his face. When his father asked him about it, he dodged the question. And when asked about the cuts, he said that he got them from riding his motorcycle without a helmet and scratching himself with tree branches. Then he got a big pack of wet wipes and began wiping down his car, saying that he wanted to get rid of the gnats that had stuck to it during the ride. As a former police officer, his dad knew right away that something wasn't right, and his professional instincts were right. When police came to James's door the next day with questions about his son and said he was the main suspect in the murder of his ex-wife, James knew what was going on. In the beginning, Basham Sr. said that he had not seen his son. To buy some time, he then told the heir what he should say and do in order to, if not get out of jail, at least get less time. Adrian did what his father told him to do and listened quietly as the charges were read to him. He then went to the station with the help of the lawyers his father had already hired. At first, Adrian flatly refused to help with the investigation. He didn't say he wasn't guilty. He just didn't say anything and ignored all the questions. Still, the evidence that was gathered was enough. The investigators saw that the man had fresh scratches on his face and thought that Samantha had scratched him to protect herself. Blood and epithelial particles were found under her nails. There were also sweat marks on the rope that his ex-wife's body was hanging from. When Adrian's motorcycle was looked at, washed-up blood from the dead person was found on it. A bloody woman's blouse was also found in a trash can outside his dad's house. It looks like he tried to get rid of that proof but didn't have time. Samantha put up cameras outside her house not long before the terrible event, and they caught a man leaving the crime scene quickly on the day of the murder. There was no doubt that it was Adrian, even though his face was hidden by a hood pulled over his baseball cap. Piece by piece, the events of the victim's last day were put back together, and the picture that was made was shockingly violent. Basham broke the lock on the garage door while no one was home and went inside. He waited for his ex-wife to come home for several hours. She didn't know it, but Samantha drove into Adrian's garage and he attacked her before she could get out. The scratches on the attacker's face show how hard Fraser tried to fight back, but the two sides were not equal. He beat the woman until she passed out. To hide his tracks, he took off her bloody blouse and put on a black t-shirt he found in the house. He then poured water over her head to clean the blood out of her blonde hair. He then hung his ex-wife from the garage door with a rope around her neck. He put a stepladder on the floor next to the body just to be sure, but he didn't figure out how long the rope was. Adrian cleaned up the blood spots, but he didn't get the small splatters that were all over the place. This blows my mind. A young mother of 3 who was loved by all was found dead in her own garage. Killer tried to make it look like the person died of their own free will, but there were many signs that it wasn't true. Samantha's body was also in a state that showed she had accepted martyrdom. The worst part was that the victim had been living with this man for a long time, put up with his emotional and physical abuse, and raised his children while hoping that he would change. Adrian changed his plan when he realized that neither denying nor staying quiet would help because all the evidence pointed to him. Basham said that he was at his ex-wife's house that day, but he only wanted to talk to her and persuade her to drop her domestic violence lawsuit. People say that the conversation went badly and that fists were used, but he said he left afterward and Fraser was awake and aware at the time. Lawyers for the defendant insisted that their client was only guilty of battery and that Samantha turned her life over after that. But Samantha's family says she would never do that and did not leave her kids. She also had big plans for her life and was going to get married again soon. The murder case didn't start until the end of 2022. Older children of the divorced parents went to the sessions and spoke out against their father and asked for a fair punishment. The youngest son didn't show up to court. He chose not to subject himself to unnecessary stress. Besides that, the boy was scared and panicked about his father. The defense tried to show that the defendant did what he did because he was feeling bad, but this didn't work because Adrian planned the crime, waited several hours for his victim, and tried to get rid of evidence. The court didn't give its final decision on this case until February 2023. Adrian was found guilty of beating someone to death on purpose and given a life sentence without the chance of parole for at least 30 years. The children of Travis and Samantha Fraser were given to Jeanine and Travis Fraser as guardians. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Cape Town is 400 miles away from the city of Port Elizabeth, which is at the western end of Algoa Bay, on the southeast coast of South Africa. This city is a major seaport and also has the 6th most people in South Africa. When Chris Panayotu, then 18 years old, graduated from high school in this city in November 2004, he went to work for his dad's trading company. In the city and the areas around it, his father owned a large chain of stores and restaurants. Chris had always wanted to work in his dad's business, even when he was young. He was also very interested in running retail chains and growing the retail services industry. He was very active and determined, and his goals went far beyond being an executive and skilled worker under his father's supervision. Chris wanted to open his own fish restaurant near a 5-star hotel on Marina Drive and a big grocery store close to Kings Beach downtown. While Chris was helping his dad at a small diner on Market Street in the afternoon, he ran into an old high school friend. The friend invited Chris to a party on Friday night at Barney's Tavern, a popular beach spot for young people. Chris saw a pretty young girl drinking lemonade from a tall glass while sitting alone at the bar in a wicker bamboo chair and drinking beer from the establishment's specialty mug. Chris got up from his seat and went to meet her. She was 18 years old and her name was Jade Dinks. They hit it off right away, and they quickly found that they had a lot in common. Chris and Jade started dating after that party. They had no idea that their meeting at Barney's Tavern on Friday night would be the start of a terrible love triangle story that ended in tragedy. The girl named Jade was always happy and friendly, and she wanted to make other people feel good. Because she wanted to make a difference, she decided to become a teacher and started college in 2005. While Jade worked on her schoolwork, Chris started his own business. He started with a grocery store and then opened Infinite, a restaurant and bar in the neighborhood. Even though both Jade and Chris had a lot going on in their lives, their relationship grew stronger, like the roots of a young tree going deeper into the ground. They each made their own happy place where love and kindness seemed to last forever, and where days were full of smiles and hope for a bright future. Things started to go wrong in their relationship over time, mostly because Chris was seeing another woman. At first, Chanel Cooties was just working at the store that Chris owned, and their relationship was strictly business. But as time went on, their interactions turned into a secret love affair that they tried to hide with mysterious smiles and small movements. They met in secret in hotels in the area, and Chris even let Chanel stay with him while Jade was away. Chris and Jade seemed like a happy and successful young couple to their family and friends, especially after they got engaged and then married in 2012. Jade finished college and got a job at an elementary school, and Chris's business looked like it was doing well. However, Chris's relationship with Chanel continued, which made things difficult in their marriage. When Costa Panayotu, Chris's father, found out that his son was having an affair with a sales clerk, he was very upset and angry. He couldn't understand how Chris, who had been seeing Jade for 8 years and knew she was smart, kind, and moral, could act so badly. Costa confronted Chris at Infinite while he was celebrating his engagement with friends, which turned into a heated argument. Costa told Chris that he would lose his inheritance if he kept seeing Chanel. Chris told his father that he was ending his relationship with Chanel, but they were still seeing each other behind his back. During this time, Jade didn't know that her fiancé was cheating on her. Chris's finances got worse as he tried to balance his 2 different lives. He spent a lot of money on gifts for Chanel, fancy hotel rooms, and other unnecessary things. While Chris was away from Jade more and more over the next 3 years, it hurt his business and his family. Jade started to feel more and more alone and ignored in her marriage. She told her friends how upset she was and how she had tried but failed to get them back to getting along. In September 2014, Jade was at the point of losing her mind. She wrote a very emotional letter on September 21st about how much she wanted love, a normal marriage, and a caring partner. She also told him how annoyed she was with Chris's secrecy and the distrust and uncertainty it caused. 3 big men in a rented car pulled up to the gate of Staringlad Village on April 20th, 2015, in the early morning. This is where the young Panayotou couple lived. They saw a young woman who was well-dressed and impatiently waiting by the road. 2 of the men got out of the car, but the driver told them to stay inside. A black BMW pulled up next to her and they watched. When she got in the car, it took off quickly, making the people who wanted to take her hostage angry. Like every other day, Jade left her house at 6:15 a.m., waiting for her friend and coworker Cheryl to pick her up in her BMW for their daily trip to work. Cheryl was running a little behind, and she saw the car from the day before with tinted windows at the curb. When Jade reached for her phone to call Cheryl, she saw 2 people coming from the bushes next to the road. Cheryl was only 10 minutes late, but Jade wasn't there. Cheryl tried to call Jade's cell phone and knock on her door, but got no answer. Cheryl finally called the police, and by 10 a.m., Jade Panayotou was officially reported missing. This led to a large-scale search that included police, a K-9 unit, and volunteers from the community. The search for Jade went on, but on the first day, nothing was found. The search started up again the next morning, and there was a reward for anyone who could help find her. Around 10 a.m., Angel, a K-9 officer, found Jade's dead body in a bushy ravine close to Quano Bushley. Even though she was fully dressed, a medical exam showed that she had been shot 3 times in the back and fatally in the head. Her jewelry and bank cards were missing, making it look like the people who killed her were trying to hide why they did it. Jade's family and friends were shocked and couldn't understand what had happened. Her co-workers and students were also very sad. The news of her death spread all over the city, and people were sad and confused on social media. On October 22nd, Jade's family held a memorial service at a Catholic church. This was followed by a funeral that was attended by a huge number of people from Port Elizabeth. People who knew and loved Jade were deeply saddened by her death. South African Police Service officers were also at the city cemetery. They thought Chris Panayotou's behavior during the funeral was strange and staged. As suspicions grew, the court later found that Chris's farewell speech looked a lot like a dedication on the internet by Charles Atkins to his late wife. Even though it wasn't direct proof, this discovery made people think that Chris may have been involved in killing his wife. The authorities decided to keep a close eye on him. Several other strange events also pointed to Chris's involvement in the murder of his wife. Luthando Sioni, a security guard at Chris's nightclub, was arrested by the police the night before the funeral because they thought he might have worked with the killer. Luthando said Chris had asked him to hire killers for his wife, and that Chris had already found 3 friends to carry out the plan. There was proof that someone tried to use Jade's bank cards on the day she was killed, and surveillance footage showed 2 men that Luthando identified as the hired killers. As a reward for his help, the police let Luthando go on the condition that he gather more evidence, including Chris's confession to killing his wife. Because he was told to, Luthando called Chris for a private conversation that was recorded. During the conversation, Chris said something that led to his arrest. After that, 3 more suspects were caught, and the crime's details were put back together. Hit men were sent by Chris to kill Jade Panayotou in the early hours of April 20th, 2015. But because of an unplanned change in her plans, the execution was moved to the next day. On April 21st, Jade was taken hostage, taken to a remote area, and brutally killed. The thieves took her valuables and ran away. They tried to take money out of her bank cards but couldn't because the PIN they were using was wrong. The trial against Chris and the 2 mercenaries began on October 11, 2015, and was widely watched and reported on by the media. The prosecution said that Chris killed one of the women because he was having money problems that were made worse by his double life and his desire to kill one of the women. At the trial, different types of evidence were shown, such as Chanel Coutis's testimony, call logs, ATM videos, and photos. Along with the 2 hired killers, Chris was found guilty by the court. and given a life sentence. On December 9, 2019, Chris's father, Costa Panayotou, died in a mysterious accident. This added another sad turn to the story. This made the story even more complicated and left a lot of questions unanswered. If Chris had anything to do with his father's death, it made an already scary story even scarier. Overall, Chris Panayotou's actions showed how far some people are willing to go to put their own needs ahead of the lives and well-being of those they care about. People are angry and upset about what he did, which led to the brutal murder of his wife Jade. It's still not clear if Chris had anything to do with his father's death, but he is now facing the consequences of his horrible crimes, which means he will never get away. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Wedding travel, also known as a honeymoon, is a significant event in the lives of young families. It can leave vivid memories of an unforgettable adventure, or, for example, provide a long-awaited escape from the mundane life somewhere on the Azure coast, under the shade of palm trees. But what if you go on a wedding trip and end up committing or being accused of a crime? Would the honeymoon be as bright and carefree in that case? I don't think so. Unforgettable, of course. Hellman, whose real name is Isabella Rodriguez, was born in 1975 in Colombia, a country where everyone speaks Spanish. But Isabella really dreamed of the American dream. She read English books and listened to English songs on the radio to learn the language as quickly as possible, so she could go to the north of Europe. Even though she was able to learn the language, she would always have a southern accent. This didn't stop the young woman from moving to Florida, where she worked as a real estate agent for people who only spoke Spanish. Isabella married William Hellman in 2002, even though her previous relationships didn't work out. They were married for 10 years, but their whole relationship was marked by constant fights and problems at home. Finally, when neither partner could take it any longer, they filed for divorce. The process took a very long 2 years. Isabella even found a new man during this time, and she hoped to be happy with him. Lewis Bennett was the name of the new lover. He was born in Great Britain but moved to Australia as a child and had dual citizenship. He went back to his home country to finish his education at the prestigious Camborne School of Mines. Lewis, on the other hand, never got a job in his field. He eventually went back to Australia and started his own business making solar panels. After 4 years, he went into the American market. His main office was in Florida, so the young and promising Lewis started using the internet to look for a wife there. Lewis tried to meet someone online for a long time, but had no luck. He looked at the profiles of women, but didn't pay much attention to them. The women who wrote to him first either turned him off or didn't interest him. But when he saw Isabella's picture, he thought she looked a lot like Jennifer Lopez, so he wrote to her. They wrote to each other for a long time, and Isabella talked about her hopes to move to the United States from Colombia, how hard it was for her to learn English, and her job search. She eventually told him about the men she dated in the past. Bennett didn't care at all about her past because she knew Isabella and William were going to get a divorce soon. In order to meet Lewis in person, Isabella made plans to go to wherever he was, whether it was England, Australia, or even Thailand. Lewis bought a catamaran to show his new girlfriend Isabella how much he liked her. He planned to take her on a trip around the Caribbean Sea. He dreamed of doing this since he moved around a lot as a child and found it hard to make lasting friends. In his spare time, he read adventure books by authors like Jules Verne and Robert Louis Stevenson. Treasure Island was his favorite book, and it would become an important part of his life. When Isabella had free time, like on vacation or over the weekend, she always went on trips with Lewis. She saw that Lewis almost forgot about work while on these expensive trips, though it could be said that his company's processes were highly automated, which gave him time to relax. When Isabella tried to talk to Lewis about his work-life balance, he either laughed it off or said that he had a big inheritance and didn't need to worry about anything. Isabella was happy with his answer. The couple celebrated the birth of their daughter Amelia in July 2016. It was a big deal for both of them, and that's when the fight started. Isabella had a hard time deciding how to raise their daughter, or even which country would be best for her upbringing, because of things that had happened to her in the past. Louis wanted Amelia to grow up in Australia with his parents, but Isabella wanted to stay in the United States. As a compromise, they finally moved to Florida. In 2017, even though they already had a child together, they decided to get married. Isabella asked her husband to take her on a honeymoon on his catamaran because she thought that being on the water would bring them back together. Louis agreed, but the date was pushed back. They finally left on their romantic cruise at the end of April 2017. At first, their social media posts made it look like everything was going as planned for Isabella. Photos of them smiling and having a great time sailing around the Caribbean islands gave her hope. However, after the first photos from the honeymoon, there was silence for 2 weeks. When Isabella went online again, she told her family that they were in Cuba and were planning to go back to Florida, but they didn't know the exact plans yet. She also said that their internet connection was slow, which meant that they might not be reachable for a few days. In the middle of the night on May 15th, Louis called the Coast Guard to say he was lost and alone on a raft out at sea. Right away, the rescuers started looking for Louis. They found him near the Bahamas on a raft that was full of food and other supplies. Louis told a story about how he had asked Isabella to rest for a few hours after a long day, and then given her control of the catamaran. A heavy thump from below woke him up after he went to take a nap in the cabin. He thought Isabella had been thrown overboard when he couldn't find her, and saw that the catamaran was taking on water. He got his things together and moved to the rescue boat, thinking that her life vest would keep her safe. It was strange that he didn't use a beacon or a satellite phone to call for help. The Coast Guard didn't understand what was going on. They looked around and saw that there were no underwater rocks or reefs that could have sunk the boat like Louis said. The boat also had open escape hatches, which is against safety rules, and suggests that someone was trying to sink the ship on purpose. It was proven by divers that the holes in the catamaran's bottom were made from the inside. The condition of the boat did not match Louis's account of hitting rocks in the water. Another strange thing about the case was that Louis only put his things on the life raft, as if he didn't think he would find Isabella alive. He even brought silver coins that are hard to find that are hidden in aluminum tubes. Later, investigations showed that one of Louis's friends had stolen these coins in 2016. Louis was charged with smuggling because of how he behaved, the fact that there were open escape hatches, and other suspicious circumstances. While the person was being held for smuggling, the investigation went on and more evidence came to light. In the house where Isabella and Louis had lived, recording devices were found that had recordings of Louis making death threats against Isabella. Isabella told her friends about these threats and how she wanted to leave her husband, but she also wanted to give their marriage one more chance. Debts, real estate, electricity, and credit cards were the main things that made them fight. Louis had a lot of debt but didn't. He declined to deal with his money problems and instead chose to travel instead of working. Even told Isabella she had to get a job to help him pay off his debts while he kept traveling. The investigation also found that between 2014 and 2016, Louis sent money to other countries worth a total of $160,000. These transfers had something to do with the stolen collectible coins that Louis had on him. Louis was facing more charges of involuntary manslaughter as the evidence grew.
Louis Bennett took a plea deal in November 2018 and pleaded guilty to both smuggling drugs and manslaughter by accident. He went to prison for 8 years and couldn't get any of Isabella's insurance payments or property. The court told Louis that he had to give his daughter Amelia money because she would have to deal with the emotional pain of losing her mother as she grew up.
Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.